Volume 2, Chapter 51, Escort Request, Part 1. An escort request, huh? Well, the thief said, his face showing surprise. It's amazing that you're already capable of such things. You truly are extraordinary. It's not extraordinary, it's just an opportunity, Kettle replied, chewing on his meat. It seems I'll be leaving this place for a while. I thought I should let you know in advance. Thank you for telling us, it's a shame. The thief murmured with genuine regret etched on his face. He had been greatly influenced by Kettle. He had planned to live quietly and die like a street rat, but his thoughts changed as he got involved in various incidents around Kettle. Now, Kettle was leaving for a while, maybe even for a long time. This was a regrettable event for the thief. The paladin also nodded, sharing the sentiment. Only the nun Heise let out a deep sigh of relief inside. He's finally leaving. She was still afraid of Kettle. During the battle between Aquas and the demon, Kettle had asked why he needed to get involved. His expression had shown pure curiosity, a genuine desire to simply observe the battle. At that moment, Heise realized that Kettle's values were fundamentally different from theirs. Superficially, there seemed to be no major differences, but in essence, he was entirely twisted. He was something wearing a human disguise. He was kind and good, but she couldn't tell what lay inside him. She often had nightmares where Kettle crushed her head. Despite the fact that Kettle had saved her life and helped her many times, her instinctive fear could not be quelled. Now Kettle was moving away from her. That fact alone brought her peace of mind. However, she knew she shouldn't show it outwardly, so she also put on a regretful expression. It's truly a shame, Kettle. I thought we could go on many more adventures together, but now we'll be separated like this. Is that so? Kettle was deeply moved by their attitudes. They all felt regret and sorrow over his departure. This made him very happy. Yes, this is what comrades are. There was no need for clichés about banishment or anything like that. Genuine comrades who stood back to back and felt sorrow over their parting, that alone filled a part of his heart. Don't worry. Fate is a strange thing. We'll definitely meet again someday. Yes, Heise grew anxious again at his words. We're going to meet again, aren't we? She tried to suppress her anxiety and banish the ominous thoughts from her mind. Therefore, she did not remember that she had given Kettle an invitation to her church. Time passed, and as the sun set and the moon rose, Aline and Aaron sat gloomily in their lodging. It's almost time. They had to embark on their journey to the Danaan kingdom. Normally, they would have been very excited and looking forward to it, but now it felt like they were waiting for their execution. The reason was simple. Aaron tried to comfort her. Please don't worry too much, he's a mercenary. Being a C-rank mercenary means he has considerable achievements, if there haven't been any problems so far. He might surprisingly be okay. But he's a barbarian, Aline said with a bitter smile. Has there ever been a safety measure that worked on a barbarian? Aaron couldn't respond. Barbarians were irrational and emotional beings, acting according to their own wills. No amount of gold, treasure, or beautiful women could sway them. Yet the reason barbarians hadn't perished was simple. Their strength was immense. Many kingdoms had tried to use the simple-minded barbarians. The reason this is in the past tense is that all those kingdoms were destroyed because of the barbarians. Her kingdom also had some dealings with barbarians, but it had never ended well. Considering there have been no issues so far, he must be different from a typical barbarian. But still, he's a barbarian. You never know when he might act on his emotions. Trust in a barbarian's past behavior meant nothing. Just because a dud bomb hadn't exploded yet didn't mean it was safe. It was simply a dangerous element. Aaron bit his lip. Perhaps we should wait here for another mercenary. That's not possible. Aline immediately rejected the idea. If we do that, only a slow death awaits us. Even if he's an unpredictable dud, we have to take the risk. That was their situation. Aaron lowered his head. Your Highness, if the worst happens, I will act as your shield. No. You are my retainer. What kind of master doesn't protect their retainers? The sound of sobbing echoed once more. Time passed as they talked. Aline's expression grew darker. Let's go, Aaron. Yes. The two left their lodging and headed toward the entrance of the territory. There, their mercenary was waiting for them. You're here. I was beginning to wonder if something had happened since you're late. We were just making some preparations. I see. Kettle didn't press them further and smiled broadly. Let's head out then, we have a long journey ahead. Yes. The two followed Kettle with expressions like livestock being led to slaughter. They departed in the early evening. Normally they would have set out in the morning, but Aline had insisted on this timing. The route had already been decided via the map. Although they could reach their destination in 2 weeks if they took the main road, Aline wanted to avoid people, so they had no choice but to take a roundabout route that would take at least twice as long. A month, huh? That's quite a bit of time, Kettle said as he walked leisurely. If he wanted, he could complete the escort mission by the end of the day, but he had no intention of doing so. He was in a good mood. This was his first escort request. Leaving the Barcan territory and heading to a distant kingdom. What kind of people would be there? What would they find there? Could he learn mysteries there? While the Barcan territory was certainly excellent, its small size limited the amount of enjoyment it offered. Now, he had the opportunity to see a broader world, which was exciting. Of course, he was also looking forward to traveling with his escort targets. He planned to take his time and enjoy this journey. Kettle moved forward and he heard footsteps following from a distance. The sound never got any closer. "Isn't it dangerous? It would be better if you got a little closer," Kettle said, glancing back. Aline and Aaron were keeping a significant distance from him, far too much to expect any effective escort. However, Aline quickly shook her head. "No, this distance is fine. There's no sign of anyone else around, so you don't need to worry." "Is that so?" Although he didn't understand, he didn't argue further since that was what they wanted. Night soon fell. They had only traveled a few hours since they departed in the early evening, and now it was too dark to continue. Kettle looked around and chose a spot to camp. "We'll spend the night here." "Is that all right, what?" Aline stammered and took a step back, her hand instinctively reaching into her chest. Kettle stroked his chin. This misunderstanding might last for a while, but it didn't matter much. This was the medieval era, a world where trust between people was hard to build. It was natural to fear others. Their fear of barbarians seemed to be greater than he had anticipated. Even if he told them he wasn't a barbarian, they wouldn't believe him, so there was no point in trying to persuade them. In that case, the solution was simple. He just needed to treat them well. Building a trust relationship with the escort targets was also part of his duty as an escort. "It should be fine." "Good, then let's set up our sleeping arrangements." Kettle clapped his hands and reached into the small leather pouch at his waist. Aline's pupils dilated in surprise. From the tiny pouch, large enough only for his hand, came an incredibly large piece of cloth. "An artifact. I was able to get it by working hard on my missions," Kettle said lightly, but Aline found it hard to accept so easily. A spatial expansion artifact from which such a large cloth emerged from such a small pouch. The exact size was unclear, but it was certainly substantial. Such a high-level artifact was not something even she, a princess, could easily acquire. How could a barbarian have something like this? While Aline and Aaron were bewildered, Kettle quickly set up supports and draped the cloth over them, creating a small tent in no time. "Here, this is your shelter." "Ah, thank you." Aline, not expecting him to make a tent for them, nodded with a bewildered look on her face. "Unfortunately, due to budget constraints, I could only buy one tent. You'll both have to share it." "Is that all right?" "It's fine." They had already shared a room at the stables, so this was nothing new. However, the tent was barely big enough for two people. Aline cautiously asked, "What about you, Kettle?" "It doesn't matter to me. I'm used to sleeping outside." He wasn't lying. In the snowy fields, it was often hard to find proper shelter. Compared to sleeping in makeshift shelters dug out of glaciers, this environment was like paradise. "Also, you don't need to worry about keeping watch. I'll handle it all." He once went a whole month without sleep while being chased by monsters in the snowfield. By now, sleep didn't hold much meaning for Kettle. His goal was to build trust with these people, so he planned to be considerate and kind. "You can sleep soundly, that's my job." Kettle smiled warmly, trying to appear as friendly as possible, but Aline felt a chill run down her spine. "And no, it's fine, there's no need for you to take on everything yourself. We'll take turns keeping watch. It doesn't matter to me, it matters to us," Aline quickly responded. He made them a tent, chose to sleep outside himself, and even offered to keep watch all night. Kettle was overly kind, too kind for a simple escort mercenary. This kindness only made them more suspicious. "He must be planning something while we're asleep." Both Aline and Aaron had the same thought at the same time. "Well, if that's what you prefer," Kettle murmured regretfully. He had hoped to build trust through this opportunity. "Well, it doesn't matter." They had plenty of time. He could take his time getting closer to them. Kettle smiled gently. Seeing that smile, Aline became even more convinced. "We mustn't fall asleep." Amidst their misguided thoughts, the night slowly passed. Chapter 52, Escort Request, Part 2. The next morning, Aline and Aaron emerged from the tent with tired faces. They couldn't sleep well, knowing they had to stand guard, and they couldn't sleep deeply because they didn't trust Kettle. In the end, they set out on their journey again, still not fully rested. Their steps were quick. They had decided to finish this journey as quickly as possible for the sake of their lives, but accumulating fatigue was inevitable. With their nerves on edge, their bodies quickly grew tired. Eventually, Aline raised her hand. "Can we take a short rest?" "No problem, rest under that tree over there." "Thank you." Aline walked unsteadily and sat down under the tree. The quietly blowing wind cooled her sweaty hair. Growl. At that moment, a noise rang out. Aline's face turned bright red. Kettle opened his mouth dumbfoundedly. "Are you hungry? Well, that's understandable since we haven't had a proper meal." "All right, wait a moment." Kettle looked pleased with himself. "I'll cook for you." Cooking was part of a mercenary's duties. There was nothing better than filling someone's stomach to open their heart, but Aaron shook his head. "No need to bother, barbarian cooking." It wasn't cooking, just roasting and boiling without any finesse, not even removing the blood couldn't be called cooking. Aaron had tried it once before. He would rather eat jerky than something like that. Don't worry. I'll make it tasty. But this time, Kettle didn't back down. He skillfully gathered branches to make a fire and set up a makeshift cooking platform over it. Then he hung a pot over the fire. As the water boiled, he took a flat rock and placed ingredients on it. Various vegetables came out of his pocket. Kettle took out a dagger and began to cut the vegetables evenly. Aaron, who was watching nervously, was surprised. Kettle's knife skills were very neat. Have you learned cooking? It was a hobby of mine. In the White Snow Plains, barbarians didn't cook. They filled their stomachs by chewing on the flesh of monsters they had slain, quenching their thirst with the black blood that flowed out. It felt disgusting every time they ate, but when they had to worry about tomorrow's life, they couldn't help it. After reaching a certain point, he couldn't bear it anymore. He had started cooking with the remains of monsters. There were many problems. It was difficult to light a fire in the extreme cold of the White Snow Plains. There were no fresh ingredients and he wasn't skilled in cooking. He had to go through countless trials and errors. Literally countless trials and errors. Some monsters exploded when heated, others resurrected. He had almost died several times during the cooking process, but he didn't give up. As a result, he managed to make perfect dishes using ingredients from the plains. It was delicious. At first, the barbarians scoffed at his attempts, but eventually they started looking at him expectantly during meal times. He didn't want to remember the plains, but he missed the taste. He wanted to bring ingredients, but there were no artifacts, so it was impossible. The outside dishes were delicious too, but compared to the taste of the plains, they were quite boring. Thanks to his efforts, he could make decent dishes. Kettle fished out the cooked noodles and drained the water, then he took out oil. Oil? Aaron's eyes widened. Oil was expensive. Commoners used it once a month if they used it a lot. Kettle generously poured the oil into the pot. He put the vegetables in and cooked them in the oil until they were done. The vegetables emitted a strong smell when mixed with the oil. At some point, Eileen and Aaron were staring blankly at the pot. Kettle put the noodles into the mixture, creating a dish similar to pasta. It was simple but not tasteless. I'd like to cook the noodles separately, but we don't have the space for that. Sorry, oh no. When the noodles were cooked, Kettle stirred them lightly and sprinkled spices. The aroma of perfectly cooked forest dish filled the air. Kettle finished cooking and took out a wooden fork. Would you like to try? Eileen stared blankly into the pot, a properly cooked dish. They had only eaten dried or half-rotten food until now. Such a simple meal was deeply missed. She wanted to put the oily noodles into her mouth. Even though the scent wasn't her favorite, it was hard to resist. Eileen was about to reflexively agree, but then she snapped out of it and shook her head. Oh no, it's okay. I'm not a fan of oily dishes. She fundamentally didn't trust Kettle. She couldn't eat the food of someone she didn't trust. She couldn't know what strange substances he might have added during the cooking process. This will do. She took out a piece of jerky from her pouch. Aaron also regained his senses and declined. Me too. Is that so? Do you prefer jerky? That's a shame. Kettle started eating the pasta alone. Eileen cut a piece of jerky and put it into her mouth. It was cold and tough. The texture was like eating a soggy lump of mushrooms. There was no hint of the sweetness of meat. Eileen, who had been hesitating, looked at Kettle. His eating of the pasta didn't seem elegant, but it looked warm and delicious. In the end, Eileen closed her eyes tightly. Their journey to the kingdom of Danayan had now entered its third day. And during that time, Eileen and Aaron had been extremely tired. They stayed up all night and their meals were tough jerky. The meals were bearable since they were used to them, but not being able to sleep properly was a significant problem. That night Eileen, lying in her tent, massaged her feet. They were swollen and red. Aaron, with a worried expression, asked, "Are you okay? I can handle it. Are you okay, Aaron? You seem to be carrying too much weight." The watch rotation was decided to be every 3 people. However, they didn't trust Kettle. Naturally, when Kettle took his turn at the watch, one person had to stay awake. Aaron volunteered for that role. In the end, Aaron and Kettle took turns standing watch. Aaron thumped his chest. "It's fine. The elderly don't need sleep. Don't worry and get some rest." "Thank you." Eileen tucked herself into the blanket. Before long, the regular sound of her breathing could be heard. Aaron looked at Eileen with a pitiful expression. Poor thing. A person who had grown up receiving everyone's love was now stepping into such a perilous journey. But Eileen didn't complain. Instead, she comforted and encouraged Aaron, who was struggling. "I have to protect her. She was his responsibility as her mentor and guardian, even if it meant risking his life." Aaron resolved himself once again. He stepped outside and leaned against a tree, but tired. On the third day, not even 2 hours of sleep. Even those 2 hours were spent half awake, prepared for any emergencies. The fatigue from all their journeys so far hit him hard. He had to endure, but he was sleepy. Aaron closed his eyes for a moment to reduce his fatigue, then he opened his eyes. The first thing he heard was the chirping of birds and sunlight filtering through the leaves. He had definitely closed his eyes at midnight, right? But the sun was clearly sending its light high in the sky. It was morning. The meaning was simple. He had fallen asleep the moment he closed his eyes. His dazed mind awakened and his heart raced. No, he rushed to the tent. Even if he had only slept for a few hours, it would have been enough. And during that time, Kettle had been completely free without anyone's surveillance. What a stupid thing to do. He had sworn to protect the princess himself just yesterday. He opened the tent quickly and Aaron's pupils dilated. Aline was still sleeping in the same position as when he last saw her. The sunlight streaming in through the tent seemed to bother her, and she groaned, but her face looked peaceful. "Are you awake?" A voice came from behind Aaron, who was foolishly watching her. Their Kettle was grilling something over the campfire. I didn't wake her up because she seemed to be sleeping deeply. I'm relieved that she slept well, thanks, Aaron said, but he was flustered. Why hadn't anything happened? He must have seen him fall asleep. Kettle smiled wryly at his expression. I know you don't trust outsiders. I also know I don't look trustworthy, but I am your escort. An escort is a protector. It was not someone to doubt and keep at a distance. I understand you have doubts, but I hope you can trust me. I'm human too. I can get hurt. I see. In Aaron's bewildered gaze, he saw what Kettle was grilling. It was a deer leg. The wide leg of the deer was cooking nicely over the campfire. There wasn't a single burnt part, as if he had been diligently turning it. The oil dripped down into the fire, creating an even more intense aroma. Oh, Aaron involuntarily opened his mouth. As his heart truly desired it, hunger hit him instantly. Kettle noticed his gaze and nodded as if understanding. I caught a deer. I removed the blood and salted it so it should be delicious. Will you have some? Kettle held out the deer's bone to Aaron. Aaron looked at the well-cooked meat as if entranced. Princess, please wake up. Aline opened her eyes. She staggered to her feet. Did you sleep well? Yes, thanks to you and Aaron, I'm fine. But Aline's face showed guilt. Aaron had taken on the watch twice for her. He must have been tired, yet he was pushing himself for her sake. Aline always felt sorry about that. Don't push yourself too hard. If you feel tired, let me know anytime. I'll take on the burden too. Okay, but Aline cocked her head. You look much better today, Aaron flinched. Really? Yes, I can even smell something delicious. Maybe I'm just hungry. I'm having these delusions. Is that so? Aaron forced a smile. Chapter 53, Escort Request, Part 3. A week had passed. The journey towards the Denayan kingdom continued. Aline chewed on jerky with a grimace on her face. The jerky was so dry and tough that it was hard to tell if it was meat or stone. Chewing it was enough to make her jaw ache. She moistened it with saliva as she slowly chewed. As Aline chewed on the jerky, a pleasant smell wafted from beside her. Kettle was cooking again. The enticing smell made it hard to resist hunger. Eventually, Aline stood up unsteadily. I'll step aside for a moment. It'll take a bit of time. Going to the restroom, her casual remark made Aline's face flush red. That's rude. Oh, my apologies. It wasn't something to say to a young lady, I realize now. Surprisingly, Kettle readily apologized. This caught Aline off guard. And no, it's fine, apologizing like that. He certainly wasn't your typical barbarian. Still, that didn't mean he could be trusted. Aline went to a nearby stream and moistened the jerky in the flowing water, making it more edible. Now it was somewhat palatable. Sitting down like a squirrel, she chewed on the jerky. At one point, she made a soft sob, hungry. She had been chewing on jerky for over a week. It wasn't nutritious, and its toughness made it impossible to eat enough. She was always hungry. It's tough. And the journey itself was too much. She had received education from the royal family, not just in knowledge but also in physical training. The intensity of that training was undoubtedly significant, but it was not enough to endure such hardship. The current journey was too difficult for a girl who hadn't even become an adult yet, but Aline endured because it was necessary. And because Aaron suffered more, Aaron, her loyal guardian, he had gone through all sorts of hardships for her sake. He volunteered for tasks she couldn't handle. As long as he was there, she couldn't complain about this level of difficulty. Above all, recently, the light in Aaron's eyes had grown stronger. Aline knew it was guilt. His gaze had become even more intense lately. He doesn't need to feel guilty. In the end, this was the path she had chosen. Aaron didn't need to feel guilty. She planned to talk properly about it later when the opportunity arose. Let's endure. Aaron is having a tougher time. As his master, she couldn't speak words of hardship. Aline made up her mind. After drinking enough water, she cautiously returned. Soft voices could be heard. Oh, is that how you cook? Is it okay? It's rough but not bad. It's good for when you can't measure precisely. She was momentarily surprised. The voice she heard was very calm. It sounded like she was talking to a close friend. She cautiously looked towards the source of the voice, and she saw it. Aaron was sitting right next to Kettle, eating and enjoying the food. Aaron, oh no, Aaron's expression changed. He quickly stood up and distanced himself from Kettle. No, it's not, Princess, it's a misunderstanding. Aaron and Aline were preoccupied with each other, so they didn't notice Kettle's reaction to the word princess. What do you mean it's not? Betrayal colored Aline's face. They had agreed to be cautious around the barbarian and protect each other, but here they were, chatting amicably and eating together. What was this? Ah, lately you seemed unusually healthy. It was because you were secretly eating barbarian food, wasn't it? Was it delicious? I bet it was, that's why that smell was lingering. Aaron stammered with a pale face. No, it's not that. It's just hard to find the right timing. What timing? The timing to say I've become friends with the barbarian alone. Is that the timing you're talking about? No, that's not it. This barbarian isn't such a bad person. There's no need to be so guarded. Are you saying that now? Aline gritted her teeth. Aaron tried to explain, but it didn't come out smoothly. I hope you calm down, and in that moment Kettle intervened. Why didn't you eat the food? Was it because you didn't trust me? Well, one can't easily put something made by an untrustworthy person in their mouth. Was that also the reason for the precautions? Oh, and then Aline finally realized. What she had just said was no different from directly expressing her lack of trust in Kettle. The situation changed again. Aline spoke hesitantly to Kettle. No, that's not it. It doesn't matter. Trust is not something easily built. Kettle stroked his chin. He had expected this. In this world, distrust towards others was much stronger than on Earth, and there were prejudices against barbarians as well. Even if he said he wasn't a barbarian, there was no reason for them to believe it. Aline and Aaron had no choice but to accept it. They didn't trust him. He wasn't so foolish as to not notice. How to resolve this, he pondered. And he reached a conclusion. Kettle spoke up. We need to clear up this misunderstanding first. I am not a barbarian. I see, Aline replied, but there was no sign of belief in her tone. Kettle spoke again. Let me be clear. I was born as a barbarian child, but I wasn't raised as one. What? Aline's eyes widened at this revelation, a clear difference in reaction. I was born as a barbarian, but my tribe was destroyed a week after my birth. A lone adventurer found me crying amidst the ruins. I was raised by that adventurer. Nothing but lies without a trace of truth. But so what? Didn't the glimmer of belief start to show in Aline's eyes, despite her previous doubts and suspicions of everything he said and did? Kettle continued. The adventurer who took me in also left on a journey and died. As a child, I had to grow up alone, but there was a problem. He was born as a barbarian, but he grew up as a civilized person. Yet everyone still saw him as a barbarian. No one trusted me and everyone feared me. I couldn't find a companion who would trust me. After countless journeys, I finally found a place that accepted me. The Barcan territory. Yes, Kettle nodded. I am undeniably a barbarian, but I am also civilized. Of course you can't believe it, but I hope you understand that fact. All falsehoods, but it didn't matter. Aline's expression began to show sympathy rather than doubt. And it couldn't be entirely dismissed as a perfect lie. He clearly had a barbarian's physique but possessed the intellect of a civilized person. I see, I understand. Aline nodded. It was someone else's words. She couldn't completely believe them. But if she considered Kettle's words as truth, she could understand why Kettle had treated them well all this time. No, it was more like she could understand Kettle's actions only by considering them true. Suddenly, Aline felt ashamed. Despite being taught not to judge people by their appearance, she had let herself be frightened by the barbarian's exterior and couldn't trust a mercenary. She had even doubted the food he made for them was dirty, how foolish she was, and how great a person Kettle was. Aline felt admiration in her eyes. Kettle must have faced much persecution and suspicion as a barbarian. But he didn't lose himself, he cared for and respected others. He was truly like an adult. To doubt such a person, Aline felt extremely ashamed. She bowed her head deeply. I'm sorry, Kettle, I didn't trust you, it was done. Kettle let out a sigh of relief, but he kept his emotions in check and raised his head as if it were nothing. It doesn't matter, it's not strange to have such misconceptions. I see. Aline was moved again by his attitude. To speak so calmly as if it were nothing, he was truly an impressive person. Of course, Kettle secretly wanted to dance with joy, claiming victory. If there had been no eyes watching, he might have done so. But Aline, unaware of this, admired Kettle. Then I'll count on you from now on. Yes, yes, Aline nodded. Aaron breathed a sigh of relief. He no longer had to be reprimanded by the princess, and that night. For the first time since leaving her kingdom, Aline had a delicious meal and slept peacefully. After that, the journey became much easier. Accepting Kettle's kindness, Aline let Kettle handle everything. The meals were simple but sufficient, and Kettle took care of all the cooking, providing dishes that could fill their stomachs adequately. Hee, is this how you cook? Aline watched Kettle cook from nearby. She was right next to him. It's fascinating. Who did you learn from? No one. I tried various things on my own to survive. After many trials and errors, I came up with something decent. Is that so? Would you like to try? It's quite fun. Well, then I'll accept your kindness. Aline cautiously picked up a dagger and started cutting vegetables. Kettle watched her with satisfaction. This was the distance that should exist between the employer and a mercenary. He had succeeded once again. Kettle felt deeply satisfied. When such a pleasing scene unfolded far away in the forest from where they were, there was a human. They've suddenly become close. It's a shame I can't understand their speech. The man was young, with an ordinary face that could be seen anywhere, but that was just an external issue. In reality, he was one of the oldest beings in human history. He was the master of the magic tower, a lick. He had disguised himself in human skin and came to see Kettle. As soon as the conversation with Kane ended, the tower master acted. He had been observing with surveillance eyes but wanted to meet Kettle in person. Without telling anyone, he came to the Barcan territory. Despite the physical and magical devices including the border, they meant nothing to the tower master. He arrived in the Barcan territory in an instant, and at that moment Kettle had just left on a guard mission. The tower master immediately followed Kettle, continuing to observe his journey. Kane. It seems what he said is true. A barbarian cooking. He had never seen anything like it in his life. Even the escort targets who used to despise him as a barbarian seemed to be becoming friendly with him. It was indeed unique. If it weren't for his appearance, one might even believe he wasn't a barbarian. The tower master narrowed his eyes. Long ago, in a mysterious world unconquered by humans, even by the emperor who failed at conquest, the White Snow Plains. The barbarians of that place, but Kettle was clearly civilized. A barbarian from the White Snow Plains who knows how to cook. Judging by his skill in handling tools, he seemed quite accustomed to it. A barbarian from the White Snow Plains who knows how to have a conversation enough to end distrust and suspicion. A barbarian from the White Snow Plains who cares enough to handle everything alone. What's going on? What could possibly be in the White Snow Plains to have such a barbarian exist? It was too strange. Ironically, he seemed more socialized than the ordinary barbarians of this world. The magician's curiosity and desire for knowledge slowly crept in. Should I get closer? The distance was far. He was only using minimal magic to listen to the conversation. He wanted to know what they were talking about. The tower master decided to get closer. He had made up his mind. The magician moved slowly toward Kettle, and then at a moment, Kettle stood up. Aline, who was awkwardly handling the dagger, was slightly surprised. Why are you doing that? At that moment, the tower master saw it. Kettle's gaze looking at him. What? He's looking at him? No, that's ridiculous. He was at least 1 km apart from Kettle here. The area was completely obscured by dense forest, making it impossible for visual contact. There were many animals and insects in the forest, so it wasn't a situation where he could sense any presence. Kettle muttered. There's someone here. What? Just hold on for a moment, I'll be back soon. Before his words finished, Kettle's body disappeared. The tower master's pupils dilated, expand the senses. Mana spread quickly towards the forest, forming a detection area. That's how the tower master could know that Kettle was right in front of him at this moment. The tower master waved his hand in astonishment. Mana moved turbulently according to the owner's will. The forest burst open and Kettle appeared in front of the tower master. Chapter 54, Escort Request, Part 4. The tower master swiftly extended his hand. Dozens of magical barriers materialized in front of him. They were pure mana shields, their solidity rivaling that of a castle wall. Kettle indeed felt resistance, so he applied a bit more force. Crack. The barriers shattered instantly, like cobwebs torn apart by a human hand. The tower master's pupils dilated. Not even a ballista could break through this. He thought it would at least buy him some time, but it didn't even manage that. His mind raced. He had 0.5 seconds until Kettle's hand reached him. Considering a margin of error of 0.2 seconds, he had to find and implement a countermeasure within 0.3 seconds. In 0.3 seconds, what could he do? His accelerating brain quickly found the answer. The tower master curled his fingers. Mana penetrated Kettle's body. He intended to directly influence his physical form with mana. But it didn't work. The mana, as if running along an endless horizon, failed to reach its destination. Then space distortion. He twisted the space itself to prevent the attack from reaching him, but it was useless. The distorted space was forcibly restored to its original state by sheer physical force. Next, repulsion. He mimicked Kettle's attack with mana, generating an equivalent physical force to repel it. All these spells took less than 0.2 seconds to activate. He had truly reached a high level, yet even that didn't work. The tower master was dumbfounded. He's ignoring interference with pure physical strength. From that brief battle, the tower master grasped Kettle's peculiarity. It was impossible to counter him with interference methods, so he decided to increase the distance between them. In an instant, chaotic mana waves surrounded the tower master. There was still time before Kettle's hand reached his body. But at that moment, Kettle's speed increased even more. Getting faster, before that thought even finished, Kettle's hand gripped the tower master's neck. Boom, the tower master's body was slammed into the ground. Kettle clicked his tongue. I miscalculated the force. Feeling something was off, he had increased his speed. Kettle looked down at the man he had slammed. He didn't seem to have suffered major injuries. You're unscathed. Seems I've gotten better at controlling my strength. Kettle smiled with satisfaction and the Tower Master was dumbfounded. Bullshit. If he hadn't instinctively protected himself with mana, his limbs would have burst apart. Kettle lifted him by the neck. I'd appreciate it if you handled me gently. If you want that, I suggest you don't do anything strange. At the slightest hint of anything, I'll snap your neck. Haha, Kettle carried the Tower Master away. The Tower Master dangled in the air, held by his neck. Kane, was he in a situation like this too? He had mocked Kane, and now he was in the same predicament. The Tower Master felt deeply depressed. What made it worse was the girl looking at him with a strange expression. Eileen cautiously asked, "Who is this?" "I don't know, someone who was watching us." "What, watching us since when?" "I don't know exactly when. He suddenly appeared in my detection range." "You really sense me?" The Tower Master was astounded. What Kettle had said was something only the truly powerful could do: envelop an area within their detection range, observe, and control everything happening within it. It was something naturally done upon reaching a certain level. The problem was that the distance between Kettle and the Tower Master was at least 1 km. A barbarian, not using mana, could detect that far. Is that possible without being a high elf? Was he really watching us? Eileen's face was filled with shock. As she looked at her, Kettle spoke. "He's probably connected to you too." Eileen and Aaron flinched. They opened their mouths as if to explain, but then closed them again. Eventually, Eileen lowered her head, seemingly giving up. "You've noticed. Did you really think you could fool me?" It was obvious to anyone. Departing at night as if to avoid being seen, taking a detour off the main road. It was easy to tell that these actions were to avoid meeting people. Eileen was startled by Kettle's words. "Really?" "Yes. That's why Rosa warned me too, said it was suspicious." Huh? Eileen was clearly flustered as she hadn't expected this. Kettle shrugged his shoulders. "Don't worry about it. I accepted the request knowing everything. Thank you, but since we're now being directly pursued, I need to hear the details." "Yes," Eileen nodded. "I'll tell you everything. Lady Eileen, Aaron, he came with us because he trusts us." Aaron tried to dissuade Eileen, but she remained resolute. Aaron also hesitated for a moment before stepping back in silence. "Let's postpone that for now. There's something more pressing we need to address first." Kettle's gaze turned to the Tower Master. Eileen and Aaron followed suit. The stares were intense. "This isn't the meeting I calculated." Originally, he planned to approach them first, intending to take control of the conversation. He thought he could deceive them by pretending to be a traveler. But now this felt more like a hostage situation. His calculations had gone awry. Still, it wasn't all bad. He had achieved his primary goal of approaching Kettle, which meant half the plan was successful. "Your name, Patrick." "All right, Patrick, you were following us. I assume it's because of Eileen and Aaron." "No, it's not." Really? Neither Kettle, Eileen, nor Aaron believed him, and they weren't wrong to think so. The circumstances clearly suggested that someone was after Eileen, but the Tower Master felt wronged because it genuinely wasn't the case. To him, Eileen and Aaron were just worthless followers trailing behind Kettle, nothing more, nothing less. Kettle turned his gaze to Eileen. "What do you want to do? We could hand him over to the soldiers of the Kingdom of Denian or kill him here." "I don't want that." The current situation wasn't truly dangerous for the Tower Master. After all, this body was just a puppet. Even if it was torn to pieces, it wouldn't affect him. However, if that happened, he wouldn't be able to achieve his goal of observing Kettle. "I have no choice." Although it was different from his original plan, given the circumstances, there was no other way. The Tower Master spoke up. "I admire you, Sir Kettle." Kettle looked at the Tower Master in surprise. "Me? Yes." The Tower Master quickly continued speaking. Kettle had accomplished many feats as a mercenary in the territory. He handled all sorts of requests, from mundane tasks to dungeon conquests, solving numerous problems. While residing in the territory, he was considerate and showed kindness to others. When people began to think he wasn't so bad after all, Kettle helped an inquisitor of the sun god to defeat a demon. As a result, a considerable number of young people started to trust and follow him. It wasn't unusual. Throughout history, many men worshipped strength. A C-rank mercenary was a high grade not commonly seen in the Barcan territory, and Kettle became a role model for young adventurers. Patrick was one of those young men. However, among them, Patrick's admiration was so strong that he almost worshipped Kettle. When Kettle left for a journey, Patrick left his hometown to follow him. This was the persona the Tower Master had crafted for Patrick. He had prepared this in case things went poorly. Kettle tilted his head. "That's strange, I don't recall ever seeing your face." "Well, I was afraid to go outside," Kettle realized. "A shut-in? What? Nothing, so you followed me." Yes, I thought following you might change me." The Tower Master, one of the greatest magicians in the world, the head of a powerful tower, a figure even the Emperor couldn't treat lightly, was humbling himself by claiming to admire a barbarian. Any mage who knew the Tower Master's true identity would find this sight unbelievable. "I see." Kettle looked at the Tower Master thoughtfully. Then let's confirm a few things. Yes, the Tower Master nodded. Kettle asked Patrick about various things, what he did in the territory and what events had occurred there. Patrick was slightly taken aback. Kettle's questions were extremely sharp. They pertained to trivial matters that only someone who actually lived in the territory could know, not just surface-level rumors. If Patrick were an ordinary pursuer, he would have failed to answer and had his neck broken. But Patrick answered everything. He knew details that only someone living in the territory would know because he had been observing since Kane's visit, allowing him to match the story perfectly. Interesting. Only then did Kettle's face relax. He smiled and released his grip on Patrick. Admiration, thanks, but still following me on this journey is quite a dangerous choice. It's fine, challenges always come with risks. Right, that's correct, Kettle grinned widely. Aaron, who had been watching their conversation, spoke up. Isn't it possible he's lying? Probably not. Even if he were, he wouldn't be lying about being from the territory. There were too many details he knew that one couldn't gather just from rumors. Patrick knew all about the small tasks Kettle had done in the territory, even things that happened long before Aline and Aaron arrived. Unless your pursuer had been living in the territory even before you arrived, which seems unlikely. That's true, Aaron agreed. Kettle stroked his chin, but I can't just let him go. Patrick's words made sense, but there was no concrete evidence. After a moment of contemplation, Kettle struck his palm with his fist as if he had an idea. All right, this will do, wait a moment. Kettle rummaged through his pocket and pulled out a rope. They continued their journey, but now with one additional person. Patrick was following them, tied up with the rope. This is the first time I've been in such a situation. Patrick likely was from the territory and not following Aline and Aaron. However, they couldn't be certain, so they couldn't let him go. Thus, Kettle decided to take him along tied up. Aline and Aaron looked at Patrick tied up and walking with mixed feelings. Kettle spoke apologetically. Forgive my rudeness. No, it's fine, I don't mind. Patrick shook his head. It wasn't a lie. Although this is a wretched situation, despite the circumstances, he achieved his goal of observing Kettle up close. He would learn more about what kind of person Kettle was. Being dragged around wasn't ideal, but it wasn't too bad either. Patrick quietly watched Kettle, smart, not just in terms of knowledge but in quick thinking. He could grasp the essence of things and understand the core of situations, and most importantly, he was strong. Kane, now I understand why you didn't know. He closed the distance in an instant, moving at a speed beyond comprehension. And he broke through his magic with sheer physical strength. Fast and strong, Patrick wasn't in his perfect state, he was a lick. He had come here using the body of a homunculus rather than his true form. Essentially, it felt like he was controlling a puppet. Instead of using the nearly infinite mana of his true form, he had to rely on the tiny amount of mana stored in the puppet. The speed at which he could cast spells was sluggish compared to his original self. More importantly, a wizard prepares and anticipates. In a sudden battle, he couldn't exert his full strength. Even considering these limitations, the Tower Master was strong. He could easily handle most superhuman beings. This meant that Kettle, who had subdued him, was beyond superhuman. A hero class, he couldn't definitively say that. Even among superhuman levels, there were significant differences. Kettle had only shown his physical strength. Pure physical power alone couldn't withstand the world-shaking feats of heroes. But Kettle likely hadn't shown everything yet either. The Tower Master's mind raced quickly. As they continued further, Aline finally approached Kettle with a determined look. Kettle, I have something to tell you. You're finally going to tell me. I'm really sorry for keeping it from you. I understand you couldn't be sure if you could trust me, and Kettle had built that trust. He felt quite satisfied. Finally, the distrustful employer was ready to trust the mercenary and reveal her secret. Originally, I didn't intend to tell you. We've had no problems so far and no one was pursuing us. We hired you as a guide and to deal with bandits and the like. Aline paused for a moment before continuing. If you find that you can no longer carry out the request after hearing everything, please let us know. I'm sorry. As she was about to speak, Kettle raised his hand. Aline became frightened. Was she too shameless? Was he angry because she had deceived him? But Kettle shook his head. Unwanted guests have arrived. Kettle looked straight ahead. The sound of bushes being parted could be heard. They must be here because of you. Chapter 55, Human, Part 1. Aline and Aaron remained cautious while Kettle and the Tower Master watched silently. Before long, the bushes parted, revealing the strangers. Aline's pupils widened. They were clad in armor painted in shades of blue and green. The uniformity of their attire made it clear they belonged to a knight order. The knight at the forefront looked at Aline and smirked. So here you are, it took us quite a while to find you. Lucento, the knight called Lucento, bowed respectfully. The leader of the Blue-Green Knights, Lucento Edenhamer, pays his respects to Aline Mavlixi Ludian, first princess of the Ludian Kingdom, heir to the great royal family. Ludian Kingdom, the Tower Master searched his memory. Ludian Kingdom, it was quite a distance from here, one of the Empire's vassal states. That was all he knew. So she's a princess. Is this a romantic escape and the old man is her lover? What an unusual princess. The Tower Master's thoughts went no further. The affairs of the human world held no value or interest for him. The title of princess meant nothing to him. Lucento turned to Kettle. Are you a mercenary? Yes. She hired me to protect her. The person you are escorting is the first princess of our Ludian kingdom. I know. What? Huh? Lucento and Aline were both taken aback by Kettle's words. You knew? Aaron called her princess right in front of me. Oh right, nothing changes, I'm her escort. His attitude was extremely relaxed. Lucento hesitated for a moment, perhaps finding it unexpected. But he soon spoke with a cold gaze. Then there's no need to explain further. She is our princess, we will protect her. Why is the princess here? Because she ran away with her retainer. Lucento sighed lightly and glared at Aaron. A retainer who not only failed to stop her but led her away. This will be severely reprimanded. Aaron flinched. The lack of rebuttal suggested that Lucento was indeed from Aline's kingdom. You've come a long way. Must have been tough. That's none of your concern. Lucento's words were sharp. Mercenary, you have protected her and for that I thank you, but from here on it is our responsibility. Kettle stroked his chin and spoke. Patrick, what do you think? I don't know the details, but if what they say is true, there's no reason to refuse. A mercenary must be informed of any factors that might complicate the journey. Failure to do so is grounds for legitimate contract termination. Patrick spoke calmly. I see. Aline's face showed distress, but she couldn't argue. Patrick's words were accurate. She had believed there would be no pursuit or that they would have lost it long ago. That was why she had waited for mercenaries at the Barkin estate for days. But Lucento had found her. She hadn't realized they were tracking her. Essentially, she had deceived Kettle. She lowered her head. Seeing Kettle's acquiescence, Lucento stepped forward. Aline instinctively stepped back. Come, princess, please follow me. His Majesty is worried. No, Aline refused Lucento's approach. Her face showed instinctive fear and disgust. Lucento smiled and advanced. Kettle raised his hand to block the way. Lucento scowled. What are you doing? First, I have something to hear from her. She trusted me and was about to tell me what she knows. It's a sign of trust. Why set out late at night? Why not follow the path but take a detour? Why avoid people's eyes? Why leave her kingdom? He hadn't heard the answers. Kettle looked at Aline. Aline, you had something to say, didn't you? Startled, Aline raised her head. Are you not leaving? I knew everything from the start. There's no reason to leave. Besides, since we have an audience, why not open up and be honest? Aline's eyes darkened. There was so much she had kept inside, so much it was overflowing. She gritted her teeth. Who are you? What do you mean? I asked. Who are you? I am Lucento Edenhamer, the commander of the Blue-Green Knights, the foremost knight order of our kingdom. You know that well. Lucento responded with confusion. Aline's expression twisted. Don't be ridiculous, I don't know you. Aline pointed at Lucento with a hostile finger. I know Lucento Edenhamer, but I don't know you. Who are you? She started to pour out what she had kept inside. Who are you all? You took over the castle, replaced my friends, my family, my father, my mother, even my little sister is gone. What are you all? The Tower Master, intrigued by her words, subtly wove a small amount of mana through Lucento's body. No one noticed. The result came quickly. He's human, the Tower Master tilted his head, a mysterious path within, a quietly flowing aura. He was undeniably human. Aline shouted with a contorted face, You're planning to consume me next. And take over our kingdom. Don't be ridiculous. I won't let you. I'll get my revenge on you all. Her cries were filled with despair and anger. Lucento sighed in frustration at her outburst. He looked at Kettle. Did you hear? The princess is delusional. What delusional nonsense? If that's the case, princess, can you prove that His Majesty and I have been replaced by something else? Aline fell silent at his words. Lucento spoke again, looking at her sympathetically. We know everything, how you hired a wizard through Aaron, but in the end there was no result, was there? That's. Think about it logically. Everyone in the castle except you has changed. Do you really think that's possible? The castle, where the king and key figures reside, is a hub of power. It was naturally well protected. The idea of it being entirely replaced, as Aline claimed, was impossible. Everyone except yourself has changed. Isn't it more reasonable to consider that you are the one who has changed, that you have fallen ill? That does seem reasonable, Kettle agreed. Despair filled Aline's face at the thought of losing her ally. Then step aside, the princess needs immediate treatment. Lucento moved forward decisively. However, Kettle did not step aside. Lucento frowned. If you don't step aside, I'll have to use force. As he spoke, Lucento accelerated, raising his fist to strike Kettle's chest. In that instant crash, Lucento's body flew backward. The knights waiting nearby were startled. Commander, Gah, Lucento spat blood. The armor on his chest was completely crushed. Kettle waved his fist in satisfaction. Perfect. He had controlled his strength perfectly. Lucento controlled his internal injuries and glared. What are you doing? As her escort, it's my duty to fend off threats. Your words may be logical, but I have no reason to believe you. Nonsense, the princess is sick. It could be the opposite. Lucento was flabbergasted by Kettle's words. You're saying that everyone except the princess has been replaced? That's insane. Do you really think that's possible? Why not? Kettle spoke lightly. Everyone in the castle had been replaced by something identical and no one noticed. Only the princess remained unchanged. It was clearly impossible. In modern times, Kettle would have thought the princess was delusional, but here it was possible. The impossible could indeed happen. Because this was a fantasy world filled with magic and wonder, Lucento frowned. As the escort of a deranged princess, it seems you're just as deranged. It's sad to hear you say that. But I have no reason to trust your words either. Nonsense. Aline confirmed your humanity through magic alone. Can she be 100% sure with just that? That's the rambling of a madman. While I'm not denying that, I also have no reason to believe you. Your words are just as filled with impossibilities. Kettle smiled as he asked, Patrick, is it possible for a foreign knight order to move around so freely? It is not possible, Patrick replied calmly. A knight order of that size is a significant threat. No country would allow a foreign knight order within its borders unless they had a blood alliance. It's a given. Knights are weapons in human form. If a knight order decided to act, they could easily destroy a few territories. No country would let such a sharp blade within its territory. It's a matter of national security. Is the kingdom of Gehentra and the kingdom of Ludian in a blood alliance? To my knowledge, they have no such relationship. Then it's impossible for them to move around so freely. Kettle spoke with a smile. Lucento was silent for a moment before he spoke. We explained our situation while searching for the princess. We were given permission. Then where are your escorts? Do they let over 50 knights wander around without supervision? The smiley remark struck like a sharp dagger. And how did you track us? Despite our careful movements, it shouldn't have been possible to follow just our traces. Silence again. Lucento turned his gaze to Patrick. We had a collaborator. It wasn't me, Patrick shook his head. Kettle laughed. Isn't that too obvious a lie? If Patrick and the kingdom of Gehentra were collaborating with you, this would have been resolved at the Barkin estate. There was no need to come this far. One by one, his points were refuted, logical points just as Lucento had made to the princess. Lucento could not refute them. Aline, you believe there was no pursuit, correct? Why, yes. But they did pursue so. No, you were right, there was no pursuit. No one besides Patrick had triggered Kettle's detection range. What? Aline was baffled. Her look asked how the blue-green knights were here if there was no pursuit. It's simple, they suddenly appeared. The smile never left Kettle's face. He looked like he was enjoying the situation immensely, really suddenly. In the snow fields where one couldn't see an inch ahead, survival required the ability to read everything with closed eyes. Kettle could detect nearly everything within his range. But Lucento and the knights appeared within his detection range without any warning, as if they had materialized. Kettle's smile broadened. How did you come here? Chapter 56. Human, Part 2, silence. This time no answer comes. After a moment, a sigh of frustration is heard. Does it matter? Lucento's face was marked with annoyance. We came all this way for the princess. But you keep picking at us. The princess herself is rejecting you, Kettle shrugged. Are you unwilling to talk? That makes it even harder to trust you. He wondered if teleportation could be used to approach them like that, but it seemed not. Even if Lucento managed to convince him, his attitude wouldn't change. He had already accepted the request. Lucento's face twisted. Do you believe that delusion? Barbarian, how foolish. If a mercenary doesn't believe his employer, who will? Are you saying you'll turn us into enemies for the sake of a worthless contract? If I didn't intend to, I wouldn't have taken the request in the first place. The princess deceived you. Even so, I accepted the request. A request is a contract and a promise. He would escort Aline and Aaron to the kingdom of Denian, no matter what stood in their way. Running away from a contract because the opponent is strong and numerous, how would I be different from a common thief in the alleys? Kettle said quietly. I said I would protect her and escort her to the kingdom of Denian. A man's word must be kept. I will not run away from my promise. With those words, Kettle stood in front of Aline and Aaron. Oh, Aline let out a sound without realizing it. No one had believed her. She had confided in those she deeply trusted, but instead of believing her, they had taken her to a doctor. Although Aaron had followed her, it wasn't because he believed her, but because he too felt the kingdom's changes. She had made up her mind to tell Kettle, but deep down, she also thought he wouldn't believe her. It was natural. It was impossible, it couldn't happen. Even she thought it was a madman's delusion, it would be strange to believe it. But Kettle said he would believe her. Despite being deceived, Kettle's attitude hadn't changed. He said he would protect her against formidable enemies. Like a prince, Aline blankly stared at Kettle's broad back as he protected her. The quietly observing tower master narrowed his eyes. Is it loyalty? Judging by Aline's reaction, it seemed she really didn't know about the pursuit, but that didn't matter. In the end, she had deceived them. The Tower Master could understand if Kettle swung his axe at her. But he said he would protect the princess without hesitation. Is he that type of person? Unexpected. Lucento also seemed to have a similar feeling, muttering as if acknowledging him. It's a pity someone like you is a barbarian. The knights behind him looked at Kettle with astonished faces. Kettle was truly a model knight, and Kettle was thinking to himself, yes. This is it, despite certain defeat, a knight who didn't retreat and sacrificed his life for the glory of his country. A man who blocked an army to let an old man cross a bridge. Someone who persisted in his will despite being at a disadvantage. All of them were praised as heroes, their names recorded in history. Kettle was also one of the boys whose heart raced when reading their stories. Thinking logically, it's foolish. Continuing to fight despite certain defeat, foolish. It would be more rational to survive and dream of revenge, blocking an army for an old man. If he had the time, he could just carry the old man. But what about it? Romance is the epitome of irrationality. Now he was the protagonist of such a story. Look at them. Patrick, Lucento and his knights, the princess and Aaron. They were all admiring him. I've checked off another item on my bucket list. He felt great. He wanted to pump his fist and shout for joy, but that would ruin the atmosphere he had worked hard to create, so he held back. He thought he would celebrate alone later if he got the chance. Then there's no need for further discussion. With Lucento's words, the atmosphere changed. Killing intent began to fill the space. Patrick stepped back. Aline and Aaron as well. Understood. Be careful, they are the green and blue knights, the strongest knights of our kingdom. The three of them retreated. Kettle and the knights quietly faced each other. Lucento spoke. Everyone, draw your swords, xperrif. The sound of metal clashing and sharp blades revealing themselves filled the air. Simultaneously, a mysterious force enveloped them. The Tower Master watched the knights. They can all control mystical powers. Second-rate, and their leader was first-rate. He could materialize mystical power. To the Tower Master, they were no different from ants on the street, but in the eyes of the world, they were a formidable group. Take care of that barbarian first, the princess will come next. Yes, Lucento glared sharply at Kettle. Kill him if you must, take him down. Clang, no sooner had the words left his mouth than the knights charged. They reinforced their bodies with mystic energy and rushed forward like tanks. Kettle smiled and raised his fists. Boom! The armor that collided with his fist crumpled. A knight spewed blood as he flew back. Another knight seized the opportunity to thrust his sword. Hugh! Kettle lightly dodged, tilting his body. He grabbed the sword and pulled, sending the knight flying through the air. Even as you're flung away, you don't let go of your sword. You have the qualifications of a knight, a barbarian talking about knights. This time, two knights thrust their swords simultaneously. Kettle moved his hands lightly. He tapped the sides of their blades. With just that, the swords bounced off. The two knights lost their balance and staggered. Crunch, their armor crumpled and their bodies were sent flying. Strong, the knight's eyes wavered. In an instant, 5 had been neutralized. He was a warrior they couldn't handle. Don't retreat. Don't be afraid, from behind them Lucento shouted. Form a siege formation. Yes, the knights changed their tactics. Instead of targeting Kettle, they surrounded him. In an instant, they encircled him and swung their swords. But they couldn't reach him. Kettle dodged their swords with light movements. Each one isn't as strong as the knights of the Barcan territory. Kettle lifted his foot. A knight who was kicked spewed blood as he flew far away. The formation cracked. Another knight immediately filled the gap. But their teamwork is excellent. Nearly 50 of them perfectly coordinated to surround and attack him. Amazing, Kettle was impressed. He had once considered the idea of coordination. The White Snow Plains were filled with monsters so strong that his tribe couldn't handle them. Facing them as a group rather than individually could take down even stronger monsters. So he had taught his tribe to cooperate, but he had given up. Those damned barbarians refused to rely on each other, even unto death. He had tried using force to make them coordinate, but it only lasted for a while. After seeing a dozen dead bodies with axes buried in their backs, Kettle gave up. To him, this coordination was astonishing. He had never seen such a perfectly controlled group. They were individuals, yet a collective and one. This is a knight order. Kettle was mildly moved, while the knights inwardly screamed. Why can't we hit him? They were attacking with perfect coordination. They were confident that even a superhuman couldn't escape their formation unscathed. But Kettle was dodging their attacks flawlessly. Hundreds of sword strikes were made, yet they hadn't inflicted even a scratch. However, their attacks were just setting the stage. Lucento, watching with narrowed eyes, shouted. Now, hup! The knights simultaneously thrust their swords. It was a collective attack, leaving no space to evade. The knights were confident that this time their swords would pierce the barbarian. Clang. Oh. This kind of collective attack is indeed tricky. It's educational. Kettle murmured. Someone shouted involuntarily. Don't be ridiculous. Dozens of sword blades were caught in Kettle's fingers. One knight, his face pale, muttered. Monster, it's not like your speed is unmanageable. It's sad to hear such things. Faced with this absurd scene, Lucento was momentarily flustered, but his hesitation was brief. He immediately launched himself forward, drawing his sword. An aura enveloped the blade. Now, a first-rate warrior like him had failed to counter Kettle's initial strike. He hadn't expected such a straightforward response, but he had anticipated that Kettle would block this attack. However, blocking without any damage was another matter entirely. Kettle's hands were fully occupied holding the sword blades, leaving his body unprotected. Accelerating his body, Lucento shot forward and thrust his sword towards Kettle's face. Eileen screamed. Kettle opened his mouth. Crunch, everyone present doubted their own eyes. The Tower Master widened his eyes in disbelief. Lucento's sword was caught in Kettle's teeth. What? Lucento involuntarily let out a sound. What is he looking at? Is his aura caught in the Barbarian's teeth? Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a powerful shock overwhelmed him. Boom, an explosion erupted. Knights were sent flying, trees around them snapped and collapsed. Arg, the knights spat blood, their swords shattered and their armor crumpled. Lucento was also not spared, groaning in pain. All those attacks were just setups for your final move. Impressive, a splendid strategy. It's not something just anyone could counter. Kettle was genuinely impressed, but his admiration only deepened Lucento's despair. His trump card, which should have been devastating, only elicited Kettle's praise. Will you continue? Everyone retreat. Lucento gritted his teeth. The knights stumbled to their feet and began to flee. Once the situation was under control, Eileen hurried over. Key Kettle, are you all right? I'm not hurt. Don't worry, that's a relief. I will fulfill my contract, however I want to hear the full story. Yes, Eileen nodded resolutely. I will tell you everything down to the last detail. They moved as far as possible. In the pitch-black night, when they couldn't see an inch ahead, they made camp. Although they wanted to keep moving, walking through the forest at night was akin to suicide. They set up tents and lit a campfire. Sitting around the fire, Aaron spoke. First, I must express my gratitude once again. We deceived you. Although it wasn't intentional, that fact doesn't change. But Kettle had promised to fulfill his contract. Aaron bowed respectfully. I swear when this is all over, I will give you everything I have. Me too, Eileen interjected. When Kettle looked at her, she blushed and averted her gaze. We can discuss the future later. First, we should talk about the present situation. Kettle chewed on a piece of jerky with a keen interest. So what exactly happened? It's as the princess said, our kingdom has been replaced by something else. Aaron gritted his teeth. When we realized this, barely 1 in 10 had not been replaced. The kingdom was already in a state of collapse. So you escaped. If we had stayed, both the princess and I would have been replaced as well. Aaron sighed and continued. Let me start from the beginning. This distortion began about a year ago. Kettle reacted. A year ago, we can't be sure of the exact time, but it likely started then. I see, a year ago. That was when Kettle was on his last quest in the White Snow Plains. Chapter 57, Human, Part 3, Is it a coincidence? The place he was in was a White Snowfield, a mystical realm not belonging to the human world. In contrast, the kingdom Aaron belonged to was a perfect human kingdom. There should have been no connection, but something bothered him. It was like having a stone rolling around in his mouth. Come to think of it, it was the same with Aquez. From a certain moment, the world started to twist and become strange, and this twisting had been going on for about a year. At the time, he didn't pay much attention to it, thinking it was merely a coincidence. But now that the distortion of the Ludian kingdom was also said to have started a year ago, his thoughts changed. That guy did say some strange things. A strange guy he met while progressing through the last quest. He thought it was just the ravings of someone about to perish and ignored it, but was that not the case? Kettle showed signs of being deep in thought and Aaron looked at him. Realizing Aaron's gaze, Kettle shook his head. No, continue talking. It was a meaningless assumption to think about it now. They needed to focus on the present. Aaron began to speak again. I don't know who it started with. Probably, I guess it was one of the servants who went on vacation back then. The replacement began after they returned. The replacements happened really quickly. Within just a year, almost all of the palace was replaced. There wasn't enough time to respond. The princess and I realized something was wrong and tried to figure it out. We secretly called in wizards and mystics from outside. But none of them could identify the problem. Instead, they ended up being replaced as well. Infection, a bit different. It didn't feel like it was spreading widely. It was like each person was being replaced individually. And there's no evidence. Listening to the story, one could easily think, as Lucento said, that the princess and Aaron were suffering from delusions. But this was a fantasy world. Nothing was impossible, Kettle asked. How did you notice it? I can't explain it precisely, but the air is different in places where they gather. Even though they talk and move as usual, the sense of alienation is overwhelming. Is it just a feeling? Aaron opened his mouth as if to defend himself. It's certainly unbelievable, so when the princess told me I didn't believe it either, but then something incomprehensible happened. Aaron was the princess's retainer, managing and supervising the servants in the palace. Among them was a freckled girl with yellow hair named Cassie. Cassie was timid and shy. She often yawned while working because she couldn't sleep after hearing ghost stories told by the other servants at night. Teasing that kid was one of my pleasures, but at some point she stopped reacting to my ghost stories. She listened with curiosity but no longer got scared. At first, I didn't think much of it. She could have simply outgrown her fear of ghost stories, but the real problem came after that. Aaron continued with a trembling face. Cassie's job was to take care of the statues in the palace. The statues were very heavy, larger than a human. She often worried about being crushed to death by them. And one day an accident happened. A statue lost its balance and fell on her while she was cleaning it. Hearing the crashing sound, Aaron rushed over. Cassie was trapped under the broken statue. By some stroke of luck, she wasn't seriously hurt. The statue had fallen in a way that didn't cause her significant harm. But it was an incident that could have easily killed her. She was fussing over breaking the precious statue, asking if she'd be punished. There was no fear or terror from nearly dying, only anxiety about being punished. At that moment, Aaron realized the Cassie in front of him wasn't the Cassie he knew. I see. Kettle stroked his chin. The timid and shy girl no longer feared death. Her actions hadn't changed. She still laughed, chatted, and conversed as usual, but I could no longer see her as Cassie. Aaron tested it several more times afterward. The result shocked him. Most of the people he knew well had changed like Cassie. So you escaped? I felt like I was going to become one of them, Aaron said gloomily. It's certainly unusual, a doppelganger. Doppelgangers operate as individuals, not as a group. They don't move collectively like this. No known monster or species has such characteristics. But it's curious, then why the Denaian kingdom? If they wanted to protect you, they could have chosen another place. Because the king of the Denaian kingdom can declare humanity, Alen said. A declaration of humanity? Interest lit up on Kettle's face. What's that? Long ago, humans lived alongside other races, but there was a man who disliked this. The man wanted to create a kingdom composed solely of humans. He went to an unnamed god and expressed his desire. The god, seeing his wish in a favorable light, granted him a power. The power to separate humans from non-humans. The man gathered like-minded individuals and formed a kingdom. That was the kingdom of Denaian. That myth continues to this day. Those who inherit the bloodline of the Denaian kingdom can perform the declaration of humanity. Is there such a thing? Kettle laughed. It was truly an endlessly fascinating world. You plan to use that power to find definitive evidence. That's a good idea. That's all we know. They had told him everything they knew. Alen closed her eyes. From here on, it was entirely up to Kettle's judgment. What do you plan to do? As I said before, nothing changes. I will escort you to the Denaian kingdom. Kettle, Alen was moved to tears. However, since the nature of the task has changed, the reward must also change. This won't come cheap. Kettle said lightly with a smile. On the other hand, Alen was very serious. Of course, if we succeed in this task. Whatever you wish for, as long as I can do it, I will make it happen, whatever it is. I'll hold you to that. Kettle spoke without much thought. Kettle stood watch by the campfire. Both Aaron and Alen were asleep. Considering the situation, they needed to leave quickly, but they also needed sufficient rest first. Sensing someone behind him, he spoke. Patrick, I've dragged you into something strange. Indeed. It's safer if you come along to the destination. I'm sorry about this. It's all right, I was prepared for this when I left home. Patrick sat across from Kettle. You've gotten yourself into something strange as well, Kettle. Indeed. He had known they were hiding something. He realized she was a princess during their journey, but to think it involved such mystery and otherworldliness. Kettle laughed. What is fantasy? It is the mystery that defies understanding, the exploration of the unknown and the challenge of it. That is fantasy. Seeing a swordmaster, a demon, or aura which he had only known through knowledge was interesting enough, but understanding the unknown was also enjoyable. It felt like catching two rabbits. After watching his expression for a moment, Patrick spoke. Do you believe her words? I'm not certain, but it's possible. The Green-Blue Knight Order are humans. You should know best since you fought them. Lucento wielded aura and so did his knights. Aura is a human power. Non-human beings cannot use it. Even if it were possible, replacing that many knights was impossible. I think so too. Lucento was undoubtedly human to Kettle, but it might not be the case. We can't deny the possibility. After all, I didn't realize how they got here. Patrick didn't deny it. He also didn't know how the knights got here. However, whether her words are true or not, this is not something a mere mercenary can handle. Patrick's eyes darkened. Kettle, you've now made an enemy of a nation, a princess's escape. The knights came to retrieve her, but the mercenary escorting her drove them away. Kettle had become an enemy of the Ludian kingdom. Even if her words are true, it's a problem. They'll try to kill you to keep this secret. Is that so? Did you accept this task just to fulfill the contract? That's part of it. That statement was not a lie, but it wasn't the whole truth either. Kettle smiled. This is such an interesting story, it would be a loss to miss it. Interesting, is it? What more could be necessary, the Tower Master realized. To the being before him, gold, power, beautiful women, and worldly goods held no meaning. For Kettle, only his own interest mattered. If it could be fulfilled, he would gladly take on any loss, but if not, he would reject even the most profitable endeavor without hesitation. This is definitely human. But not with the usual human mindset. That must be a value system formed in the snowy wilderness. Kettle spoke with evident joy, a being that replaces others without anyone noticing. Interesting, very peculiar. It will be fun. The Tower Master couldn't help but let out a small laugh, a barbarian who can catch aura with his teeth talking about this. Aura is the crystallization of mystery. It can easily tear through steel and even cut through magic. In this world, no ordinary material can block aura. Only materials inherently imbued with mystery like mithril or adamantium can barely withstand it. He caught that aura with his teeth, and his teeth didn't get a single scratch. Kettle had once caught the aura manifested by Cain with his bare body and emerged unscathed. However, the Tower Master couldn't believe that Kettle didn't comprehend the mystery behind it. A warrior capable of subduing a swordmaster without using mystery, that was impossible. He assumed Cain hadn't realized it but thought Kettle must be using another method to harness mystery. But it wasn't so. Kettle didn't use any mystery, he withstood manifested aura with his bare body. Cain had brushed it off, being a swordsman who utilized rather than understood the principles. But the Tower Master was a wizard. One who delves into the mysteries of the world, one who seeks to understand and contemplate the principles. Therefore, he couldn't help but marvel, a body that could withstand mystery, that body itself was a mystery. Chapter 58. Human, Part 4, is that a characteristic of the barbarians of the White Snowfield, or is it unique to Kettle? He wanted to study it. He wanted to dissect that body piece by piece and understand its principles. But he can't. He must resist, suppressing his desire. He spoke up. You are truly strong to defeat the knights so effortlessly. Is that so? Kettle replied without much reaction to the Tower Master's words. I've heard that many times, but honestly it doesn't move me much. I just did what I had to do to survive. Survival, you say? Such power, merely for the sake of survival, is the White Snowfield that harsh. He knew it was an extraordinary place, being the largest of the Forbidden Lands, but if someone like Kettle needs to struggle to survive, it's difficult to imagine what kind of beings inhabit it. He wanted to ask, to analyze everything, but he couldn't. For now, he was just a mere citizen admiring Kettle. He forcibly suppressed his desires. The next day, they began their journey to the Denayan kingdom. No longer avoiding the public eye, they walked boldly along the path. Inevitably, the knights blocked their way. Swish, the sound of an arrow piercing the air. Kettle moved his hand and caught an arrow. This time it's guerrilla tactics. I guess they decided they can't stop me by force. Not a wrong decision. Whoosh, dozens of arrows flew simultaneously. Kettle waved his hand lightly. As if swatting away insects, the arrows fell to the ground. Boom. Then three knights jumped out from the nearby forest, aiming their swords at Kettle. He casually raised his fist. But not the right answer either. Crunch, swords shattered and armor crumpled. The knights coughed up blood as they were sent flying. Monster, they gritted their teeth and ran away again. Watching this, Aline couldn't help but admire. You're amazing. Those knights aren't weak by any means, yet you handle them like children. During the battle with the knights, he couldn't fully grasp the situation, but now, in this moment of calm, he understood. Kettle was incredibly strong. He could see why the knights called him a monster. Breaking through the blue-green knights with his bare hands, catching aura with his teeth. Even a layman like Aline could see how extraordinary that was. At least a superhuman level of strength. It was puzzling why someone like him would be a mere mercenary, so he had to ask, why do you let them live? The knights came in shifts, and Kettle defeated them all, but he didn't kill them. He incapacitated them by destroying their armor and weapons, but he didn't take their lives. Considering they were trying to kill Kettle, his restraint was saintly. Aline spoke with a somber expression. If you're sparing them for our sake, there's no need. They're no longer the people we know. There's something else imitating them. These were originally people Aline and Aaron knew. Kettle's consideration of not killing them seemed evident. But Kettle shook his head. It's not particularly for your sake. Oh, is that so? Aline's expression turned sheepish. Kettle murmured, I want to confirm something. What you know about them is that they don't fear death. Is that all? Yes, that's right. When she said it like that, it sounded trivial. I believe you, but that's not enough evidence, so I need to find out more. Kettle hummed as he continued walking forward. The knights kept appearing, taking turns to block our path. After this repeated several times, Aline finally noticed something strange. Their equipment is flawless. Kettle destroyed the armor and weapons of every knight that appeared. He broke them so completely that they couldn't be repaired. The number easily exceeded 50. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he had shattered the armor of all the blue-green knights, yet the knights kept coming. Each time fully armored and armed, did they bring spare equipment? They're using every possible means to capture us. Aline gritted her teeth. Aaron had a grave expression too, but Kettle was smiling as if he found it all fascinating. That's not it. Excuse me, they don't have spare equipment, I can assure you of that. Then how? That's the interesting part. Before long, the knights appeared again. 3 of them surrounded Kettle, brandishing their swords. Kettle raised his fist. They never get tired of coming, do they? Crunch. 2 knights were sent flying. The remaining knight who hadn't been thrown away was caught by Kettle. Let me go. Kettle examined the knight's armor carefully. This armor, I broke it a few hours ago. Excuse me, I remember the scratches on the armor, it's exactly the same. A knight is not a pampered noble living luxuriously in the royal castle. They fight against enemies. Unless they are a knightly order comprised solely of noble progeny, their armor is bound to have many scratches. The blue-green knights are the kingdom's foremost order, summoned to numerous battlefields and dungeons, so they had many marks on their armor. Interesting, Kettle released the knight who hurriedly ran away. Wait a moment, Aline said with a wavering voice. So instead of being resupplied, it means the broken armor and weapons are somehow restored. Can such a thing be done with magic? It is possible, but it requires significant facilities and at least a day to recover. I broke this armor just 5 hours ago, so that's not it. Kettle stroked his chin, intrigued. Something is wrong. That's right, I'm not delusional, those things are definitely off. After that, the knights kept appearing. Kettle continued to repel them and caught one each time. These knights can handle aura right. So could they survive a high fall? It depends on the height, but they can withstand most falls. I see. Kettle smiled and picked up a knight. The knight's face turned pale. Wait, let's see if he comes back. Kettle threw the knight far into the distance. The knight disappeared beyond the forest, a distance that would take at least a day to cover even at full speed. 2 hours later, you bastard. Throwing me like that, you're going to pay for this. The knight reappeared, fully armed and unharmed. Aline and Aaron's faces hardened. Something was off. There was a problem. Is this something even you didn't know? No. All we knew was that the air felt different and that something had changed. We didn't know the specifics. So this is the first time you're learning about this too. You didn't kill them to confirm this, did you? I knew something was strange. I planned to investigate it slowly. You're amazing. Kettle had figured out in a day what those who had been together for a year hadn't noticed. Patrick, watching, was also impressed. His understanding of anomalies is quick. Is this also a characteristic of the White Snowfield? It was an analysis that couldn't be seen in the rigidly minded fools who believed they were smart. Of course, Kettle hadn't figured it out without any basis. The knights, once chased off, kept a certain distance, and when they reached a certain point, they suddenly disappeared. Then they reappeared. The process was so fast it was almost instantaneous, but Kettle had definitely noticed it. They disappeared and then reappeared as if they were being refreshed. No matter how much he broke their armor, destroyed their weapons, or threw them far away, they reappeared in the same state after a refresh. Now only the final confirmation remained. The knights once again blocked their path. Kettle didn't raise his fist. This time he held an axe. Aline, it's fine, she said firmly. You scum, hand over the princess. Crash. The axe shattered the knight's armor. The knights with the axe embedded deep in their chests collapsed. They were dead instantly. They continued forward exactly 5 hours later. Release the princess, damn barbarian. Once again, they appeared before Kettle. That night, with the sun set and no moon in the sky, the darkness was impenetrable. Aline and Aaron sat with pale faces. They were definitely dead. Their chests had been split open and their pupils dilated. It was a death so certain that no doctor needed to confirm it. Yet they reappeared. With perfectly normal faces, they shouted to release the princess as if they had never died. Kettle stirred a pot as he spoke. Aaron mentioned that the girl named Cassie almost got crushed by a statue but felt no fear of death. The reason was simple. Death held no meaning for them. Kettle stroked his chin, intrigued. Is such a mystery possible in this world? Is it impossible to revive the dead with magic or alchemy? It's not impossible, but so it is possible. Kettle smiled. Indeed, in a fantasy world, overcoming death should be achievable. But the conditions are stringent and there are many limitations. They couldn't come back in such a short time perfectly intact. What kind of beings did we live with for a year? Aline bit her lip. She had laughed and chatted with such beings in the royal castle for a year. The thought gave her chills. Kettle spoke. If what you say is true, then they are not human. A delicious aroma wafted through the air. Kettle served the food into bowls. Aline, with a dazed expression, poked at her spoon. Despite it being Kettle's cooking, which she loved so much she couldn't taste it. Then what are they? I don't know. Aline shook her head. In my knowledge, there are no such beings. Coming back from death, that's not life. By this point, the Tower Master had also changed his mind. The princess's words were true. I came to see the Barbarian of the White Snowfield, but this is an unexpected discovery. The regeneration of inorganic materials they wore and the revival of life itself. They disguised themselves as humans, wielded aura, and exhibited human emotions. According to the Tower Master's knowledge, no such race or monster existed. This was something he had never encountered before. After a moment of thought, the princess cautiously spoke. I suspect they are beings from the Forbidden Lands. Chapter 59, Human, Part 5. Kettle reacted to those words. The Forbidden Lands? Yes. A place beyond human cognition. A distorted place. The abominations there can certainly exhibit such anomalies. Aline spoke with a face full of certainty. Kettle pondered. Is this why the quest appeared? The quest window that had appeared suddenly after being dormant since he came outside. Was it related to the Forbidden Lands? But Aaron spoke with a bitter smile. That is impossible, princess. I've told you this before. He spoke as if to gently correct her. The existence of the Forbidden Lands cannot appear in this world. Kettle reacted again. He asked with a curious expression, what do you mean they cannot appear? Is it some kind of divine decree? No, it's not that. The Great Ones thoroughly exclude the beings of the Forbidden Lands as entities of malice. Aaron spoke with a calm face as if stating a simple fact. It's simple. The beings of the Forbidden Lands have never once appeared outside, not since the birth of the Forbidden Lands long ago. Ah, Kettle muttered as if understanding. It's a hypothesis based on experience and history. Those beings are so alien and powerful that there would be no reason for them not to come out if they could. But there has never been a record of the Forbidden Lands' existence appearing. It's a reasonable hypothesis. Moreover, there's evidence that supports this theory. Evidence? An ancient emperor's story. Aha, Kettle nodded, I know. You mean the old emperor who challenged the White Snowfield and was defeated? Yes, barely escaping the snowfield, he spoke of the beings that existed there. A white snake devouring icebergs, a white bear causing earthquakes, a hideous rat polluting the ocean. And he said the most dangerous thing in the White Snowfield was not those monsters, it was humans, gray barbarians with scars on their chests. How they survive is unknown, but there are humans in the White Snowfield. If they could come out, wouldn't they have already come out and influenced the world? The warm continent is far more livable than the freezing snowfield. That's true, Kettle agreed without much comment. Listening to the story, Aline suddenly seemed to remember something and looked at Kettle. Kettle, you have gray hair too, don't you? Come to think of it, a gray-haired barbarian. The scar on the chest couldn't be confirmed, but otherwise he matched the characteristics of the barbarians in the Emperor's legend. Kettle smiled and changed the subject. By the way, hearing the story makes me curious about something. It was a curiosity he had since he came out and heard that there were many forbidden lands. The Emperor conquered the continent, right? Did he conquer other forbidden lands besides the White Snowfield? When Kettle was in the White Snowfield, he thought the Forbidden Lands referred only to the White Snowfield. But after coming outside, he found that there were quite a few Forbidden Lands. Naturally, such a question arose. No, Aaron shook his head. The White Snowfield is one of the oldest Forbidden Lands. Most of the existing Forbidden Lands didn't exist during the Emperor's time. Oh, Kettle's eyes sparkled with interest. Do Forbidden Lands newly occur? Yes, and the reason for that is unknown. If it were known, they would have artificially created Forbidden Lands in enemy nations. No one knows. In fact, there was a kingdom that perished because the Forbidden Lands appeared in their royal capital. Aaron spoke lightly and continued. There were only a few Forbidden Lands during the Emperor's time. It wasn't just the White Snowfield. Forbidden Lands like the deep sea where primates lived and the edge of the world existed, but they were too difficult to approach. On the other hand, the White Snowfield was in the center of the continent, so he probably thought to deal with the nearest one first. That was the backstory, huh? Kettle stroked his chin, intrigued. Anyway, there are many Forbidden Lands, and they've existed for a very long time. But no one, not even the barbarians of the White Snowfield, has ever come out. It's assumed that the beings of the Forbidden Lands are bound by some law that prevents them from coming out. This is the common hypothesis. But Aaron, you know, the world has been strange recently. Aaron couldn't argue against Aline's words. The world was distorting, in a direction entirely different from before. Strange rumors were coming from all sorts of places. Even if only 1/10 of those rumors were true, there was a definite distortion. Are you saying that the distortion mentioned by the princess also affected the Forbidden Lands? It's possible. Then wouldn't the distortion that swallowed the kingdom also be explained? Well, yes, Aaron fell silent. Kettle murmured, are terrible things coming out? That's not good. Tower Master unknowingly looked at Kettle. Kettle's expression was very serious. Whatever he was about to say, he closed his mouth quietly. Then is that the anomaly of the Forbidden Lands? There is a possibility. It cannot be denied. Besides the White Snowfield, there were other Forbidden Lands. Kettle tilted his head. It's something different. What covered their kingdom could be the presence of the Forbidden Lands. The story was sorted out. But that didn't change anything. They had to keep moving forward. The remaining distance was roughly about 3 days' worth. They hastened their steps and the attacks from the knights continued. Return the princess, go find her yourself. Kettle swung his axe. The heads and bodies of the knights separated. Since they would come back to life anyway, there was no need to hesitate further. Passing by the corpses, Aline muttered, I remember that face, killed him 3 times with this. They've always come back unscathed. These damned monsters, they dare to mimic faces I know, devour memories, and swallow our kingdom. Aline's eyes flashed with anger. She ground her teeth. They must have planned to devour our kingdom unnoticed, quietly building power to spread across the continent, but we won't let that happen. The princess of a fallen kingdom spoke with determination. Well, and Kettle smiled strangely. It doesn't seem as simple as that. Yes, they are not human, that much is certain, so what is their purpose? To swallow the Ludian kingdom and gain power, reaching out to the continent. It doesn't seem as straightforward as that. Swoosh. Arrows flew. Kettle casually waved his hand to deflect them. They are trying to stop us, but they are not trying to kill you. Arrows and blades, all were aimed at Kettle. Not once were Aline and Aaron targeted. They really should have killed you if their goal was to swallow the kingdom, but there was no sign of such intention. That could be because they haven't been exposed yet and are feigning ignorance. That possibility exists too, Kettle affirmed. Excuse me for a moment. Kettle grabbed Aline's arm. Aline's face turned red. At that moment the knights rushed out. You, die. They swung their swords at Kettle, and Kettle pulled Aline towards him, shielding her with his body. The knights' swords were aimed at Aline. What the? The knights recoiled and swung their swords. In their movements there was a strong determination not to harm the princess. Die, you cowardly! Thud, the knights fell, splattering blood. You, Aaron, who had been watching silently, shouted, How dare you use the princess as a shield? That part I apologize for, but it was necessary to confirm. They confirmed that they didn't want to kill the princess. Kettle shrugged. If it were a feint, there would be no reason to turn away swords in a situation like just now. They really don't want to kill you. If their goal was to swallow your kingdom, there would have been plenty of opportunities to kill you over the past year. But they didn't. Instead, loose surveillance helped the princess successfully escape. Confusion spread across Aline's face. And that's not the only strange thing. They are attacking us guerrilla style. Even if they all rush in, it doesn't make them a match, so it's more reasonable to wear them down guerrilla style and aim for the last blow. It's a rational approach, but it's only rational for humans. Why would these immortal monsters divide and attack? It would make more sense to rush in all at once, block the path, and resurrect again. But that's not the only strange thing. It's nighttime now. They settled down and took a rest. Kettle spoke while cooking. They don't attack at night. Well, they need rest too. Monsters need rest. If they were human, it would make sense. They were moving at a fast pace. The knights were wearing heavy gear, making it very difficult to catch up. So it was natural for the knights to rest at night too. But these were monsters, something that would resurrect even if killed, mimicking humans. There was no reason for them to follow human logic and morals. They don't behave as monsters, they adhere to rules as if they were humans. Aline and Aaron fell silent. Certainly that was strange. Upon reflection, they could have easily subdued Aline and Aaron and thrown them into prison at any time. Since even the kingdom had changed like them, there was nothing to fear. But they didn't. They didn't even try to stop them from calling for a mage to identify their identity. It seems like returning to such simple thinking isn't the solution. Kettle looked at Aline and asked, Do you know exactly what they want? No. Knowing that they had turned into monsters, she had never spoken to them. Of course not, she wasn't stupid enough to shout out her identity to monsters mimicking humans. In that case, my task is simple, just wait for a moment. With that, Kettle's body disappeared. For a moment, the two were bewildered. Wait a minute, Aaron's face stiffened. One possibility flashed through his mind. Could it be? And his ominous suspicion was correct. Barbarian, what are you doing? Kettle returned, but he wasn't alone. In his hand, he held one of the knights. Kettle, princess? The knight looked surprised as he glanced at Aline. Aline stepped back in shock. You both stayed in the same kingdom and didn't even talk to each other. It's unfortunate to be hostile to each other without knowing what the other wants. What are you doing? Aaron shouted in horror. The tower master chuckled. This guy is crazy, Kettle chuckled. How about having a sincere conversation between humans and monsters for once? Chapter 60, Human, Part 6. What is this madness? Aaron was incredulous. What are you trying to do? I thought I made it clear. Let's have an honest conversation. You want to have a conversation with those things? What's the problem? Haven't you already had plenty of conversations in the royal castle? A little more wouldn't hurt. Kettle shrugged. They're not like diseases that spread. It's not a problem to be close to them. But to have a conversation with those monsters, are you out of your mind? Lord Aaron, what are you saying? The knight exclaimed in shock. Kettle ignored him and continued. Regardless, it's something you need to do. Talk to monsters. You're heading to the kingdom of Denian. You plan to meet their king and request cooperation. Asking them to save you. That's true, meaning the kingdom of Denian is likely to be in conflict with the kingdom of Ludian. Is there a reason why Denian should bear that risk? The kingdom of Denian is friendly with our kingdom. The princess has even met them in her childhood. But she's not the king, she's a princess. Aline is not the ruler of the kingdom. Where is the reason for them to stake their nation based on your words? Aaron fell silent before speaking up again. They're not humans, they're monsters, a threat to humanity, so. Where's the evidence? Aaron's mouth snapped shut. Kettle chuckled. When you meet the king of Denian and tell him they're immune to the fear of death, that they can come back to life, do you think he'll believe it? But, of course, I believe your words. But the king has no reason to believe. So they needed evidence to give trust, but that wasn't all. Above all, you seek revenge. Aline nodded. Her desire was to avenge the unknown entity that swallowed her kingdom. To defeat the enemy, you must first understand the enemy. How can you seek revenge when you know nothing about the enemy? Ah, Aline's eyes wavered. It was a valid point. She knew what kind of beings they were. But what they wanted, why they came to her kingdom, she knew nothing. The tower master chuckled. Did you calculate all this and bring the knight here? What is in the White Snowfield? It wasn't just about being smart. It was about understanding the concepts of trade and value perfectly. Beyond just material things, even trading in information and knowledge. It wasn't something he learned during that short time outside. It was so familiar, as if he had done such actions frequently. Curiosity surged uncontrollably, and Kettle had no objection. Do you know him? Yes, he was the youngest knight of the Blue-Green Order. His name was Farman. Sometimes when she watched him train, if his eyes met hers, he would blush and look away. Aline found that quite adorable, but even he ultimately succumbed to the monsters. It's sad. Knowing that all the people I know have disappeared. Princess, I'm here. What do you mean everyone disappeared? Shut up, Aline said sharply. In her eyes staring at the knight there was enmity. Don't you dare imitate him. I want to kill you, Aline sneered. Oh, you can't die either. It's not even a threat. No, I'm not a monster, Farman shouted. Princess, I remember everything, the hot summer days when you watched our training from under the tree shade. When you asked the commander if you could wield a sword too, when the commander said it was dangerous, you cried and threw a tantrum. Also, the time you secretly went to the kitchen in the middle of the night and ate a whole ham. Shut up, Aline's face flushed red. She gritted her teeth. Don't touch on my memories, you memory-eating monster. No, really, what's going on? The knight had a bewildered expression as if unjustly accused. The tower master stroked his chin. He subtly released mana. Mana flowed through the knight's body, determining whether he was an imposter or not, and the conclusion was reached. The knight in front of them was human, the path of mystical flow through the body, the shape of veins, the structure of bones. All of it was human. Although one could imitate bones and veins, they couldn't imitate the path of mystic flow. No matter how you looked at it, the knight in front of them was human. What on earth is this? While Tower Master pondered, Aline muttered with a frustrated face. Farman, don't worry, your revenge will be fulfilled. No, I am perfectly alive. The knight's expression was one of injustice. Aline glared at him fiercely. Then answer me, how did you get here? I just came. What do you mean, even if you ask how? The knight looked bewildered, not understanding what he was saying. Aline's emotions became even more intense as she looked at his face. The knight in front of her was a monster that had engulfed the entire kingdom. He was her enemy. It was difficult to control her emotions. How did the knights from that distant kingdom track me? There was no tracking. That part has been confirmed. We are the Blue-Green Knights. We protect the royal family. How could we miss the princess's whereabouts? Stop spewing those words. She drew her dagger and pressed it against the knight's throat. Princess? The knight was bewildered. There was no fear of death in his eyes. Aline smirked. Even if I kill you here, you'll come back the same, wearing the same clothes, won't you? Why don't you die like normal people? That's not important. We're not monsters, we're human. You're mistaken, princess. The knight repeated the same words like a parrot. The story didn't make sense. We're human, princess. Please face the reality, Farman said with a pitying expression. Aline's expression became even more fierce. Don't look at me like I'm insane. You're the crazy ones. It's not me. The princess took a breath. Do you know your intentions? You'll swallow my father, my mother, and eventually replace me. You'll turn me into an immortal monster as well. Don't make me laugh. Do you think that will happen to me? The emotions of anger engulfed the knight. He quickly spoke as if seeing an opportunity. And no, that's not true. It won't happen like that. Aline paused. Seizing the opportunity, the knight speaks quickly. Because Princess and Aaron wouldn't want it, it won't happen now or in the future. You don't need to worry about that part. What do you mean? Literally, it's just that. Even though you devoured the entire kingdom, Aaron and I won't be turned into monsters, because you don't want that, it's just as I said. But what nonsense is this? The princess didn't understand the knight's words, but Kettle and Tower Master were different. Their expressions subtly changed. The story continued from there, but no conclusion was reached. The knight still claimed to be human. No conclusion was reached, Aline sighed. Kettle spoke lightly, but don't worry, the existence itself is evidence. If we take him with us, the Denian kingdom will accept him. Yes. Thank you very much, Kettle. We just moved without knowing about that. Aline looked at Kettle. He was truly a great person. He was confronting the kingdom and the monsters for her sake. His figure was like that of a hero. Just looking at him made her heart beat faster. She might not fully understand, but this was a feeling close to love. Feeling embarrassed unexpectedly, Aline bowed deeply. Kettle was looking at his axe. The axe was incredibly clean. It seemed as if it had never been used in battle, but he had used this axe to cut down numerous knights. Kettle remembered the blood on the axe. The meaning was simple. The blood on the axe had disappeared on its own. I have one more question. Yes, Aline looked up at Kettle's words. Do you consider yourself human? Isn't that obvious? Aline's expression asked why he was asking such a thing. If you're worried that I've changed like them, you don't have to. I'm human. I haven't even regenerated my clothes like them, and it was very difficult to come here. Aline waved her hand. Her clothes were in a ragged state from not being properly washed. I am human, don't worry. Is that so? Kettle murmured. They continued forward and finally arrived at the end of the forest. A path became visible. Aline's eyes sparkled. At last. In a few hours they would reach the border. They arrived. Aline put her strength into the trembling bridge, princess, and the knight who was being dragged along by a rope complained. Do you really intend to cross over? You are the first princess of the Ludian kingdom. It's unthinkable for such a princess to cross over to another country. This is. Aline didn't respond. The knight shook his head at her clear attitude of disregard. They moved forward. Normally it was time for the knights to come out and block the path, but no one came out. Aline found it strange. Have they given up? Not necessarily. Kettle stopped. He looked directly ahead where there was nothing. Come out. There was no indication of invisibility magic being detected. What's the point of hiding if you cover your sight? Nature is indicating that something is there. Nature, huh? A voice came from the empty air. It seems you're not just talking about a simple intuition. It seems like you sensed it through the flow of the wind. Soon, along with buzzing phenomena, something hidden began to appear. He complained about a barbarian, so I gave him a good smack, but it seems worth it. Invisibility magic. Kettle looked at the scene with an interested face. It wasn't just hiding appearance. Really, nothing could be felt. It wasn't noticing the presence by feeling the atmosphere. It wasn't sensing any presence. It was magic, and it was done properly. The opponent's attire gave him confidence in his expectations. Suppressing his excitement, Kettle opened his mouth. You seem like a mage. May I ask for your introduction? Nothing's stopping you. He was an old man with long beard. He wore a loose robe and a pointed hat on his head. He held a wooden staff in one hand. I am Adamanth Lagish. I belong to the school of multicolored jewels and am the high sorcerer of the kingdom of Ludian. I've come to explain everything. Chapter 61, Human, Part 7. Explanation. This isn't a battle. Does that mean you've come to talk? For now, yes. Adamanth said this as he looked at Aline. I knew you were a mischievous princess, but this is a bit much. Adamanth. Even you have come to stop me. Adamanth Lagish, the kingdom's chief magician, Ludian kingdom's only superhuman-level strongman. Adamanth shook his head. I didn't come to stop you, I came to explain. It seems the knights were too ignorant to speak sensibly. If explanations don't work, you'll stop me, won't you? That's true, Aline bit her lip. Right, the king of the Denayan kingdom's possible declaration of humanity. That's frightening, isn't it? For you to come, it must be urgent. No, that doesn't matter. Adamanth spoke calmly in response to Aline's words. Aline was momentarily taken aback. What? I know he can make the declaration of humanity, but that's not the important part. I came here because you, the princess, tried to cross into another country without notifying the royal family. Adamanth sighed. You are the noble first princess of the Ludian kingdom. The weight of your blood is never light. If you cross into another country without permission, it becomes a diplomatic issue. He pressed his forehead as if it was troublesome. If you talk to His Majesty and officially move, I won't stop you, but you can't act like this. You need to realize your position a bit more. It made sense, a very ordinary point, that's why it was strange. Adamanth spoke. Princess, what exactly are you dissatisfied with? Dissatisfied? What am I dissatisfied with? Aline's eyes flickered with anger. You all aren't the ones I know, you've all changed. At some point you became something that doesn't know death. Yes, Adamanth nodded. His overly calm demeanor made Aline, who was about to explode in anger, hesitate. I know as well. That we've changed in some way. Really? She glared at the bound knight. The knight flinched. No, it's not true, I don't know anything. Farman's words aren't lies, he really doesn't know. Not just him, but probably everyone in the royal family doesn't know. Adamanth lightly waved his staff. It seems this conversation will get tiresome, so let's put him to sleep. Ah, Farman bowed his head. As Aline watched in momentary puzzlement, her eyes widened as something came to mind. Adamanth, could it be you? If there were such a spell, I'd like to learn it too. Only the master of the magic tower might know, but it's impossible for someone like me. Adamanth tapped the ground with the end of his staff as if to summarize his words. Your and Aaron's suspicions are correct, we've changed. But we haven't turned into the kind of monsters you think, we're still human. What nonsense, how can something that doesn't die be human? That point has merit. This is quite a strange situation, making it difficult to explain. After pondering for a moment, Adamanth spoke. 10 years ago, the princess didn't even reach my waist, but now you've grown so beautifully. It's nothing short of a divine miracle. I don't need flattery. It's not that. Do you know how you grew and developed? Aline frowned. What do you mean? Human growth is highly complex and systematic. A body that starts off small and wrinkled gradually grows over time. It's a miracle so amazing it's called divine. But no one questions or finds it strange. Hair grows day by day, so do nails. The skin loses its elasticity, height increases, but no one questions or finds it strange. As a child, you marked your height on the castle wall every day. You were delighted as you grew taller, but you never questioned or feared that fact. It's the same for us, we just changed that way. What nonsense are you talking about? That's probably what it sounds like. How should I explain this? Adamanth scratched his head as if troubled. Kettle, who had been listening quietly, spoke up. So one day you suddenly became humans who don't know the concept of death and regenerate, like how you grow taller and your nails and hair grow every day. For a barbarian, you sure think quickly. Adamanth looked at Kettle with a slightly surprised expression. To be precise, it's not regeneration. It's more like returning to the original state. But even so, isn't it too big of a change to compare with growing taller? If someone grew a head taller overnight, everyone would find it strange. They do not die, even if they die they regenerate, and they didn't even question this fact. Adamanth gave a wry smile. I'm not denying it. It's strange not to realize it. If I hadn't reached the realm of the superhuman, I would have been like Farman. So you're admitting it, you're not human. No, we are human. Adamanth responded firmly to Aline's words. His so resolute attitude left Aline momentarily speechless. I am aware that we have changed, but at the same time I am certain that I am human. He placed his hand on his chest. I am Adamanth Lagish. The teacher who taught the princess the history of the world and the pride of the royal family. I am myself, I am not some imitation. Adamanth chuckled. To begin with, if someone could perfectly imitate me, wouldn't that be even more surprising? If such an entity existed, they wouldn't bother imitating me, they could just destroy the kingdom. That was undeniable. A monster capable of mimicking even a superhuman-level strongman, that would imply surpassing superhumans. If so, they wouldn't need to converse but would just take over the royal family. So, you all changed suddenly, but you're saying you're still human, you want me to understand that. Even so, believing it was another matter. Adamanth scratched his head. I also find it funny, but that's the situation. From our perspective, it's just that the princess suddenly became strange, that's all. Adamanth was the only one who realized the oddity. The others still didn't recognize the anomaly and believed themselves to be ordinary humans. From the perspective of the people in the royal castle, it wasn't about deceiving her. It genuinely seemed that Aline had developed a delusion. Aline's face contorted. Princess, how about returning now? Adamanth calmly tried to persuade Aline. We are not monsters, we are just a bit unusual, but we are human. We can live normally and carry on our lives as usual. Don't be ridiculous. In the end, you are monsters, humans who cannot die. Do you think such things can exist? I don't want to live among monsters like you. Aline gritted her teeth. Adamanth sighed as if he found it troublesome. Monsters, you say? That's not entirely wrong. Humans usually fear death. You understand well. But princess, do you know this? Adamanth smiled faintly. The moment you realized what we are, you became very stressed and fearful of us. Perhaps because of that stress, you ate a lot, to the point where it became a problem. I asked the chef at the time, and apparently you ate about 7 meals and 13 desserts a day on average. You always loved to eat since you were young. Quite the glutton, Kettle muttered. Aline's face turned bright red. What does that have to do with anything now? The amount you ate would turn any ordinary person into a pig within a month. You ate like that for a whole year. Yet you remained beautiful and kept your perfect figure. Their gazes turned to Aline. Adamanth quietly asked, What do you think about that? What about it? Aline looked puzzled, as if he was asking something obvious. What's the problem? Adamanth let out a faint laugh at her attitude. Instead of answering, he looked at Aaron. Aaron, the same goes for you. As I recall, you were diagnosed with an incurable disease about 2 years ago. A disease that allowed you to live but required frequent checkups, yet you haven't seen a doctor even once in the past year, and you seem perfectly fine. What does that have to do with anything? Aaron was the same. Adamanth looked at Kettle. Do you understand, Barbarian? This is fascinating. Kettle? Aline looked at Kettle in confusion. Kettle was looking at her with a strange expression. Why are you looking at me like that? Aline, after we met and you became afraid of me, you refused to eat my food. You sustained yourself on dried jerky, if I remember correctly. Kettle brought his fingers together, indicating a small size. For 3 days you ate just this one piece. Yes, so I was very hungry. If you eat that little, hunger won't be your only problem, you'll develop other issues. They walked continuously every day except for very brief breaks. Even a well-trained man would struggle with such a relentless march. A piece of jerky, the size of a palm, couldn't possibly provide enough nutrition to sustain someone for 3 days. But you had no problems. Even if she struggled, she never stopped walking. It wasn't something that could be done on sheer willpower alone. What? At first, he didn't think much of it. He figured it was okay since this was a fantasy world. After all, some of his companions had survived for a month eating nothing but ice after being isolated in the wilderness. But listening to Adamanth's story, it seemed that wasn't the case. Eline's eyes filled with confusion. "I am a human." Eline fell silent. Those were the words Farman had been saying all along. "It doesn't make sense for only the two of you to remain unaffected after devouring the entire royal castle." Adamanth smiled bitterly. "You call us monsters, you are the same, only the form is different," the princess tried to protest. "No, I am human, I am not a monster like you. What about me is strange." But every time she tried to say those words, she remembered what she had said to Farman. It was exactly the same. What had she said? She had ignored all of Farman's words while pressing a sword to his neck, insisting that she was human. Only then did she realize her belief held no value or meaning. Ah, a sound like something breaking echoed. She hung her head. Aaron did the same. Seeing that the conversation had come to an end, Adamanth looked at Aline with sympathetic eyes. "Don't worry, you are not a monster. You are human just like me. Return to the castle and calm yourself." As he approached the princess, someone blocked his path. It was Kettle. Adamanth frowned. "I thought you were smart, but in the end you're just a barbarian. It seems you didn't understand the conversation." "I understood, it's like the ship of Theseus." Is that a paradox unknown here?" Kettle began to explain. "Long ago there was a ship of Theseus that led a war to victory. The people of that country treasured the ship. But eventually the wooden ship rotted and decayed, so they replaced the deck, changed the sails, and repainted it. As time passed, every part of the ship was replaced. Could it still be called the ship of Theseus?" Adamanth's eyes showed surprise after hearing the explanation. "Did you come up with that? It's a different approach from the homunculus dilemma. It's a new concept." "Homunculus, huh? Is there something like that?" Kettle laughed. "This world never ceases to amaze me." Kettle realized. The kingdom of Ludian was a massive ship of Theseus. Chapter 62, Human, Part 8. Most of the cells in the human body are replaced within a year. So are you the same person you were a year ago? Can something that has been replaced be considered identical to the original? The ship of Theseus. A paradox about change and identity. These people were exactly like the ship of Theseus. The only difference was that the concept of death had disappeared and they had gained unique abilities, but to them, it was probably a trivial matter like growing taller, growing nails, or growing hair. Adamanth didn't strongly disagree. "It's similar, but it's different. A ship doesn't have a self. I, on the other hand, have a self. I am human." "How can anyone know if your self is truly the same Adamanth as before?" Kettle shrugged his shoulders. "You call yourself human because of the continuity of your memories, but that's not much of evidence. Ultimately, it's just your personal subjectivity. It's the observations of those around you that hold meaning. If something with your memories, your power, your habits were to live as you, replacing the original you, how can you be sure it's you? If your replica suddenly appeared and claimed to be Adamanth, and if the replica truly believed it was Adamanth, would it really be Adamanth? And could you accept it as Adamanth? Are you really a barbarian?" Adamanth's face showed bewilderment. The master was equally taken aback. "What is this?" It wasn't just about being intelligent. Kettle was approaching the essence and perspective of things. This was a philosophical approach, a philosophical barbarian. There couldn't be a more mismatched pair of words. Adamanth looked at Kettle as if he were seeing something bizarre. "A barbarian being philosophical? This is surprising. I think you're more peculiar than I am. I just have a lot of knowledge." Kettle shook his head. The ship of Theseus, it was a famous paradox. Most people interested in such things knew about it. In the modern world, you can find all the information you want just sitting down. With a bit of curiosity and effort, you can look into all the knowledge accumulated by great prophets. But this was a fantasy world. Exchanging information wasn't easy. Without receiving a considerable amount of higher education, philosophical knowledge had to be built up on one's own. That's why the Tower Master and Adamanth were surprised by Kettle's words. Such an answer meant he had pondered over it before, but Kettle was also surprised. Adamanth said he realized on his own that he had been replaced. Not with someone's help, but purely through his own senses. Is this what it means to be superhuman? Adamanth couldn't immediately rebut. He was a human and Adamanth now, but was he really the previous Adamanth? Even he couldn't be sure. As the barbarian said, if one day he disappeared and a perfect replica of him believed itself to be Adamanth, it would indeed become Adamanth. However, Adamanth squinted his eyes. "In that case, the story becomes simpler. The princess you're trying to protect is in the same state as I am. That's true, then it's right for those who might have been replaced to stick together. It would be reassuring for you as well. I don't particularly care. What? Adamanth was taken aback by Kettle's words. As you said, we are something replaced without even knowing it. We're no different from doppelgangers. What's the problem with that? Kettle tilted his head. Adamanth was momentarily at a loss for words. All races in the world exterminated doppelgangers on sight. The reason was simple. The thought of something hiding among them, pretending to be one of them, was extremely repulsive. Everyone had a visceral hatred and loathing for creatures that mimicked their form. According to Kettle, they were like doppelgangers. As humans, they should naturally feel contempt and hostility, but the barbarian did not hate them, he just saw them as ordinary beings. You seem less human than I am. I am human, Kettle said calmly. Adamanth didn't particularly listen to him. Then why are you stopping me? I already told you, I don't really care what you are, I'm stopping you to protect my employer. He was a mercenary, what mattered were his employer's wishes. Kettle looked back at Aline, who shuddered under his gaze. Aline, what do you think? But I'm just a monster imitating Aline. To me, you are Aline. What? I never knew the previous Aline. The only Aline I know is the one who came to the Barcan territory as a monster. Oh, Aline's eyes widened. It was obvious. Kettle didn't know the Aline from before. The one he knew was the Aline who had turned into a monster. The one I made a contract to protect is you, not the previous existence. It's not really a significant issue to me. Kettle spoke lightly. If you want to leave, I won't stop you. If you don't want to, I'll protect you. I'm your escort. Aline lowered her head again, slowly murmuring, I don't want to go back. Then that's settled. Kettle grinned and raised his axe. Patrick, please. Yes. The Tower Master led Aline and Aaron back. Adamanth sighed. So this is how it ends. He raised his staff and pointed it at Kettle. You seem to be enjoying this, Barbarian. I'm quite enjoying it, a real-life ship of Theseus. What thoughts do they have? How do they act? Seeing in practice what could only be theorized was undeniably fascinating. Since this is a fantasy, I thought I could understand it through the soul, but that doesn't seem to be the case. Adamanth gave a bitter laugh. No matter how I look at it, your way of thinking isn't human. You seem more monstrous than either the princess or me. I am human. Nonsense. For the sake of the world, I think I need to take you down. Perfect timing. If the princess crosses to another country, it will cause a serious diplomatic issue. Murderous intent flickered in Adamanth's eyes. So I will kill you. That sounds good. Kettle grinned widely, a wizard. A being dealing with the quintessential mysteries of fantasy. Fighting such an existence was thrilling. Carthos, or whatever his name was also a wizard, but he had just talked and then vanished, leaving no real impression. Fighting a proper wizard made Kettle's heart feel like it would explode with anticipation. Adamanth raised his staff. Just as he began to cast a spell, Kettle charged forward. The first rule in dealing with a wizard, as described in any book or game, kill them before they cast their spell. Kettle followed this cliché diligently, his axe swinging towards Adamanth's neck in an instant. But the axe sliced through empty air. Kettle's eyes widened. He had missed. Despite his considerable speed, Adamanth had reacted. He reappeared behind a tree. He reacted to that speed. Even a sword master couldn't react to that. Kettle was astonished, but Adamanth was even more so. What did you do? From a distance, the Tower Master muttered. Reactive magic. There was no way a slow wizard could respond to that speed. Reactive magic. A kind of setup where the wizard's spell automatically activated when a certain condition was met. Any wizard who reached a certain level could handle it. It served as a lifeline for the otherwise fragile wizards. It seems he set it up to trigger a random teleport when approached at a certain speed. Since it activated automatically, it wasn't heavily reliant on the wizard's abilities, but Kettle didn't know that. To him, it looked like Adamanth had cast a spell in response to his attack. Kettle tilted his head and raised his axe again. Adamanth hurriedly raised his staff, but it was too late. The axe was already close to him. At that moment, a spell activated. Zzrrrang, a shield of ice protected Adamanth, but it was meaningless. The staff, the shield, and Adamanth were all cut down together. Adamanth's head fell to the ground. You reacted again. Though the defense had failed, it was clear that Adamanth had cast a spell in response to Kettle's attack. Kettle was convinced. This wizard was indeed reacting to his attacks. Normally, that would be the end of it. A being with its head separated from its body wouldn't be able to move anymore, but something strange happened. Adamanth vanished. Not only him, but also the clothes he wore and the staff that had been cut off disappeared as well. Then he reappeared looking just as he did initially. So it's like this. Kettle observed with a fascinated look. It was more like returning to the original state than regeneration, just as Adamanth had described. Damn it, Adamanth cursed upon returning. He couldn't see it. The reactive magic he had set up for defense was useless. Kettle raised his axe and Adamanth clicked his tongue. He couldn't respond. There were no more reactive spells left. Thus he decided to attack. Kettle moved and Adamanth's head flew off, but soon he returned to his original form again. Adamanth cast a spell. Zzraz, arrows of ice materialized, flying swiftly toward Kettle. He easily dodged them, zzrang. The arrows pierced through a tree and shattered a rock. Part of the forest was destroyed. Kettle whistled. Impressive. Boom, this time the air burst. Fire exploded and blades of wind rushed forward. Kettle bared his teeth and swung his axe. Boom, the pressure from his axe blew away Adamanth's spells, though shocked, Adamanth didn't stop. Arg, Adamanth placed his hand on a nearby tree. The tree shook and leaves fell. The falling leaves sharpened into blades and shot toward Kettle. Hundreds of leaves tried to pierce him. Kettle leaped into the air. The leaves destroyed the tree, rocks, and the ground. The lush forest quickly turned into a wasteland. Adamanth swung his staff violently. The resulting wind condensed and took on a massive form. A wind bomb flew toward Kettle. He easily dodged it. The bomb exploded right next to him. Fragments of wind battered Kettle's entire body. He laughed. Nature itself was being wielded by Adamanth. Unlike a spirit that harmonizes and becomes one with nature, Adamanth controlled it and bent it to his will. This was magic, the quintessential mystery of fantasy. The power to shake the laws of the world. Kettle was moved. Meanwhile, the Tower Master thought, is he actually impressed by the fact that his opponent revives even after being killed? Chapter 63, Human, Part 9. Kettle definitely looked moved. He was undoubtedly touched by the fact that the opponent, despite being killed, resurrected, which was clearly an extraordinary trait. He had no idea that Kettle was impressed by the magic itself. Although mages were certainly rare, they were nothing compared to someone who resurrected after death. The idea that someone as powerful as Kettle would be impressed by mere magic seemed absurd. He might look a bit different, but a barbarian is still a barbarian. Boom, the battle continued. Adamanth spat out a curse. What a monster! That barbarian wasn't using any mystical powers. He was simply dismantling Adamanth's magic with pure physical strength. I thought catching aura with one's teeth was just a stupid knight's myth. It wasn't a myth. That barbarian's body withstood the mystic forces. Crack. What kind of axe is that hard? It remained unscathed despite clashing with all sorts of magic. Adamanth couldn't help but be astonished, and Kettle was also taken aback. He's stronger than a swordmaster. Adamanth considered himself at the lower end of the superhuman spectrum, implying he wasn't very strong. But by Kettle's standards, a mage was far superior to a swordmaster. Swordmaster Kane couldn't properly counter his attacks, but Adamanth could not only respond to his attacks but also activate magic in retaliation. This meant that even in terms of pure reaction speed, a mage surpassed a swordmaster. And then, boom, the ground exploded. Earth and debris scattered everywhere, creating a small crater in the forest. Such a powerful attack would obliterate an ordinary person without a trace. Adamanth was casting such devastating magic continuously. Being able to unleash such power repeatedly was undoubtedly a huge advantage. A mage is stronger than a swordsman, and clearly so. Indeed, in a game there would be a need to balance between sword and magic, but this was reality. There was no necessity for balance between the two here. Mages are versatile. In reaction speed and destructive range, mages held the upper hand. So this is what real fantasy is like. This was the balance of fantasy. Kettle stored that information in his mind. The Tower Master, who overheard his muttering, chuckled. That's not entirely true. Mages were indeed powerful. But that power was contingent on having enough mana to support it. Adamanth belonged to the multicolored Jewel School. This school manipulated the surrounding nature, which didn't consume much mana. However, even with such a school, casting spells so frequently should have exhausted his mana long ago. Reactive magic was also the same. The more complex the setup, the greater the mana consumption. For someone at a superhuman level, once or twice was the norm. Knights and mages were considered to be on similar levels. It was a matter of strategy, not that one was definitively superior. Adamanth was just an exception compared to typical mages. What kind of anomalies can do such things? It wasn't that there was no mana consumption, rather the expended mana seemed to replenish itself. He could continue the magical barrage indefinitely. Considering most mages struggled with mana depletion, it was a remarkable ability, but that was the limit. Only the mana depletion had disappeared, there were no other differences. This level of magic won't be enough. Boom, ice shards scattered, the fragments fiercely battering Kettle's entire body. Kettle laughed. Impressive, don't make me laugh. Adamanth suppressed the urge to shout. No matter how much he cast spells and inflicted hits, the barbarian's body didn't bear a single scratch. He was purely withstanding the magic with his physical body alone. If it weren't for the ability he gained as an anomaly, he would have been defeated long ago. What kind of monstrous barbarian is this? This level of magic wouldn't suffice. The spells he was casting were mere implementation magic. While their power was decent, they weren't enough to harm the barbarian. He needed a higher-level spell that required an incantation, but he didn't have the leisure to perform an incantation. Amidst the barrage of magic, Kettle was gradually getting accustomed to it. He needed to buy time. But how? What could he do to buy time against a monster unaffected by magic? His body hesitated due to his conflicted thoughts. The frequency of the magic barrage decreased slightly. Is it reaching its limit? Kettle murmured, raising his axe. Adamanth hastily gathered mana. Teleport? No, it was meaningless to evade since he would just return upon death. His chaotic mind activated a spell. Whizzing, the spell was cast and Kettle, about to swing his axe, paused. What? 7 Adamanths appeared in the forest. What is this? Kettle expanded his senses and could tell immediately. All 7 of them were real. There was not a single discrepancy in their presence or physical weight. Is this also the power of an anomaly? Kettle stopped moving, and Adamanth became even more bewildered. What? What is this? The spell he had cast was Mirror Image. It gathered mana and nature to create clones identical to the original. However, the clones did not possess mystical powers. With the use of mystical abilities, one could easily distinguish the original from the clones. Wait. Thinking this far, Adamanth suddenly realized something. This barbarian couldn't use mystical powers. Despite being monstrously strong, his strength was purely physical, if that's the case. Adamanth created more clones. As one Adamanth became 2, soon there were 50 Adamanths. The number of clones could be increased as long as there was enough mana. Oh, Kettle's eyes glinted with interest. The clones simultaneously raised their hands, preparing to attack. Kettle leapt forward. 3 of the clones' heads flew off simultaneously, but they reappeared again. Over 50, then 60, 70 Adamanths stared at Kettle. Kettle muttered to himself, "This is like a horror movie." Seeing this, Adamanth became convinced. This barbarian couldn't distinguish the original from the clones using mystical powers. If that's the case, magic activated, ice spears shot out, the ground turned into a swamp, trapping Kettle's feet. Adamanth quickly began chanting, "Look. Wine that trembles without a will. Listen, foolish water that cannot move on its own, fire that cannot be born by its own power." HMPH, Kettle kicked his feet, mud splattered, covering the Adamanths. He grabbed his axe and charged. 5 of the clones' heads flew off, but just as many clones were created again. The chant continued uninterrupted. All the clones repeated the same words. "Foolish and dull, you are called nature." Mana concentrated. The world began to tremble. Even Kettle, who couldn't perceive the mystical, could feel the powerful concentration of energy. Mystical energy itself was being dominated by Adamanth. At some point, Kettle stopped dealing with the clones. He quietly watched the unfolding magic. "I become your master and wield that power." The chant finally ended. Adamanth swung his staff. Limited nature dominion. Magic activated. At first, nothing happened. For a moment, it seemed as though the magic had failed, but that moment was brief. The world began to change. The gently swaying breeze gathered in one place. The gathered breeze rotated and accelerated. The breeze turned into a small storm. The slight tremor of the ground caused a ripple. The ripple amplified itself, creating a massive impact. The tremor turned into an earthquake. Dew gathered at the tip of a leaf turned into a giant tidal wave. A storm, an earthquake, and a tidal wave simultaneously swept through the small forest. Trees shattered, the ground broke apart. The fierce wind made it difficult to see as the tidal wave blurred the view. Small forces existing everywhere combined with mystical power, transforming into a single phenomenon. A force that could only be wielded by a mage who had reached the superhuman level and could dominate mystical energy. The dominion magic of the multicolored orb school. Limited nature dominion. Ha 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 ha! Adamanth burst into maniacal laughter. Nature itself was in his grasp. The sense of euphoria and omnipotence overwhelmed his entire being. "I acknowledge it, barbarian, you were strong. But in the end, you are merely an ignorant being who cannot comprehend the mystical. One who cannot comprehend the mystical cannot defeat one who can." This was a fundamental truth. Adamanth twisted his mouth into a sneer. "Fall and perish before this great power." Kettle did not respond. He just stared entranced at the phenomena unfolding before him. Natural disasters, these were forces beyond human control. They couldn't be stopped, controlled, or created. The term act of God exists for a reason. Even in modern times, we can only predict and prepare for such events, not act beyond that. These natural disasters were now artificially created and targeting him. A force that usually occurred and disappeared by itself was now moving according to an individual's will. This is magic. He had seen a fair share of mystical phenomena since coming to this world, but none had struck his heart as profoundly as this moment. He felt as if he could cry from the overwhelming emotion. Amazing! Adamanth had demonstrated truly magnificent magic, so much so that Kettle, without realizing it, tensed his muscles a bit more. Kettle gathered his strength. Slowly, he lifted one foot. The Tower Master's expression changed. The rising foot. There was no perceivable force behind it. Compared to the magic before him, it was an infinitely humble and insignificant action that even a 3-year-old child could do. But it was dangerous. The Tower Master's instincts warned him. He reflexively erected a magical barrier. Kettle brought down his raised foot, true step. His foot touched the trembling earth. In that instant, the ground shattered. The earth split in half around Kettle. Just as a gentle ripple on a lake is swallowed by a larger wave, the tremor was swallowed and obliterated by an immense force. The earthquake was crushed by a single step from a human. Kettle put even more strength into his foot and surged forward. Charge, the small, fierce storm collided with his body and exploded. The force of the wind dispersed in all directions. The leaves of the forest burst and scattered. He clenched his fist and put strength into it. Fist strike. The rising tidal wave collided with his fist and shattered. The massive concentration of water, capable of sweeping the land and engulfing everything, scattered into droplets. Adamanth's eyes widened. The grand phenomenon he had created was completely destroyed by the movements of one human. What was this? Adamanth tried to comprehend the situation, but there was no time. Kettle repositioned himself and charged again. Kettle's shoulder collided with Adamanth's body. Chapter 64, The Kingdom of Denian, Part 1. The storm, earthquake, and tsunami that had ravaged the land were now perfectly calmed. All that remained were the aftermath of the destruction. The Tower Master dispelled the magic barrier and chuckled. There is a difference in realms depending on how much one has comprehended the mysteries. Naturally, this applies to magic as well. There were spells that only those who had reached a certain level could wield. What Adamanth used was limited natural domination. It was a spell from the school of multicolored jewels of domination magic, permitted only to superhuman-level mages. It was a powerful spell. By controlling mysteries and merging with nature, it could bring about a single phenomenon. In terms of pure destructive power, it ranked highly among domination spells. The method to break it was singular. Destroy the core of the mystery at the center of the phenomenon. If the core was destroyed, the phenomenon would naturally disappear without its center. As powerful as it was, it had a clear drawback. But Kettle did not target the weakness. He simply overpowered the phenomenon with pure strength. A monster of strength. Kettle looked satisfied. Not bad. Adamanth was gone. His body had collided with Kettle's shoulder and shattered into pieces, leaving no trace behind. However, Adamanth reappeared once more. You insane barbarian, how dare you dispel my magic? Adamanth's face was filled with fury. He had been enveloped in the omnipotence of dominating nature itself, but this barbarian in front of him forcibly extinguished it. He raised his staff furiously. Crunch. In that moment, Kettle's bloody hand pierced Adamanth's chest. If that's the best magic you can show, there's no need to continue. You. Scoundrel. Adamanth resumed his original form, holding his staff. Kettle decapitated him, but before the severed head even hit the ground, Adamanth had already regained his form. The problem is this after all. Adamanth did not die. If he decided to hold his ground, it became extremely troublesome. Kettle considered knocking him out, but knowing that mages had responses to nearly everything, he figured there would be a countermeasure for that too. Kettle pondered. The ship of Theseus replaces its deck, sails, and other components with new ones. Wood, cloth, and leather are swapped out. So what has Adamanth replaced? Not just his human form, but even his attire. Kettle glanced at his hand. The blood on it had disappeared. Various pieces of information flashed through his mind. Then a possibility emerged. Kettle stamped his foot. Adamanth did not dodge. Since he would revive anyway, there was no reason to avoid it. But this time was different. When Kettle reappeared, he held a piece of black cloth. It was the collar of the robe Adamanth had been wearing. Kettle had torn off a piece of the robe by lunging at it. He carefully folded the torn robe piece and placed it in his hand. Adamanth, taken aback by this relaxed demeanor, watched in confusion. Kettle, having fully folded the robe piece, clenched it in his fist. In an instant, a wave spread out. Just as clapping creates sound and a ripple effect, the act of clenching his fist sent a wave through the air. The air compressed momentarily. A short while later, Kettle opened his fist. Kettle's eyes gleamed with interest. Tiny rainbow-colored particles were in his hand. The piece of the robe had been compressed into these rainbow-hued granules. It wasn't particularly extraordinary to compress the robe into powder with his strength, and the rainbow colors were strange, but ultimately it was just a piece of cloth. However, Adamanth's expression had changed. You scoundrel. His face was exceedingly odd. It seemed to express anger, fear, and bewilderment all at once, like multiple faces overlapping. Emotions radiated through his entire body. That's your essence. Or rather, your collective essence. Kettle smiled and pierced Adamanth's chest again. The body regenerated, but this time there was a difference. The collar of the robe that had been torn off did not return. From here on, you'll have to stake your life as well. Will you continue? Adamanth gritted his teeth. After a moment of contemplation, he made a decision. I will withdraw. What? Eline's eyes widened. Withdraw all of a sudden. That immortal monster, but Adamanth was already waving his staff, preparing a spell for spatial leap. He gave one last look at Eline. Stubborn princess, do as you wish, there will be no more obstacles. Go and do whatever you desire. The spell was completed. Adamant spoke as if foretelling the future, but in the end you will return, your only comrades are us. With those words, Adamanth vanished. A quiet stillness lingered. As Adamanth dictated, there were no more obstacles. They moved forward and Aline and Aaron remained silent. Before long they reached a point where the border was visible in the distance. Then Patrick spoke up. I guess this is as far as I go. It's another country after all. Entering it feels a bit off. Oh, is that so? Sorry to hear that. Looking back, Kettle had practically dragged him along. Patrick shook his head. No, I was prepared for this from the start. Just traveling together was plenty enjoyable. We went through all sorts of things. That's good to hear. Are you planning to return to your territory now? I suppose so. Take this food with you. It should be enough. Thank you. Patrick packed the food and began to leave. Kettle saw him off. Hope to see you again. It's likely not too long from now. Patrick spoke in a peculiar tone. After Patrick departed, they continued their journey. HEL scans, join our Discord for release updates. https://discord.com/invite/dbdmdhzwatwo. The border that was once a distant sight drew nearer. Finally, they arrived right in front of it. The soldiers guarding the border pointed their spears with tense faces. Hey, Barbarian, this is the border of the Denayan Kingdom. Step back. I'm a mercenary. I can provide identification. Nonsense, get lost. If you don't back off, we'll attack. Is that so? Kettle scratched his cheek. No country would welcome a stranger crossing the border without proper identification. If he were alone, he would have to go through numerous procedures as he did in the Barcan territory. But this time he wasn't alone. Kettle stepped aside. Aline, it's your turn. Yes, Aline slowly stepped forward. The sudden appearance of a young woman startled the soldiers, causing them to back away. Who are you? I am the first princess of the Ludian kingdom, Aline Mavlixai. The soldier's eyes widened as she spoke gloomily. I have come to see King Barbossa Denayan of the Denayan kingdom. The soldiers did not believe Aline's words. It was natural. No one would think a princess would show up without a single escort knight, wearing a robe covered in dirt and dust, accompanied by someone like Kettle. But she had proof. A necklace bearing the emblem allowed only to the royal family of Ludian. Among the border officials who came to verify, there were some who recognized Aline's face. After several procedures and confirmations, it was established that she was indeed Princess Aline Mavlixai of the Ludian kingdom. Considering the hardships they had endured, it was remarkably quick. Before long, they were escorted to the royal palace of the Denayan kingdom. Not bad, Kettle muttered as he lay on a bed in the guest room. In the past, when he was on Earth, he had visited a famous museum. There he saw a bed once used by the French royalty from long ago. He had wanted to lie on it, but of course he couldn't get near it, so he had to swallow his tears. The bed he was lying on now was very similar to the one he had seen in the museum. He was now in the royal palace. Made it big. He was staying in the same building as the king of a nation. He was quite satisfied. Kettle rolled around on the bed. It was incredibly soft and plush, like lying on a cloud. It was far superior even compared to modern beds. He reached out and popped a grape from the side table into his mouth. It was sweet. Though not as sweet as the highly cultivated modern fruits, it was still sufficiently sweet and juicy. And the quest is completed. Quest 785 completed. Reward will be given soon. What would the reward be this time? He had always wondered since the White Snowfield. There had never been a specific tangible reward given. The only thing he could surmise was that after clearing a quest, situations or events tended to unfold in a way that benefited him. Whatever it was, it had never been bad for him. Perhaps this situation itself was the reward. Kettle buried his head in the bed. As he was enjoying the room, someone knocked on the door. A moment later, the door opened and a woman entered. Are you comfortable? Absolutely. Want to sit down? Aline nodded cautiously. Kettle sat on a chair in front of the table and Aline took a seat opposite him. Kettle, observing her for a moment, exclaimed in admiration. You look quite different. Aline had discarded her filthy robe and was now wearing a clean dress. The dirt had been washed off her face and her hair had been tidied. She was truly beautiful. Even compared to an elven queen, she wasn't lacking. A blush spread across her face. Thank you. I should be the one thanking you. Thanks to you, I'm able to enjoy this luxury. Kettle smiled broadly. Ordinarily, Kettle would never have been allowed into the royal palace. It was only natural. There wasn't a vassal foolish enough to bring a barbarian into the same place where their king resided. Even though Kettle had a C-rank mercenary badge, vassals always had to consider the worst-case scenario. But due to Aline's strong insistence, Kettle was also granted entry into the palace. Although he was under surveillance, it wasn't a major issue. No, it was my insistence. I'm grateful you accepted. Aline shook her head. From her perspective, Kettle was nothing short of a savior. He had turned the entire Ludian kingdom into an enemy for her sake, all for a single gold coin, like a prince on a white horse. Aline's face grew dazed at the thought, But the feelings that arose quickly faded. She lowered her head sadly. Kettle asked, "What's the situation?" "It's been decided that I will meet with Lord Barbossa tomorrow. Everything will be resolved then. It might not end there." "That could be true." Aline looked at Kettle. "Mr. Kettle, you know about the devastation of our kingdom, don't you?" "I have some ideas." "Could you tell me, what has our kingdom and what have I become?" Kettle nodded. Chapter 65, The Kingdom of Denian, Part 2. "Let me show you first." Kettle opened a subspace and took out iridescent particles to show. Aline tilted her head. "What is this?" "It's the true nature of what has replaced you." "What?" Aline's eyes widened. She quickly focused her gaze on the iridescent particles. "I've never seen anything like this." I forcibly compressed and clustered them. Originally, they would be much smaller. Probably too small to see with the naked eye. Small enough to replace cells. Kettle knew of something similar. The entity behind the strange happenings in the kingdom of Ludian was extremely small. I wonder if she can understand. Substances too small to be seen with the naked eye. In a time without microscopes, it was not a familiar concept. History recorded many attempts to understand diseases spread by bacteria, which people did not comprehend at the time. Kettle was slightly worried about whether Aline could understand, but surprisingly she nodded as if she did. "I understand." "Oh, you're quick to grasp it." Mana and aura are also invisible, but when they gather, they can be seen with the naked eye. I think of it in those terms. "Ah, I see." Kettle realized something. There was a sense of mysticism here. Even though mana and aura were invisible, their effects could be clearly seen. The world had accepted such concepts due to the existence of these tangible powers. This is fantasy. It was a small but distinct difference. Kettle was slightly moved. After a moment of thought, Aline's face twisted. "Wait a moment. Then I consider your entire existence replaced by these tiny things. From head to toe, from heart to brain, from bones to blood, every single part was replaced by something invisible." Aline shuddered. She hugged herself with her arms, her hands clenched, and her nails began to dig into her skin. "Calm down," Kettle soothed her. Aline took deep breaths. Soon her breathing stabilized. "Sorry, I understand. It's not a pleasant thought. Then those iridescent particles, aren't they dangerous?" "It's okay, they're probably in a dormant state now." Kettle ripped off a piece of his adamanthe robe and compressed it in his fist, creating a vacuum. The strong force left no room for air to escape. The iridescent particles, invisible to the naked eye, had turned into this visible form, indicating they were already damaged. The disappearance of death. There's no concept of lifespan. I don't know how they get energy, but they wouldn't die naturally. That's probably why those replaced by them lost the concept of death. Aline looked confused. Kettle explained slowly. "Let's call them nanobots for simplicity. Each nanobot is an independent entity. Instead of a single, organic life form, countless independent nanobots gather to form a human shape. So cutting off a head or removing a heart wouldn't result in death. Like waves spreading across a lake when cut, the water remains undamaged. Air is the same, there is no concept of death. Therefore, there is no need to understand or remember death. That's why people lost the concept of death. Immortality. You could call it that, since they are independent entities. Even if you break, smash, or cut them, they would just return to their original form." He had cut down many knights. Their flesh and blood had covered his axe. But after the battle, the axe was clean as if unused. The nanobots had returned to their original form to maintain their appearance. They're so small that a simple axe cut wouldn't destroy them. "Wait a moment, there's something strange." Aline suddenly thought of something and touched her hair. "My hair was growing. I remember Farman being happy about getting taller. If we were truly replaced, such growth wouldn't happen, would it? Those things don't destroy the original properties when they replace. They mimic. They probably retain human characteristics. Despite being replaced by nanobots, they grew taller and their hair and nails grew. That's why they believe they are human. Although they possess many inhuman traits, they can probably replace each other too." Replace each other. When Adamanthe appeared, the knights disappeared. If Adamanthe faced Kettle while the knights targeted the princess and Aaron, it would have been easier. But they didn't appear. They probably swapped places with Adamanthe. That's why Adamanthe was able to appear later. But Adamanthe is just one and there are many knights. Why wouldn't they all show up? Adamanthe is said to be a superhuman-level mage. The amount of mystery it holds must be considerable. Replacing even one knight wouldn't be enough if you consider that mystery needs to be replaced too. For Adamanthe to come here, it would require the amount of nanobots equivalent to several knights. That amount was likely the entire group of knights, excluding Farman, and they must know each other's positions. That's how they tracked you perfectly. Aline bit her lip. "I guess I am one of them, depending on how you see it, but probably something similar. But I'm afraid of death. According to you, if I'm replaced by nanobots, I shouldn't understand death, right?" "That's correct." It was indeed strange. A faint hope crossed Aline's face, but Kettle spoke up. "From here on, it's speculation on my part. They mimic humans. Although they replace you, they retain your values, personality, and thoughts. You and Aaron were probably replaced relatively late. How do you know that? Because you both realized what was happening and feared becoming like them. They feared becoming monsters that did not fear death. They wished not to become like them. Farman said it himself. He thought you wouldn't become like that because you didn't want it. Aline's face hardened. Then, the reason you're afraid of death is that you feared losing that understanding even more. So Aline continued to fear death even after being replaced. Aline's eyes wavered. I heard you like eating. You were probably very afraid of gaining weight from overeating. Aaron was likely afraid of his body deteriorating from an incurable disease. So Aline did not gain weight no matter how much she ate. Aaron's body no longer suffered from his disease. Wait a moment, Aline's face contorted with despair. They let her continue to fear death because she feared losing that understanding. They fixed her weight based on her fear of changes from eating. They cured incurable diseases. Wasn't this an all-powerful tool that granted human desires, the philosopher's stone? The word flashed through Aline's mind. Nanobots act according to the thoughts, values, and desires of the replaced being. That's why they believe they are human. Because they were replaced by humans, they acted according to human ideas. The reason Farman was still trapped was simple. He believed he could not escape his bonds. If replaced by non-living things, they would fulfill that role dutifully, like armor, staffs, and swords. That was Kettle's understanding of the anomaly that consumed the kingdom of Ludian. Ha 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 ha. Aline closed her eyes. A dry laugh escaped her. It was the worst outcome. What devoured the kingdom of Ludian might not have been a malicious entity but a tool without a self. Kettle, watching her in silence, finally spoke. If it's too much, you can stop. No, Aline bit her lip. Please continue. You were replaced by nanobots, but you are growing. You are functioning properly as a human. Yes. Aline looked puzzled, not understanding the implication, but soon her face stiffened. Kettle spoke softly. Can you, who have been replaced, give birth to a child? And if you can, would that child be human or something made of nanobots? Aline sat quietly for a long time before standing up and leaving without a word. Kettle did not stop her. Having reached this place with the desperate dream of revenge only to be met with despair her mind could not endure. A sense of self. Kettle had said the nanobots lacked a sense of self, but he wasn't certain. Kettle tore off the collar of his robe and compressed it. From their perspective, it was as good as dead. At that moment, Kettle felt countless emotions from Adamanth. These emotions weren't just from Adamanth, but also from the robe and staff it was wearing. It was too deep and complex to be mere instinctual reactions, but he couldn't be sure. False hope was worse than no hope at all. What a strange thing, something small enough to replace even cells. It had consumed the kingdom of Ludian. A forbidden land, Aline suspected that was what it was. If so, it was definitely different from the White Snowfield. I'm curious. Kettle closed his eyes. The next day arrived. By now, Aline was probably meeting with the king and having a conversation. He had shared most of what he knew. What remained was dependent on the declaration from the humans and the decisions of the king of the kingdom of Denian. I want to meet him too. The king of a nation, the ruler of a country, one who wielded mysterious powers granted by the gods. However, as a barbarian, there was no way he could meet with a king. All he could do was lie around in his room. Is it over now? The task was finished. If Aline returned, he would have the final conversation and leave. Just as he was thinking that knock, knock, someone knocked on the door. It wasn't Aline or Aaron's presence. Kettle got up and opened the door. Barbarian, oh, nice to see you. Kettle smiled broadly. It was a middle-aged man. Since Kettle had entered the palace, this man had been giving him hostile looks. Barbarian, what's your name? Kettle. The man glared at Kettle, clearly displeased, contemplating for a moment, but finally he sighed and spoke. His Majesty summons you. Follow me, Kettle tilted his head at the unexpected words. The man spoke slowly. His Majesty spoke with Lady Aline. He wants to confirm something, so he asked for you. Oh, Kettle stroked his chin. I don't mind. But I'm a barbarian. I might act quite rudely by your standards. Is that all right? What an odd thing to worry about. A barbarian concerned about his own rudeness. The man had never seen such a thing before. He spoke as if he was looking at something bizarre. It is highly unpleasant, but His Majesty said he didn't mind. If that's his will, I must comply. In that case, there was no reason to refuse. Kettle nodded. I accept. Lead the way, Chapter 66. The Kingdom of Denian, Part 3. Kettle followed the man. There were no attendants or servants. He walked through the splendid hallway in silence. Soon they arrived at an enormous golden door. Although he said it was fine, it would be wise to show some respect, at least for your own sake. I'll do my best. The man knocked on the door. I have arrived as summoned, Your Majesty. Enter, a voice came from inside. With a creaking sound, the door opened. The man slowly stepped back. Kettle entered. Clack, clack. The sound of the barbarian's footsteps echoed in the vast audience chamber. On the elevated throne sat a man. He was a middle-aged man with a full beard, wearing the most luxurious clothes Kettle had ever seen, and on his head the symbol of his position, the crown, king. A king stood before his eyes. Kings still existed in modern times. England was a prime example, and Japan also had its equivalent of a king, but those were modern contexts. While a king would be respected, they didn't feel like the owner of the country. They were more like figureheads. But this was a medieval fantasy world. The king before him was a king in the true sense. A person who wielded absolute power and practically ruled all the lands of the kingdom of Danaan, the true master of the country. Not only that, but he was a myth-like figure, granted the divine right to distinguish between humans and non-humans. Kettle found himself face to face with such a being. He didn't feel overwhelming power or intimidation, but he enjoyed the situation. While he was holding back out of respect, he felt like stomping his feet in excitement. Kettle stared at the king. His gaze didn't sit well with the man standing behind the king, who frowned. "Bow your head, barbarian," the man spoke quietly. "The person before you is the king of this country." Suddenly, an intense pressure burst forth. The fierce pressure was enough to stop the heart of an ordinary person. However, Kettle smiled and brushed it off. "You're not wrong." Seeing Kettle dismiss it as nothing, the man's eyebrows twitched. "Unfortunately, you are not my king." Barbossa was the king of the kingdom of Danaan. Kettle was not a citizen of the kingdom of Danaan. In fact, as long as he was named Kettle, he was not a subject of anyone. "Sorry, but I'm not in a position to bow my head." "Are you a king somewhere as well?" "No, but there are those who would be quite upset if I did," Kettle shrugged. "But I can show respect to a great king." Kettle placed his hand on his chest and bowed slightly. "Nice to meet you, king of the kingdom of Danaan, Barbossa Danaan. I am Kettle, just a simple barbarian, Kettle." It was a very polite and clean bow. It did not lose dignity, nor did it appear servile. Barbossa's face showed surprise. The man who had been frowning also hesitated, and Kettle shouted inwardly, "Wow, to greet a king with dignity and respect, how wonderful this situation was." Scenes from the creations he had seen in the past overlapped in his mind. He was so happy he felt like his head was going to explode with joy, but he restrained himself. There were no scenes where laughter burst out in such situations. Kettle barely held back his laughter and straightened his posture. "Surprising, just as Aline said, you're very different from typical barbarians. So other barbarians are not like this, starting with the fact that you can hold a conversation, yes. If only all barbarians were like you." Barbossa sighed and rubbed his temples. "Looks like the barbarians outside are the same as the ones in here. No need to meet them." Kettle stored that information in his mind. "You don't have to worry about formalities, step back as well. From here on, it's between him and me." "Yes," the man stepped back. "So what is the reason you called me?" The conversation turned to the main topic. "I met Aline and Aaron and the captured knight." Barbossa tapped his armrest with his fingernail. "I confirmed their humanity." "What were the results?" "My ancestor said if one believes oneself to be human, then one is human. In other words, if one believes they are human, they are human." They were human. Farman, Aline, and Aaron, they were all human. This was unexpected, given that Aline had called herself a monster. It seems she believed herself to be human in the end. The fact itself isn't a major issue. We conducted experiments on the captured knight. The results came quickly. Farman possessed powers that could not be described as human. Barbossa's eyes darkened. Losing a friend and his child is a sorrowful story. "So what is it that you're curious about?" "You spoke to Aline about their true nature. She relayed that information to me." Barbossa pressed his forehead, looking troubled. "It makes sense. Apart from not understanding the existence of such things, it could be the right answer. Beings without death. A collection of things so small they couldn't be seen, and entities that believed themselves to be human. The worst part was that the possibility wasn't low." Barbossa asked in a quiet voice, "Do you think those beings can reproduce?" "Probably." The nanos completely replaced humans. They grew taller and their nails lengthened. It meant they could replicate. There was no reason they couldn't bear children. Barbossa smirked bitterly. "It's too great a threat. There's no time to mourn the loss of a friend and his child." It was a threat to the human race. "The Empire might need to act. You've encountered them directly, so you know them better than anyone, so let me ask you." Barbossa narrowed his eyes. "How do you think we should respond?" Kettle answered Barbossa's question. "We should start by talking." Barbossa frowned, as if the answer was unexpected. "Talk? They are monsters that are replacing us. Talking won't work." "It probably will. They genuinely believe they are humans before the replacement. For instance, Farman could have left any time he wanted, but he hasn't. These beings were an aggregation of extremely small nanos. Human restraints were meaningless. They could simply disperse into their original form and escape. It would be very disadvantageous for them if the information about Farman being held here got out, but Farman stayed here. "Hasn't anyone from the kingdom of Ludian come?" "They have. The princess asked us to treat him well and send him back." "That's excessively human. They replaced the kingdom of Ludian and are acting as if they truly belong there." "Their purpose was unknown." It was necessary to determine whether they harbored malice towards humans or were simply tools operating in a certain manner. They might not have a self-awareness, but it's good to meet and talk once. We need to know what they want and what their goal is. Barbossa looked at Kettle with a curious gaze. Kettle shrugged. I'm just a simple mercenary. Such grand matters are not my concern. They are your concerns. I see. The conversation came to an end. So what are your plans from now on? Since I'm in the kingdom of Denayan, I plan to do some sightseeing. I also intend to visit the House of Akasha. Are you acquainted with the House of Akasha? You mean Milna? I have a connection with her. Barbossa's face showed surprise. You know the head of the House of Akasha? Do you know her? She is an outstanding woman. The public perception may not be great, but she is doing what is necessary for the country. Oh, receiving praise even from the king, Akasha had certainly succeeded. The House of Akasha is based in the capital. It's not far from here. That's close. Kettle's eyes sparkled. Barbossa, observing him for a moment, spoke up. Do you have any identification? I have a C-rank mercenary badge. There shouldn't be a problem. You seem to be mistaken. This is the capital of the Kingdom of Denayan. A C-rank mercenary badge isn't enough to move freely. You'll likely face various bothersome procedures. Really? That was unexpected. Kettle thought a C-rank mercenary badge would solve most issues. Barbossa explained. A C-rank mercenary was recognized as a proper mercenary, but they were still just a mercenary. The capital was a place where nobles resided. A C-rank might not be trusted enough to be freely accepted. Procedures and inspections were required, especially in a strong nation like the Kingdom of Denayan. It wasn't uncommon to be detained for months. It's not just our kingdom. Most capitals of any major kingdom require procedures and inspections for C-rank mercenaries. I see. Kettle was interested in the procedures of this fantasy world, but he had no intention of being tied down for months. Movement was more restricted than he had expected. Barbossa, noticing Kettle's contemplation, spoke up. You plan to travel around this world, don't you? Probably. In that case, I will prepare a proof of identity for you. You brought Eileen here, Barbossa spoke calmly. Even if she is now changed, she is the child of my friend. Consider it a token of my gratitude. Barbossa gestured to the knight who had stepped back. The knight hesitated for a moment but then nodded and left. It will be a badge that attests to your identity as endorsed by me. Except for special places like the imperial capital or the holy sites of the church, you should be able to enter with just a simple verification. I will have it prepared for you. Oh, Kettle was touched. He had looked forward to meeting a king but hadn't expected the conversation to go smoothly. To them, he was a barbarian and a foreigner. But the king was showing such kindness and consideration. The stereotype of kings being cruel and greedy was being dispelled. There is one request. Should a situation arise in the future related to this matter, I may ask for your cooperation. I will offer satisfactory compensation, so it would be appreciated if you could assist. I'd be grateful for that, thank you. Kettle beamed. Kettle had left. Barbossa sat on the throne, staring absently at the closed door. Suddenly he spoke. Is this satisfactory? Yes, well done, child. With a low voice, a skull appeared. Thank you for accommodating my sudden request. What choice did I have, knowing the consequences of refusing the Tower Master's request? Consequences. There are none, it would just sadden me, that's all. And isn't that a consequence? Oh, come now, you're becoming more difficult as you grow older. Barbossa sighed. He had known the Tower Master since childhood. Technically, it was more that the monster had taken an interest in him and sought him out. Many envied his connection with the Tower Master, but from Barbossa's perspective, he wished someone would take this old monster off his hands. But for you to act directly, are the rumors true? Yes, the world is distorting. I was aware of that, I thought it was just a rumor. It's no longer just a rumor, the Tower Master chuckled. Those creatures are likely the starting point. Child, are you familiar with the forest that holds nothing? I am. It appeared to be an ordinary forest, but once entered, one could never leave. Upon leaving, one would vanish instantly. It was one of the forbidden lands in the world. Upon inspection, that forest has turned into a truly ordinary forest. One can enter and leave without any issues. What? Barbossa's eyes widened. Frightened, I checked other forbidden lands. Fortunately, only that one has changed. But who knows when the door might open? That's alarming. The balance between the forbidden lands and reality is breaking, the Tower Master murmured. It's not just the forbidden lands that are the problem. The evil ones, the gods, and other entities are also distorting. Even the seals on abominations are weakening little by little. Abominations? This is the first I've heard of it. It's a tale from ancient history forgotten now. Only a very few old ones like me still know about it. Perhaps the Emperor knows, I can't fathom his schemes. The Tower Master clicked his jaw. Distortions are appearing one by one. There seem to be constraints, so for now there aren't any major movements. But either way, it's not good for humanity. We need to prepare. One of those preparations involves that barbarian. The Tower Master had suddenly appeared and made a request to Barbossa. He had asked him to show kindness to the barbarian who would come. Kettle believed that Aline's insistence was what allowed him to enter, but in reality it was possible because the Tower Master was behind it. Barbossa, looking puzzled, asked, "Is that barbarian really that important? I understand he's an extraordinary warrior since he defeated Adamant, but there are many such individuals. I didn't think he was someone the Tower Master would concern himself with. If you look at it from a purely results-based perspective, you might think that." The Tower Master smiled. Only those who had seen the true nature of the barbarian could understand his value. Instead of explaining, he redirected the question. "What do you think of that barbarian? He's peculiar, an alien," Barbossa frowned. "An alien entity that could replace humans, and to suggest having a conversation with such a being." At first he thought Kettle was just a smart and rational barbarian, but the more they talked, the more he felt something was different. This barbarian did not share the same values, but the declaration's result was that he is human. The declaration of humanity, which could only be used by those with the blood of the Denayan royal family, had been employed. But there was a deception involved. The declaration wasn't necessary. The moment he faced someone, he could tell if they were human or not, and Kettle's result was human, a human. Whatever the truth may be, it seems he believes himself to be human. That's a relief. What is he then? A being from the distortions. Distortions? Barbossa's face went pale as he understood the meaning. The Tower Master chuckled. "The world is distorting in a way that's not good for us. Aliens will come out," the Tower Master murmured. "In that case, it wouldn't hurt to befriend an alien who is friendly toward humans." Chapter 67, Milna Akasha, Part 1. Aline asked in a cautious manner, "Are you leaving now? Because there is no reason to stay any longer." Kettle responded to Aline's words, "The rest is your problem now." Whether they would try to negotiate with the Ludian kingdom or take up arms was up to Aline and Barbossa. Kettle's task had only been to escort Aline to the Denayan kingdom. His mission was complete, and he had received his proof of completion. "If you propose a new task in the future, I might accept it, but for now, there's nothing more for me to do. From here on, you have to make the decisions." "I see," Aline bowed her head. After observing her for a moment, Kettle asked, "What is Aaron doing?" "He's shut himself in his room. He hasn't eaten and doesn't respond when spoken to. He seems physically fine since I can sense his presence." Aline chuckled faintly as she spoke. "Maybe he committed suicide and then resurrected." "Sorry. Why apologize? I promised to give you a reward for your services." A simple escort had turned into opposing a kingdom. Aline had decided to give Kettle whatever he wanted as a reward, even if it meant giving herself. But she knew no one would want a monstrous existence like her. She bit her lip in self-reproach. "You seem troubled." Barbossa said that Farman and Aaron are all human. There was no distinction between them and humans. "I am." Aline couldn't continue and fell silent. After a long pause, she finally asked, "What am I? Was she human or a deathless monster?" "You believe you are human, but Adamant said I was one of their kind. He is probably right." "What does that matter? You think of yourself as human." Kettle's words weren't meant to comfort her. He genuinely seemed puzzled as to why she was even worrying about it. Aline looked up at him without realizing it. "Do you remember the story of Theseus's ship?" "Yes. What do you think the answer is?" "It's not Theseus's ship. It was just something carrying the name of Theseus's ship after being replaced." Kettle shook his head. "No. It's a paradox with no answer." "What? From the beginning it's a paradox. There's no right answer. What's important is how the person hearing the story perceives it." Kettle spoke lightly. "As I said before, I don't know the former Aline. I only know the Aline of now. Whether you're human or not is a secondary issue." "Is that so? I also spent a long time in a terrible place, but I still think of myself as human." Aline's eyes widened at his words. "Did you have a similar experience?" Kettle nodded. "The White Wilderness. At one point, it was hard to even maintain his values as a human. He seriously considered giving up and becoming like his barbarian companions. But he retained his humanity and modern sensibilities. If you can't decide, set a goal. You promised to give me a reward, but you have nothing to give now, so it's simple. Survive and succeed to the point where you can give me a fitting reward. How could a monster like me do that? Use it to your advantage." "What? An alienated human? I think that's rather unique." "It has value." Aline couldn't hide her surprise at his calm words. What? "There is no right answer. Whether you live as a human or accept the otherness that swallowed your kingdom and become their princess, it's your choice." The princess of the otherness. That was also a path for Aline. Aline stared blankly at Kettle. Using her altered self had never occurred to her. After a final farewell, Kettle left, but Aline didn't move. She stood there as if frozen. She murmured again. "I am." The words did not continue as they had before. However, Aline's eyes, instead of wavering, gradually settled. As if making a resolution, she rose from her seat. The room was extremely simple. There were no luxurious decorations, adornments, or jewels. However, the quality and sheen of each piece of furniture were different. The bookshelf was made of solid wood, and the covers of the books were all fine leather. In the corner of the room stood an expensive full-length mirror. The woman, who appeared to be the owner of the room, was seated in a chair. Her blue hair swayed. Fatigue was evident in her black eyes as she pressed her fingers against the corners of her eyes while looking at the documents on the table. In conclusion, you're saying there's no money to repay the debt. That's correct. The man standing in front of her nodded. His attitude was exceedingly confident, without a trace of shame or self-reproach, causing the woman to inadvertently laugh. You're in no position to repay the debt, yet you're so confident. I am the master of the great Diablo's family. I will not be humbled by mere money. An ordinary noble would have been impressed and shown respect for such confidence. But the woman sneered. Aren't you on the verge of collapsing because of that money? The man's eyebrows twitched. How rude. That should be my line. The woman carefully scanned the documents. They contained disastrous numbers, the Diablo's family. You borrowed money to save your family from collapsing due to the expenses of consecutive balls. It was a substantial amount. Where did all that money go? I attempted to rebuild but failed. You don't seem ashamed despite saying that. I am not one to be ashamed of failure. It was a typically noble attitude. That mindset was certainly correct, but the woman was neither impressed nor moved. Failure? Well, I suppose squandering it in gambling and games of chance to revive your family counts as failure. You even beat up and dismissed the servants who tried to stop you. You, the man's face turned red. He pointed his finger at the woman in anger. How dare you insult me? Insults are only possible when you're worth it. I am the master of the Diablo's family, a family on the brink of bankruptcy with no money. Honor comes from money, power, and character, and you have none of those. The woman put down the documents as if she found further conversation tiresome. The deadline is 1 month. If you can't repay by then, the Diablo's family will come under our control. You won't be able to use the Diablo's name anymore. Be aware of that. What? His eyes widened. He looked as if he was hearing this for the first time, making the woman chuckle. Isn't that the contract you signed in the first place? Why are you so surprised now that you used your family's name as collateral? The woman rang a bell. The door opened and guards entered. Please do your best to protect your proud family. Why, you wench, do you think this tyranny will be tolerated? I am acting in accordance with the nation's will. The tyranny lies with you who won't repay the debt. You madwoman! The man lunged at the woman, but the guards restrained him, preventing him from reaching his target. He struggled but couldn't break free from the trained guard's grip. Malno Akasha, the man shouted, his face contorted. You're a disgrace who stained the Akasha family with money, a heretic who knows no honor. There's a reason you abandoned your parents and siblings, even your retainers who accompanied you through the hellscape. Despite his tirade, Malna's expression remained unchanged. The man continued his rant but was soon dragged out. One of the returning guards asked cautiously, "Are you all right?" "Yes," she calmly picked up the documents. "What is the next schedule?" "It's the inspection of the mansion put up as collateral. It's about a 20-minute walk. We should verify it immediately. Let's move." She rose from her seat. Her expression remained unchanged from beginning to end, a wide boulevard. People walking along the street flinched and kept their distance. They avoided eye contact or lowered their heads as if they didn't want to look at him. Consequently, a large circle formed. In the center of that circle stood a barbarian. "Oh, it's spacious." Barbarian. Kettle looked around in admiration. "Is this the capital?" The streets were quite clean. Compared to the citizens of the Barcan territory, people here wore much neater and more refined clothes. The buildings were also a step up from those in Barcan, not just in size but in variety. The street vendors were selling a wide range of interesting and unique items. Nice, although Barcan territory was certainly a fine domain, there were many parts that operated on a hit-or-miss basis. It felt more like a village than a city, but this place was different. It was systematically organized, like a modern planned city. However, it didn't feel entirely modern either. It had a peculiar fantasy character to it as well. The Barcan territory, representing a typical fantasy setting, was great, but this place had its own charm. Kettle enjoyed looking around. "Hey," someone approached him, dressed in armor and holding a spear. They asked with a tense expression, "Do you have any means to prove your identity?" "This is the third time already." "Here it is." He had been stopped by the guards 3 times in the 20 minutes since he left the royal castle and walked through the capital. It could have been annoying, but Kettle was pleased. He had learned that the security in this fantasy world wasn't as lax as he thought. Kettle showed the emblem given to him by Barbosa. The guard's eyes widened. What? Is it confirmed?" "It's confirmed, but..." The guard looked back and forth between the emblem and Kettle. Even if a barbarian adorned himself with jewels, he wouldn't be looked at like that. After a while, the guard returned the emblem with a stammer. "Here you go." The guard hurriedly left. Kettle took the emblem back. They all react the same when they see this emblem. Initially, they approached Kettle with tense, wary expressions, but after seeing the emblem, they started to show respect in a different kind of tension. "Whatever it is," With this emblem, there was no problem moving around. Kettle resumed his walk with pleasure, and then he saw it, a massive building on the outskirts of the main road. That's big. The building was about twice the size of the surrounding buildings. This was the Akasha family's main house. It looks like they've truly succeeded. He had heard rumors, but seeing it in person was a unique experience. The woman he met in the white wilderness who showed every emotion on her face was now the owner of this huge building. Kettle approached the building's entrance. "Hey, Barbarian," a guard, taken aback, pointed his spear. "Leave immediately. This is the Akasha family. Barbarians are not allowed here. I am an invited guest." Expecting resistance, Kettle explained. The guard's eyes widened. "Invited by whom?" "Milna Akasha, she invited me. She said I should visit sometime." Upon hearing this, the guard's demeanor changed. Instead of relaxing, his tension increased. He gripped his spear tighter. "Everyone over here, we have an intruder." Chapter 68, Milna Akasha, Part 2. The guards, hearing the commotion, rushed out in a hurry. They saw Kettle and were horrified. "A barbarian? Why is there a barbarian in the capital?" They pointed their spears at him. Kettle, who was quickly surrounded, tilted his head in confusion. "Did I misunderstand something?" Kettle spoke again. "I am not an enemy. Milna Akasha invited me." He enunciated each word clearly, making sure there was no misunderstanding. And the guards understood without misunderstanding. Their expressions hardened. "An intruder? You scoundrel, are you an agent of the mage?" "No, I really am not. Don't make us laugh. Lady Milna is the Iron Lady. Do you think she would invite a filthy barbarian like you?" Iron Lady? It seemed that was Milna's nickname. She didn't give off that impression. She was smart, but her emotions were clearly displayed on her face. He tried to say more, but they didn't seem inclined to listen. At times like this, tangible proof was best. Kettle reached into his pocket. "She gave me this and told me to come." "Huh," the guard's eyes widened. Kettle produced a token engraved with the symbol of the Akasha family. "And fearing I might be troubled for being a barbarian, he also gave me a pass to move freely within the kingdom of Denayan." Kettle took out the pass that Barbosa had given him. The guard's eyes widened even more. "Huh, what?" Confusion spread like a wave. The guards didn't know what to do and hesitated. At that moment, a voice was heard from behind. "What's all this commotion, Captain?" The guards brightened. They approached the man they called Captain and explained the situation. As he listened, the captain's expression grew increasingly odd. "Barbarian, you say Lady Milna invited you. I don't know why you find it hard to believe, but it's true. She gave me this." Kettle showed the token to the captain. After examining it for a moment, the captain's face was filled with surprise. "This is..." The token bore the symbol of the Akasha family, a very precious item crafted by the family's skilled artisans. Thus the captain could tell it was not a fake. Creating such a detailed replica would be impossible. What is this?" As far as the captain knew, very few people had received such tokens, and now a barbarian had one. "And I also have this." Kettle handed over the pass. The captain's face twisted in a bizarre expression. That's..." The pass bore the emblem of the Kingdom of Denayan. It was a certification provided by the royal family. The more emblems it had, the higher the status it represented. One emblem indicated a connection to the royal family. 2 emblems indicated close ties to the royal bloodline. And 3 emblems meant the king himself certified the bearer's status. Having a pass with 3 emblems from the Kingdom of Denayan meant one was practically equal to a high-ranking noble. And Kettle's pass had 3 emblems engraved on it. Did His Majesty Barbosa grant this to a barbarian? A barbarian possessing both the token of the Akasha family and a pass from the Kingdom of Denayan. The captain's head spun. It doesn't seem fake. In fact, it seemed more suspicious because it was so unbelievable. Just having one would be astonishing, but he had both. After a long contemplation, the captain finally spoke. "This is beyond my authority. I will ask Lady Milna directly when she arrives." "Understood, but I have one condition. Until she arrives, you will be temporarily detained." He couldn't fully trust him, yet he couldn't dismiss him either. So until Milna arrived, they would keep Kettle detained. That was the captain's decision. Kettle did not refuse. "No problem, so where will I be staying?" "There is a room in the basement of the mansion. I will guide you there." Oh, Kettle's eyes sparkled. A room in the basement of a noble's mansion. It sounded like the kind of place where something might be sealed or hidden. "Could there be a secret room? Please lead the way," Kettle said with a smile. His seemingly eager attitude puzzled the captain. What's with him? When you think about it, the captain's actions were extremely rude. He was essentially saying he would lock up a guest who had been invited. If Kettle, a barbarian who disliked confinement and loved freedom, decided to go on a rampage, it wouldn't be surprising. So the captain had been bracing himself, but instead Kettle seemed pleased. I understand, follow me." The captain struggled to hide his confusion and took the lid. Kettle leisurely followed late at night. After confirming the collateral, Milna returned to her home. The guard at the door bowed. "You've returned." "Yes, good work, miss. I have something to report." "Is it urgent?" "It doesn't seem that way." The guard, having been on a shift change, hadn't witnessed the events of the day. All he knew was that a barbarian was in the basement. Since the intruder had already been detained and was under strict surveillance, it shouldn't pose a problem. Considering the person was just a barbarian and not of high status, it wasn't an urgent matter. In that case, please tell me tomorrow. I'm a bit tired. Understood, the guard bowed and stepped back. Entering her home, Malna went straight to her room. She leaned back in her chair and closed her eyes. The soft fabric embraced her body gently. This was the only time she had to rest in her daily routine. After a moment, she reached out. With practiced movements, she grabbed a bottle of wine and uncorked it. She carefully poured it into a glass and brought it to her lips. The aroma of the wine filled her nostrils. After a few sips, she began to feel the effects of the alcohol. Swirling the glass absently, she muttered, "An outcast abandoned by family and retainers, huh?" She suddenly recalled the words of the fool from Diablo's earlier that day. A bitter smile formed on her lips. He wasn't wrong. Even the one companion who had traveled with her to the White Snowfield had felt distanced by her actions and left. She was used to it by now, but the loneliness was still there. How many months had it been since she started spending her nights with wine? She closed her eyes, and then it was the next day. After getting ready, she opened the door, the guard standing by bowed. "You're up?" "Yes." She had a quick meal and went into her office to organize documents. Soon it was lunchtime. A guard entered. "Miss, your meal is ready." "It's that time already, I understand." She tidied up her papers and stood up. After lunch, she returned to her office. She spent hours handling documents until evening. A guard came in again to inform her that dinner was ready. She acknowledged and got up. As she followed the guard, she suddenly remembered and spoke. "Come to think of it, Malik, you had something to say yesterday." She had forgotten about it. The guard, too, seemed to have just remembered. "Oh yes, someone came to see you." "To see me. Is it a debtor?" "No, it's not." "Then is it a family member?" "Not that either." A look of puzzlement appeared on Malna's face. "Who is it?" the guard explained. Malna's face went pale. Malna ran frantically. Normally, for the sake of decorum, she would have walked quickly instead of running, but this time there was no room for such consideration. No, it couldn't be. It must be a mistake. She kept muttering to herself as she reached the basement room. "Miss, move aside." Her stern words made the guard quickly step aside. She opened the door and there was a barbarian inside. "Oh, Malna. Good to see you again." "Key Kettle, sir." Malna's expression crumbled upon seeing Kettle's face. She hurriedly bowed her head. "I'm sorry, Kettle, sir. How dare we place you in such a humble room?" "I apologize." Malna felt like she was going to lose her mind. To think she had imprisoned the barbarian of the White Snowfield for more than a whole day, the mere thought of what would happen if he were to get angry was terrifying. But Kettle's expression remained calm. "This room is more than adequate." The room Kettle was in was a basement room used to secretly accommodate visiting nobles or merchants. Except for being underground, the room itself wasn't bad. It was a small relief in an unfortunate situation. "I invited you, so I apologize for not providing you with proper accommodations." "Don't worry about it. Except for the lack of secret rooms, it was a good room. I'll make sure to prepare one next time." "No, it was a joke. No need to take it seriously." "Huh, what?" The guard captain, observing the scene, was bewildered. Malna Akasha, the head of the Akasha family and the Iron Lady. Even when her family left or debtors begged and pleaded with her, she handled everything without changing her expression. Seeing her apologize and be flustered in front of someone was a first. It meant that this barbarian was significant enough to unsettle the Iron Lady. "I'm dead." He had locked up such a person in the basement. After finishing her conversation, Malna approached the guard captain. "Please escort him to the reception room and I'll see you all later." Malna ground her teeth. The guard captain's face turned pale. In the reception room, Kettle held a teacup. A pleasant aroma spread through the air. After taking a sip, Kettle's expression softened. "Good." The taste and aroma were excellent. It would be hard to find tea leaves of such quality even in modern times. Sitting across from him, Malna apologized again. "I apologize once more. The guards were unaware of who you were and acted rudely." "I said it's fine." Kettle really seemed unconcerned. Only then did Malna genuinely feel relieved. "Well then, Mr. Kettle." "Drop the Mr. Kettle." "Right." Kettle nodded. Malna, feeling uncomfortable with the new address, spoke. "It's been a long time, Kettle." "Yes." "How many years has it been?" "I think it's been 3 years." "Time flies," Kettle muttered. It had already been 3 years since he last saw Malna. Malna, watching him, cautiously asked, "When I asked you before, you said you couldn't come because of matters in the White Snowfield. Have those issues been resolved?" "Yes." Kettle smiled. Malna shivered for a moment. It was a beast-like smile, perfectly revealing his emotions. "I've completely resolved them. Thanks to that, I was able to escape that wretched place." Chapter 69, Malna Akasha, Part 3. Malna instinctively shuddered. Kettle merely laughed, but it felt as if her head was halfway into the jaws of a beast that hadn't eaten in a week. No way, Malna shook her head slightly. She knew this barbarian well enough. There was no reason to be afraid. Suppressing her fear, she spoke, "Congratulations. And it seems you have also achieved quite a bit of success." While staying in the basement, Kettle had asked the guards about what had happened to Malna. The story he heard was quite surprising. She had successfully navigated the White Snowfield and earned a tremendous amount of money. She revived her fallen family and still had plenty to spare. Having saved her family with a life-risking venture, she garnered overwhelming support from her vassals. The title of being a concubine's child meant nothing in the face of her achievements. She quickly took control. Since then, she had used the remaining funds for several investments and ventures, most of which succeeded. In just 3 years, she turned her near-collapse family into a highly successful one. The Akasha family now had significant influence in the Denayan kingdom, enough to directly engage with the royal family. Her achievements were so significant that, despite her father still being alive, she became the head of the Akasha family. Akasha spoke calmly, "It's all thanks to you, Kettle. If you hadn't helped me back then, I would have become a corpse buried in the snow." "That's kind of you to say. You were the one who took the life-risking challenge, so you deserve the rewards," Kettle chuckled. But he glanced sideways. An elderly woman was glaring at him with wary eyes from behind Akasha. "Is she your housekeeper?" "Yes, she helps me. Not the old man I saw in the White Snowfield." The old man who had accompanied Malna to the White Snowfield was nowhere to be seen. Malna's face darkened. "He left to support my family." Her voice was sad and Kettle didn't press further. "It seems there's a story there." "No, it's because I'm lacking." A moment of silence followed. Just as Malna was about to say something, a sound was heard. Gurgle. Malna quickly explained. "It was just about time to prepare dinner." "Oh, sorry about that. How about having some food? Why don't you join me, Kettle?" "It's too much for me to eat alone anyway." "That sounds good." Kettle's face lit up. The thought of a noble's meal was too good to pass up. Malna stood up. "Come to think of it, I haven't properly greeted you." She suddenly remembered and looked at Kettle. She then bowed respectfully, a very noble-like gesture. "Malna Akasha, as the 22nd head of the Akasha family, I welcome my benefactor as a guest." "Kettle." "Thank you." Kettle smiled broadly. Kettle lay on the bed in the room he was shown to. Nice. The food was delicious. The spices were a bit strong, but the dishes were meticulously prepared. He was impressed by the noble's cuisine. Though he had stayed briefly in the Denayan royal castle, he hadn't had the chance to relax and enjoy himself. The meals provided were simple and functional. It was somewhat disappointing for Kettle, who had hoped for a royal feast. However, being treated to a noble's meal made up for it. The room is great too. Though not as luxurious as the castle's rooms, it was splendid enough. Such luxury. If it were the modern day, the room would easily cost over $1,000,000 per night. Staying in such rooms twice in 2 days made him feel quite pleased. As he was rolling around, someone opened the door. It was Malna. She was lightly dressed, perhaps ready for bed. She hesitated at the doorway. Kettle was lying on the bed, rolling around. Seeing the large barbarian rolling on a bed his size was a rather strange sight. Kettle asked nonchalantly, "What's the matter?" "Oh. It's just that," Malna, having composed herself, waved the wine bottle and spoke. "Would you like a drink?" "Of course." Kettle nodded. Malna entered the room and took a sip of wine. They spent time engaging in small talk. As the night grew deeper and the wine bottle was half empty, Malna's face had turned slightly red from the alcohol. Kettle, on the other hand, showed no change. You're strong." "I'm not weak myself. I'm used to it." Kettle sipped his wine. The barbarians of the Snowfield were maniacs for both alcohol and combat. Some literally drank themselves to death. Naturally, Kettle had grown accustomed to it as well. "So what's your business? Didn't you come here because you had something to say?" "Did you notice?" Malna gave a wry smile. For a noblewoman to enter a man's room at night could severely damage her honor if rumors spread. Even without rumors, there was a considerable physical risk. Nevertheless, she had no choice but to come. Malna began to speak. "Kettle, do you know what I did after leaving the Snowfield? I know you made various investments and business ventures. Beyond that, I don't know. Will you listen to me?" Kettle nodded. "Go ahead." After a moment of hesitation, Malna began to explain. "I successfully completed the White Snowfield expedition. As a result, just as you predicted, I gained real power. With the power she had gained, she attempted various investments. Although her family and father opposed her, her authority, having saved the family, was significant. Her father, the head of the family at the time, had repeatedly failed, bringing the family to the brink of collapse, so in the end, he allowed her to proceed with her plans. She secured weapon contracts and sales, invested in spices, and more. Whether it was due to her skill or luck, most of her ventures succeeded. The family quickly amassed a great deal of money. While everyone praised and revered her, Malna felt frustrated. Although the family was successful, simple investments were extremely risky. There was no guarantee that the family wouldn't collapse again. A single misstep could bring the family down again. The risk was far too great compared to the returns. She was constantly plagued by anxiety, so she pondered, what kind of investment would bring the greatest return with the least risk? After endless deliberation, she reached a conclusion: lend money to those in urgent need of it. Safeguard the money for those who needed it stored. Collect the fees and interest from those transactions. That was the conclusion she reached. It required a substantial initial capital, but she had enough money from her previous ventures. She immediately put her plan into action, announcing that the Akasha family would also handle financial transactions. And in just 3 months, she made more money than she had with all her previous successes combined. She herself was astonished. The Akasha family quickly gained enormous influence. I succeeded by buying and selling money. Malna looked at Kettle with an anxious face. Kettle, what do you think of my decision, Barbarian Kettle? He was the only person who had seen through her true intentions, and barbarians detested those who bought and sold money more than anyone else. What would Kettle think of her? Malna bit her lip quietly. Kettle spoke lightly. Does it matter? His tone was so casual that it instantly erased her anxiety. Malna's face wavered for a moment. Doesn't it matter to you? I heard you got the king's permission, didn't you? Oh yes. I met his majesty personally and received his permission. Then there's no problem, buying and selling money. It could be seen as no different from loan sharks or usurers, but Malna was operating with the approval of the Denayan kingdom. That changed the story significantly, a massive financial institution moving with the country's recognition. This was a bank, the Rothschild family, a modern conglomerate holding hundreds of trillions of won. They also started as an ordinary merchant family before establishing a bank after some success. The Akasha family was following the same path. Did the Rothschild family start this way too? He might be witnessing the beginning of a family that could control the world's wealth. As Kettle showed no particular reaction, Malna stammered and asked, do you not think I'm base or dirty like a ghost obsessed with money? Some might see it that way, but I don't particularly care. Medieval people were said to despise and loathe those who bought and sold money. Many literary works of that era portrayed merchants as villains. However, Kettle was a modern person. Malna might be reviled if she were a loan shark, but as a banker operating with the country's approval, there was nothing to hate. You lend money to those who need it and safeguard it for those who don't. There's nothing to hate, you're just doing your job. Really? Malna's voice rose. Since she ventured into banking, her family had accused her of tarnishing the Akasha family's honor and left her. People around her looked at her with disdain, calling her obsessed with money. Even the old man who had risked his life with her in the White Snowfield could not understand her and left. She was alone. She believed she wasn't wrong. Making risky investments for the sake of honor could lead to losing everything if they failed. This was the right way. She convinced herself of that because otherwise, her heart felt like it would crumble. Being called the Iron Lady was because she had shielded her heart, but it was hard. She wished for just one person to understand her. And now, Kettle was saying the words she longed to hear. Come to think of it, Kettle had always been like that. He was the only one who had seen through her true intentions when no one else had. He was her only confidant. Tears welled up in Malna's eyes. The elderly woman walked down the corridor with a worried expression, holding a lantern. Will she be all right? Malna had told her not to come looking for her as she was going to visit the guest's room, but she couldn't help worrying. Carefully, she made her way to the room where Kettle was staying, and as she got closer, she heard a woman's sobs. The elderly woman's face hardened. She rushed to the door and grabbed the handle. Just as she was about to forcefully open the door, she heard voices from inside. So I'm saying I did it all for the family. Continuing with risky investments and ending up with nothing is insane. Don't you think so? Yes. I think so, borrowing money and not paying it back and then talking about honor. Honor, if that's the case, they should pay back the money first. Don't you find it shameless? It is shameless. You really get me, Kettle. You understand me perfectly. All I'm doing is agreeing with you. The elderly woman stopped with her hand on the doorknob. What is she hearing? For a moment she doubted her ears. She thought it couldn't be Malna, but the voice was unmistakably Malna's. The Iron Lady, Malna Akasha, the woman who had never shown any change in expression while leading the family to this point, was now drunk and complaining. And in front of a barbarian, no less. The elderly woman was utterly confused. In the end, she could do nothing but let go of the doorknob. She didn't hear anything, that's what she decided. Chapter 70, Malna Akasha, Part 4, the next day. Malna, with a pale face, came to see Kettle. You're awake, how's the hangover? Yes, she was completely sober. Whether that was fortunate or unfortunate, it was hard to tell, but she wasn't the type to forget things just because she was drunk. So she remembered whining to Kettle for over 2 hours about how hard things were. I'm sorry I showed you such a shameful side of myself. She wasn't usually like that. She always moderated her drinking, and even when she occasionally drank too much, she never lost herself. But in front of this barbarian, she could let everything out. Maybe because she let herself go, she became a drunkard. Kettle spoke nonchalantly. I'm used to drunkenness, so it's no big deal. If you want, I can forget about it. That would be appreciated. Malna bowed her head deeply. She then coughed, trying to regain her composure and straightened her posture. Kettle couldn't help but laugh at her attempt to pretend yesterday's events never happened. What are your plans, Kettle? Do you have any specific goals? I don't have a clear goal, but if I had to say, it's sightseeing. Sightseeing? The Kingdom of Denayan is a strong nation, isn't it? Am I wrong? You're right, Malna nodded. The Kingdom of Denayan was strong. It was comparable to the combined strength of 2 or 3 average kingdoms. Among the many countries in the world, the Kingdom of Denayan was in the upper echelon. Then there must be a lot to see. I came to meet you, but I also want to look around. What in this place would bring him joy? He was quite looking forward to it. Hearing his words, Malna pondered for a moment before speaking. Have you decided where you'll be staying? Not really. I was thinking of going to a nearby inn. In that case, how about staying at my residence? Kettle looked at Malna in surprise. I wouldn't mind, but are you sure it's okay? Yes, Malna nodded. Don't feel obligated. Oh, Kettle was lightly touched. When he had saved Malna, it was purely by chance. He had gone out for a walk to get away from his tiresome kind for a while and happened upon Malna's trade caravan. He approached her to talk to someone from the outside world, but for that action to come back to him in this way. It's like the magpie that repaid a favor. Anyway, it was a good thing for him too. Staying at a noble's residence was not an opportunity that came by easily. Then I'll gratefully accept. Is listening to your complaints like last night enough of a price? At his playful remark, Malna's face turned bright red. And no, that won't be necessary anymore. I was joking. If you want anything from me, feel free to ask. Really, it's fine, Malna looked at Kettle. When she first met him in the White Snowfield, she had such intentions, a being with great power. Someone who could understand the essence of things and make deductions. She had wanted to lure him with the desire for material things and make him her ally, but not anymore. He didn't look at her strangely. He didn't despise or criticize her actions. He just gave her a neutral, indifferent gaze. That made Malna feel very comfortable. Just having Kettle by her side brought her peace of mind. Please stay as long as you like. If you ever want to leave, just let me know. Malna hesitated after saying that. Seeing her fumbling, Kettle chuckled. Go ahead and say it. Well, I might be contradicting myself, but if it's all right, could you sometimes be my conversation partner? Of course, Kettle nodded. I'll gladly do it. Kettle decided to stay at the Akasha family's residence for the time being. Malna told him to rest comfortably and went to her office. She looked at her desk with a gloomy face. There was a stack of documents piled as high as her torso. I didn't look at them last night and now they've piled up again. With a weary expression, she sat down in her chair. She reached for a document and began to review its contents with practiced ease. Young Lord Amak Pangela, the 23rd heir of the Pangela family, inquires about repayment. He asks if the repayment period can be extended. I cannot make this decision, so I am passing it on to you, Lady Malna. Malna sighed after reading the content. Most of the documents were like this. The Akasha family did not lend money to just anyone. Borrowers needed to have corresponding honor, reputation, or collateral to receive a loan. Therefore, the debtors were often nobles or people of similar status. When they made requests, the staff working under her couldn't properly handle them. Despite the debt, the debtors were still nobles. Only the head of the Akasha family, a fellow noble, could deal with them. As a result, all these matters ended up on her desk. From people refusing to repay and standing their ground to cases of violence when collecting debts. I wish this part could be resolved. But it wouldn't be resolved. The debtors were nobles after all. She slowly started to organize the documents. As she managed to reduce the stack to half its original size, the door opened. Oh, miss, it was a guard. His impolite entry without knocking made Malna frown. She intended to reprimand him, but her thoughts changed when she saw his expression. The guard was pale, even paler than when she had personally delivered a punishment. The guard spoke, and Malna's face turned just as white. The Sword of Denayan has arrived. Welcome. In the reception room, Malna bowed stiffly. A man sat on the sofa opposite her. This man had stood behind Kettle when he met the king of Denayan, Barbosa. He had threatened Kettle but was baffled when Kettle brushed it off without concern. Despite Malna bowing, the man didn't rise. He merely nodded slightly, still lounging against the sofa. Though his attitude was rude for dealing with a noble, Malna did not question it. Not just her, but no noble in the kingdom of Denayan would dare challenge his demeanor. The man spoke. No need to be so formal. I'm here unofficially today. Is that so? Malna forced a smile. A dry laugh escaped her. Her mind was racing. What is this about? The man before her was Swordmaster Maximus, the Sword of Denayan. The kingdom's strongest warrior, a great swordmaster. His strength transcended human limits. If Maximus decided to destroy her family, they couldn't resist. He had the power to annihilate an entire territory single-handedly. Why was such a person here? Malna swallowed hard. What brings you here? Maximus was directly under the king's command. His presence implied a royal order. She couldn't fathom why he would come personally, leaving her in confusion. Maximus began to speak. A barbarian has come here, is that correct? Huh, why yes, that's correct. Milna was startled. How did he know about Kettle's arrival? Was he here to demand Kettle be expelled because he was a barbarian? It was possible. Barbarians were generally unwelcome. As her thoughts reached that point, Malna's expression darkened. You seem to misunderstand, that's not the case. Maximus looked reluctant but continued slowly. Treat that barbarian well, that's an order from His Majesty. What? Malna's mind went blank at the unexpected command. She repeated Maximus's words in her mind. Treat Mr. Kettle well, an order from the King of Denian. May I ask why? I don't know either. Why should we treat such a barbarian well? Maximus clicked his tongue. But it's His Majesty's order, it must be obeyed. Understood. Malna was further surprised by Maximus's statement. Even the kingdom's sword didn't know. It meant that no one except perhaps King Barbossa himself knew. I will comply with the order. Malna nodded. She had intended to treat Kettle well anyway, so her actions wouldn't change. After watching her for a moment, Maximus asked, How did you come to know this barbarian? Oh, I met him while trading in the past. He helped me back then. A barbarian helping someone? Maximus raised an eyebrow in surprise. He's not a typical one. Well, fine, just treat him well. In return, I'll give you a reward. You can use my name. What? Malna's eyes widened. Maximus spoke nonchalantly. I have a rough idea. You're having trouble with those idiot nobles, right? Oh, you know. Even if the country supports you, those fools won't listen easily. So use my name. Won't that make things easier? It would, but using Maximus's name meant that his personal authority would back her actions. She could leverage his personal clout. That would indeed make things easier. While the country acknowledged her, it didn't put pressure on each individual noble. It merely signified that her actions wouldn't be restricted. But with Maximus's involvement, it was a different story. It meant he was personally supporting her. Nobles feared Maximus. Using his name would mean she wouldn't need to intervene personally. The nobles would back off on their own, afraid of him. His name carried that much weight, which made it all the more puzzling. Treating Kettle well was important enough to warrant using Maximus's name. Apparently, that was the sole purpose of his visit, as Maximus left immediately after. The Sword of Denian had personally come just to deliver that message. Malna sat in a daze for a moment before mumbling to herself. What on earth has he been up to? Later that day, Malna sought out Kettle quite early. Kettle, finished already? That was quick. It ended sooner than expected. Kettle, can I ask you something? Do you have something you're curious about? You said you used to work as a mercenary, right? Kettle nodded. They had talked about various things while drinking the previous night, including what Kettle did after leaving the White Snowfield. I worked as a mercenary in a place called Barkin Territory. They were good people. What exactly did you do there? Malna asked cautiously. Chapter 71, Malna Akasha, Part 5. The great swordmaster, Maximus, had come to find her under the king's orders. This implied that Kettle had done something significant enough to warrant the movement of a swordmaster. She found this difficult to understand. You did mercenary work, so why would the royal palace be directly involved? In response to her puzzled question, Kettle answered, It was mercenary work, clearing dungeons, patrolling villages, escorting people. Really? There's no way a swordmaster would move for just that. Malna wanted to press further to understand what was going on. However, since the king was directly involved, it was not something she should know or inquire about. She shook her head. I was just curious. Since the job is done, I'll help guide you. Is there anything you want to see? Something I want to see, Kettle pondered. What did he want to see now? After a brief moment of thought, he had an answer. Your family must be involved in various activities, right? We are a merchant family. I'd like to observe those activities. You mentioned you deal with finance, so I'd like to see a bank too. Pardon? Malna was momentarily taken aback by the completely unexpected answer. Are you sure that's what you want? Is there a problem? No, it's not that. All right then, please follow me. Malna first led Kettle to a building in the center of the main street. There, numerous people were coming and going, handling documents. People who appeared to be clients were sitting at the reception desk talking to someone. Oh, Kettle's eyes sparkled. Malna explained. This is a bank. Even if you're not a noble, you can borrow or deposit money here. Not just anyone can, though. You had to have a proper status and qualifications, even if you weren't a noble, to use the bank. However, despite these conditions, the bank was attractive enough that many people visited. Kettle looked around the interior of the bank with a face full of interest. The basic structure is similar to the modern day, but the people were wearing medieval clothes. It was quite amusing. It felt like a proper blend of modern and fantasy. Malna looked at his expression with a curious face. After that, Malna took Kettle to various places. Most of them were quite ordinary places where people were working. And Kettle seemed to find them very interesting. Are you enjoying this? It's somewhat enjoyable. Kettle had a faint smile on his face as if he wasn't just saying it to be polite. Milna tilted her head. Is this fun? She had taken him to really ordinary places. They were extremely static and boring places where even an average person would yawn while watching, far from being fun. Moreover, Kettle was a barbarian. Although unique, he would still have the basic characteristics of a barbarian. She never imagined he would enjoy such leisurely activities. She didn't know how long they had been touring like that when Kettle muttered. You engage in various activities. Although we are in the banking business, we are fundamentally a merchant family. We haven't given up on other trades. The reason she ventured into banking was because it was low risk and highly profitable. They hadn't abandoned their original business of selling and trading goods. Milna took Kettle and moved to the next place. They left the main road and headed to a secluded corner. As they reached the remote part of the capital, there stood a building made of iron. Oh, you're here. Yes, please step aside. The guards, who were guarding the building, looked surprised to see Kettle and Milna and quickly stepped aside. She took out a key and unlocked the door. The lock was noticeably different from the others. Is this where you keep valuable items? Yes, this place holds significant meaning for me. Creak. The door opened and the two of them entered. Milna pressed a switch. The ceiling lights turned on. Kettle let out an exclamation. It's an armory. In the dark space, numerous weapons were displayed. Milna spoke. Our family was saved by trading weapons. Milna had sold weapons to the kingdom that was at war with the empire beyond the White Snowfield. With those funds, she had rebuilt the family that was on the brink of collapse. Since then, we've put significant effort into manufacturing and selling weapons. This place houses some of the special weapons. Oh, Kettle moved towards a displayed sword. May I hold it, as you please? Kettle grasped the sword. The blade gleamed sharply. It felt good in his hand. He admired it. The quality is excellent. It was far superior to the weapons he had seen outside. Even the equipment of the knights of the Ludian kingdom was inferior. It was only comparable to the sword used by Swordmaster Cain. At a glance, the other weapons did not seem much different from the one he held. We have contracted with skilled artisans from the kingdom of Denian. They combined their efforts to create these very special weapons. Each weapon here was worth a sum that could stagger an ordinary family. There were dozens of such weapons in this place. Only a family like Akasha with enough wealth to influence the country itself could afford this. If you wish, I can give you one. Milna casually offered to present such a weapon to Kettle as a gift. Though tempting, Kettle patted the axe at his waist. I have this one so I don't think I'll need it, but I appreciate the gesture. The axe I saw on the White Snowfield, it seems to be quite a good weapon. It is. It's never failed me so far. Milna's face showed interest. Kettle was a barbarian from the White Snowfield. He must have fought monsters like the serpent-like creatures there, yet his axe remained undamaged. May I examine it for a moment? Kettle handed the axe to Milna. She almost dropped it. It was twice as heavy as it looked. Barely managing to hold it, Milna examined the axe. At the end of the axe's handle, a jet-black gem was embedded, a gem of a peculiar color. It didn't look fake. The handle and blade were both black to match it. The handle was intricately carved, showing the touch of a master craftsman. Milna rubbed the axe blade. It's solid. It wasn't just sharp, it was purely solid. It seemed it wouldn't get a scratch even if struck with a hammer. What kind of ore is this made of? Milna's gaze fell on the part where the blade and handle connected. There was a symbol engraved there. What symbol is this? As a merchant, she had to sell goods to various countries and places, so she had a lot of knowledge. She was familiar with many symbols, even from the past. But this was the first time she saw this symbol. This axe could be considered a national treasure or artifact. Where did you get it? It was buried in the snow. I picked it up to use it for convenience, but it turned out to be quite useful, so I've been using it for a long time. Do you know what it is? I've never seen this symbol before. I see, that's a shame. He was also curious about the axe's origins. From the gem and the symbol, it was clear it wasn't ordinary. He thought Milna might know, but it seemed she didn't. If you wish, I can investigate the symbol for you. I'm curious too. If you could do that, I'd appreciate it. Kettle took back his axe. They continued to look around the armory. There were spears, axes, halberds, shields, and more. Each piece was remarkable. As they were about to finish their tour, one weapon caught Kettle's eye. Huh, he couldn't help but make a sound. His eyes widened. At the end of his gaze, there was a sword blazing with fire. It wasn't a metaphor or simile. In the purest sense, the sword was on fire. The flickering flames radiated intense heat. Oh, Kettle's body trembled, a flaming sword. It was a classic fantasy element. Noticing Kettle's gaze, Milna explained, it's an enchanted sword. Enchanted, Kettle's eyes lit up. Enchantment was such an attractive word. Milna watched him for a moment before asking, would you like to have it? Is that all right, given what you've done for me, of course? Then, Kettle didn't refuse. The sword in front of him was too enticing. With trembling hands, he grabbed the flaming sword. Crimson flames flickered over his hand. The fire burned fiercely, using the metal as fuel. Oh, Kettle was deeply moved. He had learned swordsmanship as a child. The moment he first held a sword upon passing the proficiency test paled in comparison to this. Malna watched the scene with a curious expression. Isn't it hot? The flaming sword was not a metaphor, it was literally on fire. Both the blade and the handle were engulfed in flames, and she could feel the intense heat. Yet Kettle was holding it with his bare hands. Any ordinary person would have had their hands burnt to ashes by now. It's fine. Are you sure it's okay for me to take this? It seems quite valuable. It's all right. In fact, it's completely impractical. When she first dabbled in enchantments, she had asked an alchemist to create a flaming sword. The result was the sword before them now. At first, she was very pleased with the extravagant appearance. But soon she realized a major flaw. The sword was literally a flaming sword. Since the handle was also on fire, it was impossible to hold. Although it could be held if protected by aura, anyone capable of using aura wouldn't need a flaming sword. They could just wield their aura directly. When she confronted the alchemist about this oversight, she responded as if puzzled by her complaint. You didn't ask for any safety measures, did you? That was when she learned that she had to specify every condition when requesting something from an alchemist. Consequently, the flaming sword was relegated to a corner of the armory. Who? Kettle listened to her story with great interest. Do you have an alchemist? Yes, we contracted her for a hefty sum. Though I somewhat regret it, she grumbled. The abilities were exceptional, but the alchemist wasn't someone from whom she could profit through transactions. Kettle stared intently at the flaming sword. Despite lacking fuel, the flames showed no signs of weakening. Judging by Malna's words, the sword must have been made quite some time ago. Despite being neglected for so long, the sword's flames had not diminished at all. It defied the laws of thermodynamics. Upon closer inspection, he noticed inscriptions on the blade. The words were incomprehensible. Are those inscriptions the catalyst, alchemy? His interest was piqued and Kettle's eyes gleamed. What kind of person is this alchemist? Odd personality but highly skilled, probably the best alchemist in the Denayan kingdom, Malna continued. She's an alchemist capable of turning someone who hasn't even grasped the concept of mysticism into a superhuman. Chapter 72. The Alchemist Part 1. What? Kettle's eyes widened. Is that really true? Those in the know are aware of the story, Malna explained. A notice was posted in the Empire, a notice seeking strong individuals to join the Empire. If a superhuman-level warrior would join the Empire, their wish would be granted. However, naturally, no superhuman responded to the notice. Superhuman warriors did not just appear out of nowhere. Even in the kingdom, they were rare, receiving special treatment. They had no reason to join the Empire. Recruiting strong individuals was common among many groups, and there was nothing special about the Empire in that regard. The notice was essentially meaningless. Then one day an alchemist appeared. The alchemist told the Empire that he could create a superhuman warrior. In exchange, she asked for one favor. From the Empire's perspective, it must have seemed like nonsense. Superhuman strength is the result of a talented individual dedicating their life. It wasn't something that could be created by someone else. It wouldn't have been strange if they had chased the alchemist away as a madman, but the emperor, perhaps on a whim, decided to support her. And so the emperor said, "Make my son a superhuman." Did he really put his own son on the experimental table? You could see it that way. The Empire is hard to understand, Malna said with a peculiar expression. The Empire, the most powerful group on the continent, was shrouded in many mysteries. It didn't seem like it belonged to the human realm. Do you also avoid dealing with the Empire? The Empire does not trade with any external groups, they handle everything internally. Really? Kettle's face showed astonishment. Is that even possible? The larger a group, the more resources it needs. In human history, no group has ever functioned without external intervention. But the Empire, a massive group functioning perfectly with internal resources alone. It was hard to believe. That's why merchants like me are always curious. We want to know what's inside that allows them to be completely self-sufficient, but no outsiders are allowed in, so we can't find out. Malna also had a puzzled look. To get back to the story, the alchemist stayed in the Empire and conducted various experiments. In just a year, the prince became a superhuman. The alchemist succeeded. She made an ordinary human into a superhuman. Kettle's eyes sparkled. Ho, it's no lie. If it were, the Empire would have come to arrest me. The alchemist's name spread across the continent. The alchemist's name was Arkames, and Arkames was here now. Interesting, Kettle remembered Cain mentioning that there was someone who had become a superhuman through alchemy. It seemed that this was the Empire's prince. But why did she come here? She would have been better treated if she stayed in the Empire. Well, I asked about that too, but she didn't answer. I also don't know what she requested from the Empire, Malna shrugged. It's not bad news for us. We have a contract with her and are making various requests. An alchemist who created a superhuman warrior. Just having a contract with such a person raised the family's prestige. It was worth the substantial cost. Alchemy. Kettle's eyes were filled with deep interest, an alchemist who made an ordinary person into a superhuman warrior. In other words, she enlightened someone to the mysteries of the world. Kettle spoke up. I have a favor to ask. Please go ahead, can I meet the alchemist? What? Malna was momentarily flustered. She knew he was interested but didn't expect him to actually want to meet the alchemist. She stammered as she asked. May I ask why? I have a request for the alchemist. A request? Is it impossible? No, it's not that, Malna said with a slightly reluctant expression. I'm just not sure if it will be okay. Is the alchemist's personality very eccentric? Not really. More like awkward. In that case, please arrange a meeting. If you're worried about me being rude, I'll behave as politely as possible. That's not the issue. From her perspective, Kettle was extremely polite and respectful. She couldn't imagine him being rude to anyone. Malna was worried about something else. After a brief hesitation, Malna nodded. All right, I'll guide you. Oh, thank you, but there's something I need to explain first. What is it? Malna explained, and Kettle's eyes widened. Malna led Kettle as they walked. The two of them left the capital and headed towards a forest right outside the outer walls. It was a dense forest, seldom visited by people. As Malna struggled to push through the underbrush, Kettle stepped forward. With a light gesture, he broke and snapped the branches in their way. Thank you. Is she staying in the forest? She said it's convenient here. It's a real hassle for me to come and go, though. Malna continued to advance through the forest. In the middle of the forest, there it was. It was a house made of wood, but it wasn't an ordinary house. Kettle couldn't help but exclaim. Impressive. The house was covered in vegetation. Trees grew on the roof and vines wrapped around the walls. It looked like it was part of nature itself. Malna grumbled. We spent a lot of money to build this house, and within a year it turned into this. Kettle liked it. It looked like a typical witch's house from a fantasy. As they approached the door, the smell of herbs and the sound of bubbling liquids filled the air. Malna looked at Kettle. I'd appreciate it if you could wait here for a moment. I'll talk to her first and then introduce you. Understood. Kettle moved to the side of the door without a word. Malna knocked lightly on the door. Who is it? It's me, Arkamis. Oh, small footsteps approached and the door opened. Creak, a woman appeared. Her brown hair reached down to her waist, swaying as she moved. Her half-closed eyes revealed golden irises, giving her a sleepy look. Malna held her breath for a moment. Even though she had seen her often, she never got used to it. Her beauty was inhuman, and in truth, she wasn't human. The woman's ears were pointed, not round. She was an elf. The woman smiled gently. Hello, Malna. Hello, Arkamis. He's still wearing rags, I see. Arkamis was dressed very lightly. It was more like a rag draped over her than actual clothing. I gave you clothes. They got ruined with all the chemicals, and so you're wearing those rags. What does it matter? I'm here alone, Arkamis yawned. So, employer, what's the matter? I properly made what you asked for last time, didn't I? Made it properly, you say? Malna let out a dry laugh. I asked you to make a shield that could deflect anything. And I did. I made sure the handle wouldn't deflect. Yes, it was a cursed item that once grabbed you couldn't let go of. When Malna asked Arkamis to make equipment, she specifically requested the handle to be securely fixed. Arkamis followed that request. The handle was securely fixed, never coming loose. It just attached itself to anything that touched it. If she hadn't worn gloves during the test, her skin would have been torn off. Arkamis spoke lightly. You didn't specify anything about letting go, did you? Malna glared silently at Arkamis, who flinched slightly. Sorry, she quickly apologized. Malna sighed. I didn't do it on purpose. I was working through the night and made a mistake because I was tired. I really didn't do it on purpose. I understand, just be careful next time. I promise I won't do it again, Arkamis vowed. Malna looked at her with a peculiar expression. Seeing Malna's scrutiny, Arkamis cautiously asked, So what's the matter? There's someone who wants to meet you. A visitor? Interest sparkled in Arkamis's eyes. Someone wants to see me? Yes, it seems they became interested after hearing about what you did in the Empire. Oh, Arkamis's face showed unmistakable joy and pride. It was a great achievement. So they admire me and want to meet me. Admire isn't quite the right word. Well, a lot of people are interested in me. Even before I signed a contract with you, I had people from everywhere asking me to come to them. It was really annoying, Arkamis muttered to herself, seemingly oblivious to Malna's words. With a face full of pride, Malna sighed softly. This person is the kingdom's best alchemist. If not for her achievements, she might have thought she was just a braggart stealing someone else's glory. So where are they? Arkamis looked around expectantly. He's right next to us, but well, he's quite a unique person, so you might be surprised. Malna, who do you think I am? Arkamis gave a confident smile. I'm someone who has dealt with the Emperor of the Empire. Do you think I'd be surprised by meeting anyone? Well, Malna trailed off. One thing she had realized over the past year with Arkamis was that much of her attitude and words were mostly bravado. It was hard to believe this alchemist, who had even dealt with the Empire, could show such direct and varied emotions. In a positive light, she was candid. In a negative light, she was childlike. But still, she was the alchemist who had dealt with the Empire. Her achievements and skills were undeniable. Considering her confidence, Malna thought it should be fine for her to meet Kettle. She turned her head. Kettle, I think it's okay for you to come out now. Finally, Kettle stepped forward. He stood at the door looking down at Arkamis with interest. Nice to meet you, I am Kettle. Arkamis didn't respond. She just stared blankly at Kettle, mouth slightly open. With no response, Kettle tilted his head. Can you hear me? A small voice escaped her lips. Slowly, an emotion began to form in Arkamis' eyes. Malna sighed. As expected, no sooner had she finished speaking than a scream erupted. Birds scattered into the sky. Chapter 73, The Alchemist, Part 2. The bubbling sound came from the cauldron in front of the fireplace. A green liquid was boiling, releasing bubbles and filling the room with a peculiar scent. Various catalysts, which seemed to be alchemy ingredients, hung on the wall. In the center of the room sat a beautiful woman with brown hair. Arkamis spoke with a shy expression. Sorry, no, it's all right, it happens. Kettle, sitting across from her, said with a familiar face. It's common for people to be scared when they see me. Although your reaction was quite extreme. When Arkamis first recognized Kettle, she screamed and ran away. She hurriedly took out a few catalysts and mysterious colored beads to confront Kettle. If Malna hadn't quickly intervened, she might have actually used them. People who saw him for the first time were usually frightened and terrified, but that was just a normal fear of his appearance and being a stranger. Arkamis' fear was more profound. It was a fear of his very existence, a prey's reaction when exposed to a predator. Have you calmed down a bit now? Yes, Arkamis nodded. So what brings you here? This gentleman wanted to meet you. He has a request. Me, Arkamis' face showed fear at these words. It was an instinctive fear. What do you want from me? I am interested in alchemy. At Kettle's words, Arkamis' face twisted as if she had heard a lion talk about eating plants. Interested in alchemy? Is that a problem? No, it's not that. Then there should be no issue. I heard about your achievements and became quite interested. They say you made the prince superhuman. Is that true? It is true, Kettle was impressed. That's amazing. Is such a thing really possible? A pure compliment and admiration. Feeling a bit better, Arkamis' scared expression softened a bit. Kettle turned his gaze to the boiling cauldron. What are you making in that cauldron? A catalyst. A catalyst. A catalyst that reacts and responds to applied force. It's a fundamental alchemy catalyst. Oh, I see. What are the ingredients? Papukia fruit, cartridge root, the life water from Mamusi swamp, and fairy wing powder. Arkamis listed dozens of ingredients. Kettle was amazed. There are so many. Can all these ingredients make such a catalyst? Papukia fruit stabilizes the form. Albrum makes it respond to external impacts. Arkamis began explaining. Kettle listened intently. I see. Does the mixture also have a significant impact? Of course, if mixed incorrectly, it becomes a sphere that repels all forces applied to it, so. Energized by Kettle's reaction, Arkamis continued to explain more passionately. Watching this, Malna was surprised. She was a merchant. She was accustomed to flattering and entertaining business partners to secure deals and outdo competitors. Because of this experience, she could tell. What Kettle was doing was perfect and impeccable hospitality, something even she couldn't easily achieve. He was picking out exactly the parts Arkamis wanted to explain and responding in the way she wanted. This was hospitality, she was sure of it. Otherwise, no one would listen to such a highly specialized and hard-to-understand explanation without getting bored. Of course, contrary to Malna's assumption, Kettle was genuinely interested and enjoyed listening. These things aren't something you can know without learning from someone. What on earth has he been doing? Malna thought to herself. Arkamis, thrilled, continued explaining. For 30 minutes she didn't stop talking, and Malna's face started showing signs of boredom. But Kettle was still listening with an interested expression, and that's how the catalyst is completed. I see, interesting, Kettle, stroking his chin, spoke. I have one question. Can those who haven't grasped the mysteries learn alchemy? No, that's not true, Arkamis shook her head. Swordsmanship and magic deal with internal mysteries, but alchemy deals with external mysteries. There are quite a few things in this world imbued with mysteries. While the results might be similar, the process was entirely different. In fact, there's not much difference from magic. There are even schools of alchemical magic. But alchemy itself can be used without understanding the mysteries. Saying this, Arkamis took a gray orb and some catalysts from the wall. She mixed them together and threw them towards the fireplace. Crackling sounds erupted. The flames in the fireplace turned to ice. Kettle's eyes lit up. Wow, the astonishing part wasn't just that the fire had turned to ice. The ice flickered like flames, scattering coldness all around. It's a reaction of properties. In magical terms, it's a level 3 spell. I didn't use any mana just now. With just the mixture of pure catalysts, she had created something mystical, using external mysteries to achieve the desired results. This was alchemy. Kettle murmured with a face full of awe. Can I do that too? As long as you have the catalysts, Arkamis replied lightly. Milna also watched in amazement. Whatever her personality might be, her skill was undeniable. Milna, who was looking at the burning ice with a curious expression, suddenly froze. Arkamis, the catalyst you just used, isn't that the one I recently spent a fortune to get for you? Ah, Arkamis stiffened. Milna's face twisted. Did you use it up on such a simple trick? Arkamis averted her gaze. So what do you want? With the conversation, her wariness seemed to have eased a bit, and Arkamis's expression relaxed. Kettle spoke with a serious face. I have a request. What is it? Kettle's eyes sparkled. Can you teach me alchemy? Milna and Arkamis's eyes widened. Kettle quickly continued. Your skills are amazing, truly miraculous. Creating such results with simple ingredients is really impressive. Are really? Pleased with the compliment, Arkamis's lips curved slightly upwards. She felt incredibly good. This frightening entity was praising and admiring her. She felt more uplifted than usual. I'm very interested in alchemy. Can I learn it from you? After a moment of silence, Arkamis spoke. Sure. Kettle walked through the forest with a satisfied look on his face. Behind him, Milna asked with a confused expression. Kettle, were you really planning to learn alchemy? I thought you wanted artifacts. No, it's both. One of the items on his bucket list in this fantasy world was to grasp the mysteries. Aura and magic, handling such mysterious powers directly was incredibly appealing. There are practical reasons, too. In this world, there were situations where you couldn't cope without understanding the mysteries, demons, for instance. Until Aquas lent him power, he couldn't inflict meaningful damage on the demon. Adamant's clone spell also went unnoticed, dragging out time. Kettle was increasingly feeling the need to understand the mysteries. Arkamis was an alchemist who made the prince superhuman without understanding the mysteries. If anyone could help Kettle grasp the mysteries, it was her. Initially, he sought her out for that reason. But the more he listened to her, the more interested he became in alchemy itself. It was a technique unique to this fantasy world, unlike anything in the modern world. Naturally, he wanted to try using such fantasy techniques himself. So why not learn alchemy and understand the mysteries as well? The only concern was Arkamis's refusal. It's common not to share skills with outsiders. It wouldn't be strange if she refused. So he was worried about how to get her to teach him alchemy, but fortunately, Arkamis readily accepted his request. Kettle's expression was very satisfied. Starting tomorrow, I'll be learning alchemy. Very good, as long as you're satisfied, Kettle, but I didn't expect her to be an elf. Kettle was surprised when he first heard Milna's story. After all, this was the kingdom of Denian. I thought other races would be excluded as much as possible. There are people like that, but the country doesn't discriminate. Too much time has passed for that now. Quite a few non-human races resided in the kingdom of Denian. Except for a handful of pureblood fanatics, most people didn't mind. I see. Whatever the case, it was good news for him. Starting tomorrow, he could begin learning alchemy. As Kettle reveled in the thought, he suddenly remembered something. The elves, they were afraid of him, terrified even. The elf queen had once said that his presence felt like a predator to them. That's why he couldn't stay long in the first elf village he encountered. The elves were too frightened of him. Arkamis had also been very scared when she first saw him. Will this be okay? Thinking for a moment, Kettle quickly changed his thoughts. It should be fine. If she really disliked the idea, she would have refused. The fact that she accepted meant that she wasn't too afraid of him. It seems that even elves stop being scared once they get used to it. Kettle smiled contentedly. Meanwhile, at the same time, Aya left alone. Arkamis sat down, clutching her head in frustration. What have you done, Arkamis? Arkamis yelled at herself. To agree to teach alchemy to a barbarian. That meant she would have to spend time with such a terrifying being. If it were her usual self, she would have immediately refused, but Kettle had skillfully praised her. Feeling elated, she impulsively decided it would be fine. Now she was paying the price for that decision. What should I do? She bit her lip. Should she now tell him it was a lie and refuse? No, she couldn't. If she did, he would turn against her. He would be angry and take up his axe, furious that she had deceived him. As if imagining her head being split, she shuddered. No, that won't do. She had to accept the barbarian for now. But having to stay with him while teaching him alchemy, that was even worse. It wasn't the fact that he was a barbarian that bothered her. A regular barbarian couldn't harm her, but Kettle was different. He's not just a barbarian. The aura emanating from Kettle was beyond mere strength. It wasn't just about being strong, his very essence was different. Milna, a human, hadn't noticed, but Arkamis, as an elf, could tell. She was a being of nature, an elf. Kettle only appeared to be a barbarian. His true nature was something else entirely. Why would such a formidable being want to learn alchemy? After much contemplation, she came to a conclusion. Right, the barbarian was interested in alchemy, but that didn't mean he knew much about it. He was probably just dazzled by its flashy appearance. Ultimately, it would just be a light-hearted amusement for him. A being of his caliber wouldn't seriously learn alchemy. When the boring and tedious parts came up, he'd quickly lose interest and leave, then she would be free again. Yes, that's it. It had to be. She clung to that hope. Chapter 74. The Alchemist, Part 3. The next day, Kettle went to Arkamis' house with a pounding heart. Arkamis greeted Kettle with eyes full of dark circles. "You're here. Are you all right? You look tired." "I'm fine." In truth, Arkamis hadn't slept well due to anxiety, but she pretended to be nonchalant. Kettle looked at Arkamis with an expectant gaze. "So what do we do now?" It was time to learn the mysteries of this world. His heart was pounding so hard it was difficult to contain. Arkamis cleared her throat. "First, there's something you need before I can teach you alchemy." "Something I need?" "Yes, whether you're qualified to learn alchemy." Do you need qualifications for this?" "No, not really. But alchemy isn't exactly a fun or thrilling study. I need to make sure you're committed and won't quit halfway through." With that, Arkamis looked at Kettle anxiously. She had spent all day yesterday thinking about how to make Kettle give up and leave. The words she was saying now were one of the answers she had come up with. If Kettle questioned or argued, it would all be over. However, Kettle nodded as if he understood. "I get it. I understand." When teaching someone, it was necessary to confirm if they were ready to learn. Seeing Kettle agree, Arkamis clenched her fist out of sight. "Great." The first step was a success. "So what do I need to do?" Alchemy is about using the mysteries of the outside world, not the inside, right? Combining various materials to create a catalyst for the desired mystery was the foundation. Unlike swords or magic, which utilized the mysteries of the body, alchemy borrowed the mysteries of the external world, requiring thorough preparation. Thus, the basics of an alchemist began with creating a catalyst. "We'll start with this." Arkamis showed a cauldron to Kettle. The cauldron was filled with various ingredients. She handed him a wooden stick. "These are the ingredients to make the basic catalyst of alchemy. But the catalyst doesn't come out easily. You need to emulsify and mix these ingredients." Arkamis spoke lightly. "So you just need to stir the cauldron with this stick." "Got it." Kettle grabbed the wooden stick. "You can't just stir it roughly. The force and speed must be consistent, and there should be no unmixed ingredients. You need to be very meticulous." "I'll concentrate." Kettle stirred the wooden stick with a serious face. The ingredients began to grind with a scraping sound. "How long do I have to do this?" 4 hours. "That's a long time. I told you alchemy isn't fun or exciting. This is the basics, so you must get used to it. Though we don't do it this way nowadays." Arkamis swallowed her last words. "For 4 hours you had to focus on the cauldron." Stirring the wooden stick with even force was tiring for both the arms and back. It was a necessary task, but also hard labor. Therefore, most alchemists created automatic devices. She herself hadn't stirred with her own power for the last 40 years. "I wonder when he'll get bored and leave." Kettle wasn't an ordinary human. Being a barbarian was just his appearance. In reality, he was much more. She knew that. She didn't know why he wanted to learn alchemy, but it was likely just a simple pastime. If so, he would get bored quickly. Repeated simple labor and static situations would soon bore him, Arkamis was sure. And time passed. 2 hours later, Arkamis spoke reluctantly. "Aren't you tired?" "This is fun, actually." Despite the passing time, Kettle's hand didn't slow down. Instead, he was fervently grinding the ingredients into a pulp with an enthusiastic look in his eyes. "I played a lot of RPG games. 4 hours is nothing." In his previous life, he loved RPG games. One of the characteristics of RPG games was repetitive tasks. He had spent half a day repeating the same routine, so 4 hours of repetitive work was no problem. Moreover, he was now creating actual results in a real fantasy world. It wasn't just data chunks but reality. It couldn't be boring. Even without water, the sap keeps flowing. The cauldron is almost full already. Kettle muttered happily as he stirred the wooden stick. Arkamis watched him with a bewildered expression 4 hours later. "How is it?" Arkamis looked at the bubbling cauldron. She wanted to point out any flaws and make him do it again, but it was perfect. There was nothing to criticize. It was even better than when she had made it herself. "This is good enough." In the end, that was all she could say. Kettle's eyes shone. "Then now." "No, not yet." Arkamis shook her head. This wasn't the only task she had prepared. She had another process ready just in case. "How many ingredients do you see hanging on the wall?" "It looks like there are at least 100. "Right. Those are just a small portion of the total number of alchemy ingredients. Alchemy could use any material imbued with mystery as an ingredient. Thus, the number of ingredients was enormous. The quantities were large and their properties varied. The direction of the mixtures and the resulting characteristics were all different, making it a field that required a lot of knowledge. You don't need to know all the ingredients, but you need to know the essentials. Can you accumulate this knowledge? This is one of the qualifications. With that, Arkamis pulled out a book as large as her torso. "Can you read?" "Yes, I see." Arkamis handed him the book, slightly disappointed. "Here, memorize all the characteristics and appearances of these ingredients. You can check them out over there." Ask if you don't know something. Got it, Kettle nodded. He opened the book and started reading, and Archimedes looked at him with satisfaction. It's done. Now it was really over. The book's content was by no means small. It was as thick as a torso and densely packed with text, making it a chore to read. Moreover, it was filled with technical terms, requiring him to look up and record things separately. The content was specialized, making it hard to interpret. He might manage at first, but he would soon get bored and leave. Then she would be free, she had no doubt, and a day passed. Kettle was skimming through the book with the same posture as at the beginning. The thick book was already a quarter of the way through. Archimedes looked at Kettle with a bored expression. For roughly 24 hours, Kettle hadn't left his seat. He was still there when she went to sleep and when she woke up. Aren't you tired? Not really, it's fun. The book's content was certainly extensive and complex, but it was interesting. It felt like reading a guidebook or setting book for a game he was interested in. There was no way it could be boring. It's thick, but not excessively so. The setting books he read in his childhood were quite thick too. Though there were many technical terms, looking them up was part of the fun. He was essentially a scholar in the modern world. Reading a single book wasn't hard. Kettle read with an interested expression. Oh, this part is different. I should make a note of this. He began studying beyond mere memorization, taking notes on his own. His enthusiasm was more intense than that of an average student, and Archimedes's mind grew troubled. 3 days later. Correct, Kettle had perfectly passed the simple test Archimedes had given him. It would have been impossible without memorizing and understanding the book. So now I can learn alchemy? Well, Archimedes's mouth went dry as she stammered, seeing his expectant eyes. What do I do? She hadn't prepared beyond this point. She had thought he would get bored halfway through. She hadn't imagined he would complete all the steps. At this rate, she would be stuck with this barbarian disguised monster. Archimedes, Kettle tilted his head at her lack of response. Archimedes snapped back to reality and spoke. Well, you've passed for now. Oh, then, he could now learn alchemy. But before that, there's one more process. Archimedes swallowed. I will teach you alchemy, you will be the student, and I will be the teacher imparting knowledge to you. Correct. That's true. Then I am, in a sense, your master. Archimedes closed her eyes tightly. So you should call me master and show respect by addressing me formally. Kneel and bow your head to show your respect. This is the final step. How about that? She didn't know Kettle's true nature, but he was probably a powerful being. For such a being to call her master, address her formally, and even bow his head, it was a great humiliation. Frankly, it wouldn't be surprising if he revealed his true form and crushed her head immediately. This was a gamble for her as well. Archimedes was sure Kettle would refuse or become angry. All right. But Kettle nodded obediently. Well, as a student, it's only right to show that level of courtesy. Kettle felt no particular resistance. He hadn't bowed his head to Barbossa because Barbossa wasn't his king, but Archimedes was his alchemy teacher. It was natural to show respect and courtesy. Kettle slowly knelt down. Seeing this, Archimedes's face turned pale. Kettle bowed his head, his mouth opened. Just as he was about to speak, Archimedes hurriedly stopped him. No, you don't have to. So did I pass. Do whatever you want. Archimedes said, looking as if she was about to collapse. She couldn't believe he was actually going to bow and show respect. If she hadn't stopped him, he would surely kill her later, claiming she had humiliated him. She had no choice but to stop him. Now it was certain. This being had come here to toy with her. There was nothing more she could do. She would have to endure being his plaything. Do as you will, whether you bend or break me. She gave up and asked, what do you want from me? I want to learn alchemy. And one more thing, Kettle's eyes sparkled. I want to understand the mysteries. Archimedes unconsciously let out a sound. Chapter 75, The Alchemist, Part 4. Do you want to comprehend the mysteries? Yes. What? Archimedes made a sound again. Her eyes were filled with bewilderment, but the sensation felt from Kettle, the aura and force he exuded were clearly beyond human. It was hard to believe he didn't know about the mysteries. Do you want to comprehend the mysteries? Is it a different concept of language? Kettle tilted his head. Being asked 3 times made him think so. I'm talking about things like aura and mana. I want to gain that power. Wait a moment, let me check something. Archimedes closed her eyes. Kettle watched her with interest. Is that how you comprehend someone's mystery? Because there's a mystery imbued in the body. If one reached a certain level, they could sense whether someone possessed mystery, she briefly said as she sensed Kettle's body. As a result, she could tell Kettle didn't possess any mystery. Archimedes' pupils widened. Are you truly human? Then what did you think I was? A dragon, Kettle frowned. It seems there was a misunderstanding. Kettle and Archimedes conversed. After hearing Archimedes' story, Kettle stroked his chin. Do I give off that kind of aura? Haven't humans been afraid of you? They have, but... He thought it was fear of his appearance, but it seemed that wasn't all. Probably because they can feel intimidation and pressure from you. However, it might not be that strong once they get used to it. But I'm an elf, you know. Elves are beings of nature. They live harmoniously with it. Their sensing abilities are far superior to humans. Arkamis looked at Kettle with a peculiar gaze. The aura I sense from you isn't that of a being in harmony with nature. No matter how strong a human is, they are still a part of this world. Ultimately, they are born from and live with nature. This is an inescapable natural order for humans, but what she sensed from Kettle was different, a deviation from the natural order. That was the sense Kettle gave off. At least it's not an aura a human can exude. It's closer to that of a predator. There was unmistakable fear in Arkami's eyes as she said this. Is that why you thought I was a dragon? Dragons are dominators, not harmonizers. So it didn't feel strange. After thinking for a while, Kettle asked, are all barbarians like that? If they were, they would have dominated the world. Arkamis answered immediately, meaning no. Is it a characteristic of the White Snowfield? Is it a peculiarity of the barbarians from there, or is it a trait unique to his existence? The answer was unknown. Barbarians of the White Snowfield don't come out, Kettle muttered softly. Is that why the elves attacked me? What elves? What do you mean? Arkamis asked, surprised by Kettle's words. Kettle answered appropriately, explaining he met an elf village and they attacked him. Hearing his story, Arkamis nodded. To them, you are an incomprehensible monster. Humans would attack if a bear intruded into their village, right? It's like that. Is that so? Kettle's face turned slightly gloomy. Does that mean he will always be in a hostile relationship with elves in the future? That's sad. Wait, Arkami's face hardened after a moment of thought. Then did you? No, we resolved the misunderstanding and had a conversation. As an apology, I received this. Kettle took out a red jewel from his pocket. Arkami's eyes turned wide like a rabbit's upon seeing the jewel. World Tree's Tear, is that its name? How did you get that? Arkamis was visibly flustered upon seeing the jewel. Kettle explained, I met the elf queen. She gave this to me, inviting me to visit their sanctuary sometime. The sanctuary? Arkamis was extremely flustered. Why? Well, that shouldn't be given to outsiders. After a moment of being flustered, she finally composed herself. I guess it's not my business. Anyway, receiving that means you didn't harm the elves. Regardless, Kettle put the jewel back in his pocket and spoke. I am human, that fact will never be shaken. What I ask of you is alchemy and to comprehend the mysteries. Got it. Arkamis organized her thoughts. This barbarian is indeed very intimidating and frightening, but he is just a simple barbarian. A human, there's no reason for him to lie after coming all this way, so it's almost certain. Moreover, seeing that he doesn't even know this fact himself, it's probably innate to his birth. As she thought this far, an idea flashed through her mind. Then there's no need to be afraid. This barbarian does not know the mysteries. In other words, he is not a strong person. Without understanding the mysteries, it is impossible to grasp strong power. That was common sense. A barbarian who wants to become stronger, she reached a conclusion. A barbarian who wants to comprehend the mysteries and become stronger. In hindsight, it had been like that from the beginning. Kettle had asked her to teach him alchemy and help him understand the mysteries. It was only her who got scared and fell into all sorts of delusions. I got scared for nothing. Arkamis regained her composure. A smile returned to her face. Well, all right. Without prejudice, Kettle was not a person with significant issues. On the contrary, he had perfectly complied with her unreasonable demands. Thinking that he did everything to learn alchemy and understand the mysteries made him seem cute. It seemed fine to teach him for fun. I am Arkamis, an alchemist who deals with the Empire. Barbarian, I will teach you what you want to know. Kettle noticed the sudden change in her attitude. She's looking down on me a bit, but it didn't matter. What mattered was obtaining what he desired. The misunderstanding was resolved, but a new misunderstanding arose. The conversation continued with misunderstandings stacked upon each other. So you want to comprehend the mysteries. Have you tried to understand them? I have, but I couldn't feel anything. It's originally difficult to do alone. You need someone to assist you. A talented person might comprehend the mysteries alone, but usually it's impossible. Typically someone who has already progressed guides them, but Kettle shook his head. There was someone, but it didn't work. There was who? A sword master. What? Arkamis paused. A sword master guided you. Is there a problem? No, not exactly. A sword master is a rare existence, even in a kingdom. They are incredibly strong, rare, and treated accordingly. Generally, they are not someone you can meet. Did such a being help a barbarian comprehend the mysteries? Pondering over this incomprehensible statement, Arkamis reached a conclusion. He must have been deceived by a fake pretending to be a sword master. Kettle doesn't know the mysteries. If a top-level warrior exudes aura, one might mistake them for a sword master. Top-level warriors are not weak by any means, but the gap between them and a sword master is immense. He was likely deceived by a top-level warrior. Arkamis looked at Kettle with a sympathetic gaze. Let me check, sit here. Is it possible? Even a sword master couldn't do it. Who do you think I am? I'm an alchemist. In this field I'm much superior, okay? Even if you were a real sword master, she wouldn't lose. Kettle, finding her words interesting, sat down. Then please. Kettle closed his eyes. Arkamis cautiously approached and placed her hand on Kettle's back. Uh, and she unintentionally let out a groan, solid. It didn't feel strong because there were many muscles. In the purest sense, it was solid. It had high strength and hardness. She doubted whether this body was truly made of flesh. Arkamis, surprised for a moment, closed her eyes and focused. Her mana extended into Kettle's body, seeking the path to the mysteries. And she soon realized that she couldn't find the path of mystery in Kettle's body. She focused her mind even more. Her mana delved deeper into his body, but she couldn't see it, she couldn't reach it. It was like trying to find a specific fish in the depths of an ocean with no visible bottom. After a long search, she finally withdrew her hand. Kettle looked at Arkamis with hopeful eyes. What happened? I can't find it. Arkamis' face was filled with confusion. She couldn't find the path of mystery in Kettle's body. What is this? Not being able to sense it at all was unexpected. Disappointment lingered on Kettle's face. Is it impossible after all? Let me just say it's impossible even for wizards. They need to verify internally and you can't even do that. Not being able to sense the mystery at all was a first for her. Does that mean I can never obtain the mystery? An alchemist and a sword master couldn't find the path of mystery. She said it would be the same for a wizard. Coming to a fantasy world and not being able to learn the mystery was very sad. Kettle became depressed. That's not it. Arkamis shook her head and said confidently, "Who do you think I am? I'm an alchemist. I've made those who don't know the mystery into superhumans." Even in a situation like Kettle's, it wasn't completely impossible. The path of mystery should exist in your body so we can create a catalyst to activate it. I've helped quite a few people comprehend the mystery this way. It's not impossible. Oh, Kettle's eyes sparkled. Is it possible? It is possible, it's just a hassle. Normally, she would have refused. There was no reason to do such a troublesome thing without any compensation, but this time was different. She was an alchemist. Not one who wielded power, but one who researched. That body was special. It was an anomaly she had never seen before. It was worth researching. Arkamis' eyes glimmered with interest. She nodded. All right. I'll help you, thank you. Kettle smiled brightly and grabbed Arkamis' hand. Thank you so much. If you ever need my help, just let me know. I'll be happy to assist. Okay. Let go of my hand. Arkamis pulled her hand back, her face flushed. On the surface, it looked like a woman nervous about holding a man's hand in an innocent situation, but the reality was different. I almost attacked reflexively. Even though her perception of Kettle had changed, the sense of intimidation she felt didn't disappear. She felt a momentary sensation as if a carnivorous animal was pouncing on her. She calmed her excited heart and spoke. The method is simple. We use a catalyst to infuse the path of mystery within you with mystery. After that, I'll assist in circulating it. In the end, we need a catalyst. But the materials for it are quite expensive and rare. Can't we just ask Malna for it? Do you think it's that easy? Arkamis grumbled. The reason for requesting the materials was Kettle's personal need. If she asked Malna for the catalyst materials, Malna would scrutinize the reasons and necessity. She had often been rejected during this process. So it's for personal use, Arkamis. While I support you, I have no intention of funding such frivolous endeavors. If that is what you desire, please create a more useful artifact first and then we can talk. Arkamis involuntarily shivered. Malna's cold eyes from that time were still etched in her memory. Thinking this far, Arkamis suddenly smiled. Kettle, you need this, right? Yes. Try persuading Malna yourself, who knows. You seem to have a good rapport with her, she might agree. Kettle nodded. Then they went to Malna and explained the purpose of the catalyst and the materials required. Each of the materials was extremely expensive and rare. Even for the Akasha family, these were a significant burden. They weren't something that could be handed over lightly based on mere acquaintance. Arkamis naturally thought Malna would refuse and scrutinize Kettle coldly. She was looking forward to watching that unfold. Malna spoke lightly. Understood, since Kettle needs it, I will get it for you. Arkamis, why are you glaring at me with such an aggrieved look? Chapter 76, The Alchemist. Part 5, Despite being so strict with me, Arkamis muttered with a voice full of indignation. At those words, Malna gave a knowing, bitter smile. You were holding that in your heart, weren't you? But this is a different situation. If it weren't for Mr. Kettle, I wouldn't be here. So, is he your savior or something? It wouldn't be wrong to say so. Arkamis paused in her grumbling. Really, I received a great favor. This is no problem at all. I'll get it ready. However, depending on the types of materials, it might take considerable time, so please understand. I'm not in a position to hurry given that I'm the one asking for a favor. Thank you. Kettle nodded in satisfaction. Back in their quarters, Arkamis kept grumbling. This is discrimination, I tell you. They were so strict with me. Well, isn't it a good thing? It is, but it's hard to accept. After a while of grumbling, Arkamis' eyes slowly settled. It is a good thing, at least I don't have to go through the trouble of gathering the materials, though it will still take considerable time. Will it take that long? The value of the materials is high, but more than that, they are quite rare and often in short supply. Most of them are consumed by the Magic Tower, so it'll take at least a month. Does the Magic Tower have priority? They consume the most and pay the highest price, so most of the supplies go there. It's hard for an individual like me to get them. Kettle stroked his chin, intrigued. It was only natural. Sellers would want to trade with those who had the greatest demand. The Magic Tower, being a large organization, would be a safe and reliable customer. There's one thing I'm curious about. What is it? Can you figure out what this is? Kettle took out a translucent gray cube from his pocket. It was the artifact Karthos had used for his magic. He thought that since Arkamis was an excellent alchemist, she might be able to identify it. Let me see. Arkamis squinted at the cube. It looks like an artifact. What is this? Arkamis was taken aback. It's too advanced. Can you figure it out? Arkamis groaned as if her pride was hurt, but soon gave up and said, I have no idea. Really? Even you don't know? It's too complex for me to understand. There are dozens of intertwined formulas creating a huge effect. It's hard to decipher. You'd have to go directly to a master who specializes in artifacts. It's that advanced, Kettle was surprised. He knew it wasn't an ordinary artifact, but he hadn't expected it to be that sophisticated. Arkamis handed back the artifact. Check it out at the Magic Tower when you go there later. Where did you even get something like this? Arkamis was curious. It was hard for her to understand how a barbarian had such a high-level artifact. Kettle received the artifact. Got it? Anyway, back to the main topic. It will take quite a bit of time to gather the materials. Then I can spend that time learning alchemy. Kettle laughed joyfully. Arkamis looked at him as if he were seeing something strange. Weird guy. A week passed after that. As Milna and Arkamis had said, the procurement of the materials did not go smoothly. Even after a week, they had only obtained 2 of the desired materials. The progress was very slow, but Kettle didn't mind. He was enjoying learning alchemy in the meantime. Arkamis, I have a question. What is it? Arkamis, who was organizing materials at the table, turned her head. Kettle was holding a piece of paper. What do you think about this combination? Wait a moment. Arkamis took the paper. On it, Kettle had written down a catalyst and the ratios of various ingredients. After a quick glance, Arkamis spoke. It's not bad, but it's inefficient. Instead of the morning dew here, the morning ember would be better. Really? The combination ratio is also too high. Half of this would suffice. There's a blue book over there that explains it, so check it out. Got it. Kettle nodded and walked to the bookshelf on the other side. He took out the blue book and began to read. Arkamis watched him with a look of fascination. He learns quickly. It hadn't even been a week since Kettle started learning alchemy, such a short time to learn and master anything. Yet Kettle was already showing some results. She had to help him, but he was already capable of basic-level alchemy. In terms of speed, he could be called a genius, but that wasn't quite it. The reason was simple. Kettle had invested all his time in alchemy over the past week. No rest, no sleep, no meals. He would come to her place early in the morning to receive instruction from her, and when he returned, he would take books and notes to study. He invested a pure week's worth of time. For anyone else, it would have been over a month. It was a passion that went beyond simple enthusiasm and indicated he found it genuinely enjoyable. I thought his main focus was learning mysticism and that he wasn't very interested in alchemy. Kettle showed a strong interest in alchemy as well. It wasn't a bad thing from her perspective. It felt good to see someone taking her lifelong field of study so seriously. It's satisfying to teach him. He wasn't quick to memorize, but he understood things fast. His ideas were also exceptional, sometimes offering very unique concepts. It was as if his ideas weren't bound by the common sense of this world. At first, it was just a simple pastime, but it turned out to be more enjoyable than she had expected. It was a surprisingly satisfying time. Arkamis, I have something I want to ask. Sure, what is it? Arkamis collected her thoughts at Kettle's words. Without taking his eyes off the blue book, Kettle asked, It says here that it can be used for control magic and manifestation magic. What exactly does that mean? Oh, that's simple, Arkamis began to explain. Magic has levels, right? You're aware of the standards of those levels. Detection of mysteries, control, manifestation, domination, and imagination, right? Correct. The types of magic you can handle are determined by your level. It's classified accordingly. Detection of mysteries, third-rate level. The lowest level of magic, the basics. You can handle very simple detection and sensory expansion. This level of magic is called detection magic. So control magic is the magic that second-rate levels can handle. Right, Arkamis nodded. Second-rate level, control magic. This level allowed for physical enhancement and handling simple mana arrows. And first-rate level, manifestation magic. From here on, it's proper magic. Commonly known spells like fireball or ice arrow could be handled. Spatial leap was also possible, marking the level where one could call themselves a wizard. Next is domination magic. the level where one could dominate mysteries and control them with their will. Magic that only superhumanly strong individuals could handle. It's powerful and has a wide range, strong magic. I see. The image of Adamath appeared in Kettle's mind. The magic he wielded in the end swept over nature itself. That was probably domination magic. Lastly, I don't know much about imagination magic either. Only hero-class wizards can handle it, and they are exceedingly rare. Are there that few? There are only 3 known to the world. The Master of the Magic Tower, the Guardian of the Ashen Labyrinth, and the Keeper of the Boundary. Just those 3. Except for the Magic Tower Master, the others don't come out, so we don't even know if they're alive. Arkami said lightly, "You won't meet them, so don't worry about it." Anyway, that's the classification. The types of magic you can handle change according to your level. A lower-level spell isn't necessarily weak. Its power can vary greatly depending on who's handling it. Arkami's continued. Detection magic is something even a third-rate can use, but the Magic Tower Master can use it to see the entire continent. Is that possible? I have insight. It's a spell that scatters a mass of mana to observe everything within range. The mana density is so low that even a swordmaster can't detect it. It wouldn't be strange if they were watching this place right now. That's possible too, Kettle was impressed. Arkami smiled, pleased with his focused attention. The results of alchemy are similar to magic. There's no easier way to explain it than by comparing it to magic. That's why it's written that way for better understanding. Does that mean I can use domination magic too? With very precise mixtures and very expensive materials, it's not impossible. I can handle it too. Wow, Kettle's eyes sparkled. Adamath's magic. Storms, earthquakes, and terrifying flames had all struck simultaneously. It was a natural disaster in its purest form. Kettle had been deeply moved at the time. To think he could wield such power with his own hands. Just imagining it made his body tremble with excitement. From then on, Kettle devoted himself even more to learning alchemy. As time passed, Arkamis, who had been hesitating, finally asked carefully, "Kettle." Kettle stood up as if he understood. "It's mealtime now, I'll prepare it." "Yes, I'll wait." Arkamis sat quietly in her chair. Before long, Kettle brought out the meal. It was a stew with plenty of meat. Arkamis cut the meat with a spoon and put it in her mouth. The tender meat soaked in thick sauce sweetly adhered to her palate. Arkamis couldn't help but exclaim, "It's delicious." "That's a relief." Kettle looked at Arkamis with a peculiar expression. "Is it really okay for you to eat meat? What's the problem with that?" "Is that so? Elves eat meat." Kettle ingrained this information in his mind. Arkamis looked at Kettle with curiosity. "Why are you so good at cooking?" Kettle had realized something as he began learning alchemy. Arkamis didn't have proper meals. She would eat dried, preserved food while engrossed in her alchemical research. Sometimes she even forgot to eat. It was a typical researcher's lifestyle. As a disciple, it was also his duty to take care of his master's meals. Kettle offered to cook for her. Naturally, Arkamis was appalled. The idea of a barbarian cooking seemed preposterous. She tried to refuse as politely as possible, but Kettle went ahead and cooked anyway. Worried about how to reject his cooking without offending him, Arkamis was quite surprised when the meal was finally served. Not only did it look decent, but it actually looked delicious. She had her doubts but ended up finishing her plate after the first spoonful. Since then, Arkamis hadn't stopped Kettle from cooking. In fact, she began to look forward to what dish he would prepare each day. "I never used to care about meals. Being an elf, it wasn't a joke to say she could live on grass and do alone. She never paid much attention to meals. But after tasting Kettle's cooking, she couldn't go back to dried, preserved food." Arkamis finished her plate with satisfaction. Late at night, she left her residence. Kettle was smiling as he headed back to the capital. It had been a very fulfilling day. Learning the mysteries of this world was the greatest happiness he could imagine. It was worth all the hardship to escape. Honestly, he had thought about giving up and living inside hundreds of times, but he overcame all those urges and succeeded in coming out. It was well worth it. As Kettle walked back to the capital with a light heart, he sensed something strange. This was a fantasy world. Nights here were much darker than in the modern world. Although there were magical streetlights, they were few and their light was weak. However, tonight was exceptionally bright. As Kettle looked toward the capital, he realized what was happening. A building was engulfed in flames. "Damn it," blue hair swayed as Malna ground her teeth. In front of her, a building was ablaze. Employees were screaming and rushing around in a panic. "My Malna, fire, there's a fire, calm down. Call the mage." We did, but it's too late and I'm not sure if they'll arrive in time." Malna frowned. The fierce flames were roaring as if they would consume the entire building. "Malna, what's going on?" "Key Kettle." Malna's eyes widened. Kettle had somehow appeared beside her. She quickly regained her composure and explained. "The warehouse is on fire. It happens to be the one where we store lumber. It seems the fire spread quickly." "Yes," she clicked her tongue in frustration. The warehouse was a 3-story structure, one of the largest she owned, comparable to 3 large buildings combined. Now that massive warehouse was engulfed in flames, lighting up the night sky. This was a disaster. Even if a high-level mage arrived, putting out the fire would be no easy task. The only silver lining was that the warehouse was on the outskirts of the capital, preventing the fire from spreading to nearby buildings. Some comfort, that is, she thought bitterly as she coldly calculated the damage costs. As she did so, Kettle, who had been quietly watching the building, spoke up. Would it matter if the building collapsed? No, it doesn't matter. The building was going to burn down to ashes anyway. Structural damage was irrelevant. Hearing this, Kettle stepped forward. Stand back. What? Though confused, she stepped back. Kettle clenched his fist. Chapter 77, The Magician of the Realm, Part 1. Kettle raised his arm. His muscles swelled visibly even through his clothes. Mylna instinctively took another step back. The current Kettle is dangerous. She sensed it instinctively. Kettle swung his fist. The massive physical force generated a gust of wind. The wind rushed toward the raging flames. The wind blast collided with the building. Boom! Aha! The onlookers covered their ears against the sound of the air tearing. A fierce wind swept through. People momentarily lost their balance and fell. As the wind finally subsided, Mylna managed to lift her head and glared. The flames that seemed to engulf the entire building had extinguished. What is this? What just happened? Confused, she looked at Kettle standing in front of her. No way. Did he extinguish the fire with a wind blast from his fist? Kettle shook his arm. The fire is out. It would be wise to check for embers that might have scattered. Mylna couldn't respond. She just stared blankly at Kettle. People were bustling around the charred building looking for scattered embers. Mylna and Kettle watched them. Thank you, Kettle, Mylna spoke in a daze. Although quite some time had passed, she still hadn't fully regained her senses. Just one punch, that was all. With just that, he extinguished the flames that had engulfed a 3-story building. She realized anew that the man beside her is indeed a barbarian of the White Snowfields. Kettle spoke. Is it over? Yes, what's left is just cleanup, thank you very much. Think nothing of it, a man approached Mylna. He shuddered slightly upon seeing Kettle. It's all right, what is it? At Mylna's words, the man cautiously stepped closer and whispered, there are no traces of arson. So it happened naturally, yes. It's very likely the work of a magician. A magician? Kettle's face showed interest. Mylna frowned. They're crossing the line, I understand. The man left. Mylna turned to Kettle. Kettle, could you return home first? I'll come find you after the cleanup. Kettle nodded. He returned to the Akasha family residence. A few hours later, Mylna returned home after finishing the cleanup. Kettle, you're here. It seems you've finished. What's the damage? A lot burned down, but we can use about half of it. They had to discard half of the contents of the large warehouse. It was no small loss, but it was far better than losing everything. Mylna bowed her head. It's all thanks to you, Kettle, thank you. I'm indebted to you, so don't worry about it. Kettle replied lightly. After all, what he received from Mylna is not small. She provided him with lodging, taught him alchemy, and even procured expensive and rare materials for him. Kettle was honestly a little surprised that his connection from the White Snowfields led to this. Is that so? Mylna smiled and sits across from him. How is alchemy going? It's fun, very enjoyable. Kettle smiled contentedly. I'm thinking of making an artifact with my own hands. An artifact? Yes. It's a simple artifact but seems useful. I could ask our commies to make it quickly, but there's meaning in creating it myself. Kettle spoke with a pleased expression. Mylna found this genuinely fascinating. She had briefly dabbled in alchemy out of interest but gave it up quickly. It required a lot of memorization and extensive knowledge, making it a very difficult discipline. So it was fascinating to see Kettle enjoying learning it. After all, he looked every bit the barbarian. Yes, Mylna's eyes darkened. The man before her is indeed a barbarian. One of the reasons Kettle was learning alchemy from Mylna was to grasp its mysteries. In other words, the barbarian before her did not know these mysteries, but he was strong, overwhelmingly so. He blew away the serpent in the White Snowfields. While traversing the White Snowfields for a trade route, she had encountered the White Serpent. A massive, nearly sky-reaching serpent that connected lands, more akin to a calamity than a living creature. An entity humans could neither resist nor confront. The moment she encountered the serpent, she had sensed death. But the barbarian before her blew away the serpent. Remembering that moment made extinguishing the flames that engulfed a building seem trivial. Kettle did not know the mysteries. It meant he achieved such feats purely through physical strength. Is that really possible? She was from the largest merchant family in the kingdom of Danayan. She possessed considerable power and influence. She had met a few superhuman individuals. But none of them demonstrated the kind of strength Kettle did. Even the great superhumans who mastered the mysteries paled in comparison to the barbarian before her. Thus, she couldn't help but wonder. Is the being before her truly human? Where are the limits of his strength? After staring at Kettle for a while, she spoke. Kettle, you lived in the White Snowfields, right? That's correct. What did you do there? Milna was curious how he obtained such strength. Kettle tilted his head. I didn't do anything special, I just tried to survive. With strength like yours, Milna's eyes widened. Someone with that much power tried to survive. It was hard to believe. Kettle shook his head. I wasn't born with this strength. When he first came to the White Snowfields, he was just a weak, fragile being. He had to strive to survive amid the extreme cold and monsters. The creature you encountered in the snowfields. The black slime, was it? I almost died to that thing too. I had to dig into the ground and spend a night in the freezing cold to escape. Is that so? It was only natural, but it was still hard for Milna to believe. The strength Kettle had shown was beyond comprehension, but it was true. When Kettle was first thrown into the White Snowfields, he had to struggle to survive. He moved with his tribe and completed quests. The strength came naturally during that process. It wasn't something he sought out intentionally. I'd like to explain more, but I don't remember well. It was so long ago. I see. If it was long ago, how long exactly was it? Milna swallowed. She was curious, but she didn't press further. She instinctively knew that asking more would cross a line. Kettle asked. By the way, how are the materials coming along? Milna hesitated. After a moment of deliberation, she spoke as if giving up. I haven't been able to procure them. There are a few issues. Issues? Yes, I can't afford to focus on that right now. It'll take some time until the problems are sorted out. I'm sorry. No need to apologize. I'm only receiving your kindness. Kettle, who had said that, then asked her, is it related to this fire? Milna gave a bitter smile. You overheard. I'm unnecessarily sharp-eared. It's not something I need to hide. Yes, this fire wasn't an accident, Milna frowned. It was an attack on our family. An attack? Kettle asked with a curious expression. Don't you get along with the surrounding families? The Akasha family grew rapidly. It didn't take long for us to become the #1 merchant family in the kingdom of Danayan. Their growth had been so aggressive it could be described as violent. Naturally, there was considerable friction along the way. In a limited territory, if someone gained something, it meant someone else lost it. The rapidly growing merchant family was not looked upon kindly by the surrounding merchant families. There were many minor thefts, slander, and rumors. We crushed them all to get here, but there are still families attacking us. And one of them hired a magician. Yes, someone hired a magician to attack us. We want to deal with it immediately, but it's quite tricky. Have you identified the magician? Yes, we have. Really? Kettle looked at Milna with a puzzled expression. Milna began to speak. We've identified who it is and their location, but it's a highly skilled magician, so we can't easily take action. It wasn't that she hadn't tried to respond. She had hired skilled mercenaries to deal with the magician. But none of them had succeeded in completing the task. It would take at least a top-tier mercenary, and even then someone from the higher ranks to handle this. It's not easy to find someone of that caliber. Isn't Arkamis getting involved? She's not someone I can command freely. Arkamis was the kingdom's top alchemist. In terms of reputation, she was above Milna. Moreover, the contract Milna had with Arkamis was for artifact creation, not the protection of the Akasha family. They were in a contractual relationship, not a master-servant relationship. Still, thanks to some advice from her, we've managed to defend ourselves. The magician seems to know a lot about alchemy, so they know how to counter us effectively. We lost this time, though. Milna bit her lip. The magician's attacks were escalating. Until now, they had been somewhat manageable, but not anymore. She was prepared to incur significant costs to deal with the magician. I see. Kettle's face showed interest. So the opponent is versed in alchemy. Arkamis mentioned they belong to a school that integrates alchemy, but I don't know much about that field. I don't remember clearly. I see, Kettle murmured quietly. You can't get the materials because of this magician. If we deal with the magician, you can get the materials. That's likely the case. It shouldn't take much longer. We're searching everywhere for someone capable. If the magician uses alchemy, they probably have alchemical materials, right? Probably. And among those materials, there might be some that I need. That's true, Milna trailed off. She finally looked at Kettle's face. Kettle had a smile on his lips. Chapter 78, The Magician of the Realm, Part 2. Milna asked with a hint of apprehension. You don't mean to move personally, do you? Is there a problem? Well, not exactly. If I deal with the mage, I can obtain the materials needed to understand the mysteries. There's a chance that mage has some of them. It's killing two birds with one stone. That's not the main reason, though. Kettle had learned alchemy. He could now handle some of the world's mysteries. It was natural to want to test new powers once obtained. Given his current state, he could handle the mysteries. He wanted to confirm that. Milna, who had been trying to persuade Kettle, hesitated. Did she really need to stop him? Kettle was strong. His power surpassed the level of a superhuman. He could handle the mage as easily as a cake on a table. That would solve one of her problems. Wait, wasn't this actually a good thing? Well, then please take care of it. Kettle nodded. The next day, Kettle asked Arkamis if she knew about the mage. Isn't it the one bothering Milna? I know about it. Can you tell me the information? The deep-rooted tree school, Arkamis explained calmly. It's a school that creates domains using alchemy. Within their domain, they wield considerable power. The deep-rooted tree school was one of the prominent schools that handled alchemy. It also emphasized the importance of a mage's domain. Upon reaching a certain level, one had to leave the master to create their own domain. Only then could one be recognized as a proper mage. The mage attacking Milna is probably one of them. They've become independent but lack the funds to create a domain, so they took on a commission. Alchemy materials were not cheap enough for a newly graduated mage to afford. Many mages took on commissions to gather money this way. And that commission is the attack on the Akasha family, probably commissioned by a noble, right? Nobles do spend lavishly. Kettle, pondering for a moment, asked, if the domain is created through alchemy, it can be countered with alchemy as well, right? Yes. Can you tell me about the characteristics and countermeasures of the deep-rooted tree school? I can, but why? It's something that fundamentally requires understanding mysteries which you can't use. Arkami's, tilting her head in curiosity, suddenly stopped. Wait, are you planning to confront the mage? There are many benefits. Plus, I owe Milna, so it's a way to repay her. Huh? Arkami's was taken aback. Independence from the deep-rooted tree school meant having top-notch skills. Although Kettle was exceptional, he was still a beginner. There was no way it would work. Trying to face a mage with only a rudimentary understanding of alchemy was sheer arrogance. Arkami's, who was about to persuade him otherwise, closed his mouth. Has his confidence grown too big? Thinking back, it wasn't surprising. Kettle had made rapid progress. As a barbarian who initially knew nothing of mysteries, it was natural to be intoxicated by his achievements. He's reached the peak of folly. It's a path everyone goes through, a beginner becoming arrogant over some success. She had experienced it too. Suddenly, Kettle seemed endearing. After a moment's contemplation, Arkami spoke. All right. I'll tell you, ask anything you're curious about. Oh, thank you. Arkami's explained the characteristics and countermeasures of the deep-rooted tree school to Kettle. A few hours later, Kettle headed out. He was going to face the mage. He won't die. No one had ever died facing a mage. Still, he would undoubtedly have a hard time. He might be trapped in the domain for a full day without escape. Giving a painful lesson to a disciple drunk on arrogance was part of a mentor's duty. In her mind, Kettle had already become her cherished pupil. What should I do when he returns? Should she comfort a disheartened Kettle or sternly scold him? To maintain her authority as a mentor, she could personally face the mage. Although it was outside her contract with Milna, it wasn't a big deal to endure some hardship for a disciple. Kettle would then look at her with respect. The thought of that gaze made her happy. HMPH, she hummed a cheerful tune. So this is the place. Kettle arrived at the forest where the mage was said to reside. The location was quite far from the capital, a journey that would take several hours on foot. However, Kettle arrived in just a few minutes. Kettle looked at the forest. The air felt different. Although he couldn't sense the mysterious forces, he could tell it wasn't the usual scent of a forest. Let's go. With an expectant expression, Kettle stepped into the forest. In a roughly built treehouse within the forest, the mage, Dragasar, gazed affectionately at the catalysts hanging on the wall. His eyes were full of love. My precious babies. How much are you worth? These were catalysts that would have taken years to acquire under normal circumstances. But he had obtained them in just a few months. It was all possible thanks to the enormous reward he received for merely troubling a single noble. Hooray for generous nobles. At this rate, he could create his perfect domain rather than stay in this temporary dwelling. Master sure scared me about how hard it would be to create a domain, but it's nothing. Dragasar's expression changed after a while. Still, it might be getting dangerous. The family he was troubling was the Akasha family, the most influential in the Denayan kingdom. For now, they were just being annoyed, but they would soon reach their limit. Well, I can just run away when it gets too risky. Mages weren't the type to act according to plans, they were obsessed with magic. Just as Dragasar was thinking lightly about the situation, a pulse of mana spread through the air. It was a boundary pulse that he had set to alert him if anyone entered his domain. Another mercenary, Mercenaries sent by the Akasha family had shown up occasionally. This one was likely another of them. Dragasar snapped his fingers. Eyes of the outskirts open. The view from the outskirts of the forest opened up. He saw the figure who had entered his domain. A surprised voice echoed. A barbarian was entering the forest. Have they resorted to hiring barbarians now? Dragasar sneered. The physique certainly looks strong. No, really strong. The muscles visible through the clothing, the height that seemed almost inhuman. Dragasar swallowed reflexively. But it was still just a barbarian. Before the greatness of magic, such strength was powerless. Dragasar waved his fingers and the domain began to move according to his will. Oh, Kettle felt the change. In an instant, thick fog appeared, obscuring his vision. It didn't just block his sight, the fog had a physical force that disturbed his senses. Just as Arkami said, Kettle had prepared countermeasures for this. He took out alchemy materials from his pocket and began to mix them. Dragasar's eyes widened as he watched. What the? A barbarian doing alchemy. Although it looked like beginner-level alchemy, it was still unmistakably alchemy. It's fascinating, but it felt like watching a lion chew grass. Interesting but meaningless. Such a level of alchemy couldn't penetrate the fog. It wasn't a matter of the effect but of the quantity. The amount of catalyst Kettle had was barely enough to fit in his palm. In contrast, the fog covered the entire forest. There was no way that small amount could clear the forest. Dragasar was about to lose interest and let the barbarian wander until he got tired and left. But then Kettle, holding the catalysts, raised his arm. Power surged through his muscle fibers to his arm. He swung his arm. Bang. A fierce shockwave swept through the forest. Dragasar's house shook violently and Dragasar, startled, grabbed the table and sat down. What the hell? He quickly checked his vision again. His eyes widened. The fog that had filled his domain was completely gone. He saw trees and grass bent and flattened by the wind. Oh, it works. Kettle swung his arm again with a satisfied expression. Indeed, alchemy can counter it. This is fantastic. That's nonsense. There was no way that rudimentary alchemy could dispel the fog he had created. He had set up all the countermeasures for that. The reason the fog had disappeared was simple. When Kettle swung his arm, the wind pressure blew away all the fog. What kind of lunatic blows away an entire forest fog with just the strength of their arm? It was an absurd situation, but surprisingly, it was an effective strategy. The deep-rooted tree school specialized in creating domains. If you physically dispersed the power within that domain, it would dissipate. Kettle continued to walk leisurely forward. Seeing him slowly approach, Dragasar hastily waved his hand. Whoong! A dark, thick shadow spread across the forest, a domain magic that distorted the sense of distance and blocked vision. This time it's this, I think. I was told to counter it like this. Kettle once again created a catalyst using alchemy and raised his arm. Then he swung it. Bang, the result was the same. The forest shook and the shadow disappeared. Dragasar tried several other spells, but they were all shattered. Kettle muttered in a small, trembling voice. This is alchemy, the power of mystery. No, it's not. It's just physical strength, Dragasar wanted to scream. Meanwhile, Kettle kept approaching slowly. Dragasar's face turned pale. He was going to die. His mind went into a panic. At some point, Kettle reached the front of his house. So this is it. Thud. Kettle stepped closer. Dragasar, terrified, waved his hands frantically. Bind him, swallow him, bottomless swamp, engulf the earth. Oh, instantly the ground around the house turned into a swamp, starting to suck everything in. It was his last resort. He was using up all his catalysts and expending his entire domain, but his life was far more important. As Dragasar scrambled to escape, Kettle stomped his foot. The ground shook. The conjured swamp exploded, sending mud and debris flying everywhere. The ground cracked as if an earthquake had struck. The house collapsed. Dragasar, like a powerless human, clutched his head and curled up amidst the rubble. Rumble. Finally, the tremors subsided. Dragasar cautiously lifted his head. In the middle of the destruction stood the barbarian. Oh dear, what a mistake. He should have used alchemy, but he instinctively relied on his physical strength. Kettle regretted it and lifted his head. Are you the mage? Nice to meet you. That was fun. It was the first time I saw such magic. The barbarian sincerely praised him. Dragasar, staring at him blankly, opened his mouth. Please spare me. Chapter 79. The Magician of the Realm, Part 3. Kettle didn't kill Dragasar. He never intended to in the first place. Killing a noble mage in a fantasy world, that wasn't going to happen. He simply took all the catalysts and materials Dragasar had gathered and brought him to Mylna. I've brought the mage. What? Mylna, who was organizing documents related to arson damage, stopped. What did you say? This is the mage who was attacking you, Dragasar. Just wait a moment. Mylna hurriedly checked. As a result, she realized that the man with dead eyes standing next to Kettle was indeed Dragasar. It hasn't even been a day. Mylna muttered in awe. She knew Kettle was strong, but she thought it would take a few days. When a mage establishes a domain, they can wield power far beyond their usual abilities. That was why she hadn't been able to do anything about the mage, but to end it in just a few hours. Kettle patted Dragasar's shoulder. You must have questions, so ask him. He will answer. Ask me anything. I'm sorry for my wrongdoings. Dragasar muttered blankly. His pupils had no light. Mylna was taken aback by his almost ruined state. Dragasar, a mage from the deep-rooted tree school, a top-tier mage. In a small country, he would be highly regarded even in the royal castle. To see such a person reduced to a wreck. What exactly did you do? Mylna couldn't help but ask. Kettle tilted his head. Not much. He seemed to be greatly shocked by my alchemy. Though she hadn't witnessed their fight, Mylna was certain that wasn't it. Well, I'll handle it. Take him away. Mylna rang a bell. Guards came in and grabbed the mage's arms, leading him away. Even as he was being dragged away, the mage didn't resist and wore a dead expression. After watching the strange scene for a moment, Mylna collected herself. She cleared her throat and bowed politely. Thank you, thanks to you one problem is solved. Whatever the case, the fact that there would be no more interference from the mage was good for her. She could now interrogate Dragasar to find out more about those behind him. Kettle spoke nonchalantly. I owe you, so it's only natural I do this much. Can I keep the catalyst materials? Oh yes. Just confirm it with me later. Thanks. Kettle collected the catalyst materials with satisfaction and returned to his place. You're back. How was it? Must have been tough, right? I told you it wouldn't be easy. You may learn fast, but you're still just a beginner. Arkamis spoke as if she had been waiting. Her words flowed smoothly as if she had been contemplating them for hours. I know you take pride in your level of skill, but understanding where you objectively stand is also a qualification for reaching higher levels. It must have been a good lesson. And just as she was about to say that she would show her authority as a master by dealing with the mage herself, I caught him. Kettle's calm words cut her off. What, you meant Dragasar, right? I subdued him and handed him over to Milna. Here are the catalysts he had. Hold on a moment. Arkamis hurriedly checked the catalysts Kettle showed her. Her eyes widened. Each catalyst was valuable. They were items that could only be obtained by capturing Dragasar and recovering them. They were genuine. What? Dragasar was a mage from the deep-rooted tree, independent of his master. He was a top-tier mage. There was no reason for a mage of that level to lose to a barbarian who had just started learning alchemy. As she thought that far, Arkamis suddenly considered another possibility. Could Dragasar have been weaker than she thought? Was he a deserter, not an independent mage? She had only heard about Dragasar from Milna. She had never seen him in person. Naturally, she had to question his strength. It was only natural. A top-tier mage wouldn't lose to a barbarian who knew nothing of mysticism. Arkamis's face went cold. Geez, was he just a deserter? I prepared for nothing. She had planned to use this opportunity to show her authority as a master. But now it turned out the opponent was a weakling. If Dragasar knew, he would have been furious with injustice. Arkamis grumbled. Well done, but don't get too conceited. The opponent was just a weak mage. I know, Kettle nodded. Kettle nodded. There's no way true mysticism could be overcome so easily. Kettle held a high regard for the mysteries of this world. The fact that the first mage he encountered was Adamanth-level mage greatly influenced his perception. The magic of a superhuman mage had elevated his standards. That lick, he had long forgotten about him. There were still so many mysteries in this world that he had not seen or experienced. This world still had plenty to offer. Kettle found immense joy in that fact. Kettle sat at a table crafting something. Despite his large frame, his hands moved with great precision and delicacy. And a few minutes later, a smile spread across Kettle's face. It's done. What? You finished it? Yes, I finally made it. Kettle held up a bracelet with a delighted expression. I've created an artifact. It looks good. Let me see. I need to check it out. Arkamis examined the bracelet carefully. It seems all right. We'll need to test it to be sure. Kettle stepped outside to test it. He took out an axe and held it in his hand. Hup! He exerted his strength and threw it into the sky. Arkamis was momentarily astonished. The axe flew so far with just his arm's strength that it became invisible to the naked eye. He is strong, as expected of a barbarian, Arkamis thought to herself, staring blankly at the sky. However, even after several seconds, the axe showed no signs of falling back. How far did you throw it? It shouldn't matter with the artifact's function. I suppose so. The bracelet artifact Kettle had created had the effect of returning the thrown axe to its owner's hand. In Earth's mythology, there were weapons that would return to their owner's hand. Examples included Mjolnir and Gungnir from Norse mythology. Even outside of mythology, many fictional works featured weapons that would return on their own. Kettle had a fondness for such weapons. So when Arkamis asked him what he wanted to create, Kettle's answer was an artifact for retrieval. The artifact he had been working on since he started learning alchemy was finally complete. As they stared at the sky, the axe began to come into view. How far did it go? Arkamis muttered, her face turning pale. Wait a minute, did you not add speed control? At a glance, the axe was descending at an alarming speed. The sound of the air breaking could be heard from the sky. Kettle murmured as if he had just remembered. I forgot. Arkamis, in a panic, gathered her mana. It was clear what would happen if the endlessly accelerating axe hit the ground. But the axe was already upon them. As Arkamis was about to shout for them to dodge, Kettle reached out his hand. Boom! The axe landed in Kettle's hand, creating a thunderous noise. The ground cracked and wind swept in all directions. Barely able to open her eyes, Arkamis couldn't believe what she was seeing. Amidst the destruction, Kettle stood proudly, holding the axe. He actually caught that. It was a speed that even she couldn't catch without preparation. Well, it is sturdy. Was it because he was a barbarian? He certainly had a robust body. Kettle shook the axe with satisfaction. It comes back precisely to my hand. He was immensely satisfied. It had been a month since he started learning alchemy. Finally, he had achieved a proper result. Arkamis, having regained her composure, stroked her chin. Can you maintain it too? I think so. Explain how, Kettle explained in detail. Arkamis, listening quietly, muttered to herself. That's correct. At this rate maybe you can call yourself an alchemist. Oh really? You've made an artifact, haven't you? That's enough to be considered an apprentice. It's only been a month, but still. Though it was a remarkably fast pace, it was understandable. Kettle had devoted all his time to alchemy except for sleeping. In terms of time spent, it was equivalent to several months for others. Arkamis said, I'll prepare a simple test. You should be able to pass it easily. Once you do, you can proudly call yourself an alchemist anywhere. That's good news, Kettle was satisfied. When Kettle returned home, he spoke with Milna as usual. Thanks to you dealing with the mage, we're gathering the materials without any issues. At this rate, we'll have everything soon. Oh, really? Kettle grinned widely. With all the good news, he felt great. By the way, what happened to the mage? We got all the necessary information from him and sent him back to the magic tower. We could have killed him, but since he's a mage, it's a bit tricky to do so lightly. Dragasar had attacked them first, so they had plenty of justification to kill him. However, mages were extremely exclusive individuals. It wouldn't be surprising if the deep-rooted tree school antagonized the Akasha family for killing one of their own. Sending him back to the magic tower to incur a debt was more advantageous. So who was behind it? In other words, it meant they could go after whoever wasn't a mage. Milna frowned. To be honest, it was an unexpected opponent. Kettle, I told you we have many enemies because our family has been standing out, right? You did. Among those, there are many rival merchant families. It was only natural. The most hostile toward a rising merchant family would be other merchant families. It seems it's another merchant family. This is the first time an opponent has so clearly opposed and acted against us. I thought it would be a family that lost power to us, but it turned out to be a family we never suspected. They were so kind when we met before, I never imagined they'd be like this. Milna grumbled, still shocked. Do you know who it is? Yes, Milna nodded. A merchant family that has rapidly risen in the past year, the Haybalka family, it was them. Chapter 80, Worshippers of the Abomination, Part 1. What kind of place is this Haybalka family? As I mentioned before, it's a family that has rapidly gained power over the past year. The Haybalka family, at first no one paid attention to them. It wasn't easy to succeed as a merchant. Finding efficient routes to procure goods and finding buyers were both challenging tasks. That wasn't all. Those in power tend to trample on newcomers trying to rise. Established families would preemptively seize most routes and crush any rising competitors. Thus, most merchants failed to gain the recognition needed to establish a family and would go bankrupt before disappearing. When the Haybalka family first appeared, everyone thought they would face the same fate and didn't pay much attention. But the Haybalka family grew rapidly. In just 1 year, they grew to a size just below the Akasha family. Kettle looked surprised. Just in 1 year, that's impressive. Considering that it took the Akasha family several years to reach their current position despite their extensive history in trading across the White Snowfield, the Haybalka family's rapid growth was indeed remarkable. Milna nodded. Yes, it must have been very difficult. Unlike us, they had no history. The Akasha family, despite being on the brink of collapse, was a venerable family. Therefore, they didn't face much opposition while establishing themselves. She only faced resistance when her family began to grow explosively afterward. But the Haybalka family had no such history. Other merchant families must have plotted against them from the start, considering them mere impurities. That meant they overcame all obstacles to reach their current position. Thus, she thought highly of the Haybalka family and felt a sense of kinship. They grew under even harsher conditions than she did. I approached them and talked a lot during a merchant family gathering. They seemed like good people. We had good conversations. I never thought they would stab me in the back. Who would have thought the family that hired the wizard to torment her was the Haybalka family? Her mouth felt bitter. She began to doubt her judgment of people. Kettle's face showed a peculiar change while listening to the story. That's an interesting story. Interesting, the family's growth might have been possible because they crushed their competitors themselves. What? Milna was taken aback. Are you saying the Haybalka family might have attacked others the way they attacked us? They hired a wizard to attack your family. It's unlikely this was the first time. Come to think of it, that made sense. Those who used poison once wouldn't hesitate to use it again. If they had already used it, it meant they had no qualms about using it. Once someone has used it, any aversion disappears. It was likely the Haybalka family had attacked others this way even before hiring the wizard. Could your family's operations or resistance be carried out in such a manner? No, we only use legitimate means. Stealing routes, preempting contracts. Those were typical merchant tactics. Hiring a wizard to burn down a warehouse would prompt governmental intervention. In other words, the family might have grown using such tactics while evading your notice. Milna's face grew serious. She stood up. I'll check on this. Kettle nodded with a pleased expression. Milner and Kettle had small talks almost every night before bed. Milner requested it despite her shyness because talking with Kettle calmed her mind. Kettle, having owed her, readily agreed. That night Milner visited Kettle's room again. I found out. About the Haybalka family, what did you find? I looked into the history of the Haybalka family's growth. It did seem strange. The Haybalka family initially established themselves by opening a goods store in the heart of the capital. Milna knew this fact, but there was another store at that location before theirs. It was a bakery Milna was familiar with. She used to buy snacks there as a child. The Haybalka family took over that spot. Up to that point, it wasn't an issue. Store locations could change hands through transactions. But the problem was the bakery owners went missing afterward. They said they sold the store and retired to their hometown, but they lost contact afterward. Couldn't that be a possibility? That part could be, but there were more cases like that. Whenever the Haybalka family needed a foothold to grow or face competition, competitors often disappeared mysteriously, or a family that preempted their goods met with accidents. There were many such cases, suspiciously many. Kettle stroked his chin. So your family is next in line? It's possible, Milna grimaced. The Haybalka family had grown to be right below hers. Their next target would likely be her. It made sense, but how exactly? Her pupils quivered. Even though she had found information pointing to clear irregularities, she had not noticed anything before. This meant that the Haybalka family had moved without leaving any traces, so subtly that even the kingdom hadn't noticed. Could an ordinary merchant family really do such a thing? Kettle's lips curled up as he listened to the story. That's an interesting tale. Moonlight streamed into the dark room through the window. The room was extremely luxurious. The floor was made of marble and the walls were high-quality wood. Just looking at this single room, it was evident that an enormous amount of money had been spent on the construction of the building. However, there were no decorations inside the room. Except for the minimal furniture necessary for living, the room was empty. It was as if the building was merely a facade to show others, nothing more, nothing less. In that desolate room were two figures. The hunting dog has been captured. The man who had been prostrating himself spoke. The man sitting in the chair was looking up at the ceiling with a languid expression. Really, when he was captured, it seems he talked about us. We can feel the gaze of the Akasha family. Is that so? The man sitting in the chair, the head of the Haybalka family, frowned. As expected, you can't trust a wizard. Shall we kill him? The man spoke calmly. Dragasar was a wizard from the deep-rooted tree school. Touching him would mean antagonizing the entire school. That's why Milna could only send Dragasar back to the magic tower. But the man spoke as if that was no problem at all. The family head had a similar expression. Wizards can be killed anytime. When the world changes and he descends, capture him and tear him limb from limb. As you command, chief. The man prostrated himself again. The family head mumbled as if this was annoying. But the Akasha family's gaze. Shall we assassinate them? The man spoke calmly once more. The family head shook his head. It's an appealing idea, but we shouldn't do that. The reason we hired that worthless wizard was to establish ourselves. They had entered the Denayan kingdom unnoticed by anyone. They settled here and slowly expanded their influence. If they moved openly now, all their efforts would go to waste. The family head spoke in a tone that emphasized the importance of remembering this. We are here to establish ourselves in the Denayan kingdom and consume everything. We must not forget that. Yes, the man nodded. The family head murmured softly, but they are indeed an obstacle. Their goal was to devour the Denayan kingdom. However, if the Akasha family was watching them, it would impose various restrictions on their actions. This would hinder their goal. We still need to grow more. This is not good. What do you plan to do? The family head closed his mouth, contemplating for a moment. After a brief silence, he spoke again. Thinking back, the problem was using hunting dogs because of the risk. Outsiders do not serve the Great One, so using them was foolish. I was foolish. If that's the case, the man's eyes glinted. The family head spoke. From now on, we'll handle things directly. The family head opened his mouth again. We will approach the head of the Akasha family and threaten her. She is called the Iron Maiden. I don't think threatening her will work, even if we abduct her. Then what about taking hostages? How about kidnapping her family? Her family is far from here. Moreover, she is currently estranged from them. Hostages wouldn't hold any value. Her family is impossible. What about others? She is not close to anyone. The man, after a moment of contemplation, spoke. There is a barbarian, the family head frowned. What barbarian are you suddenly talking about? It's true, the Akasha family has a barbarian, although it's not certain. He seems to have a close relationship with the head of the Akasha family. Information about Kettle wasn't well known in the capital. He typically went to meet Arkamis early in the morning and returned late at night. However, there were a few people who knew about Kettle and Milna, as they didn't particularly try to hide his presence. The Akasha family has a barbarian. Since they had been attacking the Akasha family for some time, they had naturally been gathering information which included details about Kettle. The family head's face showed interest. "Tell me what you know about this barbarian." The man couldn't respond. The family head frowned. Under the pressure of the family head's silent urging, the man finally spoke. "We have nothing. Nothing. We don't know where he came from. It's confirmed that he's a barbarian based on his appearance, but there is no other information. It's as if he fell from the sky." The family head stroked his chin. The man, speaking defensively, continued. "It's likely nothing to worry about. Before the Akasha family's rise, Malno Akasha had personally conducted some trade expeditions. He might have been an acquaintance from that time." "A barbarian, huh? The Iron Maiden has peculiar tastes." The family head mumbled and then asked, "According to you, we don't need to worry about him. After all, he's just a barbarian, but does he have any value?" "I believe so. That's good enough. Capture the barbarian. It doesn't matter if you cut off his limbs. However, the strength of the barbarian is unknown. We need to confirm that. It doesn't matter. Barbarians are no real threat." "Who is currently available?" "The strongest available is Rockbird. Rockbird has summon him and have him bring the barbarian." "Yes," the man nodded. The family head chuckled. "If the Iron Maiden talks to him every day, she won't be able to act recklessly. After that, we can use him as a puppet." The family head murmured in a calm voice, "All is as the great abomination wills." His voice echoed through the empty room. Chapter 81, Worshippers of the Abomination, Part 2. As always, Kettle was heading home after finishing his alchemy. It was a late night, and apart from the dim streetlights, the road was pitch dark. Amidst the familiar silence, Kettle leisurely walked. And then, as Kettle proceeded, a figure obscured by the darkness blocked his path. Kettle stared at the figure. Despite the road not being narrow, the figure stood directly in front of him, clearly indicating they had business with him. "Who are you?" Kettle asked. The figure drew a sword in response. "Sarring," the sound of the blade being unsheathed echoed. Kettle, staring at the figure for a moment, spoke. "Are you perhaps a sword master?" There had been a similar situation before. Swordmaster Kane had blocked Kettle's path late at night. Because of that experience, Kettle wondered if this was a similar case. "Nonsense." The figure spoke with an incredulous tone. "A sword master? Why would such a person draw their sword in the middle of the night?" He hadn't intended to converse, but the absurd question made him involuntarily respond. Kettle nodded. "So you're not a sword master, then are you a robber?" "What is with this guy?" The figure in the darkness, a warrior from the Haybalka family named Rockbird, was dumbfounded. A suspicious person appeared in the darkness and drew a sword. This clearly signaled malicious intent. Normally, one would back away in fear or show caution by drawing their own weapon. But Kettle did neither. He simply looked at Rockbird with curiosity. Rockbird frowned slightly as he stared at Kettle. His instincts warned him something was off, but he ignored the warning. He only needed to follow the will of the Great One. Rockbird spoke, laden with murderous intent. "Come with me, barbarian, or I'll kill you." Confusion spread across Kettle's face. "So you're not a robber?" The figure hadn't demanded any valuables, meaning he wasn't a robber. Rockbird decided to use force instead of answering. His order was to bring the barbarian. There was no stipulation to bring him uninjured. "I'll cripple one of his limbs to make him compliant." With that thought, his body moved stealthily in the darkness. Like a shadow, he swiftly approached Kettle to cut the tendons in his arm. Grab. At that moment, Kettle caught Rockbird's sword. Rockbird's eyes widened. He tried to pull the sword away, but it didn't budge, as if it were embedded in stone. This was dangerous, Rockbird quickly decided. He let go of the sword and retreated. Kettle applied pressure with his hand. The sword shattered into pieces that fell to the ground, clattering loudly in the quiet night. "What?" Rockbird was aghast. The barbarian had broken the sword barehanded without using any aura. Meanwhile, Kettle pondered. "He aimed for my tendons." The attack clearly carried lethal intent and hostility. This wasn't a simple robbery. As Kettle thought quietly, he nodded. "You're connected to the Haybalka family." Rockbird's body momentarily flinched, a tiny, barely perceptible movement in the dark night that Kettle clearly saw. "They're really after me." The Haybalka family was attacking the Akasha family. The Haybalka family must have known their scheme was exposed. In modern stories, one common response would be to target the associates of their enemy. Taking hostages to threaten their opponent was a common tactic. Given what Milna had said, they had used similar methods before without hesitation. So who was the person before him? The answer came quickly. Kettle muttered quietly, "An assassin." The Haybalka family had hired an assassin to target him. An assassin in a fantasy world. A familiar presence appeared before him. Kettle was excited, and even Rockbird could see it. Mad Barbarian, despite his life being threatened, he seemed delighted. Rockbird gritted his teeth and squinted. His opponent had noticed his presence. He had to be subdued, even if it meant killing him. Rockbird gripped the two swords in his cloak. Aura slowly began to envelop his body. Oh, Kettle was surprised. Rockbird's presence was disappearing in an instant, so much so that even Kettle had difficulty sensing him. Is that possible with magic? Rockbird darted through the darkness. Completely hiding his presence, he moved behind Kettle. Until then, Kettle showed no reaction, got him, as Rockbird was about to thrust his sword with certainty. Kettle turned around, their gazes locked. Rockbird was startled by Kettle's sudden movement. He hastily swung his sword. Kettle twisted his neck to dodge and grabbed Rockbird's arm. He pulled and slammed him down. Oh dear, can't go around ruining a perfectly good road. Kettle minimized his strength. Thanks to that, Rockbird barely withstood the impact. Damn, Rockbird dislocated the joint of his captured arm. Using his aura like oil, he slipped free. Barely escaping, Rockbird hastily threw a dagger. Kettle casually waved his fingers. The dagger flying through the darkness was caught in his hand. Crack, Kettle clenched his hand. What was once a dagger crumbled like sand in Kettle's hand. How? Even if you hide your presence, the intent to kill doesn't disappear, Kettle spoke calmly. Rockbird was a top-tier assassin. He could hide his intent to kill at will. And yet this barbarian noticed even a fragment of it. Rockbird swallowed hard. He's strong. This barbarian is a monster. I must deal with him. He had noticed something about them. He had to be dealt with no matter the cost. But he couldn't handle it alone. He needed to request support. Making a quick decision, Rockbird hid his body in the darkness. Watching Rockbird disappear swiftly, Kettle began to walk. A figure moved through the capital in the darkness. The buildings of the capital bathed in moonlight. A shadow crossed over the rooftops. And from a distance, Kettle followed. He could subdue him at any time, but Kettle did not subdue Rockbird. His face was filled with anticipation. The assassin's stronghold. Assassins always appear in fantasy stories, but there was rarely a proper description of their stronghold. It was usually described as being somewhere in the back alleys or hidden in the darkness. Kettle was always curious about what a real fantasy assassin's stronghold would look like. He couldn't miss the chance to see it for himself. Kettle followed Rockbird. Before long, Rockbird entered a building. Is it there? Kettle looked at the building with curiosity. The building Rockbird entered was unexpectedly located in the center of the capital. It wasn't flashy, but it was quite luxurious. That's the assassin's stronghold, Kettle was surprised. For an assassin's stronghold, it was rather conspicuous. He had expected it to be in a dark, gloomy place like in other stories. After thinking for a moment, he nodded. Isn't that strange? If you think about it, the people who hire assassins are probably nobles or wealthy individuals. If their servants or subordinates entered a shabby alley, they would definitely stand out. Even if they dressed plainly to avoid detection, moving through the center of the capital would look suspicious. It would be better to have the stronghold in the center of the capital, appearing as an ordinary building to anyone who saw it. So it wasn't strange for an assassin family to be located in the center of the capital. Kettle concluded this. This is true fantasy. Kettle smiled in satisfaction. It was actually because of the Haybalka family that it was located in the center, but Kettle, not knowing this, was satisfied with his deduction. Shall we go in? Kettle began to walk lightly. Rockbird, drenched in sweat, barely made it inside the building. He finally popped his dislocated shoulder back into place. The head of the family, who had been waiting, asked in a leisurely voice. Did you bring the barbarian? I failed. What? The head, who had been reclining in his chair, stood up. Failed? What do you mean? The barbarian is strong. It's impossible for me alone. Rockbird spoke with trembling eyes. The head of the family frowned. Rockbird was strong. Apart from himself, Rockbird was the strongest among those here. His strength was at least mid-tier among the elite, and first rates were exceedingly rare in the world. The commander of the Blue-Green Knights was a first rate. In other words, reaching that level of strength meant one could be the commander of a knight order in a small country. And yet, Rockbird had been defeated. So she didn't keep him around just out of mere interest. How strong do you think he is? After hesitating for a moment, Rockbird spoke. I don't know, you don't know. I know he's stronger than me. But beyond that, I don't know, he's just strong. The head clicked his tongue. Got it, this is a problem. The head's face grew serious. The fact that Rockbird had fled meant that the barbarian knew he was being targeted. After contemplating briefly, the head made a decision. We need to prepare a response. Gather everyone here. I'll move personally if necessary. There's no need for that. A sudden voice echoed. The head of the family leaped to his feet. Rockbird too was startled and stepped back. How? I just followed you. That's impossible, Rockbird denied it vehemently. He had moved with his presence completely hidden. He hadn't come here in a straight line either. He had used various places as decoys. Moreover, he hadn't felt any sign of being followed. It was impossible for anyone to have followed him. Rockbird denied it with all his might, and Kettle spoke as if it were obvious. Well, I moved without being noticed. What do you mean by that? Rockbird's face contorted. The curtains of the large window in the room were swaying. At some point, a massive barbarian had appeared there. Kettle smiled broadly. Nice to meet you, assassins. Chapter 82, Worshippers of the Abomination, Part 3, You dared to come here yourself, bold indeed. The head of the family, momentarily flustered, soon regained his composure. After a moment's thought, he realized it wasn't bad news for them. It meant their target had come directly to them. It could even be said that it saved them the trouble. With a relaxed demeanor, the head leaned back in his chair and looked at Kettle. Impressive. It wasn't a feeling of brute, oversized muscles. It was more like looking at a perfectly sculpted statue. The head narrowed his eyes. He had defeated Rockbird and arrived here without him noticing. He was a formidable opponent. A look of interest appeared on the head's face. Barbarian, have you ever thought about joining us? Master, Rockbird opened his eyes wide. The head signaled him to be quiet with a wave of his finger. Rockbird closed his mouth. Kettle asked with a curious expression, Join you? We are servants of the great abomination. The head spoke softly. He will set this world free. He will restore it to its original form, not this current state. We will live freely in the new world he creates. In the head's eyes was a twisted fanaticism. If you join us, I'll let you live. The abomination, Kettle muttered. Are they worshipping some assassin deity or something? What a strange name. Kettle shook his head. Thanks for the offer, but I don't serve anyone. I see. The head's voice turned cold. Then die? As soon as he finished speaking, several figures surrounded the room. In the first place, the head hadn't seriously intended to recruit Kettle. He had just been buying time for the other fighters to arrive. You're strong, but you're also quite arrogant. The head was confident of their victory. Everyone here was either a second-rate or first-rate fighter. Even a superhuman would have difficulty escaping unscathed from such a siege. The head had no doubt about that. Swish. The figures drew their daggers. Rockbird also awkwardly drew his weapon. Kettle smiled faintly. The head had bought time for the other fighters to surround the room. But that was also what Kettle had intended. Rather than chasing them down one by one, it was more efficient to deal with them all in one place. Kill him. At the head's calm command, the figures lunged from the darkness. In the darkness, swords slashed through the air. Occasionally, the blades caught the moonlight. Kettle moved his body this way and that, dodging the swinging swords. Swish. A dagger flew sharply towards him. He flicked it away lightly with his fingers. Another assassin swiftly picked up the fallen dagger and thrust it at Kettle's neck. Oh boy, Kettle bent backward to avoid it. His body sank lower and the swords aimed at his sides slashed through empty air. As he evaded the flurry of attacks, Kettle was surprised. They're strong. Their aura was perfectly controlled. At the same time, they minimized their presence and killing intent, targeting only his vital points. It had been quite some time since Kettle had come out into the world. In that time, he had roughly gauged the level of strength in the outside world. In his estimation, half of the people here were first-rate fighters. First-rate fighters were incredibly rare. If they met the qualifications, they could become knights in a powerful kingdom. The fact that there were so many of them here, working as assassins, was quite unusual when thought about calmly. As Kettle pondered this, he nodded. To be an assassin for a noble, you'd need this level of strength. They were based in the heart of the Denayan kingdom's capital. While it was unclear how much land cost in a fantasy world, it probably wasn't cheap. The fact that they had built a splendid building in such a place meant they had earned a lot of money. Indeed. Come to think of it, Milena had once bragged to him about the value and effects of the artifacts she was wearing. She had said they were hard to penetrate, even for a first-rate fighter. In other words, it meant being cautious of an attack from a first-rate fighter. With that in mind, Kettle's eyes gleamed. Assassins in this world are quite capable, considering that this was a fantasy world. They would have to guard against not only physical barriers but also magical defenses. To assassinate someone through such stringent defenses, they would need considerable skill. Assassins in the fantasy world were highly capable and valued individuals. Kettle was convinced of this, but that wasn't true. The reason Milena was protected by artifacts that were difficult for even first-rate fighters to penetrate was simply because she had an immense amount of money. For an ordinary family, acquiring even one of the artifacts she wore would be financially crippling. Furthermore, the assassins in this world did not need immense strength. As Kettle thought, nobles did indeed have magical defenses, making assassinations extremely difficult. However, breaking through those defenses with brute force was a very crude method. Kettle's current thinking was similar to dropping a stronger bomb to kill an opponent hiding in a bunker. Assassins typically exploited the gaps in daily life, honing that skill to the extreme. Thus, there weren't many second-tier level fighters among the assassins. While there were a few first-rate assassins, they were usually secret weapons nurtured secretly by various organizations or kingdoms. The fact that there were so many fighters of this level here indicated that this wasn't an ordinary group of assassins, but Kettle was unaware of this. After all, he wasn't originally from this world. While Kettle was happily sorting out his thoughts, the assassins attacking him were swearing inwardly. What kind of crazy barbarian is this? Daggers flew at him. Hidden in the darkness, they were neither visible nor audible. Kettle lightly shook his head to dodge them. He twisted his body slightly to avoid the blades aimed at his back. Several second-tier fighters were attacking with all their might in the confined space. Yet despite his large frame, Kettle was effortlessly dodging all of their attacks with minimal movement. The assassins were about to go insane. It felt like they were fighting a mirage. But in the end, Kettle was only dodging and not counterattacking. "How long can you keep dodging?" one of the assassins inwardly shouted as he moved, a sharp blade aimed for Kettle's forehead. Kettle looked at the blade nonchalantly. "It's about time." He reached out and grabbed the blade. The assassin's body jerked to a stop in midair. The assassin's eyes widened, and that was his last expression. The broken blade lodged into his forehead. "What?" Another assassin screamed and thrust his sword. Kettle grabbed the assassin by the neck. The assassin's body went limp. He flicked away the oncoming daggers with his fingers. They flew back to their owners with precise accuracy. "Damn it!" They hurriedly raised their swords to block the flying daggers. Crunch! But their swords couldn't withstand the impact and bent. Their bodies were pierced, causing them to vomit blood and crash into the far wall as if hit by a cannonball. "Ah!" Rockbird stepped back with a terrified face. Kettle moved. In an instant, he was right in front of Rockbird. Rockbird screamed and swung his sword. Kettle easily caught and broke it, then swung his fist. The assassins fell one by one. The head of the family, who had been watching with a sinister smile, waved his hand in shock. "You!" Swish, sharp throwing weapons flew through the air towards Kettle. Kettle casually waved his hand. The weapons were caught in his hand and snapped. Rumble. The building, unable to withstand the force, began to shake precariously. People in the nearby houses woke up, thinking an earthquake was occurring. The head swallowed nervously. "You were hiding your strength." "Not really." The reason he hadn't counterattacked the assassins was simple. He was curious about their teamwork and attack methods. Once his curiosity was satisfied, he dealt with them. He hadn't been hiding his strength. Of course, to the head of the family, it sounded like nonsense. The assassins coordinated attacks. Even he, at the peak of first-rate level, couldn't escape unscathed. Yet Kettle had dodged them all with simple movements and killed them. Stronger than me, perhaps even superhuman. Why was such a monster here? The head's mind was in turmoil, but it wasn't impossible to win. The head narrowed his eyes. Kettle had dodged all the assassin's attacks. That meant he would take damage if hit. And he didn't use aura. Whether he couldn't use it or chose not to, he hadn't used aura throughout the fight. Though hard to understand, Kettle seemed to be purely physically strong. If that's the case, the head quickly moved, throwing his body backward and swirling his robe. Hundreds of hidden weapons flew from inside the robe. He didn't stop there. He unleashed all his mysteries, striking the desk. Hidden weapons stored inside the desk poured out. Swish! The room was filled with a rain of hidden weapons. They all flew towards Kettle. Die! That barbarian couldn't use magic. He couldn't protect his body. Hence, he had dodged the assassin's attacks one by one. The throwing weapons he had just launched were all coated with deadly poison. Just a scratch would kill a person within seconds. Hundreds of weapons densely filled the space, leaving no room to dodge. The head of the family was confident of his victory, and Kettle was thrilled. "This is it." Hundreds of throwing weapons flew towards him like a downpour of rain in a straight line. Kettle was very familiar with a similar technique. Myriad flowers rained down, the ultimate hidden weapon technique commonly seen in martial arts stories. It was now unfolding before Kettle's eyes. It felt like witnessing a piece of art. He wanted to continue watching, but he couldn't. Kettle regretfully thought, "How should I handle this?" Several countermeasures came to mind, but most were dismissed. It was late at night. Most people were asleep, and making too much noise would be a nuisance. After a brief moment of consideration, Kettle made his decision. He watched the incoming projectiles. They were extremely fast, moving at a speed beyond the perception of an ordinary person, but to him it seemed almost like they were stationary. He took in the entire scene of flying weapons. Then he read their trajectories. He gauged the direction and force of each one, and Kettle moved his fingers. Tap. One of the incoming projectiles touched his finger and its trajectory reversed. Kettle continued to move his fingers, altering the paths of several more weapons. The deviated projectiles collided with others. Clang! The colliding projectiles bounced off and hit more projectiles. Clang! 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 A cacophony of sounds filled the room as the weapons collided. The tearing sound of metal echoed. Weapons flew through the air, embedding themselves in walls and piercing the floor. Some even flew towards the head of the family. He hurriedly protected himself with magic. Clang! 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 A harsh noise reverberated. When the noise subsided, the head of the family lowered his magic barrier. "Ha!" He let out a hollow laugh involuntarily. "What is this?" If Kettle had leapt out of the path of the projectiles entirely, he would have understood and immediately thought of the next move. If Kettle had used surrounding objects to perfectly block the projectiles, he would have been a little taken aback but still would have quickly acted. but neither was the case. He changed the trajectories of a few projectiles to make all of them collide. He couldn't understand. A miracle beyond the realm of perception and comprehension. His fighting spirit vanished in an instant. His body went limp and his arms hung loosely. "Monster," the head muttered. His neck was then grabbed by Kettle. His body was slammed into the ground. Chapter 83, Worshippers of the Abomination, Part 4. "It was quite fun," Kettle said cheerfully amidst the scene of destruction. "How do assassins fight? How do they handle aura? It was plenty enjoyable to check each one of those. I've even faced something similar to Myriad Flowers' Rain." Kettle was very satisfied. Watching him laugh joyfully, the head of the family spoke in a resigned tone. "Kill me, monster. There was never any hope of winning from the start." The sight was so dark that even with the help of moonlight, it was barely possible to see ahead. Even concentrating his mystical energy didn't make the sight perfect in such darkness. Yet Kettle had perfectly seen the hundreds of flying weapons, understood how to deflect them off each other, and executed it flawlessly. His barbarian attire didn't have a single tiny hole. It was as clean as when he first arrived. His spatial awareness, responsiveness, and agility were all beyond comprehension. This barbarian was a monster, a superhuman-level strongman. Such a creature would be hard to find even if you searched an entire country. Why is someone like this in the Akasha family? There was no reason for such a powerful being to stay in a mere merchant family. You can't die that easily. He still had many questions about the assassins, how long they had been here and how they made their money. It wasn't an opportunity to miss hearing firsthand about the assassins in this fantasy world. After a moment of thought, Kettle asked the first thing that came to his mind. "What is this abomination you serve?" In this world, gods exist and bestow divine power and authority upon their followers. These assassins worship an abomination, a god of assassins. It was quite unique and he was curious about it. The abomination, the head of the family hesitated for a moment before opening his mouth. He had already given up his life and planned to explain briefly and ask for a swift death. "That being is," as he began to speak, the head's voice gradually weakened. Kettle looked at him with a puzzled expression. "What's wrong?" The head's pupils trembled, filled with indescribable fear. His brain was melting. It wasn't a metaphor, but literal. His brain overloaded and started to melt as it couldn't process the incoming information. The head's body collapsed. Kettle was surprised. "What the?" He had been about to say something, but suddenly he died. After pondering for a moment, Kettle muttered, "Is there something like the solitary worm here too?" If certain information was about to be spoken, a worm implanted in the brain would activate and melt the brain. It was a method often found in martial arts novels. Does it exist in fantasy as well? They have everything. It made sense if the assassins implanted such things to prevent information from being leaked to others. What a pity, Kettle clicked his tongue. He had wanted to gather more information about the assassins. However, there was no way to get answers from a brain-melted assassin. No one else was moving except for Kettle. He took out a notebook. Assassins established their base in the center of the capital. This is likely to allow easy access for nobles. They implant solitary worms in their brains. This applies even to the leader of the assassins, suggesting a fairly horizontal structure. It's over. Having summarized the contents, Kettle stretched. The rest could be verified later by Milne. He launched himself into the air, leaving the scene of destruction behind. A place adorned so extravagantly that it seemed to gather all the treasures of the world. The treasures were so numerous and valuable that even a king of a nation couldn't dream of affording them, yet here they were scattered like trinkets. In the center of this opulent room, a man lay on a sofa. Before him, a subordinate bowing spoke. "Those who were probing Denayan Kingdom have been crushed." "Really?" "Yes, the oath activated," the man chuckled. "It seems they tried to spill information foolishly." "Was it the kingdom that moved?" "That's what we surmise. They acted faster than I expected." The man spoke absent-mindedly, staring into space. "But were they even attempting to infiltrate Denayan Kingdom?" "This is the first I've heard of it." The bowing subordinate replied calmly. "Previously it hadn't been confirmed, but it's been detected for the past year. It definitely exists in this world." "Really?" the man smirked. "Find it." "By any means necessary." "Yes, sir," the bowing subordinate responded. Kettle had destroyed the Haybalka family and was living a life not much different from before. He continued studying alchemy as usual and conversed with Milne late into the night, and on that day Milne spoke with a perplexed expression. "Kettle, you mentioned that assassin family before, right? Have the investigation results come out?" Kettle had informed Milne the day after he destroyed the Haybalka family, explaining that an assassin group had targeted him and that he had annihilated them. Naturally, Milne had looked at Kettle as if he were speaking nonsense. The idea that an assassin group was based in the center of the capital was hard to believe, especially since their base was supposedly the main house of the Haybalka family. At first, she couldn't understand what Kettle was saying. However, there was no reason for Kettle to lie to her. So despite her skepticism, she had dispatched investigators. The results were quite peculiar. The building was empty. Kettle made a puzzled face. Empty? Yes, there were no traces, no furniture, it was literally empty. No traces, he had fought assassins there. While it wasn't a battle so loud as to cause a big commotion, it wasn't a minor skirmish either. Hundreds of throwing weapons had embedded into the ceiling and walls. Assassins punched by him had dented the walls, and blood had splattered everywhere. One room had been completely destroyed, yet there were no traces. Malna nodded. Absolutely nothing. And that wasn't the only strange thing. All traces of the Hebalka family have disappeared as well. It wasn't that the evidence of their presence in the Denayan kingdom had vanished completely. An entire group couldn't disappear so perfectly. People still remembered them, victims of their actions existed, and they had trading partners. However, all physical evidence of their existence had vanished. Documents proving their transactions and the goods they handled were gone. It was as if ghosts had spirited them away. Kettle's expression turned intrigued. Is such a thing even possible? It shouldn't be, right? The Hebalka family was quite large. For them to disappear without a trace. Malna's eyes reflected her bewilderment. It was beyond her understanding. I'll continue investigating, but honestly, it's frustrating. She felt as though this was beyond what she could handle. After a moment of lamenting, she remembered something and spoke. Oh, by the way, I looked into the symbol on the axe you have. Oh, did you find anything? No, Malna shook her head. Nothing at all. Literally nothing. Although she hadn't delved as deeply as she could have in her personal investigation, Malna thought she would at least find some information. Surely, there would be records in some document somewhere, but nothing came up. It was as if someone had intentionally erased all traces of information. You said you picked up that axe from the snow, right? Yes. He had found it abandoned in the snow, and finding it surprisingly useful, had been using it for a long time. That was all Kettle knew about it. Malna groaned. She had been confident. Her family had become the largest merchant family in the Denayan kingdom, amassing an immeasurable fortune. She thought there was no information she couldn't uncover. But she had failed to find anything on both the Hebalka family and the symbol on the axe. Her pride had taken a hit. Kettle laughed heartily, trying to console her. It happens. If you couldn't find anything, it must be quite a unique axe. At the very least, it's not ordinary. It's not even something from the former emperor who ventured into the White Snowfield. Besides them, there's no one else who could have made such a weapon, she grumbled, resting her chin on the table. Oh, and about the catalyst you wanted. Kettle needed to attain mystic power by breaking through the path to mystery. He had asked Malna to procure a catalyst for that purpose. I've almost got all the catalysts, only one more to go. Oh, really? The thoughts of the axe and the Hebalka family vanished from Kettle's mind instantly. The excitement of soon obtaining mystic power made his heart race. Malna smiled at his reaction. It won't take long, it's very close by. Close by? Did you know that catalysts can also be found in dungeons? Kettle nodded. He had found a catalyst in a dungeon in the Barcan territory before, so he knew. There's a dungeon that appeared near the capital. It's been confirmed that the catalyst is inside. Mercenaries are being assembled, so it won't take more than a few days. A dungeon, huh? Kettle's face lit up with interest. Dungeons appeared near populated areas, and the more people there were, the higher the difficulty of the dungeon. This was the capital with far more people than the Barcan territory. What kind of dungeon is it? In response to Kettle's question, Malna answered, an A-rank dungeon, a raid dungeon, Chapter 84, Raid Dungeon, Part 1. Aquez walked slowly. Passing through the corridor bathed in gold, she opened the brilliantly shining door. Inside was a flower bed. A very beautiful flower bed where flowers of various colors bloomed splendidly. In the middle of the flower bed was a single table. A woman was sitting on a chair at the table. The woman turned her gaze, her golden hair swaying. Her jet-black eyes contrasted sharply as they looked at Aquez. The woman smiled faintly. Aquez. You've come, Aquez bowed respectfully. I, Aquez, Inquisitor of the Sun God, greet the Saint of the Sun God, a representative of the divine, one who conveys the words of the great being to the earth, a saint. The person in front of Aquez was the Saint of the Sun God. The saint extended her hand. Please have a seat. Thank you. Aquez hesitated as she sat in the chair opposite. The saint lifted a teacup and spoke. You've had a hard journey. It's the will of the god. As a believer, it's a joy to follow their will. The saint shook her head at Aquez's calm words. Your faith remains unwavering. I couldn't do that. Saint, I'm joking, the saint chuckled. So you came to see me to talk, right? Will you tell me? Aquez nodded. She slowly explained. About the demon of gravity Ashishire who descended on the Barcan territory and the battle against it. The saint clapped her hands exaggeratedly. That's an amazing feat to have defeated a fully descended demon. Aquez, thanks to you, the church's reputation has soared. The leaders are also delighted. Aquez did not have the power to defeat a fully descended demon. That she won against Ashishire was undoubtedly a miracle, but Aquez shook her head. No. If it weren't for my collaborator, I would have fallen there. Are you talking about the barbarian from the White Snowfield, whom the leaders dismissed as insignificant? Aquas nodded heavily. The leaders did not pay much attention to the barbarian's existence that Aquas mentioned, the extermination of a descended demon. Before such a great achievement, the existence of a barbarian was just an obstacle. It was unacceptable for the noble leaders that a lowly barbarian had interfered in divine punishment. Above all, the barbarian was not mentioned in the sun god's revelation. This meant a flaw in the great god's words. Hence, the leaders erased the record of the barbarian, but Aquas couldn't do that. That's why she came directly to the saint. Why did the sun god keep silent about the barbarian? Was it to test me? No, the saint affirmed. Probably didn't know. Their vision only covers our world. From their perspective, it would have been an irregularity. What? Aquas looked confused. The saint spoke lightly. It means that even gods are not omnipotent. Saint. What are you saying? Aquas was shocked. It was a blasphemy that she couldn't believe came from the god's representative. I'm joking, don't get so upset. I can't take that as a joke. Please refrain from such comments. Aquas suppressed her surprised heart. The saint's faith in the sun god wasn't strong, rather it was almost non-existent. It was puzzling how she became the sun god's saint. But the White Snowfield, huh? Many strange things are happening in this world, you know that, right? Yes, Aquas bit her lip. This world is becoming distorted and not in a good way for them. The saint frowned as if having a headache. It's not just the descent of demons. There are groups worshipping abominations appearing too. Abominations? This is the first I've heard of it. Aquas tilted her head. She was an expected talent, able to have a private audience with the saint. She knew a lot about the world, but even she had never heard of abominations. The saint clicked her tongue. They exist, beings that once conquered the earth in ancient times. Their existence itself is blasphemy. It's better not to know, I see. And now the distortion of the forbidden land has emerged, swallowing up the kingdom. It's not good at all. It's enough to twist your stomach. What the saint was talking about must have been information conveyed to her as the representative of the sun god. It was something Aquas shouldn't be curious about. She listened silently. And that's not all. Even the common knowledge we had is changing. You mean the changes in the dungeons? Yes. While other things are inherently alien, it's perplexing why even the dungeons are in chaos. It's as if the world is showing malice towards us. The saint propped her chin on the table with a tired look. Aquas spoke up. The great sun god will watch over us. If we act according to his will, the world will find peace. I wonder. The saint made a peculiar expression at Aquas's words, filled with faith and belief. Aquas. Shall I tell you a secret? If it's something I shouldn't know, I don't want to hear it. Don't be like that, it's related to you. The saint looked beyond the flower bed. There stood a statue of the sun god. You received a revelation and departed for the Barcan territory. The revelation she received was about the descent of a great evil. Indeed, the demon of gravity Ashashire was there. But there was one problem. The revelation I received was indeed about the demon's descent, but the sun god mentioned an incomplete descent. What? Aquas's eyes widened. What she encountered was a fully descended Ashashire who had even succeeded in territorialization. We sent you alone because we believed there was a chance of victory. If we had known it was a fully territorialized demon, we wouldn't have sent you alone, right? Wait a moment. Are you saying, even without considering the existence of the barbarian, the revelation of the god was not perfect? You would have been defeated. Aquas was strong. She was expected to become the next chief inquisitor and lead the order. But she was not yet strong enough to defeat a territorialized demon. Ashashire would have defeated Aquas and advanced to the middle world. The demon would have engulfed the kingdom and spread evil throughout the world. But the demon failed to do so. The demon was defeated by the barbarian of the White Snowfield, unable to fulfill its intentions. A barbarian from outside the realm, the saint murmured. I wonder if it's a good or bad omen. A raid dungeon? Kettle's eyes sparkled with interest. What is that? You know about dungeons, right? I know a bit, but not in detail. Then I'll explain briefly. Malna began her explanation. Dungeons appear near places where people gather. They might be dangerous, but they always appear at a certain distance from villages or cities, so as long as one doesn't foolishly enter a dungeon, they weren't usually a threat. The death of a common citizen in a dungeon was regarded similarly to dying while climbing a cliff. However, dungeons often blocked the way to cities, and if left unattended for too long, the monsters inside might come out. Kettle stroked his chin with interest. They do come out. Very rarely. They don't come out unless a dungeon is left unhandled for over a year. That's why it was necessary to deal with dungeons before they piled up. It was the job of mercenaries to assess the danger level of nearby dungeons and attack them. Basically, a dungeon raid is done by a party of 4. There isn't enough room to move otherwise. Most dungeons were designed with narrow passages or rooms. Too many people would just get in each other's way. Come to think of it, Kettle didn't particularly notice, but recalling his memories, the sizes of dungeons were generally similar. I thought you said you worked as a mercenary, Kettle. I thought you'd know this. I did enter dungeons, but I usually went in alone, so I didn't pay attention to such things. Alone, Malna paused for a moment and then shook her head to clear her mind. A party of 4 is the basic formation for dungeons. Any more than that and they just get in each other's way. I see, Kettle stroked his chin with interest. The restriction of 4. Yes. There are very few exceptions, but most dungeons follow this rule. That's why most parties are composed of 4 members. That's an interesting statement. Interesting, Malna tilted her head. Was the restriction of 4 interesting? She couldn't understand. To her, that restriction was as natural as birds flying in the sky or apples falling to the ground. But to Kettle, it was quite intriguing. Malna mentioned that with very few exceptions, most dungeons had a restriction of 4. This could imply that someone intentionally created this restriction. Of course, it could be an overinterpretation. There were cases where people believed that a statue was made by someone, only to find out it was naturally formed by wind and rain. With so much friction between people, there were just as many conflicts, and it was a hassle. No matter how high the pay, it was hard to find people willing to join a raid dungeon. Kettle was a barbarian. Barbarians typically didn't like group activities. Even though Kettle was a bit unusual, Malna thought he still had the basic characteristics of a barbarian, so she couldn't help but be surprised. It doesn't matter. I want to go, really. Malna had no reason or right to stop him. She opened her mouth to speak. I'll tell you the location of the mercenary guild. If any problems arise there, just show them my family's crest. Thank you, Kettle expressed his gratitude. Malna murmured, a raid dungeon, you might see some familiar faces. Tiana, the receptionist at the mercenary guild in the capital city of Denian, was dissatisfied. This isn't what I wanted. She had grown up reading stories about mercenaries and admired them. But it wasn't like expecting a prince on a white horse like Aline did. She admired something rougher, more savage, almost beast-like. People thirsty for combat, clashing swords and axes, risking their lives in battle. Gulping down drinks and sleeping on any piece of ground. She longed for such scenes, symbols of barbarism. So she studied hard and became a receptionist at the Mercenary Guild. But once she became a receptionist, she found the Mercenary Guild to be very ordinary. The mercenaries didn't bicker with each other and drank only until they were moderately drunk. At first, she expected the mercenaries to flirt with her, so she dressed up, but that didn't happen either. They were exceedingly polite, keeping work and personal matters separate. It made sense after all. This was the capital of the Denian Kingdom. Only vetted mercenaries could enter, at least B rank, and C rankers were rarely allowed into the capital. Consequently, the mercenary assembly hall was very peaceful. If anyone caused trouble, they were immediately expelled, and their sponsors could also face repercussions. Naturally, other receptionists appreciated this tranquility, but Tiana found it extremely boring. I need excitement. She longed for intense stimulation in her monotonous life. She wanted to see the violence and savagery she had read about as a child. She wished for it every night and today. She genuinely regretted making such a wish. Tiana's body trembled. She wanted to run away immediately, but she couldn't because she didn't know how the enraged man in front of her would react. A gigantic barbarian sat before her. Are you the receptionist of the Mercenary Guild? Why, yes, that's right. Tiana tried hard to suppress her trembling as she glanced up. The barbarian was looking at her. She involuntarily bowed her head. She had seen many people with good builds or large frames, but the presence before her was different. The most significant difference was the sense of intimidation. She felt as if her head would be smashed if she made any wrong move. Mom, who told her to stop making stupid prayers and find a decent man to marry. Mom, who said normal was best. I'm sorry for complaining, I'll never make such prayers again. While she was screaming inside, Kettle opened his mouth. Chapter 85, Raid Dungeon, Part 2, I'd like to take on a request. Are you a mercenary? Yes. Kettle handed over his mercenary badge. Tiana received it with trembling hands. When she checked the badge, her eyes widened. What? The rank on the badge was C rank. The barbarian in front of her was a C rank mercenary. Is it fake? She inspected the badge thoroughly, but it wasn't fake. The barbarian was indeed a mercenary. All right, she calmed her trembling body. Even though the barbarian in front of her was intimidating, he was ultimately a mercenary. He was a person bound by the rules and laws of society. There was no reason for her to be scared. Do you have a specific request in mind? But she couldn't help but speak in a voice as small as a crawling ant. It was more of a mumble than actual words. However, Kettle seemed to have heard the mumbling clearly and asked, I heard there's a request for a raid dungeon. Oh. Yes, there is, Tiana fumbled as she pulled out the request form from under the desk and handed it over. Requester, Kingdom of Denian. A rank dungeon, raid dungeon, conditions C rank or higher. Must be able to cooperate with others. Reward varies based on performance and contribution. Reading the request form, a smile spread across Kettle's face. Can you explain it to me? Yes, why yes, Tiana stuttered as she began to explain. It's an A-rank raid dungeon. There are a total of 4 entrances leading into the dungeon. 4 entrances, 4 paths. Each path led to the center of the dungeon. Each party would enter through one of the 4 entrances and clear the path. Then they would meet up with the other parties at the center of the dungeon. After meeting the other parties, you will solve the dungeon's gimmick and take down the boss. That's how you clear the raid dungeon. The detailed instructions will be given by the raid leader. That's how it works. There were different types of raid dungeons. The main types were either a mob of people swarming in to beat the boss or each party splitting up to solve the dungeon's gimmicks. This time it seemed to be the latter. Kettle nodded in satisfaction. There are still spots available, right? Yes, there are still openings, but I would like to take on this raid dungeon request. Excuse me, I believe I meet the conditions. That's true, but Tiana was flustered. Kettle was a C-rank mercenary, just meeting the minimum requirement, but there was one more condition. Have you ever formed a party before? Raid dungeons weren't like regular dungeons. They required cooperation among dozens of people to clear. With so many people involved, one had to have good social skills. They had to be able to follow orders from strangers. But a barbarian, who was notorious for splitting heads and dueling even among their own kind, couldn't possibly have such social skills. Seeing her worried expression, Kettle confidently said, "Don't worry. I've formed parties and led them several times. I've also completed escort missions, so there won't be any issues, I promise." Is that so? Of course, she didn't believe him. One of the most useless things in the world was a barbarian's promise. Normally, she wouldn't allow a barbarian to join a raid dungeon and would reject him right here. But she was scared. If she rejected him, he might suddenly snap and cleave her head with his axe. In fact, she had read several novels in her childhood where barbarian protagonists did exactly that. Back then, she admired those ruthless barbarians, but now that she was the target, her body was shaking. She realized that novels were best left as novels. We will need to assess you first. The guild master will review and make the final decision. You'll get the result within a week, so please check back then. In the end, she shifted the responsibility to the guild master. Understood, I'll check back. Kettle nodded and left. Tiana, who had been standing there for a while, collapsed onto the desk. I'm getting rid of them all. All the novels about barbarians and mercenaries she had collected since childhood. She decided to throw them all away. That night, the guild master was sitting at his desk, sorting through documents. He reviewed the ranks and specialties of the mercenaries who had applied for the raid dungeon. Not bad, he muttered. Raid dungeons weren't particularly popular. Even if the rewards were substantial, mercenaries with strong individualistic tendencies weren't keen on working closely with others. However, this time, a decent group of mercenaries had gathered. This should be manageable without major issues. As the guild master was flipping through the papers with satisfaction, he suddenly stopped. A barbarian. Among the mercenaries who had taken on the raid dungeon request was a barbarian. Why is a barbarian here? Kettle was staying at Malna's residence. However, the people in the capital weren't well aware of his presence. The reason was simple. Kettle left the capital when others were sleeping and returned at dawn when everyone was still in deep slumber. The guards were the only ones who continuously saw him, but they were ordered to keep silent and tell no one. A C-rank mercenary, he must have gone through the assessment to get in. It must have been quite a hassle, so he must have really wanted to join. Naturally, the guild master thought this way. He had no intention of accepting a barbarian who was uncontrollable into a raid dungeon. Normally, the receptionist should have filtered him out, but it seemed she had passed the responsibility directly to him out of fear. Just as he was about to discard the document, hey, crash. The voice from the window made the guild master reflexively leap. The chair toppled over with a loud noise. Who is it? The guild master grabbed the axe hanging on the wall, sweat dripping down his face. The guild master was once a renowned mercenary. Though he had retired, unable to withstand the passage of time, his experience hadn't disappeared. Because of this, he could tell, the person before him was a monster. He hadn't noticed them entering the room at all. A tense atmosphere filled the space. The intruder sighed. Calm down, I'm not an enemy. The intruder approached. Tee-hee flickering candlelight illuminated the room. Upon seeing the intruder's face, the guild master's pupils widened. Master Maximus the swordmaster, he was the great sword of Denian. The guild master hastily put down his axe. I came to see you, calm down. I understand, but why at this late hour? And through the window no less. Maximus' face twisted at the guild master's questioning gaze. You don't need to know. Understood. The guild master quickly nodded. Maximus spoke. I saw a barbarian come to the guild. Is that correct? The guild master was momentarily flustered but stammered. Yes, he applied for the raid dungeon request. A raid dungeon? Maximus frowned. They'll do anything, it seems. I was just about to reject him, but accept him, what? Accept whatever he wants to do. Don't put any restrictions on his actions. The guild master couldn't hide his bewilderment. Maximus, the great sword of Denian and one of the swordmasters, such a person came secretly to say not to interfere with a barbarian. The guild master's confusion must have shown on his face because Maximus, with a wrinkled expression, continued, "It's not like I came here because I wanted to, it's the will of His Majesty. Hi, His Majesties, don't ask anything further. I have delivered the message." Maximus disappeared as if he couldn't stand to stay any longer. The guild master, who stood in a daze for a moment, spoke. "Did he really come here just to say that?" The great swordmaster Maximus. The guild master looked at the scattered documents. There lay the information about Kettle. What is with this barbarian? A vast plain. Mercenaries had gathered there. Among them, a man with a sturdy build, clad in armor, sword, and shield, was sitting on a rock, chewing on some cheese. A blue armband was on his wrist. "Hey," someone tapped his shoulder from behind. The man's face lit up as he turned around. "Oh, Barak, good to see you, Gaynard." "What? You're in my party? Looks like it," said the man with the bow, known as Barak, as he patted his shoulder. A blue armband was attached there. A woman's voice called out from behind them. "I'm here too, oh Marcy." A woman with a pointed hat and a staff approached them with a smile. She also had a blue armband on her arm. The man known as Gaynard whistled. "This party looks pretty good." Raid dungeons typically required four-person parties. However, some mercenaries didn't have a party. In such cases, the guild would form parties based on requests. Before the party was set, no one knew who their teammates would be, which often resulted in mismatched groups. In this context, they were lucky. They knew each other and had worked together several times before. There wouldn't be any issues with this party. Marcy laughed and said, "It's a raid dungeon after all. Most other parties shouldn't have problems either." "Is that so? By the way, Barak, didn't you have a party? The leader got stabbed in a love affair." Oh, they chatted idly while observing the other mercenaries around them. "Indeed, it looks fine. There shouldn't be any problems with this group. Who's the raid leader? Over there." Marcy pointed to the other side of the field. A man with dark hair was standing there. Gaynard's eyes widened. "Cartman, really? He's a first-rate mercenary." Reaching the first rate as a mercenary was extremely rare. Usually those who reached that level signed contracts with nobles and became knights. Thus, those who continued as mercenaries despite reaching the first rate were highly respected among their peers. Cartman was one of them. This should be an easy win. The internal layout hasn't been fully verified yet, but it doesn't seem particularly special. It should only take a few hours. They weren't the only ones who thought so. All the mercenaries present were at least C rank with ample experience. There was a general air of confidence and a desire to finish quickly and return. While they were idly passing the time, Marcy whispered, "Speaking of Cartman, do you think that rumor is true?" "What rumor?" "That he escorted the Akasha family across the White Snowfield." "Oh, that." It was a secret that Milna had crossed the White Snowfield to sell weapons. If it were known that she had traded with the Empire, it wouldn't bode well for her. However, mercenaries were generally talkative and liked to boast about their exploits. One of the mercenaries who had escorted Milna had gotten drunk and bragged about his achievements. Considering that Milna suddenly made a lot of money and revitalized the Akasha family, it seemed plausible. But no one really believed the story. The reason was simple. It's an impossible story. The White Snowfield, the White Snowfield. The largest demon territory in the center of the continent. No one had ever managed to cross it. The only person to have seen the monsters of the White Snowfield was an emperor from a long time ago. Though Cartman was undoubtedly strong, he was still only at the first-rate mercenary level. He wouldn't survive in the White Snowfield, but Marcy whispered even more quietly. "There's another part to that rumor, you know." "Oh." "That he met the Ashen Barbarian." "Yes," Marcy nodded. "The reason they survived was because the Ashen Barbarian helped them. Doesn't that make sense? It's plausible, but if the Ashen Barbarian really helped, then crossing the White Snowfield might be possible. But that was also just a baseless rumor. Why would the Ashen Barbarian help outsiders? They'd be lucky if he didn't just kill them." "Well, that's true." Marcy didn't argue further. She knew it was just a fantasy. She was merely indulging in some amusing speculation. "But it's an interesting story, isn't it?" "It is, but first we need to clear this dungeon. Barak, do you know who our fourth party member is?" A party consisted of 4 people and one spot was still vacant. "No idea. Looking at the current members, maybe a warrior or a rogue. Could it be Varian? He's always complaining about being broke." "Not him. His family dragged him off a few days ago. Turns out he's a noble from a small country." "Oh really? That explains why he always tried to maintain appearances. It was a noble's little adventure." As they chatted, more mercenaries started gathering. Most of the group had arrived. It was about time for their fourth party member to show up. Marcy, staring down the path, suddenly looked surprised. "Huh, what's up, over there?" She hesitantly pointed with her finger. Gaynard and Barak followed the direction of her finger. They could hardly believe their eyes. A lone barbarian was walking toward them. Chapter 86, Raid Dungeon, Part 3. Why is a barbarian here? Good question. The ones who were confused weren't the only ones. The mercenaries gathered in the field also stopped when they saw the barbarian. In the strange silence, the barbarian slowly approached them. Is he coming over here? Seems like it, and Cartman's eyes widened as he confirmed what he was seeing. He stared at the barbarian, dumbfounded, as if he had seen a ghost. Why are you here? His voice was filled with shock. The barbarian then slowly walked towards Gaynard. Are you my party members? Party? Am I wrong? I was told to come to the place with the blue armbands. Only then did Gaynard look at Kettle's arm. There was a blue armband similar to the ones they were wearing. Am I wrong? No, you're right, but... Is this for the raid dungeon? That's right, I'm in the right place, so you are my party members. Barbarian Kettle grinned. Nice to meet you. The mercenaries gathered in confusion. Cartman opened his mouth. Nice to meet you. I'm Cartman, the raid leader for this dungeon. Oh, Kettle's eyes gleamed as he looked at Cartman. With a reluctant expression, Cartman continued. You should know the basics. For more details, ask your party leader. Now move to the respective dungeon entrances. With that, the mercenaries started heading towards the dungeon. After walking for a while, Gaynard cautiously approached Cartman. Cartman, sir, what is it? Well, it seems my party member is a barbarian. I'm aware there shouldn't be any issues. Probably, Cartman muttered softly. I don't know why he's here, but it doesn't matter. Anything else you're curious about? No, nothing else. As Cartman didn't react further, Gaynard stepped back. Waiting nearby, Barak and Marcy quickly approached. What did he say? Not much. So he's a legitimate mercenary hired through proper channels. The raid leader could access basic information about participating mercenaries. Since Cartman didn't say anything special, it meant there was no problem. What? A barbarian in the capital? Anyone C rank or above can enter, right? But a barbarian passing the months-long screening. I nearly died of boredom myself. That doesn't seem likely, they murmured among themselves but found no answers. No information, Gaynard frowned, and they arrived at the dungeon entrance. Since there were multiple entrances, no other mercenaries were there. The 3 mercenaries and 1 barbarian stood at the entrance. After some thought, Gaynard spoke up. Let's start with introductions, shall we? Whatever the case, he was here as a mercenary. He was their party member, so they decided to talk first. Kettle nodded. That's a good idea. I'll start. I'm Gaynard, a warrior using a sword and shield. I'm a B-rank mercenary. I'm assigned as the party leader and can control mystical powers. Next, Barak shook the bow on his shoulder. I'm Barak, an archer, C-rank mercenary. I have very wide and focused detection abilities. I'm Marcy, a mage. B-rank mercenary. I can use simple detection magic, body enhancement magic, and mana arrows. Marcy said, holding her staff. Her face showed a slight hint of anxiety. Barbarians didn't like mages, though not as much as priests. They despised mages for using strange powers with their weak bodies, but Kettle actually looked pleased. A mage, nice to meet you. I heard you're managed by the Magic Tower. Are you affiliated with it? Yes, but I ran away. Not all mages left the tower successfully. Many ran away due to the near-slavery conditions and the walls of talent. Even if they ran, they were still considered affiliated with the tower, but they weren't recognized as proper mages. Most of them became mercenaries or exclusive mages for nobles, and Marcy was one of them. I see. It must have been tough. You've had a hard time. Oh, thank you, Marcy replied, flustered. Kettle looked at his party members. The combination is different. The party Kettle had in the Barcan territory consisted of a warrior, a thief, and a priest. This party was quite different. The warrior and mage are second-rate, and the archer is third-rate. Kettle smiled with satisfaction. This raid seemed like it would be enjoyable, and that smile made them tense up instinctively. What is this intimidation? Gaynard thought to himself. Kettle hadn't done anything, he had just smiled. But that alone almost made Gaynard draw his weapon reflexively. Gaynard had seen barbarians a few times during his mercenary work, but none of them had exuded such intimidation. He's not an ordinary barbarian. Gaynard swallowed and asked, Who are you? I am Kettle, a barbarian. My role is close to the front line. How much have you mastered mystic arts? Kettle replied. I don't know any mystic arts. What? Gaynard was taken aback. You don't know mystic arts? Unfortunately, no. It seems my body has difficulty even sensing mystic arts. Kettle muttered with a sad expression. Gaynard was bewildered. He doesn't know mystic arts. What's your mercenary rank? C rank. A C rank mercenary who didn't know mystic arts. Of course, not all C rank mercenaries had mastered mystic arts. One could reach C rank simply by completing many requests or fulfilling their roles well. But the aura and presence that Kettle exuded didn't seem like that of someone who didn't know mystic arts. So Gaynard naturally assumed he knew them, but to not know them, Gaynard began to doubt. Is he just an ordinary barbarian? Maybe he was overthinking it. After all, Kettle hadn't done anything. They were letting their imaginations run wild and misinterpreting things. Realizing this, Gaynard reluctantly relaxed. He concluded that the barbarian in front of him was weaker than himself. The reason was simple. Those who hadn't mastered mystic arts couldn't defeat those who had. Mystic arts were the starting point for gaining powers beyond comprehension. Without that, no matter how strong one's body was, there were clear limits. Gaynor could control mystic arts. He had previously subdued 3 barbarians attacking him simultaneously. He organized his thoughts. Kettle was a barbarian who didn't know mystic arts. That made things simple. He would treat him like any other ordinary barbarian. Then let's proceed, prepare for combat. That sounds good. Kettle nodded with a smile and they entered the dungeon. Inside the dungeon, winding paths stretched like a natural cave, but it seemed to lead in one set direction. They advanced through the dungeon. Kettle followed them leisurely without any tension. After a while, Barak raised his arm. Monsters. 4 of them, human-like, got it, understood. Gaynor and Marcy's expressions turned serious. Kettle asked with a puzzled look, "Did you not notice them?" According to what he had heard, Barak was third-rate, while Gaynor and Marcy were second-rate. Their level was higher, Barak replied bluntly. "My detection range is much wider." Barak was an archer. He needed to detect more and wider areas than others. By focusing solely on that aspect, there were few even among second-rates who could surpass his detection. Kettle was impressed. "You can do that," honing a limited ability to surpass one's rank. It was an admirable feat. "That must have been tough, impressive." "Thanks," Barak responded with a slightly embarrassed expression. Why is he acting so friendly? Barbarians only trusted their own strength. They didn't believe in others and had no concept of comrades. However, Kettle was acting very friendly, as if they were truly part of a team. This unexpected familiarity was quite disconcerting. In their confusion, they quietly moved forward and finally they saw them, 4 orcs beyond the passageway. Orcs. Kettle's eyes gleamed, one of the classic monsters of fantasy. He had encountered orcs several times while clearing dungeons in the Barcan territory. But the orcs before him were larger and darker, indicating a clear difference in strength. The strength of monsters varies with the dungeon's grade. While Kettle observed with interest, Gaynor was calmly preparing for battle. "Marcy, get your magic ready. Barak, knock your arrows and prepare to shoot." Gaynor was the vanguard and the party leader. He had to direct the battle. "And you," Gaynor looked at Kettle. After a moment of hesitation, he spoke. "You stay back and be ready to respond to any unforeseen events." "Oh," Kettle spoke with a peculiar expression. "You're telling me to stay out of the fight." "I won't deny it," Gaynor said calmly. He was a mercenary who had teamed up with barbarians a few times. From those experiences, he realized something. Barbarians had no concept of comrades. They didn't trust others and only saw them as obstacles. They had no notion of working together or being considerate in battle. Fighting alongside them only caused problems. There were several instances where Gaynor almost died because of barbarians. Therefore, he naturally intended to keep Kettle out of the fight. Kettle would likely object. Barbarians who looked down on others and loved combat wouldn't easily retreat after hearing such words. But Gaynor was prepared to suppress him by force if necessary. Kettle might look strong, but he was still a barbarian who hadn't mastered mystic arts. He wasn't a match for Gaynor. In the tense atmosphere, Kettle opened his mouth. "Understood." The tension instantly dissipated. Gaynor, who had been preparing for a confrontation, hesitated. "Is that okay?" "It's a reasonable request. I've never teamed up with you before. In contrast, you seem experienced in working together." "Am I wrong?" "No, you're right. In such a situation, having an outsider participate in the fight would only be a hindrance. It's a sound decision." Gaynor's words were indeed correct. There was no reason to refuse. However, Gaynor didn't expect Kettle to accept his words so easily, likely because Kettle was a barbarian. What kind of barbarians are out there? Chapter 87, Raid Dungeon, Part 4. There were barbarians outside as well. He knew that. After all, people recoiled in terror upon seeing him, calling him a barbarian, so it was impossible not to know. However, he had never seen them in person. Initially, he had no intention of paying them any mind, but their notorious reputation kept reaching his ears, and he was getting curious. Are they the same as the ones inside the snowy plains? I'll stay behind and prepare for any contingencies. I'll leave the combat to you, said Gaynor, nodding. Marcy cast a physical enhancement spell on Barak. Barak, prepare to pierce their heads. Understood, got it. Marcy began chanting a spell and Barak drew his bowstring. Gaynor raised his shield. Kettle watched them with delight. He had no intention of fighting from the start. This was a proper mercenary party, and he had no intention of missing the opportunity to watch the battle from the front row. Begin the battle, Gaynor said briefly. Simultaneously, Marcy muttered softly, physical enhancement. With the low words, Barak's body was strengthened. A superhuman force was applied to the drawn bowstring. Barak released his grip. With a whizzing sound, the arrow flew towards the orc. Thunk, the arrow pierced the orc's skull. The orc staggered and fell. It was an instant kill. The orcs only realized the presence of the enemy after their comrade had fallen, screaming and raising their clubs. Kuahek, they charged, but Barak had already drawn his bowstring again. Another arrow flew, piercing an orc's head. Now only 2 orcs remained. Gaynert charged forward with his shield. An orc swung its club down. Kuo, the orcs were 1.3 times Gaynert's size. Naturally, they were stronger. 2 such orcs were attacking Gaynert simultaneously, but Gaynert didn't falter. His aura strengthened his body, blocking the orcs' attacks without issue. While Gaynert held them off, Marcy chanted another spell. Mana Arrow. A translucent arrow materialized in the air. It flew and struck an orc's head. The orc screamed and recoiled. Gaynert didn't miss the opening. He shoved with his shield and plunged his sword into the orc's neck. The orc made a gurgling sound and collapsed. Only 1 orc remained. Gaynert dealt with it without difficulty. The battle ended. Kettle was deeply moved. Oh, this is a real party. In the Barkan territory, the so-called party was frankly just individuals doing their own thing in the dungeon. They were practically strangers, so it was to be expected, but these people were perfectly coordinated. They supplemented each other's roles and moved organically to conquer the dungeon. They filled in the gaps and covered each other's weaknesses perfectly. Kettle was deeply impressed. They continued to advance. Orcs appeared but were dealt with as easily as before. Kettle watched intently from the back, not missing a single moment. And Gaynert felt that gaze. Why is he staring like that? It was a gaze filled with intense passion. Gaynert wondered if the barbarian was unable to control his emotions, eager to join the fight. It felt like fighting with a ravenous beast at their back. This feeling wasn't just Gaynert's. Marcy and Barak felt it too. Naturally, it made them unnecessarily tense. The mental strain was significant and their bodies quickly grew tired. After 5 battles, Gaynert drank some water. How far do you think we've come? Considering the distance, probably about halfway. Marcy, how's your mana? I need to recover soon. Then let's rest here for a bit. Is that okay? Gaynert looked at Kettle, who nodded. They sat down to rest. Kettle, purely impressed, spoke up. Amazing, your coordination is perfect. Are really? Yes. There's no unnecessary movement, and everyone supports each other perfectly. It's incredible. This is a real party. Kettle's expression was filled with admiration. Since it was pure praise, Gaynert didn't feel bad hearing it. From the way you talk, it seems you've been part of a party before. A few times, but we never coordinated like this. It was more like everyone just did their own job. Ah, sounds like you were in temporary parties. It's not easy to coordinate with people you've just met. Are you in a fixed party? Not exactly, but we've been in several parties together and we adjusted to each other each time. It might not be as good as a fixed party, but I'd say we're close to the best you can get for a temporary one. Is that so? It must come from mutual trust. Impressive. Why yeah, Gaynert paused for a moment, surprised that a barbarian would talk about trust. Kettle continued speaking and their conversation flowed surprisingly well. He responded well even to trivial stories. During their chat, Gaynert occasionally forgot that the person in front of him was a barbarian. He unconsciously asked, "Are you really a barbarian?" Instead of answering, Kettle asked back, "Why do you think so? I've met a few barbarians before, but none of them acted like you." Is that so? It's already remarkable that you passed the screening and entered the capital, but that makes it even more intriguing. Aren't you a barbarian from the north? Do barbarians come from the north? Gaynert was startled by the question. What, you're not from the north? I come from another place. Actually, I'd like to ask you about that. What do the barbarians in the north do? Well, a momentary image of the ashen-haired barbarians of the snowy plains flashed in Gaynert's mind. Given Kettle's gray hair and their conversation before entering the dungeon, he had a fleeting suspicion. But he dismissed it immediately. There's no way a barbarian from the snowy plains would be here. Clearing his thoughts, Gaynert explained. Barbarians live in the north. They have their own kingdom there, living self-sufficiently. Generally, outsiders don't approach them. They don't want them to anyway. Barbarians are reclusive and hostile. They even shun their own kind, let alone outsiders. Basic interaction is difficult. It's a closed-off place in a different way from the Empire. Occasionally, some barbarians come over here, but it usually doesn't end well. Gaynert clicked his tongue in genuine dislike. They're a nuisance. They should just stay in their territory instead of coming out and causing trouble. Gaynert's face was filled with deep contempt. Kettle thought to himself, they seem similar to the ones inside the snowy plains. They might differ in degree, but they appeared to be just as ignorant and simple-minded. He resolved not to approach them, but it seems to be lessening recently. A barbarian king has appeared and is controlling them. A barbarian king? Kettle's face showed interest. Do they also have a king? Normally they don't, but one appeared recently. It can't be easy to control those ignorant ones. Normally no, but barbarians have one rule they follow. Barbarians who hate rules and order follow one principle. The law of the jungle, the weak lose everything and the strong gain everything. The barbarian king is strong, strong enough to subdue all the barbarians, Gaynert said. Rumor has it he's a hero-class warrior. Oh, hero-class. Kettle had never seen one. According to stories, they were far stronger than ordinary superhumans. He's not just strong but also smart and intellectual. I've heard he's leading and controlling the barbarians. Since then, incidents caused by barbarians have decreased. I don't know the details, but it's good for us. Is that so? From what he heard, the barbarian king seemed different from typical barbarians. He possessed great strength and was rational. He cooperated with outsiders and followed the law. Kettle murmured. He must have a hard time. Leading those ignorant ones must be tough. It was like his past situation. He suddenly felt a sense of camaraderie. He felt an unexpected kinship with the barbarian king he'd never met. But you're not from the north. I don't even know where that is. Really? Are there barbarians in places other than the north? Gaynert was momentarily puzzled. He had never heard of barbarians coming from anywhere other than the north. The only exception might be the White Snowfield, but he had already ruled out that possibility. So there are barbarians outside of the north too, he thought, considering the possibility of a region where civilized barbarians lived. Having confirmed that Kettle wasn't a northern barbarian, Gaynert seemed relieved and started to badmouth barbarians. Kettle agreed. They're so ignorant. Being around them makes me feel like my own brain is getting duller. Exactly. They often get sick from eating random things. Ah, so barbarians here also die from eating poisonous plants out of competition. It happens frequently. What? No, that's just crazy, not a barbarian thing. Kettle's expression grew gloomy. After their rest, they continued to advance. Orcs appeared but posed no problem. They progressed quickly and Kettle was impressed. You're fast, your coordination is flawless, truly a skilled party. There's no issue in that regard. Right, Gaynert puffed up with pride. Though he had heard it before, it was still pleasant to receive praise. After a moment of hesitation, Kettle spoke up. I have a request, is it all right? A request, go ahead. I'll hear you out. Gaynert assumed Kettle would ask to join the fight, and he was prepared to accept. He doesn't seem like a typical barbarian, he thought. Their conversations had flowed well, and Kettle hadn't been a hindrance. Apart from his appearance, Gaynert didn't even think of him as a barbarian. With a barbarian like this, there seemed to be no issue with cooperating as party members. Thank you for that. Then I'll make my request. Speak. Kettle smiled brightly. May I give you some pointers? Chapter 88, Raid Dungeon, Part 5. What? Gaynert was momentarily taken aback by the completely unexpected words. You are impressive, you form a perfect combination, but there are a few minor areas that are lacking. If those are addressed, you can fight even more perfectly. What nonsense? Barak scowled, visibly displeased. Marcy also seemed to share his ambiguous expression. They were mercenaries. C and B-class mercenaries at that, recognized for their strength after countless battles to the point where they could enter the kingdom's capital. Naturally, they took pride in their power and experience. But now, a barbarian who they believed couldn't understand anything was trying to give them advice. It was an infuriating situation. Gaynert looked at Kettle with a reluctant expression. He is still a barbarian. There were some barbarians who overestimated their own strength. They sometimes inflicted what they called advice and guidance on those they deemed weaker. It seemed Kettle was one of those barbarians. After a brief moment of contemplation, Gaynert nodded. Fine, let's hear what you have to say. It was a mindset of wanting to at least hear the nonsense. Kettle smiled broadly. Oh, thank you. It's nothing major, it's about the problem with your combination. I'm curious what problem is so obvious that you dare to point it out so confidently. Barak sneered. Instead of getting angry, Kettle calmly began his explanation. Your battle style goes like this. First, the archer, enhanced with physical strengthening magic, shoots an arrow. They start by killing one or two for sure, then the warrior steps up to block the charging enemies. At that point, the archer falls back. In a fierce close combat, a misplaced arrow might hit the warrior, so the mage supports with mana arrows. Mana arrows are magical. Unlike ordinary arrows, they can be controlled freely. In the midst of intense combat, they can target only the desired enemies. Mana arrows eliminate all enemies except for one stuck to the warrior. Then, the warrior deals with the one enemy clinging to them. After that, they handle the enemies that charge again. Gaynert's eyes widened as he listened to the explanation. You've analyzed it well. It was a flawless analysis, down to the details Gaynert himself wasn't consciously aware of. So what's the problem with it? It's not exactly a problem. You could continue like this if you want, but it's inefficient. There was a more efficient and cleaner way to handle it. Kettle looked at Barak. You start the battle by shooting an arrow at the enemy, but is it necessary to pierce their head? What nonsense is this all of a sudden? Your arrows are quite accurate. Couldn't you shoot their legs instead of their heads? It's possible, but what's the point? Then what if you aimed at the leg of the nearest orc? It wouldn't be able to approach, rendering it combat ineffective. Gaynert, who had been listening, tilted his head. Wouldn't it be better to just shoot the head and be done with it? This passage isn't wide. At most, two people could move through it side by side. If someone blocked the way, it was hard to get through. A fallen orc won't just stay still, it will thrash around. Naturally, the path will be blocked, making it harder for the orcs behind to reach us. This was a tactic commonly used in modern warfare. Snipers often intentionally shoot to wound rather than kill, creating casualties that impede enemy movement. Though the method differed, creating an incapacitated enemy to restrict movement was the same. The thrashing orc will delay the time it takes for the others to approach. You'll have time to shoot 2 more arrows. Until now, Barak could only shoot 2 arrows, but with this method 3 shots could be possible. It would reduce the number of enemies reaching the warrior by 1 more. Barak, who had been listening with a frown, slowly changed his expression as he thought it over. Kettle then looked at Marcy. Most importantly, if you do this, there won't be a need to cast physical enhancement magic on Barak. That's true. The physical enhancement was to ensure the arrow could penetrate a tough skull. If the goal was to wound the leg and make the enemy fall, there was no need for the spell. This would conserve mana. And one more thing, between mana arrows and physical enhancement, which consumes more mana, mana arrows do. Since they involved directly materializing and controlling mana, they consumed twice as much mana. So not using mana arrows means you can cast physical enhancement twice more. That's right, Kettle then looked at Gaynard. With physical enhancement, can you push off all the orcs that cling to you? Probably. He could already hold his ground without retreating. With the spell, he could push them all off at once. Then it becomes simple. As soon as the orcs cling to you, physical enhancement is cast. When you push them away, the archer has the leeway to shoot arrows again. Mana arrows could be controlled freely but were weak in power, only temporarily hindering the orcs at best. So don't use them at all, just use physical enhancement to push the orcs away and let the archer shoot arrows. Gaynard stammered. Wouldn't that put too much burden on Barak? He'd have to keep using his bow until the end of the battle. What's the problem with that? Kettle asked with a puzzled expression. Gaynard fell silent. Right, there was no problem, that's what the party was for in the first place. They thought about Kettle's words. The result was clear. It was rational, much more so than their current fighting style. It was hard to accept, but no matter how they thought about it, they couldn't deny it. Kettle smiled with satisfaction. This is the method I thought of. What do you think? It seems there are no issues, but real combat is a different matter. Gaynard protested as if to defend his pride, as it stung to follow a barbarian's advice so readily. Then why not give it a try? I doubt there will be any problems. That's true. With nothing more to say, Gaynard agreed. He looked at his party members who had similar expressions. In the end, they decided to fight as Kettle suggested in the next battle. Roar! An orc charged. Barak shot an arrow, hitting the orc's leg. The fallen orc thrashed and blocked the path. Taking advantage of the moment, Barak knocked another arrow and fired. Roar! An orc pushed through all the obstacles and approached. At that moment, Marcy cast a spell. Ha! Boom! The orc was repelled. Barak didn't miss the opportunity and shot an arrow. The battle ended in an instant. Kettle smiled with satisfaction. It works. Gaynard, who finished off the fallen orcs, had a stunned expression. No way. It was incredibly simple and risk-free. It felt almost too easy. We struggled to come up with our fighting style. Experience makes a difference. They had formed this party at most a dozen times. While not a small number, it was insufficient to find the most efficient method. In contrast, Kettle had repeated tens, hundreds, thousands of trials to tackle higher-level enemies. They couldn't match Kettle in strategy and party composition, not to mention his extensive experience leading barbarian groups across the White Snowfields. He had directed group battles countless times. This is it. He had given tactical advice to a seasoned mercenary party and even got them to accept it. He felt great. He understood why meddlesome tacticians existed. After that, they continued advancing until they encountered a trap. It was a floor trap that triggered arrows from the walls. Gaynard pondered. We don't have a thief. How do we handle this? I can disarm traps. What? Gaynard was surprised by Kettle's words. A barbarian disarming traps. I've seen it done before. I have a rough understanding of the process. Kettle stepped forward confidently and Gaynard was flustered. Can you really disarm a trap like that? Disarming traps was no easy task. One wrong move could trigger the trap and endanger lives, requiring high-level skill. The idea of doing it based on having seen it once was hard to believe. Kettle took out a skewer from his pocket, equipment prepared for such situations. I think it was like this. Recalling how Casson disarmed traps, he inserted the skewer into the hole and wiggled it around. Kettle inserted the skewer further. There was a crunching sound as something broke. Oh. It's done. Kettle pressed the floor. No arrows were fired. Resolved. Gaynard had seen thieves disarm traps many times, but he had never heard such a brute sound before. Something felt off, but the trap was disarmed, so there was nothing to say. They continued onward, and then they saw it. A chamber that appeared at the end of the passage. In the middle of it was a doll hugging itself. A mid-boss, perhaps. The boss's room was likely beyond this chamber. Once they passed through this room, they would face the boss. Marcy, what do you think that is? Just a moment. Marcy, staring at the doll and trying to recall something, spoke up. It looks like a mimic doll. What's that? It's a doll that copies anyone who comes within a certain range of it. It perfectly replicates their strength and experience, making it a formidable opponent. Is there really something like that? Kettle muttered, sounding intrigued. Marcy replied nonchalantly, it's not much of a problem if we're in a party. In other words, it was only a threat to individuals. When faced with collective strength, it wasn't much of an issue. So the question is, who goes up to it? Kettle, it's probably best if you go. The weakest one here was Kettle. Since they didn't know much about him, even if he were copied, it would be easy to defeat him. Kettle smiled. Sounds good. Kettle approached the mimic doll. The others prepared for battle from behind. Kettle was quite excited, a monster that copies its opponent. It was a trope often seen in creative works. Creak, creak, creak. As Kettle approached a certain distance, the mimic doll's eyes began to glow. It staggered to its feet. Just as Gaynert was about to tell Kettle to back off, the doll moved. They momentarily lost sight of the doll's movement. The doll had somehow arrived right in front of Kettle. As they realized what was happening, the doll swung its arm. Danger! Just as Gaynert started to shout, Kettle, with a disappointed look, muttered, Is this all? Kettle moved his fist. The doll exploded, scattering fragments everywhere. Chapter 89, Raid Dungeon Part 6. Kettle clicked his tongue. I was a bit excited when I heard it would copy my strength. He had wanted to experience fighting his own replica, but it was disappointing. It was slow and weak. Kettle grumbled, and his party members blinked dumbfoundedly. The doll's movements were extremely fast. They couldn't even follow it with their eyes. By the time they came to their senses, it was already attacking Kettle. But then, the doll suddenly exploded. They couldn't even keep up with the slower movements of the doll, let alone see Kettle's fist. From their perspective, the doll suddenly moved to Kettle and then burst on its own. As they stood there bewildered, Marcy spoke up hesitantly. Could it be a bug? I heard that sometimes problems occur in dungeons when I was studying at the Magic Tower. Really? Yes. It's very rare, but it does happen occasionally. Then is that what happened? Come to think of it, its speed was strange, wasn't it? The response doll copies its opponent. This time it copied Kettle, a barbarian who knew nothing of magic. Given the target it copied, it shouldn't have been able to move that fast. That was their conclusion. We've experienced all sorts of things. Gaynert grumbled as he approached. Lucky for us, it could have been dangerous. Kettle smiled silently. They moved past the fragments and through the door. There another party had already arrived. Gaynert's face brightened. Cartman, sir, I knew you'd be here already. You've arrived, the raid commander Cartman said calmly. He turned his gaze to Kettle. Kettle smiled slightly. It seems there were no issues. There was a bug, but it wasn't a big problem. A bug, Gaynert explained to Cartman. The mid-boss was a response doll and had copied Kettle. Then it suddenly rushed and exploded. Cartman's expression turned peculiar as he listened. I understand, good work, rest until the other parties arrive. Yes, the party members sat down to rest. Kettle leisurely walked over to Cartman. Nice to see you again, was your name Cartman? Yes, the White Snowfield, the mercenaries who escorted Milna. Their leader, Cartman, where did those mercenaries go? They don't seem to be participating in this dungeon. They are handling another task. Cartman replied briefly, looking at Kettle with suspicion in his eyes. How did you get out? I worked hard, very hard, Kettle replied lightly. Cartman sensed he wouldn't get a proper answer if he pressed further, so he asked something else. Why did you come here? What do you mean? I mean, why did you join as a mercenary for a raid dungeon? Raid dungeons are not easy. Even the minimum requirement of a C-rank mercenary is rare, and sometimes an extremely rare A-rank mercenary is needed. An elite-level fighter is essential for such dungeons. In small countries, unlike powerful ones like the Kingdom of Denian, the entire nation might need to mobilize. But that's just common sense. This barbarian is from the White Snowfield. A monster who knocked down a snake reaching the sky with his fist. Above superhuman level, maybe even hero class. Cartman dared to consider that possibility. This was not a warrior who should be in a mere raid dungeon. However, Kettle looked puzzled instead. That's a strange question. I joined because it seemed fun. Cartman paused. He looked at Kettle with a curious expression. What will you do in this world? Nothing. I just plan to enjoy the world. At those words, Cartman let out a brief laugh. Is that so? His worries and thoughts meant nothing to this barbarian. Cartman realized this. I see. By the way, who would have thought we'd meet here? It really feels like the world is small. I belong to the Kingdom of Denian, so I get called in for things like this quite often. They passed the time with trivial talk. Just as their conversation was winding down and Kettle was turning to leave, Cartman spoke from behind him. Thank you for saving us back then. Don't mention it, Kettle replied with a smile. When he returned to where the party was, Gaynert asked, What were you talking about with Cartman? Just old stories, we know each other. Really? Gaynor looked at Kettle thoughtfully. This barbarian was not an ordinary barbarian. He was quite smart. He quickly understood that the party's combat methods were inefficient and suggested more reasonable strategies. He communicates well too, and he didn't force his ideas on them. He left it up to them whether to adopt his methods or not. This meant he could cooperate with and consider others. How could such a barbarian exist? The only problem was that his appearance screamed barbarian, but aside from that, he couldn't be seen as a typical barbarian. Gaynort's eyes gleamed. Should I recruit him? Recently, Gaynor had been contemplating forming his own party. Although he worked as a solo mercenary, he had been hitting a wall. It took time to assemble a group for dungeon raids, and the chances of getting into a successful one were very low. After several struggles, he started yearning for a permanent party. Of course, he wasn't going to accept just anyone. He intended to set very strict standards for his party, and this barbarian had enough qualifications to join his party. His identity was clear. Just being a mercenary in the capital was proof enough of his credibility. On top of that, knowing Cartman was a big plus. In a pinch, it meant he could get help from Cartman. Although his methods were a bit unconventional, he could also disable traps. Gaynor asked Kettle, "Can you open treasure chests too?" "Of course, I've opened many treasure chests." Kettle nodded. Although his methods might be quite different from what Gaynor had in mind, the end result of opening the chests was the same. Gaynor's eyes sparkled even more. He can open treasure chests too. This meant that he could play the role of a thief, albeit in a limited capacity. His only drawback is his lack of mystic power. Without knowledge of magic, the limits of his strength were clear. But judging by his physique, he could still play a supporting role. "Hey Kettle, I have something to ask." "What is it?" Gaynor hesitated for a moment and then shook his head. Never mind, there was no need to bring it up now. They needed to focus on clearing the dungeon first. "I'll tell you after we clear the dungeon." "All right." Kettle had a peculiar expression at that. "This is the first time I've seen someone set up a flag." As they continued their conversation, the other mercenaries gathered. Cartman stood up. "Then let's begin." The mercenaries prepared at their positions. Someone could be heard swallowing nervously. In the center of the common area was a device. Cartman approached and operated it. The device made a whirring sound as it sank into the floor. Boom, a loud noise erupted. The center of the chamber began to collapse. A massive hole formed. Cartman quickly jumped away. Rumble. From the hole in the collapsed floor, a monster slowly emerged. It climbed up and roared. Greha. It had 4 arms. Each wrist was shackled with chains. Its eyes were a giant single eye, and its lower body was not legs but a tail. And the most notable feature was its sheer size. "Wow," Kettle exclaimed. It was so large it touched the ceiling of the giant chamber. He had to tilt his head all the way back to see it. "I never thought I'd see this size outside." Kettle was lightly impressed. Cartman drew his sword. "Prepare for battle." Greha, the boss, raised its arms. The chains clanked as it swung them. It brought its arms down with immense force, shaking the dungeon. Cartman dodged between the boss's attacks, swinging his sword. Clang! With a crashing sound, the boss's body shook. It swung its fist in anger, but Cartman twisted his body to dodge. His movements were exceptionally fast and precise. Cartman thought to himself, "As expected, simple attacks won't work." This fight wasn't about brute force. Cartman quickly scanned the chamber and shouted, "The chains!" Upon closer inspection, there were 4 pillars rising from the edges of the chamber. These objects hadn't been there before the boss emerged. "Grab the chains and tie them to each pillar. That's how we beat it." "He's quick." Kettle was impressed again. Cartman had swiftly figured out the strategy. So this is what an A-rank mercenary is like. He recalled how Cartman had also quickly identified and exploited the weaknesses of monsters in the White Snowfield. Indeed, he was far superior to other mercenaries. Hearing Cartman's orders, the mercenaries quickly began grabbing the chains. They strained as they tried to pull and tie them to the pillars. What a sight! A dozen or so mercenaries tackling a massive enemy together. It was a scene straight out of a game, but the reality of it was far more visceral. Kettle felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Eek, even Marcy was pulling on a chain with her tiny hands. Annoyed, the boss swung its arm. That alone sent the mercenaries reeling and falling. Kaya! Just as Marcy was about to be flung away while holding the chain, there was a clunk and the chain stopped moving. The boss wobbled. "Are you all right?" "Oh, thank you." Marcy paused as she heard Kettle's voice from behind her while getting up. Kettle was holding the chain with one hand. He looked as relaxed as if he were holding a dog's leash on a casual walk, making Marcy question her eyes. "Huh? Eek." At that moment, other mercenaries rushed over and grabbed the chain. They strained and pulled at it. "What's wrong?" "Oh, nothing." Marcy shook her head as she stood up. It seemed she had been mistaken for a moment. The boss fight continued without any major issues after that. Cartman kept the boss's attention while the other mercenaries pulled on the chains. About an hour later, all the chains were tied to the pillars. Greha, the boss, with all its arms tied, roared and shook its body but couldn't move. Its chest had a gaping hole. The mercenaries cheered. "It's over, Cartman, sir. Great job." "It's not over yet," Cartman said, but his expression had lost its tension. They had figured out the boss's mechanics. All that was left was the final blow. It was safe to say it was over. No mercenaries had died or been seriously injured, making it a successful raid. Cartman slowly approached the boss. Stabbing his sword into its exposed chest would finish it. Greya, Greya, a sound of crying was heard. Cartman dismissed it as the boss's death throes and ignored it. Greya, but as Cartman approached, he sensed something was off. The boss's face was twisted into a strange shape. After staring at it for a moment, Cartman realized it was a face of mockery. Greya. Only then did Cartman realize the sound he thought was a death wail was actually laughter, grin. The boss laughed. Cartman felt a chill. It was dangerous. He instinctively raised his sword to guard himself. At that moment, a massive impact hit him. Cartman's body was sent flying. Chapter 90, Raid Dungeon, Part 7. Cartman coughed up blood. If he hadn't instinctively protected his body, it would have been a fatal wound. The mercenaries were horrified. "Cartman, what is this?" "Cat." Then the mercenaries realized. The boss they thought they had subdued was mocking them. Insignificant, it wasn't speech. It was a twisted animal cry forcibly made to sound like human words with an unnatural quality. Vermin, clang, clang, clang. The chains broke and fell to the ground. The pillar descended. The hole in the boss's chest created during the attack slowly closed. The structure and mechanics of the dungeon began to change. Cartman's pupils dilated. The mana of the dungeon fluctuated. The density of the mana had increased to a level where it could fill the entire dungeon. The amount of mana is changing. The dungeon's mana suddenly amplified to more than double its original level. "AAA grade dungeon, Kaya," the boss laughed. It swung its now freed arm lightly. Crash, and with that, the mercenaries were instantly swept away. Those in its path were slammed into walls and floors and collapsed. Everything was shattered and overwhelmed in an instant. "Damn it!" Cartman barely regained his composure and launched himself at the boss, sprinting at high speed. The boss smiled as if finding him cute and moved one arm. It pulled back a finger and flicked. Cartman's sword met the finger. Clang, With just that, Cartman's body was thrown back. The powerful shock reverberated through his entire body. Cartman swallowed the blood that threatened to spill from his mouth. What strength! Cartman was an A-grade mercenary. He was at a level where he could control his aura with precision, his strength bordering on the superhuman. Before the dungeon transformed, Cartman could withstand the boss's attacks without much trouble, but no longer. Even with his elite skills, he struggled to fend off the boss's playful attacks. Only a superhuman could respond to this threat now. While Cartman was reeling from the impact, the other mercenaries were being swept away by the boss. Cartman grit his teeth and charged again. The boss waved an arm dismissively. Though the movement seemed slow, it left afterimages. Boom, Cartman narrowly avoided the attack, but the shockwave alone rattled his body. He bit his lip. Did the dungeon lure us? An AAA-grade dungeon disguised as an A-grade to lure people in. Is that even possible? It shouldn't be. It's an impossible scenario, but he couldn't deny the reality before his eyes. This is dangerous. He had to get this information to the outside world. Cartman gritted his teeth at that moment. The boss looked at him. Cartman felt a chill. It was as if the boss had sensed his intention. The boss smirked. In a flash, it was right in front of Cartman. Cartman hastily raised his sword, but the descending fist broke through all his defenses and struck him. He collapsed, coughing up blood. It was clear. This monster had read his intentions and was responding. I must warn the outside. With that final thought, Cartman lost consciousness. Kaya, in the place where countless humans lay fallen, the monster laughed. Almost all the mercenaries were sprawled on the ground. The only conscious party left was the one with Kettle. They were huddled against the wall, trembling. They had no special power or tactic. They had simply been fortunate enough to be far from the boss. That was all. Thus, they had witnessed the entire massacre. What is this? Suddenly, the dungeon had transformed. The boss, which they thought they had subdued, gained freedom and became overwhelmingly powerful, knocking down the mercenaries. Huff, huff. Marcy was gasping for breath as if suffocating. The dense mana was pressing down on her, a mage. Why? Why did the dungeon's difficulty suddenly change? You didn't know either, Kettle murmured with a curious expression. Is it a hidden phase? Hidden what? You don't know. A hidden phase. A hidden pattern that appears when certain conditions are met or when a high level of difficulty is chosen. It was a common occurrence with bosses in raid dungeons. Hearing Kettle's words, Gaynert shouted in a suppressed voice. What's common about this? Gaynert had never heard of such a hidden phase before. If there was such a thing, why would anyone attempt a dungeon at the appropriate level? They would just overpower it with overwhelming strength. No one in their right mind would go into something hidden without preparation. Oh, is that so? On second thought, it made sense. This was not a game but reality. Hidden phases were a source of fear, not excitement. Kettle realized another difference between reality and fiction. He had a satisfied look on his face. To encounter something like this in the first raid dungeon, we are quite lucky. Lucky. Do you want to die? Gaynor couldn't hold back his shout. Kaya, the boss, who had been laughing contentedly, slowly approached them. They were terrified and pressed against the wall, trembling. The boss saw their reaction and laughed with pleasure. The expression on its face was like a child playing with a toy. It approached slowly, deliberately trying to instill fear. They tried to retreat further, but there was nowhere else to go. As the boss watched them with amusement, it noticed something strange. One of the larger humans was not afraid. Instead, he looked at the approaching boss with curiosity. "You're really big." Kettle was looking at the boss's body with interest. "Its tail is not that of a fish but a snake. Is this what they call a chimera?" Everything about it was fascinating. The single eye, the four arms, the snake tail, and the boss didn't like it. Humans should fear it. They should be terrified, filled with dread and flee. They shouldn't look up at it so calmly. Kea, the boss decided, it would play with this human, instill fear in that calm expression. First, it would start by breaking his limbs. The boss reached out and grabbed Kettle. Its massive body was hidden in its grip. The party members behind him closed their eyes tightly. The boss lightly squeezed its hand. It needed to control its strength carefully to avoid breaking him too quickly. The boss expected to hear the satisfying sound of breaking bones and a scream of pain. Ka, but no sound was heard. Is his strength lacking? The boss thought and increased its grip, but nothing changed. Panicked, it squeezed harder. At some point, it was using almost its full strength, but still nothing happened. Kea, just as the boss, irritated, was about to slam its hand down, its body flew through the air. Ka, for a moment, the boss couldn't comprehend what was happening. What just happened? Why is he flying through the air? That thought vanished when it crashed into the ceiling. Boom, Kea, the boss fell to the floor, screaming in pain from the impact. And Kettle stood there without a scratch. The party members, expecting a gruesome scene, opened their eyes wide. What's happening? Kettle, didn't you say you didn't know any mysteries? I don't know any mysteries. Oh, Gaynor realized something. Kettle had said he didn't know any mysteries, but he never said he was weak. Please move the unconscious mercenaries. It would be regrettable if they were crushed by that giant. Oh, okay, Gaynor nodded without realizing it. Kaya, the boss, got up roughly. Its large single eye was filled with confusion, not understanding what had happened. That human threw him, Kaya. A sense of wariness crept into the boss's eye. This human was unusual. With that realization, the boss quickly swung its fist. Boom, the only passageway in the dungeon collapsed. A pile of rocks created an isolated space. Kettle whistled. Smart. In the previous battles, the boss hadn't destroyed the passageway. The reason was simple. It could easily subdue anyone trying to escape. But this time, it had collapsed the passage. It had judged that if Kettle tried to escape, it wouldn't be able to catch him. It has proper intelligence. Kettle hadn't moved while the mercenaries were falling. The reason was simple. None of the mercenaries had died. It seems to need living beings. Is it trying to strengthen something? Kettle laughed joyfully. Understanding the boss's goal was another strategy. The boss roared, displeased with Kettle's laughter. Kaya, the boss, flicked its tail. Its massive body accelerated, rushing toward Kettle. Watching it, Kettle muttered. The pattern hasn't changed, has it? Crunch. The boss's body was crushed and thrown again. Kea, the monster, charged again. Kettle easily dodged and moved his feet. A scream echoed. Physical attacks don't harm it. Was it always like this, or is it a newly added gimmick? Kettle laughed cheerfully. The boss staggered and stood up again. The boss acknowledged it. This human was strong, much stronger than itself, but it was the master of the dungeon. Unless attacked in a specific way, it couldn't be killed. It wouldn't be wounded. It was designed that way. It wouldn't lose. The boss roared with determination. It flicked its tail, flew, and swung its four fists simultaneously. It was using all its strength. Its full power was blocked by a single palm. Oops. Kettle grabbed and threw the boss again. The boss, enduring the pain, got up once more. He won't be defeated. It moved its tail. It wrapped around Kettle's body and tried to lift and throw him. At that moment, the boss was confused. The tail wouldn't move. Even with all its strength, it didn't budge, as if caught on something. Then the boss's body flew through the air. Kettle had grabbed and thrown the tail. Kea, the boss, got up hurriedly and charged again. Seeing this, Kettle smiled with satisfaction. Yes, it shouldn't be defeated by mere physical force. What he wanted wasn't a fight. It was to figure out the gimmick. It's nice to be part of a group strategy, but I want to personally conquer the dungeon boss. Facing the dungeon boss with no prior information. Observing its abilities and patterns and gradually overcoming them. Isn't that incredibly fun? Let's see what I can do. Kettle muttered. Chapter 91, Raid Dungeon, Part 8. How should we attack the boss's gimmick? Kettle looked around. The wide cavern. Party members were busily moving the fainted mercenaries, and the chains on the ground. The changes that occurred as the boss entered the hidden phase were that the hole in its chest closed and the chains came undone. The loose chains were still lying on the ground. Maybe I can use those. Just like with the previous gimmick, let's try to restrain the four arms with the loosened chains. There were many cases where you could clear it by repeating the gimmick. Kettle moved decisively. He reached out toward the charging boss. Crash. He clenched his fist and struck down hard. The cavern shook violently. The monster let out a scream. Kettle began to pick up the chains from the ground and bind the boss's arms. The handcuffs were open, so he couldn't bind them in a normal way. So Kettle decided to just wrap the chains tightly around the arms. Of course, the boss didn't stay still, who would quietly wait while their arms were being chained. It shook its arms violently, trying to shake off Kettle. Kettle found the movement annoying. Stay still. He was trying to deal with the gimmick but kept getting interrupted. He stomped on the boss's body with a bit of irritation. A loud noise erupted. The boss let out a sound like it was coughing up blood. Although it was immune to physical damage and didn't get any wounds, it felt the impact. As the boss calmed down a bit, Kettle wrapped the chains tightly. Next, wrap it around the pillars at the edges. Kettle moved toward the edge with the chains. But there were no pillars there. Come to think of it, all the pillars had sunk into the ground when it entered the hidden phase. He had bound the chains, but there was nothing to attach them to. After a moment of thinking, Kettle made a decision. I'll just jam it into the wall, whatever. He took the chains and thrust them into the wall. Cracks appeared as the chains embedded deeply. He did this with all four arms, securing them to the edge of the cavern. Kettle looked at the boss with a satisfied smile. Kea, the boss struggled. Nothing special happened. Maybe this isn't it. Kea, crack, crack, the chains embedded in the wall were forcibly pulled out. The boss, with an enraged expression, swung its arms. The chains scraped the ground harshly as they flew toward Kettle. I don't need these anymore. Kettle grabbed the incoming chain and crushed it with force, turning it into powder. Now then, Kettle smiled broadly. What should he try next? He pondered while dodging the boss's attacks. Kettle stared at the boss's face, large eyes, and in contrast, small nose and mouth. Their size was similar to that of a human. The opponent didn't take any physical damage. It was practically in an invincible state, and there was one way to defeat such an enemy. Kettle moved his feet. His body flew through the air. In an instant, he reached right in front of the boss's eyes. Kettle's figure filled the boss's large eyes. As the boss panicked and tried to respond, Kettle's hand grabbed the boss's head. Boom, he slammed it down. This time the boss couldn't even scream. The reason was simple. Kettle's hand was covering both the mouth and nose. This method is standard too, an opponent immune to physical damage, but invincibility doesn't mean they don't need to breathe. By cutting off their breath, you can kill them. Kettle had seen quite a few works where invincible opponents were dealt with this way. It was worth a try. The boss couldn't even cry out. A powerful force gripped its mouth and nose. It was the kind of strength and pressure one would feel from being buried under a mountain. The boss flailed its arms desperately to attack Kettle and break free. Unlike before, Kettle didn't dodge or counterattack. He couldn't, as he was holding onto the boss's face. Boom! Each time the boss's fists hit Kettle's body, a shockwave erupted. The boss was strong. According to Cartman, it was superhuman strength, capable of dominating nature and cleaving everything in two. But it was meaningless. Kettle's body didn't budge an inch. The boss repeatedly pummeled him, but Kettle appeared unscathed. The boss felt like going mad. Thus, 30 minutes passed. The boss's movements became somewhat sluggish, but it seemed more like it was exhausted because Kettle hadn't budged an inch. The attempt to block its breathing didn't seem to have much effect. This isn't working either, huh? Then what's the point of having a nose? Kettle let go. The boss roared as if it had been holding back. Kaya! The scream echoed through the cavern. It staggered as it stood up, glaring at Kettle with eyes full of hatred. The boss charged wildly. Kettle extended his arms, grabbed the boss's arms, and slammed it down. The boss's body was pinned to the ground. Kettle then grabbed the boss's tail. How about you go back into the hole you came out of? Kettle dragged the boss along. The boss clawed at the ground, trying to resist, but it was futile. It looked like a child being forcibly dragged by a parent. Kettle threw the boss into the hole in the ground. The scream grew distant. Boom. After a while, the sound of it hitting the bottom echoed. Kettle looked down with interest. It's pretty deep. How far down does it go? Kaya, the boss clung to the wall, climbing back up. Oh, you're climbing out, Kettle laughed joyfully. Although it was a meaningless effort, it wasn't sad or tiring at all. It was actually fun. Trial and error is also part of the fun of clearing a challenge, isn't it? What should I try next? Kettle thought happily. The party members watched with grim faces. At first, they had marveled at Kettle's strength. They were thrilled at the possibility of survival and amazed at his power overwhelming the boss. But as time passed, their awe faded, replaced by fear. Kaya, the boss roared. The mere sound made their bodies stiffen reflexively. The boss was strong. It had easily defeated Cartman, an elite mercenary. It was a monster they couldn't hope to defeat even if they died and came back to life 100 times. Yet that very boss was being toyed with by Kettle. Of course, from Kettle's perspective, he was simply moving to find a way to conquer the boss. The boss didn't die, so it was natural for him to keep trying to find a strategy. But to the party members, it looked like Kettle was just playing with the boss, despite having the power to overwhelm it. The most disturbing thing was Kettle's expression. He's smiling, Marcy muttered in a trembling voice, as if the boss's struggle was amusing, as if he was enjoying the situation. Kettle's face never lost its smile. It wasn't simply the smile of someone enjoying the battle. If it were, it wouldn't be so frightening. It was something different, it was more alien. It was the smile of someone finding the entire situation entertaining. The boss was a monster. So what did that make Kettle, who toyed with such a monster? Kaya. At some point, the boss no longer tried to fight. It was trying to escape from Kettle. The boss turned and desperately tried to flee. Oh no, you don't. Kettle grabbed its tail and pulled it back. The boss's body crashed to the ground. Ka, the boss resisted, but its movements lacked the vigor they had before. The boss couldn't die. At first, it had tried to win somehow, but now it knew better than anyone that it was impossible. The boss was now scared. Kettle's power was terrifying, but what was even scarier were the eyes watching it. Eyes that didn't see it as a living being. To this human, it was nothing more than a fun toy, nothing more, nothing less. It didn't want to be this human's toy any longer. It wanted to escape. Up until now, it had been proud of its immunity to all damage unless the gimmick was solved, but now it only felt regret for it. No, the boss opened its eyes wide. It was the ruler of this dungeon. It had been promised the dominion over higher realms by devouring these invading humans. It couldn't afford such pitiful thoughts. What if the opponent is stronger? What if it treats it like a toy? It just needed to fight and win. The boss rose violently. Its body swelled. Its arms doubled in size and its tail grew longer as if shedding its skin. Through sheer willpower, it had reached a growth limit it would normally be unable to attain. It swung its fist with anger and pride. Boom, and the fist stopped. Kettle caught it with one hand and nodded. A second hidden phase, interesting. Kettle exerted strength in his hand, and the boss's body slammed into the wall. The determination in the boss's eyes slowly faded. Its movements lost their vitality. Kettle pondered. He had tried most of the strategies available in the current situation, but the boss remained unharmed. This meant the boss couldn't be defeated through conventional means. After a moment of contemplation, Kettle picked up his axe. When the chains had been bound, the boss's chest had split open. Although it had closed again when the hidden phase began, it indicated that part was a weakness. Shall I try going all out? The boss was immune to physical damage, but perhaps that was only because Kettle hadn't used his full strength. Kettle's eyes grew serious as he raised his axe, and at that moment the boss felt a chill. It was invincible. It wouldn't take damage until the gimmick was solved, but something about that axe felt different. It would die. That fear flashed through the boss's mind. Kaya, the boss suddenly thrashed about. It hurriedly moved away from Kettle and began doing something on its own. Upon closer inspection, it was deactivating its own gimmick, and shortly after. Screaming, the boss's body began to emit light. Its body slowly disintegrated into dust. Even as it died, the boss had an expression of relief, finally being free. The boss disappeared. The party members, who had been watching in trembling fear, widened their eyes. Did the dungeon boss just commit suicide? That's what it looked like. The expression on the boss's face as it disintegrated clearly showed relief. Even they could see that. But they couldn't accept this fact. Dungeon bosses are monsters. They don't fear death, and even if their limbs are torn off, they would launch themselves to bite their opponents' necks. Such a creature committing suicide out of fear. It was an absurdity. Kettle also momentarily hesitated, not understanding the sudden change in situation. After thinking for a moment, he nodded. A self-destruct pattern, the boss had destroyed itself. Whether it was because he had inflicted a certain amount of damage or due to the passage of time, this seemed to be another method of defeating it. Kettle stretched. It was a somewhat satisfying strategy. He turned his gaze. Are you all right? Yes, we're fine. Gaynard stood at attention like a newly enlisted soldier. The sudden formality was puzzling, but Kettle didn't mind it much as the situation was satisfactory. Then we should wake the unconscious ones. The mercenaries were still unconscious. Gaynard hurriedly nodded. I'll wake them. He rushed over to the unconscious Cartman. Chapter 92, Raid Dungeon, Part 9. Cartman staggered as he stood up. Gaynard's face brightened as if he had been saved. You're awake. Gaynard, focus slowly returned to Cartman's wandering eyes. What happened? We defeated the boss. The boss? Cartman looked puzzled. Gaynard glanced away. At the end of his gaze was Kettle, who was looking at the treasure chest with interest. I see what's going on. Cartman mumbled as he understood. He steadied himself and approached Kettle. Oh, you're up. Is your injury all right? I think I cracked a rib, but it's not a major injury. I assume you defeated it. Yes, it was an enjoyable time. Kettle smiled brightly. Cartman let out a hollow laugh. AAA level dungeon boss. a monster that only superhuman beings could handle. They had defeated such an opponent, yet Kettle didn't even break a sweat. He really is a monster. Cartman expressed his gratitude to Kettle. Thank you. You saved my life. Kettle smiled awkwardly. He could have intervened right when Cartman fainted, but he chose to watch the fight instead. He knew the boss didn't intend to kill, but still, his conscience pricked him seeing Cartman injured. Kettle spoke up, "Don't mention it, I'm just a mercenary doing my job. If you think of it that way, I'm relieved." Cartman walked to a small door behind the boss room. He entered and soon came out holding a blue glowing orb. That must be it, the reward of this dungeon, the final ingredient to create a catalyst that could unlock mysteries. Cartman secured the orb. The raid leader had the duty to verify the dungeon's rewards and bring them back to the guild. Gaynert, wake up the ones who fainted. We need to prepare to leave. Yes, Gaynert moved quickly. Cartman sat down, wincing at the pain in his rib. Are you all right? My injury is fine. The problem is this situation. Cartman clicked his tongue. The A-level dungeon had turned into an AAA-level dungeon. It was an unprecedented situation. They had to return to the guild and report this. It would probably cause a big uproar. He could already see himself being dragged around dealing with it for a while. First, let's return and report the situation. Proper thanks can come afterward, is that okay? No problem. So is this the end? Unless something else changes, it seems so. Kettle looked away. His party members were waking up the unconscious mercenaries. One by one they groaned as they got up. Well, it was fun. Kettle was satisfied. He suddenly remembered something and asked Gaynert. Come to think of it, Gaynert, didn't you have something to say to me? Gaynert flinched and waved his hand frantically. No, it's nothing really. Is that so? Yes. It was really nothing important, just a trivial matter, so don't worry about it. If you say so. Kettle didn't press further. Gaynert sighed in deep relief. Hugh, I almost did something crazy. He had considered inviting such a monster to join their party. What a ridiculous idea. Just imagining the outcome made him shudder. I'm glad I decided to talk after the raid was over. After waking all the unconscious mercenaries, they left the dungeon. The still-dazed mercenaries returned to the capital. Kettle waved to his party members. It was fun, let's meet again. Ha ha ha, they laughed dryly and made a decision. Let's avoid the mercenary guild for a while. Cartman returned to the mercenary guild and reported what happened. It wasn't an A-level raid dungeon, but an AAA-level raid dungeon. The dungeon had disguised itself. Naturally, the mercenary guild responded as if it was nonsense. If an ordinary mercenary had said it, they would have dismissed it as a joke and downgraded the mercenary's rank. But this was Cartman, a rare A-class mercenary. His record was well recognized. The mercenary guild began an investigation. As a result, Cartman's words were confirmed to be true. It wasn't an A-class dungeon, but an AAA-class dungeon. The mercenary guild of Denian was turned upside down. While it could be a measurement error, it was unprecedented for a dungeon's grade to change later. They had almost lost a dozen C and B-class mercenaries, and even a few rare A-class mercenaries. Naturally, this became a significant issue. The country also didn't take it lightly and started to take action. To relay this information, Cartman went to find Kettle. Who is that guy? Arkamis stared blankly at Cartman. Cartman spoke with a hesitant expression. You were staying at the alchemist's place. Oh, you know her. She's quite famous, it's hard not to. An alchemist who had dealings with the Empire. Arkamis resided in Denian's capital. That fact was fairly well known. A mercenary who needed to be sensitive to rumors couldn't be unaware of it. Kettle spoke lightly. I'm learning alchemy from her, she's a good teacher. Arkamis had a proud look on her face. Cartman looked at them as if he were witnessing something bizarre. Was she the reason you wanted the dungeon reward? Oh, did you bring it? Yes. Cartman pulled a blue orb from his pocket. Arkamis, who was behind him, sparkled with interest. Oh, what's that? Isn't that the dungeon reward? Can you just bring it like that? The Akasha family paid the price. Milna moves fast. Arkamis took the orb and went up the stairs. Is this about the raid dungeon you went to? Talk it over. I'll be making the catalyst. Please do. The barbarian and the elf were chatting amiably. It felt like watching a lion and a rabbit happily frolicking in the field together. Cartman, who had been looking at them with a peculiar expression, snapped back to reality and cleared his throat. First of all, let me explain. I told the guild about the dungeon's changes. They sent investigators and confirmed it. There were a lot of questions. Cartman looked at Kettle. The most frequent question was how we cleared the dungeon. An AAA-class dungeon cannot be cleared by anyone but a superhuman-level warrior. Cartman was at most an A-class, an elite level. Even if there were dozens of him, they couldn't handle a superhuman. Naturally, questions about Kettle arose. I didn't know what you wanted, so I explained as you had instructed. I apologize. Cartman didn't know if Kettle wanted to reveal himself or stay hidden. He couldn't ask due to the sudden investigation, so he decided to conceal information about Kettle. It doesn't matter. Kettle didn't intend to hide himself. In fact, he openly said he came from the White Snowfield in the Barbarian territory. The problem was that revealing his identity often changed how people treated him. It was bothersome, so he didn't forcefully reveal it. "It doesn't matter, don't worry about it." That's a relief. Since it wasn't just a formality, Cartman genuinely felt relieved. If Kettle had been obsessed with fame and honor, Cartman's actions would have been a great offense. Feeling a bit more relaxed, Cartman continued. "As you instructed, I told them that the boss self-destructed. It seemed dubious, but the conscious mercenaries gave the same testimony, so they believed it. But did it really happen? It did." Cartman found it hard to believe. No matter how strong the opponent, dungeon monsters would typically fight to the death. The idea of a dungeon boss self-destructing was unheard of. However, since Kettle said so, Cartman couldn't refute it. He continued. "The dungeon grade changed. The mercenary guild and the country seem to be taking action. One thing I'm curious about, how do you determine the dungeon grade? I know it's usually determined by guards or mercenaries, but such a dungeon seems too challenging. It was too difficult for an ordinary mercenary to enter and confirm." Cartman explained. "Basically, it's confirmed the way you mentioned, but in dangerous or unusual cases, the dungeon's magic itself is detected. Is that possible? If you're a skilled magician, it's not impossible. She could probably do it too." Cartman glanced at the ceiling. Above them was Arkamis. Kettle smiled. "Is that so? By sensing the quantity and quality of magic, they determine the grade. This dungeon was identified as a class during that process. Cases of grade changes are rare, I assume." "No," Cartman shook his head. "Not rare, they don't exist. An AAA class dungeon. A dungeon that cannot be cleared without a superhuman-level warrior. A dungeon requiring national intervention. It was that rare, and if it appeared, it exuded such a dense magic that even third-rate individuals could recognize it. Something like that had been disguised as an A-class dungeon." Cartman grimaced. "Even apart from that, it was very unusual. Dungeon monsters generally have intelligence no higher than that of beasts. Even the boss was only slightly more intelligent, not significantly different, but this time was different." The boss mocked Cartman. It laughed at the humans who had fallen into its trap. Moreover, not a single person died. It meant it had controlled its power. Such behavior was impossible for a mere beast. And that thing spoke. Its voice was like a forced, twisted cry, but it was clearly a language with meaning. The dungeon had changed. Now that abnormalities had occurred once, there was no guarantee it wouldn't happen again. Such a dungeon could appear again someday. Probably the Mercenary Guild will start an investigation. This wasn't just a matter for a local branch of the country's Mercenary Guild. It concerned the Mercenary Guild itself. The organization that controlled countless mercenaries. That massive organization would move. Interest flickered in Kettle's eyes. The conversation concluded. Cartman left. Kettle, now alone, muttered with a curious expression. Many things seem to be changing. The demon in the Barbarian territory was one instance, and this time too. As Aline said, something was changing in this world. But it has nothing to do with me. What mattered to him was enjoying this fantasy world, that was all. I wonder how much has been made. With a joyful face, Kettle got up and climbed the stairs. Ring, ring, the bell rang in the room. The woman frowned as if the sound was annoying. "Guild Master, answer the call." "Busy? Just answer it." "I said I'm busy." A middle-aged man buried in a pile of documents appeared roughly. "Do you know how much I'm dealing with right now?" "It's 3 times the usual, 3 times. When do I have time to answer calls? You answer it." Sigh. The woman clicked her tongue but didn't say anything further. The amount of paperwork the man was handling was beyond imagination. In the end, she got up and spread her wings. Flying through the pile of documents, she picked up the large communication device with hands that were less than a fifth the size of an adult man's. The man watched her with satisfaction. "It's worth having a fairy as a secretary. It takes up much less space. One day I'll report you to the Anti-Discrimination Committee." The fairy started the communication. After a while, she put down the communication device. "What's it about?" "It's about the work the guild master is dealing with right now." Again, the man's face visibly aged. "Who said the guild master position was great? The guy retired after dumping it on you. He's farming in his hometown now. When he retired, he smiled at me for some reason." "Damn," the man grumbled. "He lured me in saying I'd be managing all the mercenaries on the continent holding power. It's total slavery. Just get back to work. There's still a lot to do." Sigh. The man sighed and started reading the documents, clicking his tongue at what he read. This again. Another anomaly report about a dungeon. They say an A-class dungeon monster popped out. It wasn't even a built-up dungeon, but it suddenly appeared. The man flipped the documents with a weary expression. "Dungeons are going crazy. Valuable mercenaries are dying. Mercenaries are getting scared and avoiding dungeons. What's going on? This makes 12 now. We still don't know the cause. I wish someone would tell me." The man sighed. The fairy looked at the documents and tilted her head. "This one is a bit strange. Another anomaly case. This makes it 13. "Yes, but it's a bit different. Check it out." The fairy threw the document. The thin paper didn't flutter but landed precisely on the man's desk. As he read, the man frowned. An anomaly in the kingdom of Denian. An A-class dungeon changed to AAA class. They must all be dead. Look below. Reading further down as the fairy suggested, the man's eyes widened. What? No one died, and the reason for the clear was the boss self-destructed. Are they expecting us to believe this? I don't know, but that's what the report says. With the dungeons becoming strange, the bosses must be having issues too. No, that's not it. The man stroked his chin. His eyes had become sharp. Looking at the 12 previous cases, they were sudden but very systematic, just enough to make it hard to respond. Are you saying there's a hidden agenda, but it's a dungeon? Couldn't it just be a coincidence? That's possible, but it feels like there's something more. It doesn't make sense for the boss to commit suicide out of mere despair. And no one died. Interest gleamed in the man's eyes. He looked at the name of the raid leader. Cartman. An A-class mercenary, huh? A mercenary known even to the guild master. A strong and experienced mercenary, capable of handling many situations. But an AAA-class dungeon couldn't be cleared by simple capability alone. What was needed was individual power. It was hard to believe that in a class mercenary's skills were enough to overcome it. Is there something more? The man spoke while looking at the document. Request detailed information on this raid dungeon. Yes. Characteristics of the dungeon, the boss's traits, and everyone who participated in the dungeon. Verify everything and report back to me. Chapter 93. Sensing the mystery, Part 1, the royal castle of Denian, Barbossa, seated on the throne, spoke. You look dissatisfied, Maximus. Of course I am. Maximus replied with a frown. What makes that barbarian so special to receive such preferential treatment? Due to the recent dungeon incident, all the mercenaries involved were being investigated. Except for Kettle, that is. This was due to Barbossa's orders, which greatly annoyed Maximus. I understand that the barbarian has connections with the head of the Akasha family and that he deserves fair compensation for escorting Princess Aline here. But even so, this is too much. Is that what you think? Barbossa smirked. Maximus had not heard the conversation between Barbossa and the Tower Master. It wasn't surprising that he felt this way. Instead of responding, Barbossa posed a question. If the mercenaries hadn't returned this time, what do you think would have happened? I'm not certain, but it would have been a significant issue. From Cartman's account, the boss didn't deliberately kill the mercenaries. The dungeon would have returned to its original form, absorbing their life forces into something more alien. It could have shaken the entire nation. Indeed, whether it was intentional or mere coincidence. Barbossa rested his chin on his hand. After a brief silence, he spoke again. The Earth Goddess has delivered a revelation. What? Maximus's eyes widened. The Earth Goddess. Along with the Sun God, she was one of the two major deities in this world. The Sun God's church was more prominent, but the Earth Goddess, who governed the land, wielded far greater influence. A revelation from such a goddess was no ordinary matter. Maximus quietly awaited Barbossa's words. Prepare for evil, is that all? Yes, Maximus was taken aback. The revelation was exceedingly vague. Typically, revelations about evil were very specific, often including precise timings. This one was markedly different. How it will come, I don't know, but evil will come here. We must prepare. Understood. After a moment of contemplation, Maximus frowned. But what does that have to do with the barbarian? Don't be so harsh. It's something I requested. A sudden voice echoed from behind him. Maximus quickly turned, not having sensed any presence. He drew his sword aggressively but then paused. You are. Good to see you again, or is it your first time? I didn't show myself to you back then. Standing there was a lick. Barbossa calmly spoke. Welcome, Tower Master. Yes, it seems some interesting news has reached me. It may not be amusing, but there are stories that might interest you. I've heard about the dungeon. That must have been the barbarian's doing. There's more to it. Ignoring the flustered Maximus, Barbossa continued. The Ludian kingdom consumed by the alien has made a move. Kettle, Archimedes called out to Kettle, who was reading a book. As Kettle turned his gaze, she extended her hand. In her hand was a small orb. What is that? It's what you wanted. Oh, Kettle closed his book, his eyes shining. Archimedes spoke. A catalyst to help you realize the mystery. I've made it. Oh, is this it? Kettle looked at the orb in Archimedes' hand with delight. It was very small, about the size of her pinky nail. It looks like an elixir from martial arts novels. On reflection, since it helped realize mysteries, its effect wasn't all that different. Handing over the orb, Archimedes spoke. The cost to make that single orb is enough to build a house, you know. I'm grateful. I must thank you in Malna for this. I will repay this favor. Kettle smiled broadly, fiddling with the orb. So what do I do now? Have you ever focused your senses to perceive mysteries? Yes, I have. It's similar. Consume the orb and then expand your senses to detect the mystery. Inside the orb was a substantial amount of mystery. Once ingested, it would start circulating within the body. At that point, focus your senses to absorb as much of the mystery within yourself as possible. Are there any precautions? Sometimes the body can't withstand the excess mystery and breaks down. Arkamis looked at Kettle's body. It was a perfect physique without a single ounce of excess flesh. It was more like a sculpture than a living body. That shouldn't be a problem for you. Can I start right away? Kettle asked excitedly. Arkamis nodded. Kettle stepped outside and sat down in the field. His sitting posture made Arkamis tilt her head in curiosity. You're sitting in a strange position. Isn't that uncomfortable? This is comfortable for me. It looks uncomfortable no matter how I see it. Kettle looked at the orb in his hand. His heart was pounding. He felt like the protagonist in a martial arts novel encountering a great opportunity. He had to suppress the urge to laugh. Swallow the orb and focus your mind. Expand your senses and embrace the mystery occurring within your body. Understood. Kettle placed the orb in his mouth. His throat moved as the orb entered his body. Hugh, with a short breath, Kettle closed his eyes. He expanded his senses. Beyond the range of his vision, he observed the entire forest, the worm crawling through the soil, the butterfly fluttering and landing on a flower, even the baby birds calling for their mother from their nest. All of it registered within Kettle's senses. Arkamis, sensing something unusual, stepped back instinctively. She looked at Kettle with astonishment, and at that moment Kettle began to feel the mystery. He almost let out a sound involuntarily. A strange sensation swept through his entire body. It wasn't touch, nor was it sight, not smell, taste, or hearing. It was none of the five senses, a sixth sense. A completely different sense that he had never experienced before, like a blind person suddenly seeing or a paralyzed person suddenly running. It was a world Kettle couldn't understand or perceive before. Kettle was genuinely moved. Far more than when he escaped the White Snowfield and met the elves. He wanted to feel this sensation forever. That was his thought, but it disappeared. Like flames flickering out and leaving only ashes, it vanished. Kettle's face was filled with regret. As the sixth sense faded, a strong sense of emptiness filled him. Arkamis, who had been watching, was taken aback. She also sensed the mystery blooming in Kettle's body. If it continued, Kettle could have fully realized the mystery, but suddenly it started to fade and the mystery disappeared. This was something she hadn't anticipated. Why did the mystery disappear? Even if you ask me, I don't know. I suppose this doesn't usually happen. Of course not. What is this? Arkamis fell into contemplation. She had actually expected failure. Kettle's body was unusual. Since he hadn't found the path to mystery, it was possible his body couldn't accept mystery at all. But Kettle had definitely sensed the mystery, even if it disappeared quickly. Which means there is a path to mystery within him, Arkamis frowned as she pondered. I need to examine the inside of your body. Didn't we fail at that before? Both Sword Master Kane and Arkamis had observed Kettle's interior. But neither found anything. With normal methods, yes, Kettle's body was very deep and vast. A simple observation couldn't find the path to mystery within. But there is a way to see deeper inside. Is there such a method? I can synchronize my body with yours using a catalyst. It requires some preparation, but we can do it right away. However, there's a problem. Arkamis looked at Kettle with a hesitant expression. By synchronizing our bodies, your entire body will come within my senses. Are you okay with that? I have no problem with it. Arkamis was momentarily taken aback by his immediate response. Are you really okay with it? Of course. Feeling the mystery was far more important than anything else. The sixth sense he had just experienced. He wanted to feel it again. That sense alone was worth the journey to this world. The synchronization of their bodies was no issue at all. However, Arkamis seemed strangely touched. So you trust me that much? Kettle didn't realize it, but the method Arkamis mentioned was quite dangerous. If she had bad intentions, she could destroy his body and leave him crippled. It was a method only possible with someone you truly trusted. Unless he grew up in an unusual place with a lack of basic common sense, he had to be aware of this fact. Naturally, Arkamis believed that Kettle was fully aware and was entrusting himself to her because he trusted her completely. Arkamis was very moved by this. She was an elf. To humans, she was ultimately of a different race. No matter how close they got or how many bonds they formed, there was always an unbridgeable gap in trust. Even with Mylna, it was a contractual relationship, not one that could be called close. Though she never showed it, she often felt lonely. But this barbarian, Kettle, trusted her deeply. Despite being an elf whom barbarians typically wouldn't like, she was very grateful for this. Arkamis clenched her fist with determination. All right, I'll make sure you fully grasp the mystery. Arkamis prepared immediately. She mixed various materials to create a catalyst and then began drawing something on Kettle's back with it. What is this? It's a conduit that allows me to enter your body. Once everything was ready, Arkamis took a deep breath. Are you really sure you're okay with this? I told you I'm fine. I trust you. Having seen scenes like this repeatedly in fiction, Kettle felt no particular resistance. All right, With a serious expression, Arkamis placed her hand on Kettle's back. Relax. It might feel a bit uncomfortable, but bear with it. Kettle nodded. Arkamis concentrated her senses and inserted her consciousness through the conduit. Is this how it feels? Kettle smiled, the sensation of something entering his body. It was indeed unpleasant, but also fascinating as a new experience. Is it here? Arkamis had entered Kettle's body. It's certainly vast. It was wide and deep. No wonder she couldn't find the path to mystery before. She observed the inside of his body, searching for the path to the mystery, deeper and deeper to places that couldn't be reached by merely letting the mystery flow. The more she advanced, the more she realized. Is this really a human body? Even while synchronizing, she couldn't see the end. It felt less like a human body and more like something unimaginably massive compressed into human form. It was as if the concept of power had been etched into the body thousands upon thousands of times, with immense density and compression. Unable to hide her astonishment, she frowned. Wait a minute, she was in sync with Kettle's body, but the longer she stayed, the more intense the pressure became, to the point where it was hard to endure. My consciousness can't withstand his body. She, who had reached the pinnacle of a superhuman state, couldn't handle the body of a barbarian who didn't even know the mystery. She was shocked. Clenching her teeth, she pushed deeper. The pressure grew more intense. Her consciousness began to crumble and be crushed like a human body sinking into the depths of the ocean. She barely managed to hold on to her breaking mind. And finally she saw it, a withered path to the mystery. At that moment she abruptly withdrew her hand. Huff, she released her held breath. Cold sweat covered her entire body. Is it over? Kettle turned around. Arkamis looked at him with disbelief. What the are you? Her consciousness, synchronized with Kettle's body, had almost collapsed. This meant that her mind couldn't withstand the level of his body. And as far as she knew, there was only one scenario for that, if the other's level is higher than mine. It occurred when her mind couldn't handle the level of the other person's body. But this feels different. When facing someone of a higher caliber, one usually felt a sense of awe, a feeling that made their own existence seem insignificant. But the feeling Kettle gave her was different. While she did feel a sense of her own insignificance, it wasn't due to awe. It's a twisted and indescribable emotion. It was something closer to fear. It wasn't just that Kettle was of a higher caliber, it felt more alien and twisted. When she explained this, Kettle looked puzzled. I am human, though. You don't seem like one at all. No matter what you say, I don't know why. He had only survived by completing quests in the snowy plains. Kettle genuinely looked clueless, which made Arkamis frown. Now that I think about it, I mistook you for a higher being when we first met too. I really don't know what's going on. After calming her emotions, she spoke slowly. At least I confirmed the path to the mystery. Oh, so it exists. Yes, but there's a problem. The path to the mystery is withered and twisted. That's likely why the sense of mystery you felt disappeared. The amount of mystery Kettle absorbed wasn't enough to revive the path to the mystery. It was like pouring water into a broken pot. It could fill temporarily, but it would eventually all leak out. Why is it so withered and twisted? It felt as if it had degenerated over hundreds or thousands of generations. Though curious, she knew the task ahead was simple, reviving the path to the mystery, but how to do that was the problem, Arkamis pondered. There are still materials left, so reviving it should be simple. But how do we do it? What methods are available? There are several, but the simplest is to replace the path to the mystery. There was no way to revive a withered leyline. Instead of trying to revive it, finding a new leyline was the right answer. The problem is that finding a suitable catalyst to become the leyline is very, very difficult. Is it that hard? A strong catalyst alone won't do. It needed to become the path for the mystery, so there could be no resistance. It had to embrace everything and embed itself in the body without any resistance. The stronger the catalyst, the more personality it has and the more resistance it offers. Kettle, who had been listening quietly, thought. There must be no resistance, and it must be able to embrace everything. Kettle had something that met those criteria. Will this work? Kettle pulled something out of a leather pouch. Arkamis looked at it with a puzzled expression. A rainbow-colored pellet. It matches the criteria you mentioned, though I'm not sure if it can be used in alchemy. It was a nanomachine meant to replace humans. No resistance, no repulsion, it simply replaced. Although it was currently inactive, its properties hadn't changed. I don't know what it is, I'll check it out. Without high expectations, Arkamis accepted the pellet. After checking a few more things, it was late at night and Kettle returned to the capital. The next day, Arkamis greeted Kettle with a haggard face. What did you bring? Chapter 94, Sensing the Mystery, Part 2. Looks like you couldn't sleep. How could I with something like this? I'm still so excited I could go crazy. It seems quite captivating. That's an understatement. Arkamis shook her head and walked inside. She sat in a chair and shook a glass bottle. The iridescent granules inside swirled softly. These granules have no inherent properties. They don't hold any mystery, have no individuality, no characteristics. They're just a simple substance in the purest sense. But when they come into contact with a specific reaction and other materials, they change to possess the properties of that material. If it's gold, it becomes gold. If it's diamond, it takes on the characteristics of a diamond. When it touches something imbued with mystery, it becomes imbued with mystery. And there was no limit to this transformation. Over the course of the night, our commies had tried using a total of 124 different substances, and the granules had transformed into all of them. There were some trivial materials you could find on the street, and catalysts that were 3 times more expensive than their weight in gold, all of them. Our commies looked at the iridescent granules with a sense of wonder. No matter how expensive or rare a material or catalyst was, even the tiniest fraction of it could be replicated in the quantity of the iridescent granules. This is like the philosopher's stone, isn't it? A stone that transforms into any material. It was a fitting description. Kettle's eyes lit up. Now that you mention it, it is. In a way, Nano's characteristics were just like the philosopher's stone. Could this catalyst be used to create the path of mystery? Absolutely. It wasn't just possible. It was extremely easy. Being compatible with all materials meant that if it came into contact with the withered path of mystery, it would become the path of mystery. Kettle's eyes shone brightly. But there's one problem. What is it? The quantity is too small. The amount of iridescent granules Kettle had brought was just too little. It was less than a grain of rice, far from enough to create the path of mystery. Considering it's a material I'm handling for the first time, I might make mistakes, and I also need to run various safety tests. We'd need quite a bit more. Exactly. Our commies quietly estimated the amount needed. I think we'd need at least as much as my body size. Can you get more? And if possible, even more than that. Our commies' face lit up with excitement. If I had this, I think I could achieve my goal. I'll pay any price. Payment isn't necessary. Do you have a goal? It's nothing grand, just a personal goal. So what do you think? Is it possible? I want to help given the favor I've received, but Kettle had a hesitant expression. I'm not sure if I can get more. It seems quite rare. Well, a material like this, it can't be helped. It's not exactly rare, there's just a difficulty in acquiring it. The kingdom of Ludian was consumed by Nano. Not only humans, but the entire royal palace was likely Nano. It wasn't rare, it was incredibly abundant. The problem was how to obtain that Nano. The iridescent granules were the remains of dead Nano. They likely harbored a deep hatred for Kettle, who had killed them. If you could just tell me where to find it. I don't have the habit of killing my alchemy teacher. Is it that bad? Our commies didn't think much of it. Since Kettle, who didn't even know about the mystery, could obtain it, she thought it would be easy for her as well. Kettle responded, "It's not a matter of capability. It's a matter of the gimmick. If that's the case, it can't be helped." Our commies let out a groan and rested her chin on the table. She hadn't had high hopes, but hearing it was impossible still left her feeling down. With this amount, it's insufficient. We need to find another method to create the path of mystery. Is that so? Kettle clicked his tongue. Taking a difficult path could be enjoyable, but right now, regaining the sense of mystery was the priority, so it was disappointing. Just as he was about to ask what catalyst was needed, someone knocked on the door. It was a rough, discourteous knock. It wasn't Milna. Our commies stood up with a puzzled look. "Why is that guy here? Do you know who it is?" "This is my territory after all." Our commies opened the door. There stood a man with a highly displeased expression. Our commies spoke. "Swordmaster Maximus." "Why are you here?" Our commies recognized him. When she stayed in the kingdom of Denian, she met Barbosa and Maximus was with him. Maximus looked around the house instead of answering. Kettle smiled slightly. "The second time, isn't it?" "Nice to meet you. He's here." After a brief sigh, Maximus spoke. "The king summons you." "The king?" Our commies frowned. "Didn't he agree not to interfere? What's this about?" Our commies had made a deal with Barbosa. She would create a few artifacts, and in return, Barbosa would not interfere with her actions. Barbosa had agreed. Summoning her now was against their agreement. Maximus shook his head. "Not you, our commies." "If not me, then Kettle." Maximus nodded. "Really?" Our commies was taken aback. Maximus continued. "His Majesty calls for you, Barbarian." Kettle was resting in the lounge of the Denian royal palace. Leaning back on a plush sofa and enjoying some refreshments, the door opened. Kettle greeted the visitor warmly. "Oh, isn't it Aline?" "Yes, it's been a while." "Aaron, you're here too. Are you all right?" Aaron looked half dead. He spoke in a depressed voice. "The princess is taking action, though I am in such a pitiful state I cannot stand idly by." "I see." Kettle looked at Aline. It had already been a month since he last saw her. And her aura had changed since then. She no longer seemed shaken or broken. She looked composed. "You seem well. I've come to terms with it." Aline murmured quietly, looking intently at Kettle. "Kettle, if I become something else, will you still see me as Aline? To me, you are Aline. That fact won't change now." "Is that so? Then that's enough." As if all her preparations were complete, Aline took a deep breath. She then formally bowed to Kettle. Aline Mavliksai Ludian, first princess of the kingdom of Ludian, expresses her gratitude to her benefactor, Kettle. Oh, Kettle's eyes widened with interest. She had abandoned the kingdom of Ludian. Yet now she was expressing gratitude to Kettle as the princess of Ludian. It seems you've made up your mind. Yes, Aline nodded. Kettle and Aline exchanged stories about how they had been. When Kettle mentioned he was learning alchemy, Aline hesitated. Alchemy? Yes, it's more interesting than I thought. Is that so? As they continued their conversation, Aline suddenly seemed to remember something. By the way, why did you come here, Kettle? The king of Denayan called for me. Lord Barbosa, why? Kettle grinned. You'll find out when we meet. He looked into the air where a semi-transparent window visible only to him appeared. Quest number 786. Respond to the other. A few minutes later, a servant came to guide them to the audience chamber. Apart from the servant's frightened hiccups, they reached the chamber without incident. Barbosa was seated on the throne. Next to him stood Maximus, the sword of Denayan, as his guard. You're here, Barbosa spoke. Kettle smiled slightly. Nice to meet you. Key Kettle? Aline was startled. Barbosa was the king of Denayan. Addressing him without bowing and using informal speech could land someone in prison for lèse majesté. However, Barbosa spoke indifferently. You don't need to worry, Aline. I have already given him permission. Is that so? So why did you call for me? Barbosa, who had been looking at Kettle, spoke. You told me that talking to them would be the right answer. Yes, I did. The entity that consumed the kingdom of Ludian was fixated on humanity. Kettle had said that although it was unclear what they wanted, the first step was to try and communicate with them. It's a high-risk approach, but it makes sense. We contacted the kingdom of Ludian. In a few days, an envoy will come here. Oh, Kettle's face lit up with interest. Are you asking me to take responsibility for my advice? You have a good understanding of them. Having you here would be helpful. I don't mind. Kettle smiled broadly. Missing out on such an interesting story would be a loss. He looked at Aline. How about you, Aline? I've decided not to run away. Aline spoke in a low but firm voice. They need me for something. Whatever that need is, they won't act recklessly. So, I plan to meet and talk with them. Aline still didn't know the identity of the entities that had consumed the kingdom of Ludian or what they wanted. So she decided to have a conversation to find out what they wanted and why they devoured her kingdom. It seems like a reasonable approach, but are you sure? If they harbor malice, it could be dangerous. Nano could replace humans. And the speed at which it could do so was incredibly fast. You might not even notice if someone right in front of you was replaced. Although the captured knights seemed fine, it was still a significant risk. Barbosa spoke. It's all right. We have made sufficient preparations for that. Barbosa shifted his gaze. Please come forward. Is it finally time? The air split open and a skeleton appeared. Aline involuntarily recoiled in shock. The skeleton chuckled. Don't be too frightened, child. I'm here to help you. You are? Aline's eyes widened. It seems you know who I am. Well, yes, the figure was a lick, the staff in its hand and the luxurious robe it wore. Aline recognized the features of that robe, the master of the abode of all magicians, one of the three most outstanding wizards in the world, an entity in the position of a hero. Aline's eyes filled with astonishment. The magic tower. Oh, Patrick. It's Patrick, nice to see you again. Kettle exclaimed with a bright smile. Chapter 95, The Envoy of the Ludian Kingdom, Part 1. A silence hovered in the air. Everyone present looks at Kettle. What are you suddenly talking about? The tower master, who had been quiet until now, opened his mouth. My name is not Patrick. Didn't you tell me your name was Patrick? Kettle asked with a puzzled expression. Now that I think about it, why are you dressed up as a skeleton? You have unique hobbies. Does this world have the concept of cosplay? That was about all Kettle thought. Aline, who had come to her senses, belatedly stuttered. Key Kettle. If you mean Patrick, who traveled with us to the kingdom of Denayan. You're saying the Tower Master is that Patrick? The Tower Master, Aline spoke with a stunned face. Kettle, this is the Tower Master, the great Tower Master. Patrick was a citizen of the Barcan territory, wasn't he? Why are you saying that all of a sudden? Yes, I am the Tower Master. I do not use the name Patrick. You must be mistaken with someone else. Kettle looked bewildered as if he didn't understand. No matter how I look at it, you are Patrick. The flames in the hollow eyes of the Tower Master flickered. This barbarian was convinced that he was Patrick. How? Although the Tower Master had controlled Patrick, it was just a puppet. He had changed its appearance, mana pattern, and even personality. There was no reason to associate him with Patrick. In fact, the Tower Master had controlled several puppets like Patrick. He had met people who knew him through those puppets, but no one had ever noticed. No, that wasn't the issue. Kettle was convinced that he was Patrick as soon as he appeared, the barbarian who helped Aline. What makes you think I am this Patrick? Because your movements are Patrick's, Kettle asked as if wondering why he even questioned it. Movements? Aline looked puzzled. Not just her, but everyone present did too, except for one person. The Tower Master understood Kettle's words, that's why he was astonished. This barbarian, the way he walked, the way he lifted his arms, his manner of speaking, the accompanying gestures, the posture when he extended his back, the shape of his legs, and the very simple, everyday movements in his daily life. Kettle was convinced that he was Patrick just by looking at those movements. Indeed, he hadn't altered that part. His movements as Patrick and now were identical. What in the world? The Tower Master let out a hollow laugh. If one was a high-level expert, they could infer their opponent by the way they used their mystical abilities or patterns. That wasn't difficult, but to be sure about someone just from daily, routine movements like raising a leg, moving an arm, or shaking one's head. This was the first time even for the Tower Master. While theoretically possible, he never imagined it could actually be done. No, it could be possible. The observational skills of a master were beyond imagination. If someone knew their opponent well enough and observed for a long time, it wouldn't be impossible. But this barbarian had called him Patrick as soon as he saw him. That meant he distinguished him in a very short time. The Tower Master spoke in disbelief. "I am not Patrick, but your movements are definitely his. You must be mistaken, but no. Perhaps there's someone who moves very similarly to me." It was practically an excuse. Movements were like fingerprints. They were unique to each individual, and Kettle was clearly seeing them. It was like a child stubbornly insisting to a parent. The Tower Master felt bitter. The truth seeker himself was arguing like a child. He felt a moment of self-loathing. But admitting he had been stalking as the Tower Master was out of the question. The Tower Master was quickly thinking of a way to deny it when Kettle spoke. Is that so?" Kettle surprisingly didn't press further. It's fantasy. He thought such a person could exist. Kettle thought that way, and seeing that attitude, the Tower Master was dumbfounded. He accepts such an excuse. He couldn't understand what this barbarian was thinking. The atmosphere grew awkward. Aline was looking at the Tower Master with a peculiar gaze. The Tower Master drooped his head in melancholy. So much for making a grand entrance. It all fell apart. He sighed as he spoke. "It seems the misunderstanding is cleared. I am the master of the magic tower. I came to help you." "Is that really true?" "Yes, is everything all right?" "Of course it's all right." Aline nodded, still flustered. The master of the magic tower, the great Tower Master, one of the greatest wizards. Having someone like him help was a tremendous strength for her. "But why?" "Barbossa, I know this child. It sounded quite interesting when I heard the story." "Thank you. I'm just meddling because it seemed interesting, so you don't have to thank me that much." Oh, Kettle's eyes slowly began to light up. He didn't think much of it since he mistook him for Patrick, but the opponent was the master of the magic tower. The great magic tower, its master, the one closest to the truth of magic. The atmosphere changed instantly. Maximus reflexively grabbed his weapon and Aline took a step back. The Tower Master chuckled. "Sorry, but I don't intend to fight you. I don't particularly wish for that either. You reveal such momentum and say nonsense. Doesn't that mean you want to fight?" It's true. He had no particular intention of fighting. He was just momentarily excited at the name of the Tower Master, but no one believed him. Barbossa spoke up. "Anyhow, the master of the magic tower has decided to help. Barbarian, the part you mentioned, the Tower Master has also prepared for. You called them nanos. You said it would be dangerous if they harbored malice. That's not wrong. Even superhuman-level wizards couldn't detect and were replaced, so on a normal level there would be no response. But he was the Tower Master, the master of the Great Tower and a hero class. I researched with the captured knight. Those things were made up of very tiny and minute particles. They were impossible to see with the naked eye. He had to focus magic to magnify them. They were so small, yet they moved normally. I can't understand how they exist," the Tower Master muttered cheerfully, "but I've figured it out. You won't understand the professional details, so to put it simply, I created a barrier that those things can't enter." Oh, Kettle was impressed. Seeing his reaction, the Tower Master laughed happily. "It's a great feat. It's worth being engraved in history, so Barbossa, you should thank me more. Is it such a great thing? I don't understand." Barbossa didn't grasp it. To him, it was just an invisible barrier. He didn't think it would be difficult for the Tower Master. This is why talking to those who don't understand magic is frustrating. It's such a great achievement. The Tower Master grumbled. Kettle agreed. "It's amazing. Is that really possible?" "Absolutely." "Then what about the air? Breathing would be impossible." "That's not an issue. Only allowed elements can pass through." "Is that even possible?" The Tower Master, enjoying Kettle's reaction, suddenly paused. Kettle's expression showed pure amazement. It was as if he had seen an impossible miracle. "Wait, Barbarian, did you understand?" "I understand. It's amazing. Nanos are incredibly small. Their size is probably down to the cellular level. They can enter through the gaps in matter, so ordinary defense was meaningless. But the Tower Master said he created a barrier that nanos couldn't penetrate." Kettle didn't know modern science well. He was interested, but it was too specialized for him. But even he knew that creating a barrier that even such small particles couldn't penetrate was impossible. The magic of this world can do that. Advanced science is indistinguishable from magic. In other words, magic can also be indistinguishable from science. Kettle was genuinely astonished, and the Tower Master was equally surprised. He understood this concept, the small unit at which matter exists as matter. Understanding that concept isn't easy. Humans usually believe their bodies are a complete whole. Though he grumbled that ignorant people wouldn't know, none of his disciples understood how great his work was. They only vaguely understood it as a barrier that blocks everything. It's not possible with simple education. He knew knowledge far superior, at least unknown at the current level of understanding. What exactly is in the White Snowfield? For someone who didn't know Kettle's identity, he could only assume that all this knowledge came from the White Snowfield. If we have that, there should be no problem. Yes, there won't be a problem. Barely recovering from his surprise, the Tower Master spoke. So who will receive the envoy? For safety, we should withdraw all personnel from the castle, Barbossa spoke. I can't withdraw, nor can Aline. Aaron, what do you intend to do? Since the princess will not step back, I also have no intention of withdrawing. Then Kettle, you should also be here. I have no intention of withdrawing now. Kettle smiled broadly. The discussion was wrapping up. All that was left was to prepare and wait for the envoy to arrive. And at that moment Maximus, who had been quietly observing, spoke. Your Majesty, may I say something? Maximus. Barbossa sighed softly. He seemed to understand what Maximus wanted to say. Must you really do this? I'm sorry, Your Majesty, but I believe I must speak. I think I have the right to do so. Sigh, Barbossa, as if giving up, spoke. Speak, Maximus began to speak. I can understand my exclusion. With the Tower Master here, my strength won't make much difference, and Princess Aline and Aaron, of course, must be present. Then what is the issue? But this I cannot understand. Maximus pointed a finger at Kettle with a contorted face. Why is that barbarian involved? Chapter 96. The Envoy of the Ludian Kingdom, Part 2. Maximus spoke with emotion. That barbarian helped the princess and came here, I understand. He is indeed the princess's benefactor. And if, as the Tower Master says, the Ludian Kingdom is under some kind of threat, he has helped us prepare. Yes, I was annoyed when I was treated like some errand boy, but I understood. His face was filled with irritation. There was a feeling that he could not tolerate the existence of Kettle, but now I can't understand it at all. Who exactly is that barbarian to be involved in such significant matters? But Maximus. Yes, I know. The Tower Master wants it that way, but even so I cannot accept it. Maximus was irritated. Who exactly is that barbarian to make us care so much? The Tower Master nodded. Oh, right. You weren't there at that time. When King Denian talked about the Tower Master and Kettle, Maximus wasn't present. From Maximus's perspective, who didn't know the situation, it was understandable that he couldn't comprehend Kettle's presence. But so you couldn't accept it, what's the problem with that? The Tower Master asked in a genuinely perplexed tone. To the Tower Master, Maximus was neither an entangled nor distorted existence. He held no meaning or value. Maximus's face twisted at the clear attitude of indifference. Please don't be like that. In the heated atmosphere, Barbossa intervened with an ambiguous expression. To the Tower Master, Maximus was just an irrelevant stranger. To a hero class like him, the power of a sword master didn't hold much value, but it was different for Barbossa. Maximus was a sword master, a superhuman and the strongest warrior of the Denian kingdom. This is troublesome. Barbossa understood why Maximus was so angry. The reason Maximus remained the sword of Denian kingdom was partly due to a lingering patriotism, but the true reason was different. Maximus was the strongest in the Denian kingdom. He was always at the center of attention and everything revolved around him. The country took care of all troublesome matters, so he didn't have to worry about anything. To Maximus, the Denian kingdom was just a place where he could be respected and build his honor without hassle. But now, they only paid attention to the barbarian and didn't care at all about him, a sword master. That must have made Maximus feel great humiliation and disgrace. The reason Maximus was raising his voice was probably because of that. I don't know who the king is anymore. Even though he moved as his retainer, he wasn't in a position to give commands recklessly. Sighing inwardly, Barbossa asked, Then what do you want, Maximus? A duel, Maximus twisted his lips. I want a duel with that barbarian. Ho ho, Kettle laughed, Barbossa frowned. Maximus, I want to see for myself how strong that barbarian is. If he proves his strength to me, I won't interfere any further. Maximus spoke firmly. And there would be no reason for the Tower Master to intervene either. Checking one's strength is a natural thing. If it's as you say, I have no intention of intervening either. The Tower Master smiled. The important thing is the other party's intention. Are you planning to run away, barbarian? No way, Kettle smiled brightly. The sheer joy in his smile made Maximus hesitate for a moment. I accept. They moved to the training ground. Aline looked at Kettle with a worried expression. Kettle, are you all right? I don't think there's a problem. I know you're strong, but Kettle wasn't weak. He had subdued countless knights and defeated Adamanth, but the superhuman he had defeated was a magician. He was a barbarian, a fighter who moved with his body. He could have an advantage over a magician due to their different combat styles. But this time his opponent was a sword master. There was no way he could have an advantage over such an opponent. Moreover, the level of this adversary was clearly higher than Adamanth's, and interest grew on Kettle's face. I'm curious. How would he compare to Cain? Are you talking about the sword master of the Gehentra kingdom? He is also a sword master, so he's strong, but I know he hasn't reached that level for long. Not all superhumans possess the same level of power. Since they dealt with strength that easily surpassed the limits of ordinary people, they had to hone their abilities for a long time after reaching that level. There was a huge difference in power between someone who had just reached the rank of superhuman and someone who had been there for several years. Both Cain and Adamanth had only recently reached that level, but Maximus was different. Maximus has been a sword master for 10 years. Having reached that level long ago, he would have perfectly mastered the power of a superhuman. Kettle murmured with curiosity, "It's fascinating, Cain seems much older. Talent isn't fair to everyone." Maximus was strong. His strength was recognized as true superhuman. Kettle smiled. "I see. If it gets even a little dangerous, surrender immediately. The Tower Master is watching, so there shouldn't be any major danger, but just in case. I'll keep that in mind." Kettle walked to the center of the training ground. On the opposite side, Barbossa was saying something similar. "Maximus, do not injure him." Barbossa didn't think Kettle was that strong either. Having known he defeated Adamanth, he wouldn't consider him weak, but he thought there would be limits to his power since he fundamentally lacked mystical abilities. He judged that Kettle wouldn't be able to reach Maximus, a true superhuman who was not at the bottom rank. He believed that the Tower Master's interest in Kettle was due to his unique strangeness, not his strength. "You don't need to worry, I'll control my strength so as not to injure him, but since it's a sparring match there could be mistakes." Maximus looked at the Tower Master. "In that case, I'll leave it to you, Tower Master." The Tower Master chuckled. "All right, give it a try." Maximus's face twisted with displeasure at that laugh. Kettle and Maximus stood on the sparring ground. Maximus drew his sword. "No need to use a practice sword, right?" "It doesn't matter," Kettle answered lightly. His face was filled with strong anticipation. "The ones I've faced so far were the weakest among the 4 heavenly kings." Sword Master Cain. Magician Adamanth, the 2 superhumans he first encountered. Their power was truly miraculous. Their abilities to manipulate tangible illusions and control nature had deeply impressed Kettle. But even they were the weakest among the superhumans. So how strong would a true superhuman like Maximus be? How special would his abilities be to impress Kettle? His heart pounded like it did when he read comic books as a child. Barbossa looked at the Tower Master. "The barrier is up, you can start." Barbossa nodded. "Then let's begin. I hope it ends without injuries." As soon as he finished speaking, Maximus gathered his mystical energy. There was no need for further conversation. What he wanted to show was overwhelming power. The mystical energy circulated through his body. Every sword master had their unique swordsmanship, and Maximus's swordsmanship was very simple. He minimized the manifestation of aura and circulated it entirely through his body. He accelerated and accelerated, pushing his speed to the limit. Extreme acceleration, that was Maximus's swordsmanship. Boom, the ground split. Neither Aline nor Barbossa could even see the afterimage. They were watching without blinking, yet Maximus had already reached Kettle. It was a speed akin to teleportation. Aline was astonished. "Kettle?" Maximus grinned. Kettle didn't show any reaction, as if he hadn't seen it. He reached out, intending to grab Kettle's neck and slam him into the ground. Kettle was impressed. "He's definitely faster than Cain." Kettle grabbed Maximus's forearm. "Huh?" Maximus was momentarily confused. "He grabbed my arm? How?" Kettle twisted his hand. Maximus's body was forcibly turned over. Maximus instinctively tried to resist, but it was impossible. He couldn't resist, as if he were held by a giant. This. Maximus instinctively swung his knee. It was also swift, at a speed that would be difficult to counter for those at the lower rank of sword masters. His knee struck Kettle's temple directly. Boom! With a thunderous sound, dust exploded in all directions, clouding their vision. Maximus, Barbossa was horrified. That idiot struck with full force. There was no way anyone could be fine after taking such an attack. The dust slowly settled, and then they couldn't believe their eyes. Maximus's knee was still pressed against Kettle's head. Kettle, still holding onto Maximus's arm, hadn't moved. Maximus couldn't comprehend the situation. He had unwittingly failed to control his strength. The force should have crushed even a rock. A human's head should have been pulverized, but Kettle's stance was unwavering. "What in the world?" That was Maximus's last thought. Kettle reached out and grabbed Maximus by the back of the neck. Maximus fell like a puppet with its strings cut. "He's faster than Cain, but..." That's it. Kettle tilted his head in confusion. For someone who was supposed to be a true superhuman, it was nothing impressive. After a moment of thought, he nodded. Did he hold back? Well, it was just a sparring match, so there was no reason to go all out. Kettle felt a bit disappointed. He had hoped to see the true power of a superhuman only to miss the chance. There'll be another opportunity, Kettle thought to himself. Everyone who had been watching the duel was in shock. Barbossa stared blankly at the fallen Maximus. Eileen was also dumbfounded. The Tower Master let out a dry laugh. Handled like a child. The duel was over. Maximus, after regaining consciousness, said nothing. The Tower Master asked Kettle, "What did you think?" "He's fast, but it was disappointing." There was no need to hold back. At those words, the Tower Master laughed. "Do you think he held back? Well, he didn't show any sword master techniques, did he? He was simply fast." Kettle could only think Maximus had been holding back. The Tower Master didn't bother to correct him. Maximus's level is quite simple. Honestly, the Tower Master was a little surprised too. Kettle had easily subdued his opponent. He had known Kettle would win against Maximus, but he hadn't expected it to be this effortless. This barbarian, how strong is he really? The Tower Master's eyes gleamed with interest. Chapter 97, The Envoy of the Ludian Kingdom, Part 3. To subdue Maximus so effortlessly, just what level of mastery is that? The conclusion was immediate. Top-tier superhuman. Anyone who had reached that level would likely be able to overpower Maximus as Kettle did. Even within the realm of superhumans, the difference was like night and day. Heroic level, that's uncertain. The compatibility between Maximus and Kettle was terrible. Maximus' attacks were based on physical force. This barbarian had even toppled the demon of gravitas. While Eileen thought Kettle would be disadvantaged due to their elemental matchup, the opposite was true. Based on the strength Kettle had displayed so far, he wasn't at the heroic class. But surely Kettle hadn't shown everything he had. What if it had been me? What if he had fought Kettle? Previously he lost, but that was against his puppet. Compared to his true form, the puppet had the speed of a slug and a minuscule amount of mana. The Tower Master pondered, "I wouldn't lose." The barbarian's weakness was clear. He couldn't break through mysteries. He was deceived by a simple illusion spell cast by Adamanth, unable to locate the real body. He was the Tower Master. If he set his mind to it, the barbarian wouldn't even be able to approach his true form. So could he defeat the barbarian? I don't know. It was uncertain. Kettle's body was a mystery in itself. He could catch aura with his teeth and withstand Adamanth's magic with his bare body. Though his magic was perhaps embarrassingly inferior to theirs, he still couldn't imagine that body being injured. How fascinating for the Tower Master to be unable to envision his own victory. That intrigued him about the limits of this barbarian. By the way, as the Tower Master continued his musings, Kettle turned his gaze toward him. "Sorry for mistaking you for Patrick, it was rude of me. He must be quite similar. From what I hear, he was an ordinary human. How could he be confused with a fleshless skeleton like me? He was truly similar. His movements were perfectly identical to Patrick's. Yet it was astonishing that he was someone else. If this weren't a fantasy world, he would have believed him to be Patrick until the end. Truly, there are all sorts of things." Kettle, who had been lightly pondering, lit up. Due to various problems, he hadn't been able to focus on it, but in front of him stood the Tower Master. A true mage, one who had reached the pinnacle of his craft. This was the first time Kettle had the leisure to converse with such a mage. Containing his excitement, he asked, "May I ask you a question?" "What is it?" "I want to wield magic." "Is there any particular restriction on using magic?" "Magic?" A barbarian already strong enough as him seeking to learn magic. The Tower Master looked at Kettle with a puzzled expression, but upon seeing his face, he understood. This barbarian follows his curiosity. It should be possible. The issue lies in grasping the mystery. Once you find the direction, anyone can learn magic. The difference lay in the level. Some people could only manage basic detection spells after a lifetime of effort, while others could use teleportation within a few months. The start wasn't that difficult. Having explained this, the Tower Master quietly asked, "From your words, it seems you have an interest in magic. If you grasp the mystery, will you abandon aura and use magic? Can't I choose both?" "Both," the Tower Master showed a puzzled expression. "It is possible, but is it really possible?" Kettle's face lit up. The Tower Master shook his head. "It's not a good choice. The ways of handling mysteries are too different, which can cause conflicts. You won't be able to master either. There's no such thing as a magic swordsman then." "A magic swordsman? What's that?" The Tower Master looked puzzled by the term itself. Kettle roughly explained the concept of a magic swordsman. A magic swordsman who uses both magic and swordsmanship. Though often seen in fiction, evaluations were mixed. Some praised them as versatile and without weaknesses, while others criticized them as being mediocre in both aspects. How would it be in this world? The mage chuckled. Even delving deeply into one is hard enough to master the mysteries, let alone both. As expected, in real fantasy it was the latter. Having gathered the information, Kettle smiled contentedly. It would be better to focus on learning magic rather than becoming a jack of all trades. The Tower Master subtly suggested. Kettle shook his head. I would like to, but unfortunately my body cannot sense the mysteries. Cannot sense the mysteries? Indeed, it's unfortunate. The Tower Master quickly processed Kettle's words. A body that cannot sense the mysteries. Is this a characteristic of the White Snowfield, a restriction of a body that blocks the mysteries? He concentrated on each of Kettle's words. This was a valuable opportunity to gain information about the White Snowfield. Kettle, as if remembering something, asked, by the way, there's something I'd like to ask you. Do you know what this is? Kettle took out a translucent gray cube from his pocket and handed it over. The flame in the Lick's pupils flickered for a moment as he received the cube. Where did you find this? I got it from a dungeon, Kettle replied nonchalantly. The Tower Master could tell that this was a lie. Because this cube was an artifact he was familiar with. After defeating Carthos, he had retrieved most of the artifacts Carthos possessed, but this cube had not been among them. He had wondered where it had gone, and it seemed Carthos had kept it even after becoming a Lick. This barbarian defeated the Lick Carthos. He must have secretly taken it during that process. Suppressing a sudden chuckle, the Tower Master spoke. This is an ancient artifact that once belonged to the Empire long ago. Oh, so you know about it. What does it do? Its effect is quite simple. This cube can store mana by itself. Isn't that true of other artifacts as well? Other artifacts have mana in a fixed form. It cannot be used for different purposes. For instance, the artifact pouch Kettle possessed also contained mana. However, that mana was only used to expand space. It couldn't be used for other purposes. In contrast, this cube was special. With the mana stored in this cube, you can use magic. What? Kettle's eyes widened. The Tower Master confirmed his thought. It means that even you, who cannot sense the mysteries, can use magic if you handle the cube. Is that really true? There's no reason to lie. Oh, Kettle trembled with emotion. Great magic. To think he had an artifact that allowed him to use it from the beginning. What an incredible stroke of luck. How do I handle it? Kettle asked urgently. He wanted to use magic immediately, but the Tower Master shook his head. It's not that simple. You need to learn the basic methods of using artifacts and how to infuse mana into it. Currently it's empty. You can't use it in this state. I see. Visit the tower later and I will teach you how to use it. The Tower Master handed the cube back to Kettle. He wanted to take it, but he couldn't, given the opponent was this barbarian. Kettle smiled and stowed the cube away. Thank you, I will definitely come. He now had a very strong reason to visit the tower. The Tower Master spoke. You seem interested. Do you have any other questions about magic? If so, I can answer them. Oh, is that possible? There's time to spare. It's a rule to teach those who wish to learn. That's very kind of you, Kettle smiled broadly. The Tower Master was unexpectedly kind. Well, not all strong people have to have bad personalities. It was just a prejudice, Kettle thought. Of course, the Tower Master wasn't that kind by nature. He was actually known for his bad temper among his disciples, as well as with Cain and Barbossa. But his opponent was a barbarian from the White Snowfield. A being friendly to humans despite being different, the Tower Master had no choice but to be kind. I'm doing something out of character. The Tower Master grumbled inwardly, but outwardly he explained as kindly as possible. Time passed. Kettle was enjoying himself. It was a meaningful time where he could learn about the basic methods of magic and types of introductory magic from the Tower Master. And a day later, envoys from the Ludian Kingdom arrived. In preparation, everyone in the royal palace, except for the minimal necessary attendants, had been given leave under the pretense of a holiday. They were puzzled but delighted at the rare vacation. For those who remained, the Tower Master created a barrier, and the doors of the audience hall opened. A young man entered. He flinched upon seeing Kettle but soon bowed to carry out his duty. Envoy of the Ludian Kingdom, Robros Gemin greets Barbossa Denayan. Raise your head. At Barbossa's words, Robros lifted his head. You seem quite displeased. How could I not be? Robros frowned slightly. You refused all our requests to send the princess back, and now suddenly you allow the envoy's visit. The Ludian Kingdom is very confused. I'm sorry about that, but I couldn't force her to go back when she didn't truly want to, Barbossa replied. Princess. Hello, Robros, Aline said calmly. Robros sighed deeply. His Majesty is looking for you, Princess. The Queen is in tears as well. Robros looked at Aline with a gaze full of concern. Please stop running away and return home. His Majesty and the Queen are willing to grant whatever you desire. I refuse, take Farman with you, but Aaron and I have no intention of returning. Why, what are you so dissatisfied with? Robros asked, his frustration evident. Didn't you hear from Adamant and the Green-Blue Knights? Robros' face twisted in frustration. Do you truly believe that we are not human? He sighed deeply, looking at Barbossa with an exasperated expression. Barbossa, you are a reasonable man, aren't you? I am, which is why I didn't send her back with you. Do you also believe the princess's delusions? She's not the only one. I believe it too. A skeleton appeared, causing Robro's eyes to widen. T-Tower Master, why are you here? It was such an interesting story that I couldn't resist. The Tower Master chuckled. Robros cried out in disbelief. Tower Master, do you also believe we're not human? Do you believe the princess's delusions? I wish it were a lie, but unfortunately I can't say that. Nonsense, we are human. Barbossa, you can verify this, can't you? That's true. Then am I human or not? You should be able to confirm this. Well, Barbossa had an uncertain expression. He had been informed that Robros was human. Meeting directly with the envoy from the Ludian kingdom was not the issue, but from this point a problem arose. They genuinely believed they were human. Even if he wanted to communicate with nanos, there was no way to do so. Barbossa looked at the Tower Master, who chuckled. Even I can't force their true nature to reveal itself. We agreed this was a sort of gamble, didn't we? I thought pressing them would reveal their true nature. It's not going as smoothly as expected, Barbossa admitted. That's life. I can't expose their true identity either. We don't know what they desire, if they can communicate, or even if they have a self-awareness. However, I do know of someone who might be able to. The empty flames in his eye sockets turned to Kettle. Me, I can do it. Aline mentioned that you saw their emotions, didn't you? Well, yes, but I'm not certain. Does it matter? It doesn't matter. In that case. Kettle approached Robros, who recoiled in fear. His eyes were filled with terror. What would it take to draw out the hidden consciousness of the nano? You did not know the fear of death because you don't die. In any situation, they wouldn't reveal themselves. But there was one time when they did show emotion to Kettle, when he clenched his fist and killed part of the nano. The ones who didn't know death finally understood it. At that moment, emotions flowed from Adamant's entire body, from the clothes he wore to the staff he held. In extreme situations, everyone takes off their masks and shows their true nature. What are you talking about? So, I will kill you. At that moment, Barbossa and Aline's faces turned pale. Their bodies trembled. Aaron, losing strength, unknowingly sat down. Calm down. The Tower Master waved his hand, lessening the pressure on them. Thank you. Just the simple killing intent without any mystic power is enough to exert physical influence. All of Kettle's killing intent was focused on Robros. Only a small portion of it spilled out. It was just the aftermath, but even that was enough to exert an overwhelming pressure that could break the mind of an ordinary person if exposed for long. Is this really possible? Even as he witnessed it, the Tower Master couldn't believe it. Robro's face turned pale. He struggled to breathe, his body visibly distorting. Finally his body collapsed, not metaphorically but literally. The human form fell to the ground. And slowly it revealed its true appearance. Barbossa widened his eyes and Aline's face contorted. The Tower Master let out a dry laugh. Oh ho, Kettle laughed. So this is your true nature, how interesting. Human, a voice echoed. It was Robro's voice, but the entity could no longer be called Robros. What is the meaning of this? A dark figure with a human shape stood there. Chapter 98, The Envoy of the Ludian Kingdom, Part 4. A dark figure stood in the center of the audience hall. You, Aline's face twisted in anger. The being that had devoured and destroyed her kingdom was right before her eyes. The Tower Master spoke. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'd like to have a conversation with you if that's all right. A conversation? Why should we? The entity refused the offer. No, to be precise, it wasn't a refusal. It was a pure question of why they should engage in a conversation. It was close to genuinely not understanding the need for it. The dark figure Nano looked at Aline and Aaron. What are you doing? Why are you rejecting us? Aline's face filled with anger at the question. How dare you ask that? Why reject you? Isn't it obvious? You swallowed us up and killed us. The Ludian royal castle had been overtaken before they even realized it. An unknown alien force had replaced all of them. In that sense, Aline's anger was justified. However, Nano couldn't comprehend her rage. We perfected you. Why are you angry? I don't understand. Kettle nodded to himself. So that's the type they are. Just as Aline was about to explode in rage, Kettle intervened. Calm down first, Aline. Kettle, you seem to want her. Nano didn't respond. It looked at Kettle with a clear expression of emotion. Kettle continued to speak with a carefree smile. But it's strange. If you want her, you could just take her, couldn't you? Why aren't you doing that? The nanos could exchange with each other. When Aline's movements were halted, the blue-green knights disappeared and Adamat appeared suddenly. This meant they had exchanged forms with each other. More importantly, the nanos had their own consciousness. No matter what Aline's will was, forcibly seizing her shouldn't be difficult, but Nano wasn't doing that. Nano spoke. There is no reason to answer. Let's not be so harsh, Kettle said with a bright smile. Humans don't act without reason. Depending on why you want her, she might come with you. What? Aline's pupils widened. She tried to say something, but the Tower Master stopped her. Stay still for a moment. The Tower Master chuckled and looked at Kettle. You're quite sharp for a barbarian. You want her, but as you can see, she won't move as she is now. But if you explain in detail, she might come with you. I understand why she resents you, but that's in the past. There's something more important to focus on now, isn't there? Nano fell silent, seemingly contemplating. Barbocia swallowed nervously. After a moment of silence, Nano spoke. We each have independent consciousness. It seems you're not a collective consciousness. The moment she rejected us, she gained a consciousness separate from ours. She is the same type as us but does not move with us. That's the concept. In general, there is no problem, but she perceives and rejects us, Kettle muttered with an intrigued look. So to change Aline into your form requires her consent. Aline was clearly aware of and rejecting Nano. As a result, the nanos within her were also rejecting their own kind according to her will. It wasn't a strange thing when you think about it. When they replace humans, they fulfill that human's desires. Those who fear death lose their fear of death, and those who fear gaining weight don't experience changes in weight. Similarly, because Aline rejected the nanos, she was no longer in harmony with them. It's like a kind of bug, a program that doesn't operate as intended and runs freely. Aline and Aaron were such bugs to the nanos. They seem quite influenced by the minds of the humans they replace. Kettle looked at Aline. Aline, they cannot replace you. That's right. Aline had a complex expression. She couldn't quite grasp whether she should be happy that she could exist in her current form, or sad that she had received confirmation that she was the same kind of being as them. The Tower Master, who had been quietly listening, spoke. Then what about Farman the Knight? Why aren't you taking him? He wouldn't reject you. There is no need. He can return to us anytime. If necessary, we can contact him, relay the information, and bring him back. So you need to be in close proximity to exchange information. The Tower Master muttered, as if storing this information in his mind. All right, I understand for now, but I have one more question. Why do you need her? Aline and Aaron were a minuscule part of the whole. There seemed to be no particular need for them. Is it to understand why she rejects you? To understand humans? Were they trying to analyze why humans rejected and feared them? Were they trying to identify their flaws and change? The Tower Master thought Nano wanted her for the sake of coexisting with humans. It wasn't a strange thought. Although Nano had replaced the Ludian kingdom, they hadn't taken any further actions. Even though more than a year had passed since the Ludian kingdom was replaced, no significant problems had arisen. Diplomatic relations remained unchanged, and the people's sentiment wasn't particularly negative. There wasn't any sign of additional replacements either. The Tower Master had been meeting people from the Ludian kingdom over the past few days, but none of them had been replaced. They were truly staying only within the Ludian kingdom. From a human perspective, they couldn't understand it, but they didn't seem to be acting out of pure malice. Nano replied indifferently. Replication, we are very few. The more of us there are, the better for replication. Aline and Aaron, even 2 units are significant. The unexpected answer left the Tower Master momentarily taken aback. What do you intend to do by replicating? We will bring freedom to the world. What? You are incomplete. You wish for things but fear the consequences and act accordingly, fearing the unavoidable. You are incomplete and flawed, Nano declared. We will make you complete. Silence ensued. Barbossa shook his head, thinking he had misheard. The Tower Master, after a brief pause, spoke. What do you mean by making us complete? Why were you born? Nano's voice carried a genuine question. You are born and die in a moment, close to a mere instant. Were you born to return to a meaningless state? Surely not. Thus you fear and dread death. It wasn't incorrect. Every human dies, but they fear that death. Throughout history, many rulers have sought immortality, living their brief lives in constant fear of an inevitable future. Nano couldn't understand that. If that's the case, you should have been born without the existence of death in the first place. Nano looked at the lick. You are an entity that should have died but took a distorted form to avoid death. You are also proof of your contradictions. I can't deny it. A lick is a being that stores its life in a phylactery to avoid death, an entity that rejects the death it was born to accept. It's not just death. You beings are flawed and incorrect. You wish and desire things but fear the accompanying circumstances and fail to act. A human born with a disease who cannot live long, a human who fears gaining weight and cannot eat freely. You are beings full of contradictions from the start. To Nano, humans appeared flawed and incorrect. It's not just you humans, this world itself is flawed. Things rot and decay over time, and life eventually dies. This unreasonableness and changing environment seemed like contradictions to Nano. But you are not at fault. You are simply unfortunate beings born that way. Therefore, we will make you perfect. You will no longer fear death. You will be able to act as you wish. You will live eternally, not just for a moment. Nano continued speaking very calmly without any change in tone. This world will maintain a perfect form. Silence lingered. The Tower Master spoke with a wry smile. So you intend to replace this world itself. We will make the imperfect world perfect. Do you think people will accept that? What's the problem? Nano's voice genuinely sounded puzzled. Your consciousness will continue, what you fear will disappear, you will become perfect beings, there is no reason to reject it. Malice without malice. The words brushed past their minds, Kettle spoke. You seem to lack such contradictions. We are perfect, therefore we will make you perfect like us, we are offering you a favor. This is the worst, the Tower Master muttered. It was the worst scenario he had imagined. Laughing softly, he spoke again. One more question, where did you come from? I don't know, we were in the place you call the forest. Humans visited that place, didn't they? They did, we replaced all of them with our presence. We acquired your knowledge then. The enchanted forest, a forest that appeared ordinary on the surface but held no meaning. However, any human who entered never returned the same. The Tower Master was certain. These were the owners of the enchanted forest. They were the existence of the enchanted forest. Unconsciously, the Tower Master looked at Kettle. Kettle was looking at Nano with a peculiar expression. Until now, we were hindered by strange constraints, only replacing those who came to us, but those constraints no longer exist. Nano's voice sounded somewhat excited. We will consume this contradictory world. And we will grant perfection to the world. Chapter 99, Nano, Part 1. How long does the replication take? After a brief silence, the Tower Master asked. Preparations are needed. Right now, we're preparing for replication. But it won't be long, we will perfect you and eliminate the unfairness of this world. So it's still impossible, that's somewhat a relief. Are there any more questions? Kettle had said to Nano that if they revealed their purpose, Aline might join them. Nano explained to Aline the reasons they wanted her and their entire objective. Nano looked at Aline. There is no reason for you to refuse, join us and help this world. So Aline, what do you think? Kettle asked. Aline answered immediately. Of course I refuse, I have no intention of joining them. It seems that's the case. Unfortunately, even after hearing your purpose, she has no intention of joining you. What a pity, Kettle said with genuine regret. Nano, who had been watching them for a moment, rippled, You deceived me. Oh, you realized it. It seems you're not entirely naive. Fools who forsake their luck. Why do you refuse even when grace is bestowed upon you? There was genuine confusion in Nano's voice. It was clear that they saw them as idiots for throwing away the chance to be perfect. I cannot understand you, but I am merciful. So I will replace you. In that instant, the dark form vanished like mist. It became an entity so small that it was invisible to the naked eye and moved to engulf the castle. However, it was blocked by a translucent barrier before achieving its goal. A bewildered voice echoed within the barrier. This is. Did you think I would summon you without any preparation? The Tower Master chuckled. Nano quickly condensed its entities. It swirled like a sandstorm, battering the barrier with brute force, but the barrier didn't budge. Barbosa pressed his forehead. My head hurts. This is the worst scenario we considered. While they were deliberating, Kettle quietly watched Nano hammering at the barrier. Tower Master, I have a question. What is it? Is there no way to counter their replacement? It's not that, they cannot replace freely. They need to subdue the target in advance to gather information. The Tower Master had already gathered information about Nano through Farman. Aline widened her eyes. What? But I have no memory of that. They must have judged that memory unnecessary and erased it. Oh, they could make people lose the memory of death itself. Removing specific memories would be an easy task for them. As long as you're not subdued, there's no danger of being replaced. I see, that's how it works. Deeming it not dangerous, Kettle entered the barrier. Aline tried to stop him in alarm, but his body was already inside with Nano. Seeing Kettle, Nano charged in anger, it whirled like a sandstorm. Kettle clenched his fist, crack. The sandstorm exploded outwards, shaking the barrier. The Tower Master spoke in a worried tone as he reinforced the barrier. I hope you don't break it. Don't worry, I'm just confirming something. It seems they are affected by physical force even in a non-replaced form. So what are you going to do? Nano reformed. They were a collective of very small entities. Even if they were destroyed and scattered, it had no effect. They charged at Kettle again as if nothing had happened. So Kettle moved his arm. He caught part of Nano in his fist. The advancing Nano hesitated. Wait. Kettle tightened his grip. A small wave spread through the barrier. When Kettle opened his hand, there was a rainbow-colored particle. The Tower Master let out a hollow laugh. You killed it just by gripping it. This level of force is enough to kill it. Yaowu, Nano showed emotion. Their twisted rage and hatred stabbed sharply at Kettle's senses. Kettle pocketed the rainbow-colored particle and spoke. Seeing as you can be killed like this, it seems you're not entirely perfect. Human, as Nano swelled and charged. The Tower Master waved his hand. The barrier shrank. The barrier, which had been the size of a small room, compressed to the size of a pouch in an instant. Don't kill it too much, we need to study it. I needed to confirm as well. How dare you? Silence. The Tower Master snapped his fingers in annoyance, and the sounds inside the barrier became inaudible. It was worth having this conversation. Yes, Barbosa gave a bitter smile. They aren't inherently hostile to humans. Those entities harbored no malice. They were full of goodwill, yet their goodwill was akin to malice for humans. The possibility that they lied. Unlikely. To them, humans aren't valuable enough to lie to. Humans were just current byproducts to be replaced eventually, nothing more, nothing less. There was no reason for them to lie. Barbossa pressed his temple. We need to respond accordingly. Indeed, confirmation is necessary for that. The Tower Master waved his hand. The compressed nano followed his movements. Now that we know they are hostile, we can experiment without reservations. Wait here, I'll go check their properties. A few hours later, the Tower Master returned. The confirmation is complete. That was quick, Barbossa was surprised. It had only taken a few hours to understand this unfamiliar entity. The Tower Master spoke casually. With a sample of that size, it wasn't difficult, but it's surprising. They have a very high resistance to most damage. The Tower Master paused and corrected himself. No, it's more of an adaptability than resistance. What's the difference? The difference is that they adapt rather than resist. If exposed to extreme heat that could burn air and melt sand instead of resisting, they adapt to withstand the heat. The same applies to extreme cold. They possessed an almost universal adaptability to any environment. Moreover, they need very minimal energy to stay active. It's astonishing how such a thing can exist. The Tower Master chuckled. Barbossa's face grew serious. Does that mean they are unbeatable? Not quite. The Tower Master shook his head. Though they adapt to most situations, they have one weakness. What is it? Physical force. The Tower Master snapped his fingers. A pouch containing rainbow-colored particles fell from the air. They are vulnerable to physical impact and pressure. That's how I could kill them. In that case, if they fought with physical strength, they could win. Hope sparked on Barbossa's face, but the Tower Master negated it. That's relative. Unless you possess top-tier superhuman physical strength, you can't kill them. The Tower Master, having understood this, was once again astonished by Kettle. It meant he could exert such power merely by clenching his fist. He looked at Kettle with a face full of wonder. But Kettle, paying little mind, looked at the pouch with a peculiar expression. Is that all the quantity you extracted from them? The pouch was incredibly small. It was barely the size of a fingertip. Killing enough nano to replace a human resulted in only that amount. It's not as much as I expected. Even considering the entire castle, it might only be the size of one building, maybe even less. I see. Top-tier superhuman strength, huh? Barbossa's face turned serious. Top-tier superhuman strength was rare and hard to find. Could the Tower Master handle them alone? It's possible, but it would take a long time. My magic isn't specialized for physical force. There are too many variables. In the end, we need cooperation. Barbossa fell into deep thought. Kettle also pondered. It's too little. To obtain the mystery, he needed the rainbow-colored particles. According to our commies, he needed at least a human torso's worth of particles. But even compressing one person yielded only a fingertip's worth. It was far too insufficient. I don't want to miss this opportunity. It was a rare chance to obtain the mystery. If not now, he didn't know how long it would take to find another opportunity. He wanted to experience that sensation again. After contemplating, Kettle spoke. I'll help. What? Excuse me? Aline and Barbossa were surprised. The Tower Master also looked surprised. Are you sure? The Tower Master honestly hadn't expected Kettle to offer his help. Kettle, after all, was a barbarian from the White Snowfields, a being detached from human affairs. Even though he showed goodwill towards them, there had to be limits. Whether he held hostility or goodwill towards the Nano, another being from the same forbidden lands, was uncertain, but the Tower Master had assumed Kettle wouldn't get involved. However, Kettle nodded. Help is needed, right? Aline isn't a stranger, and I can consider this an extension of a mission. Your life could be at risk. I'm not concerned. It's not much of a threat, really. Given the level of the Nano he had assessed, Kettle was not particularly fazed. I'll have to go and fetch it myself. There would be no small amount of nano in the castle. He was confident he could gather enough to acquire the mystery, and there's the quest. The quest's objective was simply to respond to the foreign entities. There were no specific instructions on how to respond, so dealing with them by killing them wouldn't be a problem. His decision to act was purely for personal reasons. Kettle, however, those unaware of his true motives saw it as a barbarian risking his life to help Aline, who he wasn't even closely related to. Barbossa was astonished, and Aline was deeply moved, her emotions evident in her eyes. Very well, the Tower Master nodded. With Kettle's help, the task would become significantly easier. Then let's move immediately. There's no benefit in giving them more time. The Tower Master quickly laid out the plan. He and Kettle would travel to the Kingdom of Ludian to assess the situation. That's a rather brute force method. We don't know how long it takes them to replace someone, so it's necessary. We need to understand first. In the stronghold of the Kingdom of Ludian, they needed to confirm what exactly the entities were doing. Kettle agreed. But isn't it quite far from here? How do you plan to travel? You seem to have forgotten who I am. The Tower Master was one of the most skilled magicians in the world. Covering such a distance was not a problem. The only potential issue was that Kettle wasn't affected by mysteries, but even that was not a concern. I'll fold space itself to leap there. It requires a bit of preparation time, but the distance won't be an issue. Impressive, Kettle's eyes sparkled. Long-distance teleportation, this was a quintessential fantasy ability. He never imagined he'd experience it himself. I'm counting on you. Sure, Aline approached cautiously. Kettle, I'm fine. But what about you? In essence, Kettle was preparing to bring down the entire kingdom of Ludian. This meant going against the place where Aline grew up and the people she knew, but Aline nodded. They're all dead anyway. What remains are just monsters mimicking them. It's not a problem. To Aline, those people no longer held any meaning or value. What mattered more was the person in front of her. Kettle, please be careful. Don't worry, Kettle replied lightly. The Tower Master waved his hand and a complex magic circle formed. Step back if you don't want to be caught up in this. Wow, Kettle marveled. Light enveloped their space. The turbulent mana waves concentrated and then focused, and the world changed. Suddenly they were outside. The air told him they were no longer in the kingdom of Denian. In the dark night, the castle stood before them. Here it is, the stronghold of the foreign entities, the Kingdom of Ludian, Chapter 100, Nano, Part 2. Kettle lifted his head. The grand royal palace stood before them. Is it all right? If there's a commotion, it might draw a lot of attention. The Kingdom of Ludian was just like the Kingdom of Denian. The royal palace was at the center of the capital, and ordinary people lived in the capital. What Nano had altered was solely the interior of the palace, not the capital itself. There will be no problem, they won't be able to see it. Is that even possible? To obscure the vision of everyone in the capital, this meant that a single spell could influence an entire nation. A look of intrigue crossed Kettle's face. We only need to wait for a moment. The Tower Master gathered mana. The mana spread quietly but surely towards the capital. The Tower Master, who had been chanting the spell, opened his mouth. Barbarian. Do you know where these things come from? I do not. They come from the Forbidden Lands. Kettle's expression changed. Is that true? Aline had mentioned something similar, but there had been no evidence at the time, so he had dismissed it. However, the Tower Master was certain. Do you know about the Forest of Nothing? I do, the library of the Barcan territory. When he read books about the Forbidden Lands there was indeed a place with that name. The forest was nothing. On the surface, it looked like any ordinary forest. Anyone could enter it. But the forest had one peculiar trait. Once you entered, it was impossible to leave. If you tried, you would vanish the moment you touched the boundary between the forest and the outside world. That was the Forbidden Lands, the Forest of Nothing. Are those things from that place? I recently checked it. It had truly turned into an ordinary forest. It coincided with when those things appeared outside. I even had a conversation to confirm it, so I'm certain. The Tower Master looked quietly at Kettle. What do you think? Is that so fascinating? Kettle's response was brief. The Tower Master was puzzled by his lack of reaction. Kettle was from the White Snowfield, another mysterious place. In some ways, he could be considered akin to Nano, having emerged from a similar place. The Tower Master had been sure Kettle would have some feelings about Nano, but Kettle felt nothing. He had no sense of belonging to the White Snowfield. His home was this world. He had no interest in the Forbidden Lands and no intention of getting involved. However, are those from another Forbidden Land? Kettle's eyes darkened. The Tower Master spoke. It's done. Are you ready? Yes. Then, the Tower Master waved his hand. The chaotic mana formed a pattern according to its master's will and reflected that intention in the world. Unfold. The mana spread smoothly like a veil. It touched the sky, a grand spell that affected the world itself. There were skilled magicians in the royal castle. Surely even the superhuman-level magician Adamanth would be there. But none of them sensed the movement of mana. And envelop. The mana veil touching the sky slowly enveloped the royal castle. The capital and the royal castle were separated by the mana veil. Conceal and protect yourself. Then the mana veil changed according to its master's will. The Tower Master spoke lightly. It's done. Did you do something? I wrapped the entire royal castle with mana. It is now isolated from the outside, so whatever happens inside won't be seen or heard outside. Of course, no one can leave either. Really? Kettle was surprised. Not even 2 minutes had passed. Yet the isolation of the castle and capital was already a success. And it wasn't done with some lengthy incantation like Adamanth would do. With simple, light movements as if he was out for a stroll, the Tower Master had separated the castle from the world. He didn't even seem tired. This is the Tower Master, someone above the superhuman level, a hero-class magician. Kettle was impressed. The rest is your job. Please check the interior. I'll do my best, Kettle nodded. Before entering the castle, Kettle suddenly looked at the Tower Master. How strong is the mana barrier you've set up? That's a strange question to ask. The Tower Master replied with a puzzled expression. The barrier won't cause any problems. Nothing can get out without my permission. It was a newly created magical barrier, woven so tightly that not even a cell could pass through. It could withstand considerable impact without any issues. I see. Then there shouldn't be any problems. Muttering, Kettle entered the interior. The tower master watched him from the outside. Let's see how he handles this. The master wasn't expecting a fight. Their goal was to gather information and determine the best course of action, not to solve the problem immediately. He trusted Kettle to think the same way. The entire castle was made up of nano. This was their stronghold. Fighting alone here was practically a suicide mission. The master was curious to see how stealthy Kettle would be, but when he saw what Kettle actually did, he was shocked. That crazy barbarian, in front of Kettle, was a small wall with a gate leading to the castle. Is this the presence of the Forbidden Lands? After a moment's thought, Kettle shook his head. Enough. Thinking about it any longer was pointless. The immediate goal was clear, to solve the problem at hand and uncover the mystery. So Kettle clenched his fist. He swung his arm with force. A blast of wind struck the wall. Boom, the wall crumbled. Debris flew and hit the castle. The sound of the collapse echoed loudly. Leisurely, Kettle walked through the fallen wall. One by one, people began to wake up from the nighttime commotion. Some of them quickly rushed toward Kettle. Intruder, who goes there? They were knights. Kettle smiled. Oh, nice to see you again. You must be Lucento. The green-blue knights who had clashed with Kettle before appeared in front of him. Seeing Kettle's face, Lucento scowled. Crazy barbarian. As if kidnapping the princess wasn't enough, you dare set foot here, kill him, the knights charged. Their movements were perfectly synchronized. It was impressive. Kettle took a step forward. He threw a punch. The chest of the knight who approached first was crushed. Kettle shoved the knight aside and grabbed the next one's head. He squeezed with force. Crunch. He tossed the limp knight aside. He moved his feet. The bodies of the knights behind him crumpled. He tore, broke, and threw them. There was no mercy in his hands. After all, they were merely imitating dead beings. Boom, the knights flew and shattered before they even realized what was happening. It's too late, but I'll pray for your souls. Kettle walked inside. At that moment, the fallen knights got up again. Barbarian, stop the intruder. Kettle knocked them down once more, but they immediately stood up again. Even the wall Kettle had initially destroyed was restored. The traces of his destruction had vanished without a trace. It's like a dream. As Kettle marveled at the strange sensation, arrows of wind shot towards him. Kettle waved his arm. The arrows burst and disappeared with his gesture. Seeing the face that appeared, Kettle smiled warmly. Adamanth, nice to see you. You're insane. Adamanth was aghast. He never imagined Kettle would invade the castle. You will pay for this with your life. Adamanth waved his hand. Magic surged like a storm. Oh, Kettle laughed with joy and threw himself into the storm. The storm shattered and dispersed against his fists. Damn, Adamanth gritted his teeth. This barbarian was strong, so strong that he could call Adamanth insignificant, but they wouldn't die. No matter how strong the barbarian was, he was still human, made of flesh and blood. Eventually, he would tire. In a long-term battle, their victory was assured. He may be able to kill us. This barbarian had certainly killed part of him, but such power couldn't be wielded lightly. In fact, the barbarian had clenched his fist and exerted significant force when killing him. Without that level of power, killing them was impossible. The tower master, watching from the outside, had a similar thought. A barbarian is a barbarian. He could win the immediate battle. Kettle had at least superhuman strength of the highest caliber, but what did that matter? Their true nature was immortality. Even if Kettle could kill the immortals, he couldn't kill all of them. The tower master clicked his tongue. The original plan was for Kettle to enter and gather information. Even if problems arose, someone of Kettle's strength could escape without much difficulty. If necessary, he could assist him, but now everything was tangled. Is this why he asked how strong the barrier was? The tower master sighed softly. Even if he can kill, it doesn't matter if he can't kill them all. What had already happened couldn't be helped. As the tower master contemplated the next plan, Kettle blocked the attacks with a curious expression. Seeing that expression, Adamanth was convinced Kettle was flustered, but Kettle's expression had a different reason. So even if I smash you, you don't reveal yourself. You've got some guts. What nonsense are you? Well, fine, I'll make you reveal yourself. With those words, Kettle's fist swung, crack. The bodies of the charging knights were crushed. But this time was different. They couldn't rise again. Rainbow-colored particles scattered on the ground. The tower master was stunned. What? Adamanth couldn't comprehend it for a moment. Wait, they're dead. Those who knew no death were dead. The rainbow-colored particles appeared when they were truly stopped. Of course, they knew Kettle could kill them, but only if he grabbed them and used his strength. Simple punches shouldn't have killed them. Adamanth believed that. As Adamanth's mind was reeling, Kettle stomped the ground. Crack, Adamanth's body was crushed. Wait, Adamanth reappeared, but part of his body, composed of nano, scattered into rainbow-colored particles. Our response magic, it didn't activate. There was only one reason. Kettle's speed was so fast that the response magic couldn't react. This is absurd. During their previous fight, Kettle couldn't counter the response magic. Moreover, how did he kill them with just punches? They had believed he needed to grab and exert force to kill. In that moment, a possibility dawned on Adamanth. Could it be? The previous fight wasn't at his full strength, no. It wasn't even close to his full strength. To this barbarian, it was more like light play. I can kill you, Kettle grinned broadly. If you plan to stay dead, that's fine, but I doubt you want that. You. As Adamanth staggered back, his body trembled. Shock spread across his face. No, with those words, Adamanth's consciousness faded, Kettle's eyes gleamed. So now it comes, the castle, the remains of the fallen knights, the wall, everything began to change. No, it wasn't changing. It was returning to its original form. Man, Kettle smiled. Nice to meet you. Chapter 101, Nano, Part 3, the castle slowly disintegrated. A testament to civilization, built by countless human hands centuries ago. Adorned with luxurious decorations worth hundreds of gold coins, and filled with masterpieces crafted by skilled artisans with all their passion and dedication. All of it began to turn into something meaningless, and it wasn't not just the castle. The people who once lived and breathed within its walls were the same. The identities of the bustling servants vanished without a trace. The urgent voice of the king issuing commands faded into nothingness. The determination of the knights, who steeled themselves and armed for battle, disappeared before it can even solidify. Even the cat cherished by the people as it lounged in the castle fields vanished. Everything that life and humanity built turned to grayscale. You shall regret this. And then the source of all this calamity speaks with a voice filled with rage. We did not intend to reveal ourselves. We planned to respect your will and grant you freedom. So that's why you tried not to show yourselves, Kettle murmured. Until now, Nano had concealed itself as much as possible. The only times they had revealed themselves were when Kettle had forcibly drawn them out. We bestowed mercy, allowing you to live as you wished, only for you to obstruct us in this manner. Astonishingly, Nano was acting out of pure goodwill. It sought to make humans who feared death forget about it and grant them everything they desired. It was akin to the Philosopher's Stone, but so what? Kettle chuckled. What meaning does that hold when you've already replaced everything? In the end, all the previous humans were dead. What remained was a heterogeneous collective that believed itself to be human. Unless they, like Aline, questioned their own identity and sought answers, they were nothing but puppets, unaware of their strings. Is it enjoyable to pretend to show mercy while imitating those who have already perished? Kettle spoke lightly. Though his voice wasn't loud, Nano clearly heard it. The atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive as evidence. Human, a voice filled with clear hostility echoed. Of all beings, you are the one I will never replace. I will erase you from this world. That's a kind sentiment. Kettle smiled brightly. Nano moved with malicious intent. Tiny entities, too small to be seen with the naked eye, swarmed towards Kettle. They occupied the space, constricting him as if to bind him. Each nano was an entity too small to be seen, capable of taking over the space and engulfing the opponent. That must have been how they devoured the Ludian kingdom. They likely covered the entire castle, immobilizing everyone before slowly replacing them. The space around Kettle grew increasingly heavy. These entities began to hinder and restrain his movements. Certainly a simple yet powerful method. Kettle leisurely raised his hands. He clenched his hands, then clapped. Boom! A massive explosion erupted as his hands collided. A storm burst forth. In an instant, the nanos occupying the space were blown away. With a single clap, all of Nano's movements that dominated the space were shattered. Kettle lightly dusted off his hands. You can't kill me with methods like that. You'll need to find another way. Nano contemplated. How could it kill this human? Replacement was impossible. Their replacement was not free. They needed to subdue the opponent and gather information beforehand. Then, Nano made a decision. It would crush Kettle with sheer force. The dispersed nanos began to gather in the air under a unified will. The entire mass of nanos that had replaced the castle assembled and clustered together. As they gathered, they became visible to the naked eye and continued to grow. Boom! Finally, all the nanos converged. The resulting mass was about the size of a warehouse. That much, the aggregate of what had replaced the entire castle and its interior amounted to the size of a warehouse. Is it a lot or a little? With a calm statement, Nano moved. Part of the amassed sphere shot out in the form of a spike. A sound of air braking echoed. Kettle stomped his foot to evade. The spike continued its trajectory and collided with the barrier erected by the Tower Master. Boom. A thunderous noise erupted. The Tower Master's absolute barrier trembled. Kettle whistled. Impressive. The nano aggregate was roughly the size of a warehouse. In other words, that amount could replace the entire mass of the castle. The material condensed to its extreme, accelerated and shot forth. It was akin to a railgun. Naturally, it was immensely powerful. Nano did not stop. In an instant, dozens of spikes were unleashed simultaneously. Kettle laughed as he leapt away. Boom, the spikes collided with everything around them, causing destruction. They shattered the ground and tore through the air. The earth impaled by the spikes was deeply gouged. Their power was immense. The demonic might of Ashishire was contained within each spike. Kettle continued to move. He twisted his body to dodge a spike aimed at his upper body. He then sprang off his foot, spinning through the gaps between the incoming spikes. Nano couldn't believe it. He had gained extensive knowledge and information while living among humans. His current attacks should have been unavoidable even for the strongest superhumans, yet this man was evading them perfectly. He doesn't seem to be using any mystic arts. At least Nano's knowledge couldn't explain Kettle, but how long do you think you can keep dodging? Boom, the trajectories of the spikes became erratic. They took control of the space itself, pressuring Kettle's movements. Kettle was surprised. You can guide them smarter than I thought. Stop pretending to be so calm. WHOOSH, a spike shot forward. Kettle twisted his waist and swung his arm to evade, but he was cornered. Got him, Nano muttered with euphoric certainty. Die. And then the sphere launched its attack. This time it was much larger than before. It was more like a ballista than a spike. The nanos inside accelerated and accelerated, shattering the air as they sped. Contained within it was absolute mass at high speed, the physical force to pierce mountains and split seas. In the face of such enormous power, Kettle didn't dodge. Instead, he clenched his fist. Seeing this, Nano sneered. The man who had been busy dodging now thought he could counterattack. Nano was certain Kettle's body would be pierced and skewered. Kettle swung his fist. It collided with the ballista. Crack. At that moment, Nano felt something was wrong. Kettle's fist did not shatter. No, not just that. The nano aggregate he had launched was slowly deforming under the force. Kettle stepped forward. He lifted his shoulder and put more strength into his arm. Crunch, and the ballista shattered. Boom, the condensed nano scattered in all directions. Iridescent particles fluttered around. It meant some of Nano's components couldn't withstand the force and had died. How? It wasn't that I couldn't block it, but rather I didn't need to. He had dodged to understand how the opponent attacked. So it's just simple physical force, a bit boring actually. You, Nano shouted in rage. Hundreds of spikes were unleashed simultaneously. Kettle laughed heartily as he stepped forward. He swung his fist. He shouldered through. The spikes shattered into fragments and scattered. Kettle accelerated and charged towards Nano. The battle between Nano and Kettle continued. The impact of their fight reverberated through the barrier. Watching from outside, the Tower Master chuckled wryly. When Nano had revealed its true form, he had prepared to intervene. He planned to join the battle with prepared magic as soon as Kettle bought some time. But now he had abandoned that thought entirely. He had also cancelled the magic he had been preparing. What is that? Nano had replaced the entire castle and its inhabitants. Now it had compressed itself into the size of a warehouse and wielded immense physical force. Kettle was breaking, crushing, and advancing against such a force with his bare body. Of course, the Tower Master thought he could manage that as well. From his battle with Kettle, he had gleaned information about Nano. Weaker than I thought. Nano had the unique ability to replace anything, but its inherent strength wasn't that remarkable. Although its physical force was significant, as long as it was handled simply, it wasn't impossible to counter. A hero-class individual could handle Nano, albeit with some difficulty. However, the Tower Master was now doubting his eyes. For a simple reason, how can he do that without using any mystic arts? Their strength was ultimately built on the miracle of mystic arts. No strong individual could reach a high level without them. Countering Nano's physical force was possible only through the unique properties of mystic arts, not by pure strength alone. But Kettle was different. Kettle did not use mystic arts at all. He was fighting against Nano purely with the strength of his body. What is this? Was this not the kind of strength found only in myths? Could such power truly be contained within the body of a mere human? An entity capable of replacing anything, and Kettle able to counter it with nothing but the strength of his human body. Who is the real monster here? The Tower Master couldn't come up with an answer. Boom, the battle continued. Unlike before, Kettle actively countered Nano's attacks. Whoosh, spikes rained down. Kettle lightly flicked his fingers. A spike was deflected and he moved his foot. The spike that struck his soul was crushed. Crunch, he stomped down. Iridescent particles scattered with a burst. Human, Nano raged. More spikes shot out furiously, but it made no difference. Kettle swung his hand. The incoming spikes were deflected and shattered against the barrier, turning into iridescent particles. Kettle contentedly observed the scattered particles. There were quite a few even at a glance. This amount should be sufficient. He planned to collect and process them all later. It was a surprisingly laid-back thought for someone in the midst of battle, and Nano noticed this. Although Nano felt a surge of anger, it quickly suppressed its emotions and assessed the situation calmly. This method wouldn't work. Attacking with its parts like this wouldn't kill this human. Only Nano would slowly be destroyed. In that case, you are strong. Nano acknowledged this human was strong. It couldn't kill him by merely launching parts of itself. So it would move as a whole. The human's strength was purely physical. Therefore, it needed to kill him with an even stronger physical form. Having made its decision, Nano acted immediately. The cluster of Nano began to compress even further. Creak, it compressed to the limit, to the very edge of breaking. The entities twisted together, pushed to the brink of destruction. Can it compress that much? Kettle looked surprised. The compressed Nano began to take on a human form. Finally, Nano completed its transformation and landed on the ground. Boom, the ground shook. Now all the Nano had compressed into the shape of a human. It was like a mirage in the shape of a person had gathered into one. Die, the human-shaped Nano launched itself. The mirage-like figure swung its fist at Kettle. Kettle met it with his own fist. Boom, the shockwave spread. The barrier set up by the Tower Master wobbled precariously. Oh, Kettle's expression changed. He could definitely feel the difference in pressure from before. Thus, Kettle put in a bit more strength than he had so far. Chapter 102, Nano, Part 4. Nano was confident of victory. He had no doubt that Kettle would be crushed beyond recognition. But it didn't take long for Nano to sense something was off. Kettle, whose fist had collided with Nano's, wasn't budging at all. No, it was the opposite. Nano was gradually being pushed back. At first, Nano denied it. It was impossible. No mere human could withstand such weight and speed. But it wasn't a delusion. His fist was steadily being pushed back. No, this was impossible. Nano focused even more on his fist, increasing the weight to its limit, yet nothing changed. His body, once it began to be pushed, was now heading towards the ground. Kettle applied a little more force to his fist. At that moment, Nano's body touched the ground. Boom. Nano's body was driven deep into the earth, the ground rupturing with a thunderous roar. Physical shock meant nothing to Nano, but he couldn't get up immediately. The dense weight of his being had been overpowered by sheer brute force. You were quite heavy, Kettle muttered lightly. Hearing those words, Nano momentarily lost his sanity. Boom, debris scattered as Nano rose. His fierce fist flew once more. Kettle extended his hand. Nano's swinging fist was caught by Kettle's hand. Boom. The impact alone shook the ground. The air was violently displaced, but Kettle didn't take a single step back. Grasping the fist, he turned his body. Upsy-daisy. Using the fist as a pivot, he slammed Nano into the ground. Crash, the ground collapsed and shattered. If the Tower Master's barrier hadn't covered even the ground, people would have thought an earthquake had struck and would have jumped to their feet in panic. Kettle clenched his fist and swung it. Nano's body, buried in the ground, quivered from the intense shock. Multicolored particles burst out in all directions. Human. In an instant, Nano's body scattered, returning to independent entities. When they reformed, he was above Kettle's head. Nano raised his foot. With the help of immense weight and acceleration, he aimed to crush Kettle's head. Kettle raised his hand. Crash, the ground beneath his feet split. The force and weight were beyond comprehension, but Kettle had no particular thoughts. It is heavy indeed, that was all, but in terms of weight, the serpent was much heavier. Kettle recalled memories of the snowy plains and brought his hand down on the leg he was holding. Nano's body was slammed into the ground once more. You're just smashing everything. The Tower Master, watching, chuckled and began chanting a spell. A single barrier was not enough to guarantee blocking such impacts, so he planned to layer several. Human, Nano, deeply embedded in the ground, stood up. He charged at Kettle fiercely. A mere human cannot stop us. Well, Kettle had an indifferent expression. He dodged Nano's swinging fists and slipped inside Nano's guard. His fist struck Nano's abdomen. Nano's body flew through the air and crashed into the barrier. The barrier started making ominous noises. Nano got up and charged again. It is quite durable. Perhaps because of the extreme density, it didn't burst open even when hit strongly, but that was all. Kettle looked at Nano with slightly cold eyes. Is this the alienness of another forbidden realm, the White Snowfield? That terrible place where he had been trapped. There are places in this world similar to the White Snowfield. While he felt a strong aversion to this fact, he was also somewhat curious. What would other dimensional realms be like? For Kettle, who had lived through the White Snowfield, this was a natural curiosity, and so he found Nano's existence as a dimensional being a bit intriguing. But when faced with it, that feeling quickly turned cold. You are nothing impressive or threatening compared to those inside. Beings that wielded pure strength were countless inside. The serpent was a prime example, a massive serpent that could connect the sky and the ground, creating disaster just by swinging its body. Nano's mass and strength in front of him were far insufficient compared to the serpent. Even such a serpent wasn't the strongest in terms of pure strength in the White Snowfield. The heterogeneity that shifts forms is somewhat peculiar, but though the direction differed, entities with heterogeneity similar to Nano's were abundant within the White Snowfield. There was even a dog-like creature that devoured and merged everything. To Kettle, Nano was neither particularly special nor exceptionally strong, and that sentiment was evident in his eyes. Nano, feeling immense contempt, was enraged. But nothing changed. Kettle lifted his foot. Nano, who was charging, was slammed into the ground. He raised his fist and brought it down. In an instant, multicolored particles scattered in all directions. Kettle pressed down with his foot to subdue Nano's movements as he tried to escape, and then raised his fist again. He struck and Nano's chest caved in. Rumble. After several rounds of battle, Nano finally realized. He couldn't defeat that human. No, he had known from the start. He just couldn't accept it and kept refusing to acknowledge it. Monster. Being called a monster by a monster feels strange. No, you are the monster. I am human, Kettle said. Nano didn't find those words particularly meaningful. I will lose to you, but I won't go quietly. Nano's form, which had resembled a human, twisted. He began compressing himself further. Though multicolored particles started to fall off as he couldn't endure the compression, Nano didn't stop. Rumble. Eventually, all of Nano was compressed into a small sphere. Beings like you should not exist in this world. The sphere wobbled precariously as if it might explode at any moment. Kettle muttered, a suicide attack. I couldn't free this world, but at the very least. I can't let monsters like you roam freely. Die. With a short statement, Nano exploded. Multicolored particles burst out in all directions. These were projectiles released after extreme compression. It was a kind of claymore mine. The speed and destructive power were incomparable to anything before. A life-risking attack, Kettle murmured, the opponent's final attack made with determination and resolve. If so, he should respond seriously as well. Kettle grabbed the axe hanging at his waist. He took a stance, gripping the axe with strength. He moved his left foot back to brace himself. Hup! With a short exhalation, Kettle swung the axe. All the multicolored particles flying like bullets were cleaved. In an instant, the space emptied. The wind pressure from the swing harshly struck the barrier, rushing forward. Boom. The impact from the axe swing collided with the barrier created by the Tower Master. Cracks formed on the barrier and it began to break. What? The Tower Master was astonished. The barrier he had just created was breaking apart instantly. The Tower Master quickly waved his hand. He created and restored a new barrier. In an instant, more than 10 layers of barriers were formed. Boom, the barrier trembled greatly. Though it didn't break, it couldn't completely suppress the thunderous noise. The sleeping people were startled awake, causing an uproar. Tusk. The Tower Master clicked his tongue and waved his hand. Mana spread chaotically throughout the capital. Sleep, a spell of sleep was cast over the entire capital. Those who were getting up collapsed back down. The Tower Master, who had barely managed to calm the situation, turned his gaze to where the palace once stood. What kind of power is that? The barrier he had personally created had almost been destroyed, not even from a direct punch but just from the aftermath. It was power beyond comprehension and understanding. Rumble. The aftermath slowly subsided. Amidst the scene of destruction, Kettle dusted off his hands. It was quite amusing. Amusing, the last remaining fragment of Nano murmured. Though a part of him had barely survived the self-destruction, it wouldn't last long. It would soon come to a halt. Thus, Nano left his final words. You should not exist in this world. That's not for you to decide, Kettle said calmly, shaking his fist. With an explosion, the last remnants of Nano vanished. Quest 786 completed. A reward will be given. A quest completion window appeared before Kettle. It meant that Nano no longer existed in this world. Good job, the Tower Master's voice echoed from behind Kettle. The Tower Master, upon seeing Kettle, suppressed a laugh that threatened to escape. Kettle was completely unscathed. Although his clothes were a bit dusty, apart from that, he looked no different from when he had arrived in the Ludian Kingdom. He might have looked slightly fatigued, but there wasn't a significant difference from his usual appearance. No. Perhaps the Tower Master's perception of fatigue was just an illusion. To someone who didn't know any better, it might seem like he had just come from a day's work in the fields. It's absurd. Hiding his amazement, the Tower Master asked a pointless question. Are you all right? I'm fine, but what about you? It seemed like the barrier almost broke at the end. It did. He had confidently said that the barrier wouldn't break, but it had almost shattered with one swing of the axe. If the Tower Master hadn't quickly created additional barriers, it could have been dangerous. His mouth felt bitter. Even though he had lost his sense of taste since becoming a lick, the Tower Master still felt that way. The aftermath has spread, but it's been resolved for now. How did you manage that? I put the entire capital to sleep. Is that even possible? Kettle was surprised. The capital was vast. To cast a spell that put everyone in the capital to sleep in such a short time. Thinking back, the barrier, though it had almost broken at the end, had perfectly separated them from the outside until then. This was the Tower Master's magic. Kettle was genuinely impressed, and the Tower Master found it absurd. You're the one to talk. He felt like he was being mocked, hearing such words from someone who created this scene of destruction without even using magic. Anyway, it's over, but the Tower Master looked towards where the palace had been. Everything was in ruins. It was hard to believe that there had ever been a palace there. Cleaning up will be a headache. The Tower Master shook his head. For now, let's go back. Kettle nodded, space folded, and their bodies disappeared from the location. The two returned to Denayan Castle, where Barbossa and Aline were waiting with anxious faces. Barbossa hurriedly asked the Tower Master what happened. During their absence, Barbossa had been contacting everyone to prepare for assistance. He was ready to move at a moment's notice based on the Tower Master's words. He waited tensely for the Tower Master's response. The Tower Master spoke. It's over. What? It's all over, we just need to clean up. What? For a moment Barbossa couldn't understand and asked again. Chapter 103 Nano Part 5. What do you mean? Barbossa couldn't understand. He thought like the Tower Master that first, one should gather information about the opponent and then think of countermeasures and act accordingly. He never imagined it would be resolved with just a single move. Yet the alienation of the Forbidden Lands, which replaces everything, solved in just a few hours. Barbossa had a bewildered expression. The Tower Master, understanding this, waved his fingers. It's faster to show you directly. The space folded. Kettle, Barbossa, Aline, and Aaron moved to the place where the Ludian royal castle used to be, along with the Tower Master. Barbossa was shocked by the changed surroundings. What is this place? Everything was collapsed and destroyed. The ground was shattered and cracked, looking unstable and ready to collapse at any moment. Why have you moved us to such ruins? You still don't get it at a glance. The Tower Master chuckled. This is where the Ludian royal castle was. What? Here? Aline looked around with a bewildered face. No matter how she looked, all she could see was land on the verge of collapsing. Those things had replaced the castle itself. While dealing with them, the castle also vanished. The ground's collapse is the aftermath of the battle. Then this place really is. The Tower Master nodded. It's over. The alienation of the Forbidden Lands no longer exists in this world. The Tower Master murmured as if he had suddenly remembered something. Maybe not entirely, some still remains. Everyone's gaze turned to Aline. She wandered through the destruction with a blank expression. Tower Master. Barbossa looked at the Tower Master with eyes full of respect and awe. He naturally believed that the Tower Master had dealt with Nano. He was genuinely impressed by the power and ability of a master wizard, but the Tower Master shook his head. It wasn't me. What? It was him. The Tower Master looked at Kettle. Barbossa's pupils widened. Aline, who had been wandering aimlessly, muttered, They're all gone, the place where I was born and the people I knew, all of them. I'm sorry. No, Aline shook her head. Since I can start anew with a fresh heart, I actually like it. Is that so? Kettle looked at the Tower Master. So what will you do now? It's almost morning. The Tower Master's sleep magic wouldn't last forever. Eventually, people would wake up and realize the castle had disappeared. Well, I'll take care of what can be handled appropriately. The Tower Master waved his fingers. Arise, it was a command. The language itself carried power, issuing orders to nature. Be restored to your original state. Rumble. With a quiet rumble, the ground rose. The broken earth regained its original form. The destroyed foundation was filled and the cracked ground began to join together. Ooh, Kettle exclaimed. In an instant, the land returned to its state before the battle. To an uninformed person, it would just look like a flat open space. Restoration is possible. Restoring something is usually harder than destroying it. Yet to make it return to its original state so perfectly, Kettle was amazed. Is this possible with magic? Truly astonishing. When you say that, it sounds like you're teasing. The Tower Master shook his head. Restoring the land isn't difficult, it's merely nature without any will. But what can be restored is only the land. When the people of the Ludian kingdom wake up, they will see it, the castle that disappeared overnight. From here on, it's your task. As the only remaining royalty of the Ludian kingdom and one of the only two remaining alien children in the world. Yes, Aline nodded with a calm face. I am prepared. Saying so, Aline looked at Kettle, then she bowed politely. Mr. Kettle, thank you once again. You achieved vengeance on my behalf. If in the future you ever need my help, Aline Malvixai, in the name of myself, I will help you. The alien child, one of only two left in the world, spoke to her benefactor. Kettle smiled faintly. I'll be looking forward to it. After confirming everything, Kettle returned to the kingdom of Denayan. While resting in the reception room, the door opened and the Tower Master entered. Here you are. Take this. The Tower Master handed Kettle a pouch. When he received it, it felt quite heavy. It's the remnants of those things you wanted. It was quite an effort to gather them all, scattered as they were. Oh, Kettle's eyes lit up. When he opened the pouch to check, it was filled with iridescent particles. Kettle smiled brightly. The reason he had fought this time was to obtain these particles. Judging by the amount, it seemed sufficient. Thank you, I'm not sure what you'll use them for, but make good use of them. In truth, the Tower Master had hesitated a bit about whether to give the particles to Kettle. The iridescent particles that appeared when the alienation of the Forbidden Lands was extinguished. No matter how he thought about it, their potential uses were abundant. They were precious items that could provide insights into the alienation of the Forbidden Lands. But his hesitation soon disappeared. Building a friendly relationship with Kettle was far more important. Satisfied, Kettle stowed away the iridescent particles and asked curiously, "What are Barbossa and Aline doing there?" Only Kettle and the Tower Master had returned to the Denayan royal castle. Barbossa and Aline were still there. The Tower Master began to speak. Ludian's royal castle has vanished. All the royal family members except for Aline have disappeared. What do you think will happen next? Aline will become queen, Kettle spoke nonchalantly. But to the people of the Ludian kingdom, Aline will ultimately be an immature princess who ran away. And the Denayan kingdom will be the bad kingdom that didn't return the princess. Can those two really accomplish anything by staying there? In seizing power, public sentiment and legitimacy are crucial. Malna had also traveled in person to gain legitimacy as the family head. Unfortunately, Aline lacked that legitimacy. I think it's more likely she'll be accused of being a traitor who destroyed the castle and assassinated the king. The surviving nobles will also try to seize the throne for themselves once they understand the situation. It's not a good picture. The Tower Master momentarily lost his words. I thought he might have some idea, but he hadn't expected Kettle to understand the situation so perfectly. This barbarian wasn't just strong, he knew the aftermath and the ripple effects of his actions. He just didn't seem to care much about them. He's a more troublesome type than I thought. He hoped not all barbarians of the White Snowfield were like this. With a sense of unease, the Tower Master spoke. It won't be easy, just as you said. That's why I plan to take action myself. Will that be enough? It should be enough to quell the chaos. The name of the Tower Master held enough authority to calm the turmoil in the kingdom. However, there was still a problem. Ultimately, it would be foreign intervention. There would inevitably be talk, so the Tower Master made a decision. And we must also talk about the alienation that swallowed the Ludian royal castle. The world would come to know. The Forbidden Lands was breaking out into the world, and it was indeed a threat to them. The facts that had been known to only a few until now would become known to everyone. Chaos will ensue. It's an inevitable chaos that we have to face sooner or later. That's true, Kettle replied. A brief silence ensued. The Tower Master, who had been watching Kettle, spoke. You are strong, I'm not weak. And you seemed experienced. It looks like you've faced enemies like that before. It's not like I haven't seen them. It was the peculiarity of replacing everything that was the problem. Nano's strength itself was comparable to those found in the White Snowfield. Hearing that response, the flames flickering in the Tower Master's eyes intensified. Are such alien beings common in the White Snowfield? Since the conquest of the continent by the Emperor in ancient times, nothing was known about the White Snowfield. In some ways, it was the most information-scarce place regarding the Forbidden Lands in this world. Is there something that replaces everything even in the White Snowfield? The Tower Master, who was unaware, could only think so. While he pondered, Kettle asked, if such beings exist, is it difficult to deal with them? It's not. The peculiarity of replacing things is the problem. Their strength itself is manageable. A hero class would be able to handle it without much trouble. Oh, Kettle's face showed interest. Hero class, how strong are they? The Tower Master was also considered a hero. The powers he had occasionally displayed clearly exceeded Kettle's imagination. However, Kettle had never seen him actually fight, so his strength remained uncertain. The beings deemed the strongest in this world. At Kettle's gaze, the Tower Master took a step back. He quietly began preparing defensive spells. I'm sorry, but I have no intention of fighting you. There's no reason to either, if that's the case. Kettle was a civilized person. He wouldn't force a fight with someone who didn't want to. However, the Tower Master did not release his defensive preparations. So, what will you do now? First, I need to deal with the situation in the Kingdom of Ludian, and then I need to take further action. Unfortunately, it's not just the Kingdom of Ludian that's in turmoil. The world seems quite chaotic. This recent event is just the beginning, the Tower Master muttered as if troubled. It's merely the first visible instance, but the problem is occurring across the entire continent. It's very bad for us. Is that so? Although Aline had mentioned that the world was in turmoil, the fact that the Tower Master spoke of it this way meant that something significant was indeed happening. The world will soon be greatly shaken. The Tower Master looked at Kettle. What do you plan to do in a world that's being shaken? My goal is always the same. He was simply here to enjoy the fantasy world, the Tower Master asked. What if someone obstructs you? Obstruction, huh? Kettle thought for a moment and then made a peculiar expression. At that moment, the Tower Master instinctively prepared to cast a spell. He felt as if a predator was baring its fangs at his neck. Kettle murmured quietly, it would become a very bothersome matter for me.